The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail of plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? This is Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood. Last Sunday, I read a statement about the principles upon which the Free Company was founded. Something about its membership and something about what it has accomplished. I want to repeat that statement today for the benefit of those in the radio audience who missed it last week. Some people have too little faith in America. Some people have been listening to harsh voices from across the seas, and the voices have been getting louder. Some people are just confused. It was to deal with this confusion in one way, in one medium of expression, that a group of writers and actors and Columbia itself formed the Free Company. The Free Company has the endorsement and cooperation of the Attorney General of the United States and the Solicitor General of the United States. The members of the Free Company have dedicated their talents to the proposition that we have in this country a way of life that is unique and precious and something to be infinitely proud of. It's the American way of life. In the spring of 1941, with all its flaws and all its problems, still the best way of life on earth. Who are some of the members of the Free Company? Well, there's James Boyd, chairman of the Free Company and author of the series of American historical stories, Drums, Marching On, The Long Hunt, and Bitter Creek. He's a $1-a-year man at the Department of Justice and served as first lieutenant in the AEF at San Miguel and Meuse-Argonne offensives. Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Free Company Writers, is a Pulitzer Prize winner with a list of more than half a dozen stage successes to his credit, of which his latest is the anti-totalitarian play, There Shall Be No Night. He was a member of the famed Black Watch of the Canadian Expeditionary Forces. Then there are other eminent Americans: Paul Green, Archibald MacLeish, Stephen Vincent Benet, George M. Cohan, Mark Connolly, Norman Corwin, Ernest Hemingway, Elmer Rice, William Soroyan, Orson Welles, and many others. Columbia's vice president in charge of broadcasts, W.B. Lewis, is a member, and Columbia supplies the production, the music, some of the cast, and the time. All these individuals form a Free Company, a company to interpret the true spirit of the Bill of Rights, the honest way, the American way of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Today, Maxwell Anderson writes on freedom to worship God. Here, we take that freedom as a matter of course, but it can be lost, and the playwright shows us a nation where men not only may not worship God each in his own way, but where they may not worship any God at all except the state. We present Paul Muni in The Miracle of the Danube by Maxwell Anderson. Under the medieval towers of an ancient fortress on the banks of the Danube, a military trial is being held. German officers sit square and erect on tall hand-carved chairs about a long table. The officer in charge is General Merck, a veteran of the First World War. A major and several other subordinates sit with him to share the examination. The accused prisoner is Captain Cassell, now somewhat worn and worried by
all leader of the Third Reich. I declare this court-martial in session.
Captain Cassell, I have known you and your work for several years. You have been recommended to the higher command for acts of distinguished service and for devotion to our common cause. Nevertheless, as these officers know, there is no possibility of leniency toward those who have knowingly or even unwittingly abetted the enemies of our nation or our cause. We shall hear the charges against you in order. Lieutenant, read the accusations.
In September 1938, 3 women prisoners assigned to the charge of Captain Cassell escaped during a transfer. This was held accidental and was passed over at the time, but is now recalled because of later occurrences.
I allow you to speak in regard to that charge, Captain.
Thank you, General Merck.
It is true. They escaped.
You have nothing to say about the circumstances?
I would have given my life to avoid any betrayal.
We shall go into that later. Read the next charge.
On February 10th, 1939, Captain Cassell was in command of the firing squads at the Moravian prison. 7 graves were dug at his order to accommodate the prisoners executed on that day. Only 6 of these graves were filled and no trace of the 7th body was found. This also was passed over as an error in the record.
You wish to comment on this, Captain?
Yes, General Merritt. It was an error.
Proceed.
During the greater part of the years 1939 and 1940, Captain Cassell was employed, among others, in the work of transferring populations in Central Europe. This work necessitated occasional executions and the stranding of refugee groups within restricted territorial limits. Captain Cassell appeared to be an exemplary officer, eager to carry out the policies of the state. They knew him as the Reaper. His headquarters were known as Castle Blood. He was depended on more and more by his superiors.
You will note, Captain, that we give you all possible credit.
I tried to be a good soldier, General Merritt.
Continue.
But there began to appear certain cracks and lesions in Captain Cassell's efficiency. 4 religious leaders, determined enemies of the state, slipped through his hands into Sweden with a number of followers and were not recaptured. There was a riot at a concentration camp on the eastern border, and the captain failed at a critical moment to give a necessary order to fire on the crowd. Later, he was entrusted with the liquidation of a large body of undesirables who had been collected at a southeastern boundary. These men and women escaped in such fashion that Captain Cassell must be held responsible. It has been found necessary, therefore, to subject Captain Cassell to military trial.
Captain Cassell, you are aware, no doubt, that these are capital charges. I ask you directly, were you remiss? Were any of these lapses intentional?
No, sir.
Then how do you explain them?
I cannot.
Come, sir, you're your own enemy. We're all friendly here. We do not intend to lose so valuable a servant from the ranks. Begin at the first rank. The 3 women who escaped into Sweden. How did that happen?
There were 4 of them. 3 women and a man.
In the records, there are only the 3.
Yes. The man joined them.
Joined them? Where?
In the camp. One of them was ill. He was taking care of her. He seemed to be a kind of doctor.
But the escape?
It was his doing. His only.
But how?
He spoke to me about the women. He spoke to me very strangely. For some reason, I could not take my eyes from his face. He had a way of speaking at once passionately and slowly, so that you waited for his words.
Come, what does this mean? Did he talk you into letting them go?
No, I refused him. I laughed at him. I despised him.
But the evidence shows that a catch had been overlooked on one of the doors and that the 3 disappeared into the night.
Yes, that's true, but not because I was affected by what he said. Not because I connived at escape. I laughed at him, as I said, and turned him into the street. Locked up the women for the night. I looked personally at the lock on every door. Perhaps in my anger at this vagrant, I was not so careful as I should have been. He stood there talking and made me angry. But if there was an oversight, it was, I assure you, unintentional.
For the moment, I shall accept that explanation. Let us look next at the 7 graves which were dug for those sentenced to be shot on December 9th at the Krug Fortress. 6 men had been sentenced. 6 Polish Jews convicted of sabotage while working on the great military road. Your records, however, showed that 7 men were ordered before the firing squads. 7 graves were dug, and that the orders for the 7th execution were cancelled at the last moment. On the face of it, this looks like connivance of escape.
It was the custom in the Krug Fortress to place those condemned to death in a common cell. I shut those 6 prisoners into the death cell after the trial. I saw to this personally. Then, as I turned away, I saw this 7th man with them.
A 7th?
Yes, Major.
Who was it?
It was the same man who had argued with me about the women on the night of their escape.
How did he come there?
I didn't know he came there, but he was there. And I said to myself, this time, nothing shall go wrong. He's got himself somehow into the death cell with the condemned. Very well. Let him die with the others. I know I had no right to order an execution without the sanction of the court, but that man was my evil demon. He'd got me into trouble once, and he was trying again.
Calmly, Captain.
Very well. I ordered him shot. The prisoners were marched from their cells, and he came with the others. He stood up with the others before the squads. He went up and down among them, telling them to have courage. But when the firing was over, when they were shot down,
He was not among them. His body wasn't there.
Where was it?
I don't know. I tell you, I don't know. But was this to be held against me? Would I have ordered him shot if I wanted him to escape?
Calmly.
I can't speak of him calmly. I'm sorry.
You made an effort to locate this man?
We made every effort, Major. The guards were questioned. The locks were examined. The civil and military authorities went over the ground inch by inch. They found nothing suspicious.
Let us proceed to the next charge. In the summer of 1940, you were conducting a consignment of prisoners from the eastern border to a Baltic port. Among them were 4 Lutheran ministers who had banded together to resist the interpretation of Christianity which is orthodox in the Third Reich. These 4, with some 20 of their followers, escaped from the freight car in which they were being transported. This car was under your guard.
The car caught fire, General Nutt. It was necessary to open the doors.
In what fashion did the car catch fire?
I cannot say how the fire originated, sir.
This man who escaped at the time of the executions, did he have any part in the escape from the boxcar?
Yes. Yes. He was there.
What part did he take in the affair?
It's difficult.
Tell us the story of that escape.
All of it?
Yes, from the beginning.
I will try. It will not be believed. However, I will try. We were in the car. I saw his face among the other prisoners in the car. And it was You! Stand up!
Yes, sir.
Come forward! How do you come to be among these prisoners?
I came in with them.
Do you know what prison they're bound for?
Yes,
Do you know the reputation of that prison?
I do.
Then that's what will happen to you, my friend. You've pushed in once too often where you're not wanted. First torture, then death.
I am accustomed to torture.
And to death, too, I suppose.
Yes, even to death.
Who are you?
Don't you remember?
No.
The picture in the silver frame. The reproduction of the Giotto that hung in your mother's room. The face in that picture. Surely it comes back to you now.
What are you trying to tell me?
The plainest, simplest truth. My face is the face in a picture by Giotto.
Don't talk rot like that. Don't try to gull me with some fantastic story.
But this is not fantasy. My face is that face. My hands are those hands. My garments are the same.
What do you mean? How could you be a man out of a picture? I see you before my eyes, and you're real.
The others here have not seen me. See? They stare at you. Because you talk with the empty air.
You lie! You lie? You're trying to confuse me. To mislead me. Why are you here?
You bring me here. You create me out of your mind. Out of your horror and regret for the blood you have spilled. For the man you were. You bring me here because you hate yourself and what you do.
We shall see whether you're real. We shall see. I sealed the car doors together. I kept my automatic ready against an escape. Then there arose a cry among the prisoners. A housing had caught fire. Soon it was necessary to open the doors for air. Our car was the last on the train, and I therefore climbed to the roof and thence down the coupling, which I loosed. When the car was free, I set the brakes and we came to a stop in the dark near a village. At the point of my automatic, I held the prisoners within the car while I ran to look at the housing. Then I saw that I had somehow been fooled. There was no fire. I turned to the car door in a rage, and the prisoners began pouring out. That painted face in the lead. I emptied my gun at him, point blank, and he did not fall. I swear to you, gentlemen. I swear to you, gentlemen. Within 3 paces, I fired 10 times at his heart without effect. For he stood there and spoke to me still. The other prisoners made off in the dark, and then he, too, was gone. And I found myself beside the empty car in the night.
And you expect us to believe that?
No, gentlemen, I do not expect you to believe it. I wake in the night and say to myself that it cannot be true. That I'm a respectable officer, that I'm sane. That I live in a sane world where these things cannot happen. There are no ghosts, no shadows, no things like men that will not fall when you shoot them through. I know that. And yet, this happened. As I've told it.
Did you ever see this man again, this figure out of the Giotto painting?
Not for several months.
In justice to the captain, perhaps I shall tell you of his conduct after this episode of the boxcar. He came to the general staff with a request that he be put under some rigorous mental and physical discipline. He was sent to an academy in the Black Forest and there underwent a course in their Spartan regime. Here there is iron control, long hours of labor and instruction, no comforts, cold water, a Lacedaemonian diet. After 6 weeks, Captain Cassell emerged from this training a new man. He was placed in charge of the liquidation of a certain province. He became known at this time as the Grim Reaper. The faltering which had marked his previous actions had disappeared. He showed no aversion to violence or the shedding of blood. For nearly a year, he led the way among the military protectors of that region. There was talk of making him Governor-General of the whole Polish area.
What was the nature of your work at this time, Captain Cassell?
I was in charge of the extermination of the intelligent. All leaders of thinkers, all writers or artists, all who stood out in any way were arrested and in some fashion eliminated.
Did you feel any reluctance in carrying out this work?
None! It is not the business of a German officer to feel reluctance. It is his business to obey. Moreover, I'm convinced and was convinced then that it is essential to the welfare of our master nation that we make slaves of our inferiors. An acceptance of slavery is only possible among those who cannot think for themselves and who have no leaders. It was my duty for the good of our country to eliminate the leadership among the subject people.
You never softened your blows, never drew back your hand, never allowed yourself to be overcome by pity?
Never! If only because I had made errors in the past, I determined never to slip again. I'd learned my lesson. Time was gone when a face out of a cheap reproduction would come between me and those who were condemned.
Do you mean that this face still haunted you?
At times, faintly. But I refused to see it. I drew a curtain of blood between that face and me. And then it ceased to appear. And I was free to do my work.
Then this last occurrence, this last charge against you, the freeing of the boatload of prisoners on the Romanian frontier, how do you account for that?
I don't know.
You understand that we must make these inquiries, Captain. Tell us what happened on the river steamer on the Danube.
I've conducted 200 prisoners on board the steamer of Constanta. There were 20 guards. My instructions were to land the prisoners on a small island near the Romanian frontier, execute the able-bodied among them, and abandon the others without supplies. We arrived at a point near that island at night, on the 6th of last November. Since we were unable to locate the channel in the dark, it was necessary to wait till dawn before landing the prisoners. They slept on deck, men, women, and children. Half of the guards went below deck to sleep, and the others remained on duty. I was awake and on deck. I stood looking at the black water of the river. Then the moon rose, and I could see an outline of the river banks a mile or so away. As I looked toward that shore, a man came walking out from it.
Captain Cassell, there was a mile of water, you say, between you and the shore.
Yes.
Then I don't follow you.
This man came walking across the water.
Is it profitable to listen further, General Merck?
We must hear him out. Go on, Captain.
He came walking across the water. Very slowly. It must have been half an hour before he came near enough so that we could see his face.
When you saw it, what face was it?
The face of the Giotto Christ.
Your phantom, my dear Captain, your phantom.
No. This time he was not a phantom.
How do you know?
Because the prisoners saw him. They woke each other and watched him as he came.
Such proof is hardly acceptable.
Also, I had set the guards at the rail to keep him off the boat, but now the guards were phantoms, and he stepped through them as if they weren't there. He was real, and they were specters, with the moon shining through them.
I think you confuse the matter, Captain. The men of the guard were flesh and blood. This ghostly figure passed through their ranks because he was a shadow, a memory of a painted face.
No, he was real. And the guard was made up of shadows. He was real among them as he's real among you now.
Is he among us now?
You don't see him.
I do not.
There, behind you, where the light falls. You see no one there?
Nothing, Captain.
Why have you come here?
Was I ever with you when you had not called for me?
I've never called for you. I've drenched myself in blood to be rid of you. I've filled the air with screams and covered half the earth to be rid of you.
Would it be possible to declare him of unsound mind?
We can hardly escape the issue of guilt or innocence.
And if he is guilty?
The guilty must be punished.
Very well.
What happened, Captain, after this man came across the water to your ship?
He came through as soldiers. They had become like air, unreal. They could not stop him. Then this thing came over me that I'd felt before.
What thing?
I was glad that he had come. In some horrible way, I was glad that I couldn't hurt him. Glad that he would conquer. That I would betray my rank and my orders. In some horrible way, it didn't matter, for he had become real, and he and I were real together in a country of ghosts. He and I and the band of prisoners were real, but the soldiers and the nation that lay behind them were unreal. The armies, the men of the government, the men of the secret police, all the forces of our nation were shadows that could not stop a wind. There was only one reality. This man and I, on the dark river, and the group of prisoners sent there to die.
And what came of this?
I don't know. I think I must have let them go.
You mean you allowed the prisoners to escape?
Yes.
You knew that this was an action deserving of death?
It seemed not to matter.
I think we need take no further testimony. To my mind, Captain Cassell is guilty and his usefulness is at an end. Is there any dissent?
None, General Merck.
Then the lieutenant will record the sentence. Captain Cassell, you have received an impartial trial at the hands of your brother officers, and it is my unpleasant duty to inform you that there is only one military consequence to your action.
You, too, are shadows. You of this corps.
Be quiet, sir.
You're all shadows. Ghostly folk about a table in a city of ghosts. The chairs and walls show through your forms. Your voices come from a distance. Echoes of men.
You will face a firing squad in the prison yard in the morning.
And they too will be shadows. Why should I fear them? Or any among this nation of specters? I know now that I'm free of you. He and I sit together here, and we are real in the midst of a cackling assemblage of shadows.
The cause is dismissed.
Go and leave me. I know what you think, insofar as you think, insofar as you exist at all. My mind is clear, and I know what I was never sure of. You're evil as you're empty. And my happiness is here, in the face of this one reality, this one friend who says that I did well when I did a kindness, that I was worthiest when I could not kill. Now that I've said these things, they'll make an end of me. They will put me to death out of their world.
They put me to death long ago.
I must face the firing squad in the morning. Will you stay with me then?
Yes, I will stay with you.
And in the night, if I'm alone, my mind will torture me. Will you stay with me in the night?
Yes, I will stay.
Will you say again the words you said on the bank of the Danube?
No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other.
And the rest?
Yes. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they that do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy.
This way, Captain.
Yes. I'm ready.
So Captain Cassell went to his death because his inner spirit would not be denied. That death was one of triumph and of comfort. He had found again his true belief, had made his peace with God. The freedom of every man and every woman to find that peace is, of all freedoms, the most fundamental, precious, and profound. And the powers of darkness know that well, and that is why, when they would enslave mankind, they strike first at the freedom of the soul. Faced with this threat in other lands, let us renew our resolve that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Paul Muni and Maxwell Anderson joined the Free Company under the chairmanship of James Boyd in contributing their services without payment. Leith Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild, to the American Federation of Radio Artists, and to the Columbia Network, all of whom have combined to make this series possible. To all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
A copy of today's broadcast by Maxwell Anderson has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York. A complete collection of the Free Company plays will be available in book form at your local bookstore on Monday, May 5th. Next Sunday, as previously announced, we broadcast the final program in the first cycle of Free Company plays, called Above Suspicion. It was adapted from an outline prepared for the Free Company by the late Sherwood Anderson and stars Paul Lucas. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
away, Joe. Stop him, Freddie.
He can't hear you, Smalley. He's busy singing. Playing you to sleep.
Hey, Baker! Baker!
He can't hear you neither. We rocked him off long ago.
Joe, listen. Don't do it, please. I'll cut the take again any way you say, but don't push the switch on me. Don't.
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest. And our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Red Wheels. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Jack Gordon is Red Wheels. The desert, flat and empty under a heavy night sky. Speeding along its only road is a large bus. Lulled by the hum of the tires, smooth motion, the passengers sleep. All of them, except one.
Joe, hey, wake up.
What?
I said wake up.
What?
Oh, let me alone, will you? Let me sleep, will you?
Hey, Joe, you don't think nothing went wrong? You don't, do you?
All right, I'm up. You know, kid, you got a face that talks too much.
I want to make sure everything's all right, that's all, Joe. I want to make sure.
This makes 3 times tonight you got to make sure. Starting to get me, see? All right, now, I'll tell you once more. There ain't nobody following us. Okay?
But there was. You said so yourself. There was at first.
That was a couple of days ago. That was the newspaper said so, not me. Now, will you put that imagination of yours in mothballs? Nobody's following us. Nobody knows we killed him. And if they did, they'd probably be erecting a monument for us back in Denver this minute. So you just turn your nose against the window and watch the desert.
Yeah, but
it's pretty sand in the desert.
But, Joe...
Will you turn your nose like I say?
Yeah, Joe.
You picked your lucky seat. You're in seat 7, ain't you?
Yeah, sure, Joe.
Well, then turn around. Watch the sand in the desert. That's right. And you found a penny. That's the sign you're always blabbing about. Sitting in seat 7 and found a penny. Lucky guy, that's you.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, so let me sleep, will you?
Yeah, that's me, lucky guy. Only I can't rest since that night we gave it to Smalley.
Look out of the window, Freddie.
Okay. What time is it?
It's almost 12. Smalley coming yet? Said he was going to be here at midnight.
No, but the cop...
What about him?
Well, he keeps coming back like he's fishing for something here.
He's just making the rounds. Don't you worry about him.
I don't like it, Joe. There's a smell about it.
Yeah, it stinks to me, too. Those 2 guys playing us for suckers. Baker and Smalley, a pair of shovel-foot dopes. Doing a little insurance on their own, and they won't cut us in on a take. Okay.
Hey, maybe we just ought to go away, Joe. Set up our own system somewhere else.
And let them get away with a double cross? You kidding? It's arranged perfect, ain't it? Baker out like a light in the other room from that Mickey. We use his gun, and we're 1,000 miles away when he fries for killing his best friend.
Yeah, but, Joe, don't forget me. I'm a jinx, I tell you. It'll backfire. Everything happens to me. Let's let it alone.
Just stroke that lucky rabbit's foot you bought today, and I'll do the work. Hey, what's that?
What? It's Smalley.
Yeah, all right. Now, just get to that piano and play him a little lullaby.
Hey, Joe, the cop's gone.
Get to the piano, I said.
Yeah. Maybe my luck switched because of the rabbit's foot.
Hi, brother.
Hello, Smalley. We've been waiting for you.
That's good.
Is it? It's not so good. We ain't happy.
So no?
No. The whole thing grisels me.
That's too bad. Where's Baker?
Do you think we'd sit around like a couple of stumps and let you collect all that protection without a peep?
I think you're getting too tall, Joe.
Only 5'8". That's 4 inches and 40 pounds weaker than you, Smalley. Just the same, Freddie and me. We want our share.
You got what's coming to you.
But you ain't got what's coming to you, Smalley. You see? This cuts you down to size.
Put that away, Joe.
Now you're 40 pounds, 4 inches. Don't make no difference.
I say put that gun away, Joe. Stop him, Freddie.
Freddie can't hear you, Smalley. He's busy singing. I mean, playing you to sleep.
Hey, Baker. Baker.
He can't hear you neither. We rocked him off long ago.
Joe, listen, now, don't do it. I'll cut the take again. Any way you save it. Don't push the switch on me. Don't.
Keep playing, Freddie, like nothing's happened.
I didn't figure on this kind of a cut.
I said keep playing, Freddie. Nothing's happened.
I can't.
All right, then just keep stroking your rabbit's foot. And it'll be okay. Let's see now.
Oh, let's get out of here.
It's only half done, kid. Let's plant the gun on Baker before we blow.
Okay.
There, he's beginning to stir in there. Let's get out.
Hey, Stacy, I told you to cop downstairs.
Oh, easy, kid, easy. That's perfect. Now they'll catch Baker just as he's getting up. So through the window and let the cops take over from here on out. Okay, kid, out you go. Come on. Come on. And a boy.
You're breaking the door down?
You keep stroking that rabbit's foot. You'll wear it out.
Hey, the cop got in.
So now we got a grandstand seat to watch the go, with Baker right in the middle.
No, Joe, let's beat it while we can. What do we want to look for trouble for? Come on.
This I gotta see. Here he comes, the lunk, staggering out of the bedroom. Is he dopey from that stuff we give him? Jerk. You don't even know he's got that gun we planted on him.
Please, Joe, I'm dancing around like crazy inside. Let's get out of here before they decide to look this way. This ain't smart, Joe.
Okay. I've had my fun. Let's blow. Make it Hollywood, Freddie. There's a lot of money out there. Easy picking.
Oh, they'll come after us, Joe. I got a feeling.
Don't be a dope. What do they want us for? They got Baker, ain't they?
Well, they'll look for us as witnesses.
Yeah. They know they're well rid of Smalley. All they want is a goat. And we left him in the stable back there.
Yeah, but the paper said...
Never mind the paper said. Sure, they'd say they want us around. But if we ain't there, we ain't.
Yeah. Hey, look, a penny.
Pick it up, kid.
Yeah, brings good luck, Joe.
You see? Now we got nothing to worry about. What time does your next bus leave for L.A., ma'am?
One's leaving in about 5 minutes.
Okay, 2 for L.A.
That's 21.5 out of 25. Here you are. Thank you.
Come on, kid.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah?
You got a penny?
What for?
I want to weigh myself. I'll get a fortune ticket.
What about that penny you picked up?
Oh, no, Joe. That's a good luck penny. I mustn't spend that.
Okay, here you are.
Oh, gee, thanks.
What's the good news, kid?
It says...
Okay, so go on. What does it say?
But it says you're going to take a long, unexpected trip.
Say, that's pretty good. That's right, ain't it?
Maybe it don't mean that. Maybe it means the cops will get us and...
Finish reading it.
Okay. It says you are too easily taken in and influenced by those around you.
What are you looking at me for?
Nothing, Joe.
Come on, kid. There's our bus pulling in. Well, there she is. Let's get out, huh?
Joe, let's wait for the next one, Joe.
Are you nuts? A 3-hour wait? What for?
That's got red wheels.
Pretty, ain't it?
Oh, red means danger. Let's take the next bus, huh?
Oh, you dope. Stroke your rabbits.
Oh, but Joe, I got a feeling.
Good, so have I. And it says let's get to L.A. double quick and pick up some of that gold dust. Hey, driver.
Yeah?
When do we pull into L.A.?
Day after tomorrow. About this time.
Thanks. Come on, Freddie. The red wheels is on the outside.
Okay.
7 and 8. That's us. Give me your bags. I'll shove it up here. There we are.
Joe. Hey, Joe.
Now what?
Hey, let me sit by the window, will you?
You can't see the wheels anyway.
Yeah, but you...
Oh, I get it. It's the number, huh? Yeah. You want the lucky 7. Oh, sure, kid. Sit and see 7 if it'll make you happy.
Red wheels. Hey, are you still up? Oh, I wish I could sleep.
Oh, look out the window. The night and the sand. You'll nod off.
Yeah, okay, Joe. Out the window. The night and the sand. Night and sand. Night and sand. Sand. Sand like a gray smoke screen. Hiding us from the rest of the world. No eyes watching us. We're way away. Red wheels don't mean beans. That's nothing. I'm no pincushion for that lady luck. She's on my side. I add it all up. Rabbit's foot, that's 1. Finding a penny, that's 2. And seat 7, 3. That's 3 against red wheels. 3 against red wheels. What's that? Oh, no. No, it can't be. Hey, Joe. Joe, wake up. Oh, he said not to wake him. He said he wanted to sleep. But the bus. Look, it's still moving, Joe. It's speeding over the gray clouds of sand, and the driver's seat is empty. The bus is speeding, and there ain't no driver.
A bus with red wheels on a desert road. Where can a bus be going without a driver? Where would you expect to go after
murder at midnight?
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and Red Wheels.
Back to the bus speeding through the desert without a driver.
How could a bus move without a driver? It's crazy. Just close your eyes, Freddy. You're dreaming. Now, when you open your eyes again, you'll see. Now, straight ahead and... See? There is a... No. I'm imagining things because I'm scared. Joe.
Hey, what's eating you now?
Look, Joe, look. Coppers? No, worse. It's this bus. It's moving.
Well, what'd you expect? Now, look, Brady Park.
Yeah, that's just the point. Look. Straight ahead there.
Look. What the devil?
That's it, the devil. The devil's riding with us. He's holding the wheel. That's just why we can't see him. You see, there's no driver.
Holy smokes, I don't get it. What's making it move?
Something we can't see, Joe. Something.
Shut up.
The bus has red wheels, Joe, remember? Red burns like fire. Can take you to only one place. That's where we're going. Maybe some of these dopes sleeping can dream a way out. Hey, everybody, wake up! Wake up! What's all the racket?
Darling, don't cry.
What's the big idea? I'll tell you the big idea. Look straight front and see for yourself. Holy smokes!
There's no driver.
What's making it go?
Wait a minute, everybody. Don't get excited.
What do you mean, don't get excited?
Well, if you listen to me, I'll tell you. There wasn't anybody awake.
I'll tell you who's driving this bus. It's the devil. And that means... You know where we're going?
Hey, you're creating a riot, you idiot. Let me talk.
Sure, talk. That's just what we need. This bus is riding us all where we got to do a lot of fast talking. Dead people got to tell why they should be led into heaven or to that other place.
Hey, what the devil?
The devil, see? We talk about him all the time, the devil. That's the guy we're going to have to see, I know. I know there's no other place for me. It must be the same for all of you.
I get talking with your hat.
We're not dead, though, ain't we? We're on a bus. And the bus has got no driver. And the bus has got red wheels. And if you look outside, you can't see a thing but clouds of sand. Nothing, just a bus moving. And if you add up what you did during your lifetime, I'll bet you'll find there was plenty wrong. Hey, you, fat boy. How'd you do it, with an axe, maybe?
I don't pay any attention to him, everyone. If you'll just listen to me...
And you, lady. Small little dame with a gray hair. What's the devil got against you?
And you. What's laying so heavy on your chest that you won't let me talk? Yeah. I'll tell you, I was
Why do you keep jabbering? Nothing to get excited. There's plenty to get excited about. Go ahead, kid.
No, Freddy. When someone gives you the green light to yap, that means to shut up.
We put on a good show, Joe and me. We did it with music.
I say button up.
No odds now, Joe. I can sing in any key. What's the difference now if he is a cop? We're all going to the same place.
I say shut up.
I played Smiley a lullaby. Joe rocked him to sleep with a bullet.
Freddie.
With a plain everyday gun, no fancy trimming.
You're 2 for a cent, idiot.
Am I, Joe? Am I? Maybe I was once, but no more. I'm not going to take what's around waiting for us. You dopes can stick here like pigs in a slaughter pen if you want, but me, I'm finding a way out.
Hey, come back. Hey, stop somebody. Hey, stop it.
Ah, that's it. Door open just for me. You chumps can fry where you're going, but not me. So long, suckers! I made it. I gotta run now. Run. Space. Pack space between me and those devil wings. Space. Oh, I'm getting tired. Yeah. Hard running on sand. Get you tired, awful tired. Oh, but the bus is gone. I'm free of it. I'm alone now.
That's right, mister. You and me. We're all alone.
Sure. Hey, who are you?
I'm Mr. Rat.
Mr.
Yeah, Mr. Desert Rat. I've been here 22 years. Fell off a bus just like you. And been wandering around ever since.
Oh, how? Why don't you get out of here?
Because once you jump off, there ain't no other bus will stop to pick you up. You're all alone.
Hey, Mr. Rat.
Yes, Freddie?
Where you going?
Gotta keep wandering. Keep wandering.
Keep wandering. The desert. Sand and nothing else for 22 years. Maybe another bus will pick me up. Maybe I shouldn't have jumped. Maybe it might have been better the way it was before I changed. No, there is something else. A tavern. Come on, Freddie. Pick him up and lay him down. Let's get to those people. Nice town. Got a road. 1, 2, 3, about 5 buildings. Hey, anybody around? Anybody home? Well, there must be. There, in that saloon there. Oh, brother, could I use a drink? A beer, yeah, that's for me. Hey, what happened, everybody? What? Hey, no, stop that. Not that song. That's what I was playing when... Stop it. Do you hear? Where are you? Through this door, maybe another room. Stop it, I said. Stop it. Oh, no, not again. A bus without a driver. A piano without anybody playing it. Just the keys moving by themselves. I gotta get out of here before it... Hey, somebody! Ain't nobody here! Ain't there nobody? Oh, there it is again. It's coming from that house now. That last one on the road. Maybe this time. All right. I told you to stop it, didn't I? Still nobody. Still. Okay, if you won't stop it, I'll stop it for you. You've got to stop, do you hear? You don't stop. Leave him again.
Hello, Freddie.
You? Oh, can't be you. You're dead.
And what did you expect to find in a ghost town?
But you can't be.
Don't seem to like the music either. That sounded pretty good to you a couple of days ago. Want a drink, Freddie?
What kind of a drink?
A Mickey? Like you and Joe gave Baker before you knocked me off? You shouldn't have done it, Freddie.
I didn't have nothing to do with it, to be honest. It was Joe.
Have a drink, Freddie. You must be awful thirsty.
No.
I know I'm thirsty with that slug in my guts.
Now, keep away from me, Smalley.
So why not let's have one together? A nice double Mickey.
I said keep clear of me.
You're scared, Freddie, aren't you? You're afraid of the dark and the desert and being here alone with me in a ghost town.
Joe? Joe?
When Joe isn't around, you get scared, kid, don't you? Too bad Joe isn't here to give you a little gumption. Fight me, Freddie. Get me, Freddie, or I'll get you first.
No, honest, Smalley, honest. I ain't got nothing against you. We gotta stick together here. It's dark.
And don't play with rats. I squash them.
Now, keep away from me, I tell you. No.
Where are you gonna run to, Freddie? There ain't no place to hide. Not here.
I got a gun.
That makes you big shot again, don't it?
I'll let you have it, Smalley. I swear I will.
That gun sort of takes Joe's place, don't it, you weak-livered little...
I warned you.
Have a drink, Freddie. With a Mickey. With a Mickey in it.
I didn't want to do it, Smalley. Not again, honest. I just got him before he got me, that's all. It's all mixed up. I don't know how he got here, but I'm alive. Luck's coming my way again. This time for good. I got a feeling. Lucky Rabbit's Foot, Lucky Penny, everything lucky. Lady Luck, she's on my side now. I see a car outside. I hear it. Yeah. Moon eye headlights straight at me. Yeah. Just hop a ride to L.A. I'll be okay. Hey, you! Just wave my hands like this. He'll stop. Up and down, up, down, up, down. Good. Slowing down. I'm okay now. Lift, mister, lift. No. If my bus with the right wheel, and there's still ain't no driver.
Bus number 22 checking in, Tom.
Okay, Johnny, I'll take it. Yeah, I hear you had a little excitement.
Excitement? Yeah, I guess so.
What do you mean, you guess so? You nab a couple of murderers on your bus, then you...
Well, there wasn't no excitement in it for me.
What?
You see, I wasn't there. They were all asleep when the bus broke down. There was no one to talk to, so after the tow car hooked onto the bus, I went up front in the tow car to chew the rag.
Yeah, so?
So, nothing. When this guy wakes up, he went nuts. Started yapping about a murder and jumped off the bus. We had to chase him all through the desert, and he was so far gone he didn't even see the tow car when we found him again.
So what happened to him then?
He was nuts, I tell you, off his rocker.
Yeah?
Sure. We turned him and his buddy over to the cops in the next town at just about 12 o'clock midnight.
A bus without a driver and a ghost town in the desert. Perhaps our two friends will make that same trip again, and very soon, when they make their final payment for their...
Murder at midnight.
Again when death takes the wheel on a lonely journey and the clocks strike 12 for
Murder at midnight.
The part of Freddie was played by John Sylvester. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
theater, adaptations of famous motion pictures, with Hollywood's greatest stars. Here is your host, Frank Brzee.
Greetings again, ladies and gentlemen. Over a century ago, the eyes of the world turned to California and the fabulous wealth of the new gold strike. Men and women with adventure in their hearts braved incredible hardships to reach the new empire of the West, and an epic chapter in the history of the nation was written in their blood and courage. All the color and romance of those fabulous times is captured in the Paramount screen hit, California, and we present it with Ray Milland in his original screen role and Elizabeth Scott as his co-star. It's curtain time, and here's California, starring Ray Milland as Jonathan and Elizabeth Scott as Lily, with Raymond Burr as Captain Coffin.
The year is 1848. At a prairie town along the Western Trail, a large wagon train is about to resume its long journey to California.
Just a minute, mister.
Yeah, what do you want?
They tell me the wagon train's getting ready to leave. Who's the boss?
I am.
Well, then you can help me. How about a lift to California?
Not a chance.
Why not, Mr. Trumbull? There's room for all of us. There's room for one more. You can ride in one of my wagons, and welcome.
And you'll be traveling wickedness and mortal sin. I'm warning you. Cards ain't the only thing she cheats at.
Thank you, Mrs. Everett.
Throwing her out of this town. We don't want the likes of her near us.
Well, I'm glad to see you two good ladies are so set against wickedness. I think we can take her off your hands, all right?
Well, I think I've got something to say about that, Mr. Fabian.
Oh, I can pay my way if that's what you're thinking.
Now, look, Fabian, this is your wagon train. And it's my job to get you where you're going. For $1,000 cash, I've guaranteed to lay this outfit down in California all in one piece. There'll be trouble enough.
Who are you afraid of? Me or yourself?
I don't care what kind of baggage we carry, only I don't want the boys fighting over it.
You say there's trouble ahead of us, Mr. Trumbull, and we'll need all the help we can get from Providence. By doing one good deed now, we'll improve our chances with Providence considerably. Have one of the boys get the lady's baggage, Mr. Trumbull.
Oh, thank you.
My name's Fabian, miss, and this is Mr. Trumbull.
I'm Lily Bishop.
Just like that, Mr. Fabian. It's all settled, huh?
She comes with us, Jonathan. Now, what time will we be leaving here?
Get your people together. We're leaving right now.
Everything's quiet, Johnny. Looks like a nice, calm night.
Yeah. Tell Abe to take the cattle watch, Marty. Warn your section to go easy on water. I've just told the others. Next 2 days, a long, dry haul.
You've told the others? And what about her? The girl in Fabian's wagon?
What about her?
Take a look, Joe.
I'll take care of her right away. What do you think you're doing? That's water.
Oh? I thought it was molasses.
2 days' rations and you're washing your hair in it. I ought to make you drink it.
How am I supposed to keep clean, Mr. Trumbull?
Stay dirty like the rest of us. Where's Fabian?
In his other wagon where he belongs. Good night, Mr. Trumbull.
Everything all right, Jonathan?
Yeah, I think we lived through the night. What's in the box, Grandpa?
Yes? Oh, I got my grape cuttings in here. They sure don't look like much right now.
Grape cuttings? Awful dry, aren't they?
Oh, pitifully dry. I heard you just now with Miss Bishop. Sort of rough with her.
Well, I'm rough on everybody. I've got to be, Grandpa. Maybe you think it's easy to haul you farmers over the trail. I'd just as soon ride herd on buffalo.
Then why did you hire out as a guide?
Maybe I'd just like to keep moving.
That could be the reason, couldn't it? You, know Missouri at all?
Yes, some. Been through it.
I once had a vineyard there. Rich, good earth.
Why'd you leave it?
Because I wanted sun. The grapes need more than earth, Mr. Trumbull.
Well, they don't look much like grapes to me. More like a lot of dead sticks.
From these dead sticks, I've seen miracles rise every spring in my vineyard. Now see it again, please God, in California.
Yeah, you're a long ways from it right now.
That's you, Trumbo. I've been looking for you.
What's the matter, Panic? You run out of water?
Patience would be more like it. How much longer is it going to take?
We're all in a hurry to get where we're going. You, Mr. Pennock, as well as the rest of us. Oh, perhaps your reasons are different.
I paid my way, didn't I? There's room for more than farmers in California.
Room for everybody. California's going to be the next state in the Union, God willing.
I wouldn't be too sure, Fabian. Times like these, there may not even be a union.
We don't need that kind of talk, Mr. Pennock. Not in this train.
Only a fool would close his eyes to what's going on back east.
Little grease on your tongue, Panic.
You keep out of this, Mule Skinner. What do you know about politics?
Politics? Practically nothing. But we've got people with this outfit from Ohio and Kentucky, Wisconsin, and Georgia. The North and South is right here. And we're getting along fine, understand? So if you've got any more of that talk in you, you better say it to yourself.
And when we get to California?
Once we get there, you can tear each other to pieces for all I care. Me, I'll be having a long drink. But until then, keep your mouth shut.
Kind of late to be up, Pop, isn't it?
Lily. Oh, I was just reading. Been down to the campfire?
There are women on this train, Pop. And they don't like me any more than the women back in Pony Flats.
Oh, forget about them, Lily. Listen to this. A land of wheat and barley and vineyards. A land of oil and honey. Where thou shalt eat thy bread and enjoy abundance of all things.
Somebody else writing about California?
Now, this was thousands of years ago. The children of Israel. And God leading them to the promised land.
Oh, they're pretty words, Pop. Pretty names. I know lots of names, too. Natchez, Memphis, Savannah, New Orleans. Oh, they're pretty, too. But they're places that can break your heart. But I'll find a place somewhere where nobody can throw me out. I'm grateful to you, Pop, for taking me along to the promised land.
Don't let them hurt you, Lily.
They don't hurt me, Pop. They can't.
I tell you, Captain, you're the best sight I've seen since I left Missouri. Soldiers out here on the desert.
Just a routine patrol, Mr. Fabian.
We sure thought you were Indians when we first saw you dust.
We've just been all through this country, Mr. Fabian. No sign of Indians. Now, where's your guide?
Well, he went on ahead to scout around a bit. Hey, Trumbo back yet, Whitey?
Ain't seen him, Mr. Fabian.
Well, you can tell me. How's the water hole at Salt Lick?
Well, 3 days ago, our horses stood in it up to the knees. Plenty of water, Captain.
Uh-huh. About your guide, Trumbo, huh? That's not a common name. He wouldn't have a brother, would he?
Not that he spoke of.
Well, I once knew a lieutenant by that name. Good soldier, too. Not the kind you'd expect to desert. Well, stick to the trail and good luck. Sound your call, Corporal. We're moving out.
Yeah, 20 miles today, Grandpa. Not too bad for a country like this.
And plenty of water to spare for my grape cuttings.
Those cuttings still got life in them, huh?
Life? Someday you'll drink wine from these dead little sticks.
Well, I'm not planning on it, Grandpa. Well, any problems?
Not a thing, Jonathan.
Then I think I'll go join the boys. There's a card game tonight. Seems like Lily's winning all their money.
Lily?
Yeah, and she's good at it, Grandpa. Too good. Why do you think they ran her out of town?
Cheats, you mean? Mark cards?
There's been a rumor. I'll soon find out.
Oh, Jonathan, wait.
Yeah?
Have you any family, Jonathan? Any brothers?
No.
Well, it's none of my business, I know, but, were you ever in the Army?
Now, look. You hired me to take you to California. If you'd any questions like that, you should have asked them long ago.
No questions, Jonathan. Sorry.
That's enough for me, Lil. You're expensive company.
It's too hot for me, too.
So you're all leaving. So early, too.
I'm still here, and I'm calling you a bet.
still want to climb those golden stairs, huh? Well, Mr. Trumbo, what have you got?
Jack high, straight.
What a pity. A full house.
Yeah. You know, you're awful cute, Miss Bishop. Where'd you learn poker? At your mother's knee?
No, my father's. He was a gambler, Mr. Trumbo. Played the Mississippi riverboats. And he always used to say, it's a cheat who's most afraid of being cheated. You better stay on your horse after this. It makes you look a lot more important than you really are. Oh, just one thing more. My father also told me to always leave a man burying money. We'll do it again, boys, whenever you're ready.
Mind if I talk to you, Lily?
It's not my wagon. I don't own it.
I came to give you back your burying money. When I need any favors from you, I'll ask for them.
Aren't you afraid people will see you? You better get in the wagon. It took you a long time to make up your mind, didn't it?
Make up my mind?
Why don't you admit it? Back there in Pawnee Flats, there was something else you were afraid of.
You know, for a woman, you're pretty smart.
Too smart. A woman gets tired knowing too much. Sometimes she likes to be surprised.
Like this, maybe?
That was what you wanted, wasn't it? To kiss a woman. Well, that's exactly what you're not going to get.
So now you're paying me off, huh?
You sat like judgment on me. They're throwing me out of town. You thought just what they wanted you to think. You didn't need any proof, oh no. You knew. Just by looking at me, you knew. And ever since then, all these weeks trying to shame me. You're not a hard man to figure, Mr. Trumbo. That was your way of making love to me. Then you come here and expect me to fall into your arms and be thankful for the favor you're doing me.
I came here to give you back your money.
Pretty high and mighty, aren't you? Boss of a wagon train. But let me tell you this. If I live long enough, and I will, I'm going to pull you down off that fancy horse of yours and shove your face right in the muck, so help me.
Anything else to tell me?
It'll have to wait, won't it? Aren't you being called trouble, Mr. Trumbo?
Yeah, probably.
Whatever it is, it's tame to what you're going to get from me. Now get out of here.
Don't you understand, Trumbo? It's gold. They found gold in California. Gold!
Who are these men?
They just brought us the news. That's right, mister. We seen your campfires. We figured we'd better share the good news.
Where they found the gold?
Some ways out of Sacramento, a place called Sutter's Mill.
They're always finding gold in California, but nobody ever saw it.
Well, it's straight this time, mister. Mountains of gold. Tons of gold.
All right, we're heading for California. If you like, you can string along with us.
No, thanks, mister. We ain't waiting for no wagon. We aim to get there while there's still standard room.
It's no use, Grandpa. This is the end of your wagon train. They're all going to look for gold.
Gold. I hate the word. It'll bring us nothing but murder and greed. We steal it out of the ground and we'll steal it from one another. Look at their faces, Jonathan. Look at their eyes. Abe, don't be a fool. Don't leave the train.
I'd be a fool to stay, Mr. Fabian. The quicker you get there, the richer you'll be.
But your wagon, Abe, all your belongings.
Let me alone, Trumbo. From here on in, I'm my own boss. You want my wagon, it's yours. See you in California, gentlemen.
You'll need those tools, Slim. You'll need your plow. Stay with the train.
What train? There ain't any train anymore. We're going by horse. I'll get me a plow, too. Gold-plated.
He's right, Jonathan. There isn't any train anymore.
So you're going too, huh?
I am. Nobody's going to get to California ahead of me.
Uh-huh. Look, I suppose you've got plenty of reason to hate me, but, well, I don't want anything to happen to you. Breaking up the wagon train, it's liable to be dangerous.
I'll take my chances.
Now, before you go, there's something I'd like to say about last night.
Well, speak up, Mr. Trumbo. I might begin to think you're not so sure of yourself after all.
Look, I'm trying to apologize. I'm sorry I slapped you.
You ready to go, Lil? That's all you got.
You're going with him? With Pennock?
You got anything to say about it?
Not a thing, except I almost made a mistake.
As long as we're leaving, Trumbo, I got a present for you. My bull whip. I won't be needing it anymore. It's all yours. See you in California, Mr. Trumbo.
How you feeling, Jonathan? Any better?
I feel like what I am. The biggest fool in the territory.
Easy now, mister. Just you stay put. You got a broken bone on that shoulder.
Letting panic knock me off a horse like that.
It might have been a bullet instead of a whip.
They've all gone, huh?
Yeah. We're the only ones left. We're staying here a while. That shoulder will take time to mend.
700 miles between us and California, and this had to happen.
I'm in no hurry to get there. Sun on the soil will still be waiting. Yeah, I wonder if we'll ever see any of them again. Pennock, Lily.
Yeah, I wonder.
Act 2 of California will continue in a moment. What's the word for the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service? Today, the word is climb on the bandwagon. We've all heard that phrase. The first bandwagon was horse-drawn and large enough to carry a full band, usually associated with publicizing some sort of an event. The bandwagon is most generally thought of in connection with the circus or a political event. Often the political candidates would ride on the bandwagon. Their supporters would climb on the bandwagon to show their support. Often this public display of confidence was given in the hopes of gaining some favor from the candidate if he was successfully elected. Then there were the other folks who just climbed on the bandwagon to join the crowd. Today we still see those who will flock to join some popular fad, whether it be politics or a circus. They figuratively climb on the bandwagon. That's the word for the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Act 2 of California, starring Ray Milland as Jonathan and Elizabeth Scott as Lily.
2 months have gone by, and the gold rush in California is at the height of its hysteria. Overnight, scores of towns have sprung up. Among them, a place called Pharaoh City, a collection of half-built shacks and tents. The largest building in town is a saloon, the Golden Lily.
Hello, Pennock.
Trumbull.
Reaching for a gun, Ben?
Just don't try anything.
I won't, not just now.
So you finally made it.
Yeah. Where's Lily?
Can't get her off your mind, huh?
There's a lot of things I can't get off my mind, but I'm going to take them one at a time.
Who's the stranger, Pennock?
Huh? Oh, his name's Trumbo. This here's Mr. Pike.
Welcome to Pharaoh City, Mr. Trumbo. Thanks. You're a sailor, huh?
I ain't no scurvy landlubber.
One of these days, Mr. Pike, somebody's going to cut your throat.
Where you going, Mr. Trumbo? This rough talk upset you? Oh, I think I see a friend of mine. Hey, Whitey!
Johnny, so you did get it.
How about you? Millionaire yet?
Me? I'm lucky if I eat once a day.
But I thought everybody in town was rich.
Ask him what's going on. That thieving gouger.
Pike?
That's right, Pike. Go on, ask him, Johnny. Him and his Captain Coffin.
Watch your lip, farmer.
Not no more, I won't. I come here, Johnny, expecting to find a free country. Instead, I find a shark named Captain Coffin squeezing the life blood out of the place.
But you got a claim, haven't you?
But I need water to work my claim, and I got to buy water from Coffin. Pay him for every drop. I got to buy Coffin's food at Coffin's prices. I got to buy tools off of him. $100 for a shovel.
Shut up, mister.
2 days ago, my claim started to pay out. Good, too. And right then, Coffin and his gang move in. Says they're foreclosing for debt. They drive me off the place with pick handles.
I warned you, Hayseed. All right, boys, let's take care of them.
What's the damage this time, Mr. Pike?
Couple of chairs and a mirror, Miss Lily.
I'm beginning to think you're too expensive to have around. It takes a long time to get furniture out here.
You said you wanted to see that fellow when he came to. Well, he's all right now, I guess. Mike clouded him with a bottle.
Where is he?
I dumped him in your office, Miss Lily.
Thanks. Well, Mr. Trumbo, I'm glad to see you're still alive.
I came to this place looking for you. I didn't expect such a big reception.
I told you once before how I felt about you.
You know, I'm just beginning to understand something. No woman can go around hating a man the way you say you hate me. Not unless there's something else on her mind.
This much I'll tell you. If you ever so much as set foot in here again, I'll have a better man than Pike throw you out.
You talk like maybe you own this place.
I do.
Maybe I shouldn't ask how you got it.
Well, then don't.
Must take quite a man to stake you to a layout like this. Why, just the furnishings alone must have... Hey, what's this?
It's a model of a ship.
Yeah. Famous ship, too. A brig. Nice here.
For a mule skinner, you seem to know a lot about ships.
My father was first mate on a whaler. Let me see that model. Congo Queen. Pharaoh Coffin, master. Coffin. You know, I keep hearing that name. Why do you mention it? Yes, Lily, now I understand a lot of things.
Something amuse you, friend? Like said you had company, Lily.
Don't worry. I can take care of him.
You're a long way from Africa, Captain Coffin, and the slave trade.
Why, slaves, Mr. Trumbo. And I can get more for a shovel than I can for a black.
Or by running helpless men off their claims with pick handles?
These are fast-moving times. No room for helpless men. This is an odd place to find a man who remembers the Congo Queen. A fine ship, mister. A fine name.
She was a floating graveyard. I used to hear back east how people crossed to the other side when you walked down a street. They said you had the stink of death about you.
Anything else, Mr. Trumbo?
Yeah, they told me no court would try you because no one would hold that a black was a man, just an animal to be beaten and chained.
Most men love the chains they wear, Mr. Trumbo. They need a master, the way an infant needs its mother.
You know, Coffin, for all your ways, I've heard it said you're a frightened man. Afraid that one day a bolt would break, a chain would give, and the blacks would come swarming up out of the hold. What do you dream about at night, Captain Coffin?
Of California, friend. California.
You never hear the drag of the chains below decks? The chanting of the slaves over their dead? I even heard rumors of nightmares you've had.
Shut up.
That's true, isn't it, Captain?
In Pharaoh City, the truth has a price on its head. And you don't speak it, Mr. Trumbo, unless you're armed. Nor do you intrude into another man's dream.
As for you, Lily, well, I had you wrong. You don't care for anybody but Lily Bishop. Who said that the wages of sin is death? Looks like they come pretty high in Pharaoh City.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Next time, I won't spoil her aim, Mr. Trumbo.
I'm obliged, Captain. Happy dreams.
Why did you do it? Why did you do it?
Because I knew you would cry over him afterwards. I should not like to see you crying, Lily.
Game's open, gentlemen. Place your bets, please. Place your bets.
Close that table, Mike.
What's the matter, Miss Bill? Ain't their money any good?
I said close that table.
You heard her, gentlemen. Sorry.
I thought I told you to stay out of here, Trumbo.
Well, this time I didn't come to see you, Lil. This is business.
I don't want any business from you.
What's the matter? You scared?
What have you got that I should be scared of?
Well, wouldn't be my luck, would it? I got quite a pile of chips here.
Mike, get up. I'll deal.
And the game's still open?
It's open, but only to Trumbo and me. And this time, Trumbo, there won't be any burying money.
Oh, thanks for the warning, Lil. I'll go ahead and deal.
You win again, Mr. Trumbo.
Not quitting, are you?
I never quit. How much?
How much you got?
4 stacks of chips.
All right, 4 stacks. Looks like you're bidding into a queen, Lil. All right with you?
Anything you say.
And take 3 cards. Well?
A 4. A tray. A 10.
Too bad, Lil.
Pay him off, Mike. The game's closed.
Well, you ain't busted, are you?
Looks like I am.
Just a minute. I'll cut you, Lil. Every chip I've won against this place. If you win, I'm broke. If I win, I get the saloon. Everything or nothing. High card wins.
Lay off, Lil. He's too lucky tonight.
Look, a while back you said you weren't afraid of anything I've got. Well, I got this pile of chips, and it says you've lost your nerve.
Shuffle the cards, Mr. Trumbo. Now cut.
Not too good, Lil. 4 of diamonds.
You got him licked, Lil. Most anything's better than a 4.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead. Cut a card.
The deuce. The deuce of spades.
Well, looks like I'm the new proprietor.
Turn everything over to him, Mike.
All right, boys, let's have a drink on the house.
Here's your piece of paper, Mr. Trumbo. A quitclaim deed.
You don't have to leave, Lil. You can work here, you know.
Don't do me any favors.
I'm not. I'll need a good dealer. Maybe you can get back a piece of Coffin's money.
It wasn't Coffin's money.
No? Whose was it?
Mine. I bought this place from Coffin with what it took me 5 years to save. But that's my business, not yours.
Sure? That's the way you feel?
That's exactly the way I feel. Good night, Mike.
Night, Miss Lil.
Hey, Mike, take $1,000. See that she gets it. Burying money.
She won't need burying money, not where she's going.
Why not?
Coffin's place.
The Capitan will see you now. Straight ahead, senor, into the library.
Mr. Trumbo, frankly, I hardly expected you to accept my invitation. I appreciate it.
Just curiosity, Captain. I've heard about this place of yours, but I never believed a word until now. People said it was a palace. Well, they were right.
I bought it from a grandee of Spain, Mr. Trumbo. Thousands of acres and this hacienda. It's more than a palace. It's also a citadel, as I'm sure you've observed.
Armed guards, thick walls, iron gates. Are there slaves in California, too, Captain Coffin?
You talk like a fool.
But you didn't send for me to listen to me talk.
Oh, I hear you took over the Golden Lily last night. I like a man who takes what he wants and doesn't ask too many questions. I like to see such a man get ahead.
But not too far ahead.
I have a good piece of this country in my hands, Mr. Trumbo. You'd be stupid to think I'd let any of it go. I'll buy the Golden Lily at a fair price, and you can leave California. Or you can stay here and go along with me. You know what that means?
I'll do all right alone.
As a saloon keeper, I could possess all of California and the power that goes with it if I had a handful of men like you.
Sorry, no deal.
At least we understand each other. Good day, Mr. Trumbo.
Mr. Pike, no deal, he said, huh? No deal.
We'll dispose of Trumbo tonight. Now find Miss Bishop. If she's not occupied, I'll be waiting for her in the patio.
And if she is occupied?
You should know by now that in certain matters I am a man of unbounded patience, Mr. Pike. I shall still wait for her.
Look away, look away.
And in all my travels, Lily, I never found another island like it. Such tranquility, such a paradise. Yes, a man could well forget himself there.
Why didn't you stay?
Alone? No. But I could return there and be happy. With you, Lily. Do you hear me? I'd like to take you there someday.
Someday, maybe I'd like to go.
As my wife, Lily. Does it seem so strange?
All my life I've wanted to be just that. A wife. Does that seem so strange to you?
I have no illusions that you would love me, but I believe we could be happy together. I know what they say about me, a slaver and all the rest of it, but everything I did because I had to. Nobody ever helped me. My father was a drunken sail rigger. I took more beatings before I was 12 than any felon does in a lifetime. I ran away, lived under the wharves like a rat. Then one day I saw a captain step from his ship to the shore. Bright buttons gleaming in the sun, giving orders like a giant, like a king. In time, I became the master of a ship. Now I'm a master of a town. Dirty, stinking place that it is. But tomorrow I'll be master of a country. All of California, Lily. And when that happens, You're not even listening. There are other thoughts in your eyes. You're thinking of someone else?
Yes.
Who?
I am. Of a little boy. I was trying to picture you like you said. I'm beginning to understand you.
I love you, Lily. I love you.
I think Mr.
I was trying to picture you like you said. I'm beginning to understand you.
I love you, Lily. I love you.
I think Mr. Trumbo's ready to listen to you now, Captain. Come on in.
The rest of you men get out of his office. Close the door, Mr. Pike. None of this is my wish, Mr. Trumbo. You made your own decision.
You didn't come here just to have me beaten up.
Only to tell you that this is your last night in Faro City. But before you leave, I want you to sign this. Quitclaim deed for the Golden Lily. There's a pen. Sign it.
If you want to kill him, Captain, here, use a gun.
Kill him? No, no gun. There are other ways. Put him on a horse. Tie him, hand and foot, then lose him in the desert.
I'll see you tomorrow, then, at the hacienda.
Oh, I won't be there. I'm going south to meet Senator Creel.
Creel? He's here?
He's here. 6 months more, Mr. Pike, and I'll own the entire territory of California.
I'm moving on.
Where are you going?
I'm going to get a college education, an associate degree.
A college education gives you mobility.
Well, I'm moving up.
What do you mean?
I'm going to get a bachelor's degree in computer science. The education counselor said that all my programming experience is worth college credit. And if I take some courses...
College-level education can help you advance in your job specialty. There are any number of courses and programs available to service members overseas. So if you like the kind of mobility a college degree can give you, stop by the education office. You could be on your way up.
Every day, we go looking for trouble. And do you know what we find?
What do you think is the biggest health problem today? Cancer.
That would have to be cancer.
Yeah, the big C, cancer. These people are wrong, and that's the trouble. While cancer may be the most talked about problem, it isn't the biggest. For every person who dies from cancer, more than 2 die from heart-related problems, like high blood pressure. This not only affects almost 1 in 4 adults today, but it's often symptomless, which means nearly 17.5 million Americans are needlessly risking their lives to cardiovascular problems without realizing it. This is the kind of trouble we look for. We're the American Heart Association, committed to reducing death and disabilities due to heart disease through research, prevention, improved treatments, and information which could save your life. Heart disease, huh? Who'd ever think of that?
The American Heart Association.
Oh, right. The American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
Now, your host, Frank Brzee, returns to the microphone.
Act 3 of California, starring Ray Milland as Jonathan and Elizabeth Scott as Lily.
6 weeks have gone by since Jonathan Trumbo's sudden departure from Faro City. But now, just as unexpectedly, he's returned. Not to the town, but to the shack of his old friend, Mr. Fabian.
It wasn't like you to sell out, Jonathan. Run off without telling anybody.
Sell out? I was run out. Captain Coffin. You did a pretty good job, too, Grandpa. Almost perfect.
Yeah, but where have you been?
I'm not too sure, Whitey. Over most of that desert, I guess. If it hadn't been for a couple of Indians that had cashed in long ago.
What are you going to do, Johnny?
Well, first off, I'm going to borrow your gun.
What good'll it do you to kill Coffin?
Men like Coffin are like weeds in the field. You have to dig 'em up by the roots. And can't do that with a gun. Jonathan, lots of things have happened while you've been gone. They're planning a convention at Monterey to make California another state in the Union. And when that happens, they'll take care of men like Coffin.
Sorry, Grandpa, I can't wait that long. Besides, if there is a convention, he'll be running it.
Yeah, maybe Johnny's right, Mr. Fabian. Look what's going on right now. Tonight.
What?
I'm not sure, Jonathan. Some big shindig at Coffin's hacienda. Senator Creel is there, politicians from back east. Some of them rich Spaniards, too.
Sure like to know what they're cooking up.
So would I, Whitey. There's only one way to find out. I'm going there.
This much we know, gentlemen, that in the hands of the delegates will rest the decision as to whether or not California becomes a state. As I've told you, I intend to be a delegate myself. Even so, the convention may go against us. And that's why we're meeting here now.
What is Senor Coffin proposing?
Immediate preparation for the armed seizure of California.
Isn't that rushing things a little?
I think Senator Creel can answer that.
You're a banker, Mr. Barrett. Surely you should know that the whole country is rushing toward an armed conflict. When that happens, a strong and independent California can affect decisively the outcome.
Senor, I too would like California to be a great and independent country. And yet, if the people should be against it, I would be a fool to fight them.
Yes. You ask a great deal from us, Senator Creel, but what can we expect from you?
If we're going to take the territory by force, what do we do about weapons? Powder and shot don't grow on trees.
No, Mr. Willoughby, they do not. Come with me, gentlemen. We'll take a little walk. I'll show you ample evidence of Senator Creel's good faith.
Senora.
Senor? Who are you?
Well, I suppose you could call me a guest. You don't remember me.
Oh, yes, many weeks ago to see the master. Please, senor, you do not tell him. You do not tell.
Tell him what?
I am not to come here to the chapel. He keeps it always locked, senor.
Why lock up a chapel?
I do not know. But if he finds out... Senor, they're coming here, listen.
There's no time to get out. Get behind the altar. Hurry.
Follow me, gentlemen. Perhaps you will find these precincts overly pious, but I assure you they are practical. Here in this anteroom. Behold.
Guns?
Yes, guns and ammunition, from the floor to the ceiling.
Good heavens, enough to equip a regiment. But how did you get it here?
Our friend, Senator Creel, smuggled it in right under Colonel Stewart's nose.
Stewart? He's back in California?
He's in camp just outside of Faro City.
You don't suppose he's got wind of this?
If I know Stewart, he's too busy with his own political career Shall we return to the house, gentlemen?
Those guns. Why does he have them here?
I do not know, senor. It is a sin against God. Be careful, senor. You are only one against many.
Just forget you ever saw me here. Miss Bishop, is she here tonight?
Si, senor. Soon the dancing will commence in the patio. She will be there, senor.
Thank you. Lily, wait!
Oh, Trumbo. But you know this isn't a safe place for you.
Since when have you cared?
I don't.
Then why warn me?
Because I'm not afraid anymore. Of you or anything. For the first time in my life, I've got something I've always wanted.
And what would that be?
I'm going to marry Pharaoh Coffin.
You don't love him?
He knows it. You wouldn't understand, would you? That a woman can sometimes manage without love.
Providing the price is all right.
2 months ago, I would have hated you for that. Now it doesn't matter. You talk hard, Trumbo, but underneath you're human like everyone else. Oh, why didn't you ever show that side of me? Instead of always trying to hurt me.
Why do you tell me that now?
Because it's too late now to do anything about it.
You know, you were right about me trying to hurt you. Don't ask me why. Maybe I wanted to even up with a lot of other women. And I'm going to hurt you again. Worse than ever.
You can't hurt me. That's one thing I've promised myself. You can't hurt me ever again.
Look, I came here tonight to kill Coffin. Well, I'm not going to. Not tonight. I've found out enough about him to make me want to find out a little more. But I'll come back, Lil. And when I do, nothing's going to save him.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
Even if I loved you, you couldn't stop me now. Good night, Lil.
Lily, what's the matter, darling? Seem unhappy.
Do I? I'm not unhappy.
Lily, in all my life, I never want to cause you a moment's sadness. If only I could... What was that? I heard something.
Oh, it's just the wind, Pharaoh, stirring the branches.
No.
Well, see for yourself. The leaves are brushing against the roof.
Only the wind. For a moment it sounded like naked feet shuffling across the deck of a ship.
I've come to see you to make a deal, Colonel Stewart.
It's hardly a practice of the Army to make deals with deserters.
Colonel Stewart, I didn't wake you up in the middle of the night just to have myself arrested. Sir, did you ever hear of a Captain Pharaoh Coffin?
Man who's running for the Monterey Convention?
That's not all he's running for. He's setting himself up to take over all of California with enough guns to start a small war.
I know all about Captain Coffin and the guns that were smuggled in. As soon as my reinforcements arrive...
But you won't need reinforcements, sir. You won't need the Army at all, not if you'll agree to what I'm asking.
Confound it, Trumbo. I don't make deals with deserters.
But if you'll help me wipe out my court-martial, I'll take Coffin off your hands.
How? Kill him?
Something like that.
That way of settling disputes is over, Trumbo. If you want to kill this man, kill him politically. Run somebody against him and break his back at the polls. Do you know anybody who's really respected around here? An honest man?
Well, I know a farmer like that, Michael Fabian. But what if he doesn't break Coffin's back?
I will make a deal, Trumbo. I'll give you your freedom for 30 days, till after the Monterey Convention. Then you report back here and you face a court-martial. If you don't, you won't get just 2 years. You'll get 20.
Yes, sir. Fair enough.
Just one thing more. That woman at Fort Marcy. Just who was chasing who?
Well, it's your guess, sir.
She was hardly worth deserting for.
Well, it was either that or shoot the husband. Anything else, sir?
You have 30 days of freedom.
Thank you, sir.
And the final returns are in. The votes have just been counted. Ladies and gentlemen, our duly elected delegates delegate to the Monterey Convention is Michael Fabian.
Lily.
Hello, Mr. Fabian.
Well, now, you think you drive way out here to see me?
So you won the election. In a way, I'm very happy for you.
Only in a way? Look, come in, Lily. Come in. Sit down.
You see, I didn't come to congratulate you. I'm here to ask you not to go to Monterey.
But why not?
Well, I'm afraid for you. Don't you see this whole thing is Trumbo's idea? He's using you to pay off a grudge.
Is he?
You know, I know Mr. Trumbo, Mr. Fabian, and I know Captain Coffin.
Well, surely he didn't send you here, Lily, not Coffin.
No, but I heard them talking. Farrow, Pike, Senator Creel. Oh, please believe me. They'll do anything to stop you.
A man can't stay out of danger hiding under a bed, Lily. And they can no more keep California from becoming a state than they can keep the sun from shining.
I'll tell you once again, Mr. Fabian, don't go to Monterey.
I've got to go, Lily. But thanks for the warning.
I didn't really think you'd listen to me. Well, good night, Mr. Fabian.
Pardon, senor.
Yeah?
You are Senor Trumbo. You are here in Monterey for the convention, yes?
A lot of people are here for the convention.
Senor, as you may observe, I am a little drunk. It is not a habit, I assure you. I am Don Luis Rivera Hernandez. In California, that is a name of honor. And with honor, a man should be more careful. Do you agree?
I wouldn't know.
Senor, your friend Fabian. He speaks tomorrow.
Any objections?
Do not let him. Take him away at once, senor.
Why?
I do not like to see a man killed in cold blood.
Talk sense, Jonathan. The convention's about to reopen. I can't stay here in a hotel room.
There's only one place you're going, Grandpa, and that's home. If you don't listen to me, you're going to be killed.
And who's been telling you that nonsense?
Man who was drunk.
And you're worrying about the word of a drunk?
Look, there's something else you better know. I got you into this, Grandpa. But I didn't give a bent nickel for what you were fighting for. All I wanted was to fix Coffin. That's why I persuaded you to run against him.
I've known that for some time. But I'm glad you told me.
And you're still going back to that convention hall?
I am. You forget the folks who voted for me, Jonathan. They have faith in me. And I got to keep faith with them. You should understand that.
Well, I think I do. Well, if it's that important to you, it ought to be that important to me. Let's go.
Gentlemen, please. We got to have some order here. Mr. Willoughby still has the floor.
I ask you again, why are certain delegates in this hall so insistent on rushing California into statehood? Statehood will only make California a pawn in the civil war already threatening to separate the rest of the country. If Fabian's measure is passed, it is inevitable that those of us favoring an independent empire, a republic of California, must either separate from it or contest the decision by force of arms.
The chair recognizes Mr. Fabian.
I just heard the words independent empire. So did you all. A slip of the tongue, Mr. Willoughby? No, I don't think so.
Order! Mr. Fabian will be heard.
I say that's nothing but treason. We are men from every state in the Union. We're farmers and miners and everything else. What we want California to be is what she should be. Another state in what I believe is the greatest land on earth.
What happened?
bad move, Coffin. We're lucky we got out of Monterey with our lives.
I'm still curious to know just who shot Mr. Fabian.
Are you out of your mind?
Still say I don't know. Mr. Pike, perhaps. Pennock, maybe. There are a dozen who might have done it.
Under your orders.
Don't be a child. You know as well as I do it would come to fighting sooner or later. Let it be sooner. We're prepared and the others are not.
I'll be leaving you at Sacramento. I suddenly feel the need of a long sea voyage. Good luck with your war, Captain Coffin.
Get her at once. Get Miss Lily at once.
I have told you, senor. She's not here.
Then find her. Tell her there's a priest waiting in the chapel, waiting to marry us.
The priest is gone, senor. He said you cannot use the holy church as you would your chattel.
Lily. Find Miss Lily.
She went to the town this morning, senor, before you returned. The news reached here first, senor.
What news? Answer me. Answer me or I'll...
Senor Fabian has been murdered.
Mr. Pike?
No. I've come back, Farrell.
Oh, Lily. Lily, you didn't leave me. You didn't leave me.
You killed him, Farrell. Just as sure as if you pulled the trigger yourself.
Lily, what do you care about Fabian? Yes, I killed him. I'll kill everyone who tries to stand in my way.
You'll never kill again, Farrell.
Lily, that gun. Oh, no, you wouldn't.
That's the only reason I came back.
Captain Coffin, they're on their way here. Lily! Don't touch her. Don't touch her. You struck her, Mr. Pike. You struck her.
She had a gun. She tried to kill you.
Lily.
Captain, listen to me. The whole town's at the gates. Trumbo's coming for you. We've got one chance, but we've got to get out of here.
Get some water. Get some wine.
Captain, please.
Lily.
I've got horses to side pad you. There might still be time to make a run for it.
I'll call the men. Pass out the rifles. No one can touch me here.
They've
No one.
gone. The men, the servants, everyone. You've got no one left, Captain. It's you and me now. We're both dead unless we run for it.
You struck Lily. You struck her. She just lies there. You've killed her.
Kill her? Can't you see that she's breathing? Come on, I'll take her with us.
You touch her and I'll kill you. Listen. Feet across the deck. Oh, you betrayed me, didn't you, Pike? You betrayed me. Listen, I can hear them. You took the keys and unlocked the chain. The slaves, I can hear them. Slaves. They're coming up on deck.
It's Trumbo's men you hear. I told you, Captain. They're
coming across the deck. Oh, you betrayed me, Pike. You betrayed me. Oh. Captain. You betrayed me, Pike!
Lily!
Tell them they can stop shooting.
Where is he, Lil? You better tell us. We'll find him anyway.
He's in the next room. He's out of his mind. I know now that he was always out of his mind.
Coffin.
They'll never hang me, Trumbo. They'll never hang me.
Well, maybe it's better this way, Lil. Come on. We're going back to town. You can stay here, Lil. He'd want you to stay here at his place. I remember when those vines out there were just a bunch of dead sticks.
You know, it's as if I were seeing them for the first time, the way he always saw them.
Fabian saw a lot of things that most folks missed. Well, I'll say goodbye, Lily.
Where are you off to, Trumbo?
I got a date with the Army, remember?
How long does it mean?
Year? 2, maybe.
You'll come back, won't you?
Where will you be by then?
Right here, waiting.
I'll be back.
Thank you for joining me for another production of the Radio Theater. This is Frank Brzee saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune.
You hold a job? That's a good question. I don't know the answer. Maybe I just get restless or something. Anyway, whatever it is, me and steady employment don't get along. Now, you take the last job I had, steward on a big luxury liner from Bermuda to New York. I figured I'd like to see the ocean, you know? And a couple of guys were trying to help me, too. Only they wanted me to see it the hard way, from the bottom.
Come in.
Pardon me, Miss Nightingale. This is sick bay, isn't it?
Yes. Something wrong?
My heart is going pitter-pat.
I beg your pardon.
Nothing, Blue Eyes. I'm the steward from A-Deck. I came for the pills.
Pills?
The Dramamine for Lady Droopsnoot. You know, the Duchess in A7.
Oh, you mean Lady Harkness.
Yeah, anything you say.
Oh, you'll have to wait a moment for Dr. Harper. He'll be back.
That's too bad.
Is something wrong, Mr.
Fortune. Rocky Fortune. No, why?
Oh, you keep staring and winking.
Oh, I've got something in my eye. I'm just trying to wink it out.
Well, you'd better let me take a look.
Yeah.
Oh, just sit down there in the light.
How's this?
Now, lean closer.
Like this?
A little closer.
Does this make it?
That's too close. Now, which eye is bothering you?
Right now, both. Try the left one.
Open wide.
Ah.
Your eyes, I mean.
Oh. Ah.
Don't be fresh.
Don't be so beautiful.
I don't see a thing.
I do.
Please, Mr. Fortune, you're not cooperating.
I don't even know your name.
My name is Helen Travers, R.N.
For real nice?
For registered nurse.
Yeah.
Now, about the eye, do you mind if I wash it out?
Honey, you can do anything you want. Would you like to take out my tonsils or saw me in half? Anything, just name it.
You're impossible. Hold still. There.
Ow!
That's for being so fresh.
Something wrong, Miss Travers?
Oh, hello, Doctor. The steward would like some Dramamine.
Oh, seasick? You don't look well. I haven't looked well since I was 9. It's for a passenger in A7.
A7? That's Lady Harkness, isn't it?
That's right.
I'm afraid I can't give you any more.
What's wrong, Doc?
The chief steward was up less than an hour ago to get some Dramamine for Lady Harkness. Stuff isn't candy, you know.
The chief? He just sent me up.
There must be some confusion here. I think you'd better check.
All right, Doc.
Sorry.
Not at all. It was a pleasure.
I hope your eye improves.
Yeah, the wash seemed to help it a little bit. Say, maybe I could come back later on for another eyeful,
I'm afraid my boyfriend wouldn't approve.
Anybody I know?
Yes. Yes, the chief steward. Goodbye, Mr. Fortune.
walk out on deck, still thinking about Helen Travers RN, which stands for Registered Knockout, and leg it down to A deck. I get my hand on the doorknob of A7 when I hear something which ain't exactly music. Lady Harkness! Lady Harkness! Open up! Open up! When nothing happens, I put my shoulder against the door and heave. When nothing happens, I try the knob, and it opens. I practically fall into the cabin, which is dark in the inside of a coal miner's boot. The reason I fall is quite simple. Lady Harkness is stretched out on the broad loom like a dead lizard. I take one look and reach for the phone. Give me the ship's doctor, honey. Hurry. Hello, Doc. This is Rocky Fortune. I'm in cabin A7, and the place looks like Act 2 of Arsenic and Old Lace. You better get down here before... Oop. Whoever it is has been hiding behind the door when I come in. I never know what hits me. The top of my head exploded, and the floor kept coming up to meet me. Only it took a long time to fall, and I must have had some crazy dreams on the way down.
Rocky!
Huh? What?
Up here, on this cloud.
Well, Helen, how'd you get away up there?
I flew. Come on up.
How?
Fly.
Are you kidding?
Try it. You can fly. Spread your wings.
Holy mackerel, I got wings.
Flap harder.
I can't make it. Maybe I've been grounded.
Try again. That's it. Flap harder.
I'm off the ground. Hey, I'm falling. Helen, I'm falling. Helen, I'm falling. Helen.
Take it easy, Rocky.
My wing, I can't fly.
Well, who can? Come on, snap out of it.
Hey, where am I?
In sick bay.
What happened? My arm?
Your arm is in a cast.
How come?
You must have fallen and sprained it. Dr. Harper told me to put a temporary cast on it, just in case it's badly hurt.
Gee, it feels like lead. What hit me?
I don't know. We found you stretched out on the floor of Lady Harkness' cabin.
Well, how's the patient? I'll say, you look awful.
We've been through that already.
Oh. How do you feel? Arm hurt?
Not bad.
Yeah, let's have a look, huh? Well, it's a nice job, Miss Travers.
Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, Fortune, if you can make it, the captain would like to see you.
What's on his mind?
Well, I don't know for sure, Mr. Fortune, but I guess it's the $50,000 worth of jewelry that was stolen from Lady Harkness.
I staggered down to the old man's cabin, feeling like somebody left me in one of those fancy washing machines with the dial set on rinse dry. When I get there, the reception committee included Lady Harkness, who is about 60, wears a tweed suit, and talks like an English Tallulah. The chief steward, who looks like a clothing dummy, and the old man. 350 pounds of human meanness.
Close the door, steward.
Aye.
I believe you know Lady Harkness.
Aye.
And the chief steward.
We've had the pleasure.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is this the man you saw, Lady Harkness?
Young man, would you mind bending over?
Me?
You. Up to it.
Okay, but what for?
Well, you see, it was dark, and I'd been asleep. When I opened my eyes, I only saw this strange man leaning over me. I screamed, and he put a pillow or something over my face before I could get a good look at him.
Is this the man?
Well, it might be, Captain.
All right, Fortune. Straighten up.
Do you mind if I sit down, Captain? I've had a hard tap on the skull.
You will remain standing in the presence of a ship's officer.
Thanks.
No insolence.
Excuse it. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Fortune, there is $50,000 worth of jewelry missing from this cabin. I don't suppose you'd like to confess.
Confess? Sure. I've been waiting all night to confess. You see, it was like this.
Get this, Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir.
I crept in through the porthole, see? And Lady Harkness here was asleep. I scragged the ice.
I beg your pardon.
Heisted the jewels. She started to wake up, so I smothered her with kisses. Then she screamed. I saw I couldn't escape, so I called the doc on the phone. Then I carefully swallowed the jewels, hit myself on the head with a piece of stale salami, broke my own arm, and passed out. And I'd be very happy to sign a statement.
That's screamingly funny, old boy. How'd you like a punch in the jaw?
Just try it, Hercules.
That's enough from both of you. Mr. Waters.
Sir?
I want Mr. Fortune's belongings searched. If you don't turn up those jewels, you have my permission to comb the entire ship from stem to stern.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fortune, You may consider yourself discharged. You are confined to crew's quarters.
Just a minute, Captain Bly.
Well?
Don't you think this amateur gumshoe work ought to be left to the law?
Mr. Fortune, in case you are not familiar with the maritime code, on this vessel, I am the law.
I execute a very unflattering salute with my good wing and stagger back to my bunk where I fall into the sack like a dead man. Only trouble is I can't sleep. My head aches, my arm aches, and my heart aches. And about 1 a.m., after 3 hours of whirling like a drunken dervish, I climb out of the hammock and head for sick bay, figuring I can pick up some sleeping pills. I get to the sick bay door just in time to hear voices inside.
Don't try to give me that.
I tell you it's true,
And I
Larry.
tell you you're a liar.
Larry, please.
Nobody's going to double-cross me, Helen, particularly not my own girl.
Larry, you've got to believe me.
I'll give you one more chance to tell me the truth.
But I told you.
All right, baby. You want to play rough.
Larry.
Now? Okay.
Good evening. Am I interrupting something?
Fortune, get out of here.
You know, Emily Post says it ain't polite to hit a young lady unless she belts you first.
Get out.
You all right, Miss Travers?
Yes. Please, Rocky, do as he says.
Sure. Anything you say. Only before I go, Chief.
Yes.
Here.
Rocky.
I suppose they'll hang me for mutiny now. Oh, well, it was worth it. I go back to my pad and spend a few more restless hours trying to figure out what goes between Larry the steward and Helen Travers. In the morning, I wake up and head back to sick bay for a checkup on the arm.
Ah, how's it feel?
Hurts.
I think I'd better x-ray in case it's a green twig fracture instead of sprain.
Does that mean you take the cast off?
No. We can x-ray right through the cast. I'd hate to spoil Miss Travers' beautiful work.
Her beautiful work weighs about a ton. How long will I wear it, Doc?
I'll let you know after the x-rays. Just step over here, please. Huh? Now, place your arm right here. That's fine. You just hold that, huh? Now. Just hold steady. Ah, good, that's fine. Now, you wait here. I'll go into the dark room and develop it. Huh?
Say, Doc, is Miss Travers in this morning?
No. She said you didn't feel well. Had a bad night, I expect.
I expect she did.
This will only take a minute or two. Just make yourself comfortable, huh?
I sit down and slop my way through a couple of issues of National Geographic while the doc steps into the dark room. After a little while, I have a visitor.
Oh, it's you.
Come on in, Chief. Looking for a little medical aid?
I'm looking for Helen.
Oh, that's a lovely mouse you got under your eye. Did you bump into a door?
Very funny.
Have a seat. The doc's in the closet developing some x-rays.
Is she here?
Haven't seen her. Say, they find the missing jewels yet?
You know darn well they haven't found them.
Did you look in the captain's cabin? You know, I don't trust him. He's a sneaky character.
Fortune, when we get into New York tomorrow, the police are going to have a little talk with you, and frankly, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
Chief, I'm going to level with you. If you were in my shoes, I'd throw them away. What's that?
It came from the dark room.
Try that door there.
Locked. There's another door that leads to the office.
Come on. Here. Helen.
Doctor!
Holy smokes.
Is he...
Stone dead.
Dr. Harper.
Take it easy, baby. You can't do him any good now.
What happened?
I don't know. I came in late. I wasn't feeling too good. I remember that he wanted me to change the developing solution because he was going to x-ray Rocky's arm. So I went right into the dark room. First, I thought I was alone. It was so dark. And then I saw him. I saw him on the floor with his scissors in his back. Larry, he's been murdered.
Take it easy, honey. Come on, Chief. You better notify the skipper. You also better radio the New York Harbor Police to meet us. While the chief steward goes over to phone the old man, it suddenly occurs to me that I'd better have a couple of ready answers. So I go back in the little dark room to take another look at Dr. Harper and snoop a little. Just when I think I've struck oil, the skipper barges in.
Fortune!
Yeah?
I don't want anything touched.
Just window shopping, Skipper.
You are under arrest.
What's the charge? Or don't you need one?
The charge is murder.
Now, look, Captain.
You will be placed under guard in the forward lazarette until the police board ship.
Just what makes you think I slipped it to Dr. Harper?
You were alone with him when the chief steward arrived.
He was in the darkroom.
You had plenty of time to kill him and go back to the examining room. And you'll have plenty of time to pay for it, too. The rest of your life, I predict, Mr. Fortune.
I got news for you, Skipper. As a fortune teller, you got a crack in your crystal ball. The lazarette is a small iron box down in the hold of the ship, just big enough for me, a couple of mice, and a few hundred feet of anchor chain. A couple of deckhands take turns guarding me, which consists of sleeping on a little cot just outside the bulkhead door. I get 3 square glasses of water a day and all the bread that me and the mice can eat. I am not happy.
On your feet, Mr. Fortune.
Well, well. And to what do I owe this pleasure?
To the fact that I want to talk to you.
Is that gun just a conversation piece, or do you always carry it?
The captain authorized your guard to carry sidearms. I'm your guard for the next watch.
Just the two of us?
Just the two of us.
How cozy.
Get back against the wall and keep those hands above your head.
Anything you say, Larry.
I'm interested in what you say, Mr. Fortune.
Concerning what?
Concerning what happened to those jewels.
How should I know?
I say you've got them.
You've been smoking Dramamine.
I'll give you one more chance to start talking.
And if I don't?
I empty this gun at you.
Wait a minute, Buster. That's homicide, remember?
I can always say you tried to jump me.
I don't get this. Is there a reward, or are you interested in those jewels for personal reasons?
Just start talking.
Okay, I'll talk.
And make it good.
I'll make it as good as I can. Is this good enough? I had my hands up in the air, and I brought the arm with the cast down on the top of his skull as hard as I could. He went out like a wet candle, and I cracked the plastic cast right down the middle. I was still trying to figure out my next move when I discovered we were not alone.
Put up your hand.
Sure, it's getting to be a permanent position.
Hand me that gun.
Help yourself.
Robbery, murder, assaulting a ship's officer. You know, Fortune, we can make trouble for you.
I suspected as much.
You could save yourself some heartache by confessing where you hid the jewels.
Why don't you ask the guy who heisted them?
I suppose you can identify him.
Your chief steward, sir.
That's an interesting bit of information. Can you prove it?
No.
All right, Mr. Fortune. Back in the lazarette.
Will you listen to what I have to say, at least?
Save it for the homicide boys. They'll be coming aboard when we reach quarantine in the morning. So I am back in the Bastille with my rodent companions. I spend the rest of the night trying to imagine what it's going to feel like when they sit me down in the Sing Sing Chippendale with wiring by Con Edison. Trouble? You'll excuse the cliche, but it shouldn't happen to 2 dogs because 1 dog couldn't handle it all. Along about daybreak, I'm nervously peeling pieces of plaster off my arm when I get the shock of my life. But before I can recover, somebody arrives. All right, Fortune. On your feet.
I've been on them all night.
Let's go. The police cutter should be here in 15 minutes.
Now, look, Captain, before the gendarmes start working me over, I think I can crack this case.
Uh-huh.
I'm serious. I can trap the Doc's murder in just 10 minutes. Will you listen to me?
No.
Well, can I at least get some medical attention?
What for?
This cast is falling off. And I'd hate to appear in the police lineup with a crummy cast. Might look like you twisted my arm.
I'm not an unduly cruel man, Fortune. We'll let the nurse take a look at it.
Atta boy, Captain. I knew that underneath that rough exterior that beats a heart of solid stone. 10 minutes later, I am in the sick bay, feeling like an oyster which has just escaped from 6 months in an undersized shell and is about to be eaten alive.
Rocky, I was so worried about you.
Hi, baby.
When the captain told me you'd broken the cast on Larry's head,
How is he?
Oh, he's sleeping it off in the captain's cabin. Let's get that new cast on your arm.
How about a new arm while you're at it?
Let's get the old one off.
The arm or the cast? Hey, take it easy.
This won't hurt. Here, I'll just tap it a few times with this mallet. And there.
What's the matter, honey?
Matter? Oh, nothing.
Don't kid me, baby. You look like you just shot 6 holes in the high 80s.
There's nothing wrong.
Suppose I tell you what's wrong.
All right.
The jewels are missing.
What jewels?
The Lady Harkness loot. The jewels you mixed into the plaster for this cast in my arm.
You're crazy.
I'm crazy like King Solomon. You and Larry boy heisted those jewels. Larry did the muscle work and conked me when I came into the cabin at the wrong moment. Then he got scared and passed the jewels to you.
But
you knew that they'd searched the ship, so you put them into that plastic cast on my arm, figuring you'd get them back after the ship made port and we were all ashore. That's why you were so nice and sweet to me. I was worth plenty to you.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
All figured out. I even figured out why you knocked off the good doctor.
Tell me. I'd be interested to know.
You didn't plan on us taking any x-rays of my arm in the cast. And you knew the x-rays would show those jewels and they would fix your cute little wagon, but good. So you knocked him off and ruined the plates. I noticed the ruined plates in the dark room.
Finished?
I ran out of gas.
You can save your breath and just put up your hands.
You too? I'm going to need a special game warden if this keeps up.
Get over there against the wall.
My favorite position.
All right. Where are they?
Where are which?
The jewels you took out of the plastic cast.
That's an interesting question.
I'll give you just 5 seconds to provide an interesting answer.
I don't hear you, baby.
1, I can always say you tried to escape.
Such a pretty girl, too.
2, I'm ready to pull this trigger, Rocky.
Young and tender.
3, I mean it.
Too young to have to die.
4.
In the electric chair.
All right. 5.
Hold it!
Grab her!
All right. Quiet down, miss. You okay, Fortune?
Okay, Skipper. Except for a slight heart attack. You heard what she said?
I was listening through the porthole.
So, what kept you?
Well, I just wanted to give her enough rope to hang herself.
You nearly gave her enough to include me.
Oh, sorry. You know, I must apologize, Fortune. Until you showed me how the jewels had been hidden in your cast, I really didn't believe a word you said.
Forget it. I got a dishonest face.
Well, naturally, if there's anything I can do to make up for it now...
Just one thing, Skipper. About my job. You remember how you threatened to fire me?
Yes.
Well, fire when ready, Gridley, because if you don't, I quit.
Tonight, NBC Radio has presented transcribed Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young man known as Rocky Fortune. Others in the cast included Tony Barrett, Lynn Allen, Marvin Miller, Norma Varden, and Shep Menken. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts and Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Sometimes I don't know what this younger generation is coming to. Did I ever tell you about the 10-year-old cowboy who held up the stagecoach with a water pistol and got away with 50 grand? Of course, I thought the kid was only kidding. But as the man in the hot seat said, brother, was I in for a shock. I'll tell you about it next week. See you around.
Next week, then, tune in again when Frank Sinatra returns as Rocky Fortune. One of the finest things anyone can say about you is that you're a good neighbor. That spirit has been a tradition in American life all through the years. Today, in hundreds of cities, this spirit of goodwill is expressed in a different way. It's expressed in our support of the local community chest or United Fund. This support is the modern way of being a good neighbor. Through your community campaign, you can make just one yearly contribution that takes care of many needs. You know that your money is collected and administered honestly and efficiently. So make sure that your campaign pledge is large enough to cover these needed services for an entire year. This is your chance to be a good neighbor. So give to your community chest or your local United Fund. Enjoy Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
And now the Ave Maria Hour begins the story of Mother Cabrini.
Our story begins in Lombardy, the beautiful lake country of northern Italy. It is the year 1874.
Father Serrati, I don't want always to teach school. I want to be a missionary sister.
A small but determined young woman, Francesca Cabrini, is talking to the parish priest.
Francesca, how did such big ideas ever find their way into such a tiny head? I'm afraid you have romantic notions.
Oh, no. Truly, I'm serious. Believe me, Father Serrati, I am.
Then listen to me. Francesca, let's discuss this sensibly. I know better than you where your talents lie. You have a way with children, haven't you?
Why, yes.
They learn their lessons well under you and they adore you. Is this true?
Yes, but...
Then dismiss this idea from your mind and be content to stay in Lombardy, right here in Codogno where you belong. Here you can do the work for which you are best suited.
But, Father Serrati, there are children in all parts of the world. Children who have no one to teach them or to love them. I want to be a missionary sister. I want to go to the East and teach the light of faith to the little ones there.
Yes, I know that someone should go to them, but... Francesca, if there were no other considerations, if nothing else stood in the way, I would say you aren't fitted for the difficult task of missionary work, for the rigors of travel and the hardships you would be forced to undergo. Well, to be quite frank, you're not...
I know what you're going to say, Father. I'm not strong enough. My health won't permit it. Is that what you want to tell me?
Precisely. Well, you can see for yourself that such an undertaking would be impossible. You're so small and so frail. No, you could never stand such a life.
Father Serrati, may I ask you something?
Of course, child.
Father, do you suppose that God is going to ask me to do only what is possible? Do you think I will always be asked to do only what I can?
I never would have believed that so much determination could be found in so tiny a person. You make it very difficult for me to refuse you, my child. But even if I were to say yes to your request, if I told you that you might become a missionary sister, the fact remains that you are a woman, and there is no missionary institute for women.
Then, Father Serrati, I will found one.
Throughout her life, this little woman was to show just such determination in the face of all obstacles. Francesca Cabrini, now Mother Cabrini, did found a missionary institute, a training school for missionary sisters. She purchased an old Franciscan convent in which she set about training her sisters for their future tasks. It was only a short time before her eyes turned to Rome, where she wished to establish another school. And here she traveled to see Cardinal Parocchi, who was the Cardinal Vicar of Rome.
Your Eminence, I'm sure you see the importance of my suggestion.
No, Mother. I'm afraid I do not see. Your institute is too new, only 7 years old. The idea untried.
But, Your Eminence, sisters must be trained for the missionary life. Many of them. It cannot be done in one institution in one city. And besides, the purpose of the institute is twofold. Orphans are given homes in our houses, and children are taught there. We are helping others as we learn. If I could open one in Rome...
Mother Cabrini, religious houses are as plentiful here as the flowers in spring. We have no room for you in Rome. And furthermore, I don't feel that you are ready for expansion. My answer is final. Go back to Cardogna.
Your Eminence, how can I make you see how important, how very important a part of God's work I feel this training to be?
I can think of only one way in which you can carry on God's work here in Rome.
And that is?
Bring me 500,000 lire, and I will tell you how to use it here. We need money. Not more institution.
You jest with me, Your Eminence. But will you grant me one favor?
What is it?
Will you allow me to remain in Rome while our Constitution is being drawn up?
Why, I see no reason why you should not stay in Rome if you wish. But, Mother Cabrini, I've made myself understood. You realize that my answer is final?
Your Eminence, I do not believe that our Lord should always make things go as I hope they will. But this time I shall truly pray to God and the Holy Mother. I shall pray for them to change your heart.
The Cardinal had told Mother Cabrini that she was not to open an institute in Rome. But hope did not die easily in her determined heart. She stayed in Rome. Several weeks later, the Cardinal summoned her.
Mother Cabrini, I have been lenient. I have granted your request that you be allowed to stay in Rome, even though I did not see the wisdom of it.
Yes, Your Eminence.
And now the time has come when I must insist that you do as I ask. Are you ready to obey?
At once, Your Eminence.
Then
I have no choice.
here is my order. You will not open a single house in Rome. Is that understood?
Yes. I understand.
You will open 2.
Yes, Your Eminence, What? What did you say?
I said that you were not to open 1 house, but 2 missionary schools in Rome.
Your Eminence.
You are surprised, I see. Well, perhaps your prayers to the Blessed Virgin, after all, did change my heart. You must have prayed very hard, Mother.
How can I thank you?
There is no need. And perhaps you won't thank me so much later on. Your task won't be easy.
No task is easy, Your Eminence, but I shall work hard with all my strength to make these schools worthy of your trust in me. With God's help, it can be done.
Mother Cabrini founded a free school for poor children outside the Porta Pia and an infant school in Aspra. The Cardinal had said that her task would be difficult, but she didn't tell him how right he was. She had received contributions which were hardly enough to cover the expenses of 1 school, and now it would have to stretch to cover the cost of 2. One of them was open on All Saints' Day in the utmost poverty. And when its staff of 5 teaching sisters arrived from Codogno,
Oh, Mother, how glad we are to be with you again.
Welcome,
so terribly
sisters.
glad, Mother.
Welcome, and I'm happy to have you here with me, all of you. But I'm afraid you won't have much in the way of comfort here for a while.
Why, there's nothing here. No furniture,
No anything, sister. Do you think we can manage?
Why, I'm sure we can, Mother.
Of course we can. Why, we'll sleep on the floor.
We'll eat our meals there, too. We'll use our fingers for forks. It'll be fun, just like a picnic.
You are good sports, sisters. I knew I could count on you. And remember the words of St. Teresa. Teresa and 5 cents is worth nothing.
But Teresa, 5 cents and God can do anything.
the little mother haunted the public auctions to find furniture at a price she could afford, and the sisters scrubbed and cleaned the old house until it shone. All of them labored ceaselessly until at last it was ready. And then the Cardinal himself came to call.
And now, Your Eminence, you have seen everything.
Yes, I have seen it all. How hard you must have worked to make this dingy old house into a home for these children. What difficulties you must have had.
Difficulties are children's toys, Your Eminence. Worrying about them is what makes them big.
How wonderful to be able to believe that, Mother. Never to feel that any problem is too great to surmount.
I have always found strength in our Lord. I find that with Him to help me, there is very little that is impossible, Your Eminence.
With that belief in your heart, Mother, your work will be truly great.
It is in my heart, and I thank God for it. I thank him and Our Lady who stands here in this niche. You see?
Yes, I see her. But Mother Cabrini.
Yes, Your Eminence?
Her crown. Why does it lie on the pedestal beside her?
She's waiting.
Waiting? For what?
She's waiting to be crowned by you, whose heart she has changed.
The homes and schools of Mother Cabrini grew and multiplied. But the little mother was restless. For though she bore the title of missionary, she had never left the shores of her own land. She had visions and dreams which urged her to leave Italy and begin the work for which she had trained herself. But still, she received no invitation, no official word of an appointment. In her travels about Italy, she had come to know Bishop Scalabrini of Piacenza. He had himself inaugurated a mission on behalf of the Italian immigrants to New York. Bishop Scalabrini had come to see her.
Mother Cabrini, do you feel that the missionary training you have given the sisters in your institutes is sufficient? Are they ready to take over their duties now?
Oh, yes, Your Excellency. We have been ready for a long while. We have been waiting. I have prayed that an appointment to some foreign land would come. I have had dreams which told me that I should be called soon. But so far...
You and your dreams. Here in my hand is something far more tangible. Look, a letter from New York. Real and no dream.
From New York?
Yes, Mother Cabrini. Archbishop Corrigan has asked that Italian sisters be sent to that city. He wishes you to found schools and orphanages for the Italian children there. Here's the letter. You can see for yourself. Why, Mother, I believe you're disappointed.
Well, you see, Your Excellency, I had always dreamed of carrying the word of God to a heathen land, to those who know nothing of the greatness and the mercy of our Lord, the little ones in China thrown out to die, neglected, without the light of faith.
There is much work to be done in America. Think of the little ones who are growing up in the foreign land, our own little ones, Italians. Someone must go to them, must show them how to keep the light of faith alive in their hearts. Oh, they need you.
Yes, I'm beginning to see...
New York is filled with Italian immigrants, and though I believe that they should become Americans, I also believe that it is not a prudent plan to change a child suddenly to a life that is so strange, you see?
Yes, Your Excellency, I do see. They need help and guidance as much as the little Chinese children. Perhaps more. I'm sorry I hesitated.
You will accept.
I will accept. Perhaps later on...
Yes, perhaps.
So it was that the tiny nun and 7 of her sisters set off across the Atlantic, westward to New York. She was soon to realize how right Archbishop Corrigan had been, how much she was needed there. She had no means, but she and her sisters begged from door to door for the necessary funds. And within a month's time, she opened her first orphanage for Italian immigrants.
Mother.
Yes, Sister Celia, what is it?
Here, Mother. Our first little orphans. Sister Maria is bringing them to you.
Wonderful, Sister. How many are there?
Only 4. I hear them coming now. Oh, Mother, wait till you see. They're so ragged and dirty and so very frightening.
I brought the children, Mother Cabrini.
Benvenuto, little ones. Come sta?
Rosa, she's speaking Italiano. You hear? Sto bene, grazie, bene. Come, speak, Rosa, Antonia. You got no manners?
It's all right. They're shy now. Don't scold them. What are your names?
Me, I'm a Dominic, and these my little sisters, Rosa and Antonia. The bambino, the sister is called, she's Lucrezia.
You're welcome here, Dominic. Tell your little sisters not to be frightened. Tell them they won't be hungry again. Or cold.
Oh, grazie, my...
And now we won't waste any more time. First, we'll give you something to eat. Then I'll bathe the little girls and the baby and... Oh, dear.
What is it, Mother?
What are we to dress them in? Their clothes are rags. What shall we do?
I don't know. I hadn't thought.
I have it. Sister Celia.
Yes, Mother.
You and the other nuns run quickly to our trunk. Take some of our habits and cut them up for clothes. We'll manage somehow. Remember Teresa and the 5 pence.
Nothing daunted the little nun. She always found a way to overcome all difficulties. Material problems seemed to disappear as though by magic at a touch. Her orphanage filled rapidly, and she could go where the police couldn't, into the most dangerous neighborhoods. And within a few months, she had not 4, but 400 children to care for. She opened day schools and nurseries, all of which were soon filled with the children of her countrymen. And then the cardinal suggested that she might open a hospital. Mother Cabrini hesitated, not being sure that this was the work for which she was best fitted. But one day, as she was visiting a public hospital, she stopped by one of the beds in the ward. And as she looked at the patient's chart...
Mario Andronati. You are Italiano, Mario?
Sì, sono italiano.
That is my homeland, too.
Eh? You too? Oh, it's wonderful. I not see my country for a long time. I not talk to anybody Italiano. Madre, scusi, but if you would...
There's something you would like me to do for you?
Sì, it's letter here on the pillow. I no can read. Please, Mother.
You want me to read it to you? Why, of course. Give it to me. Why, Mario, this letter is dated 4 months back. Surely it's been read to you before.
No, I no find nobody here who speak Italiano. Nobody. Tell me, please, what it say?
It says... Oh, Mario.
What it say?
It says that your mother has died. And no one could tell you that. Mama. In all that while. Mama. Oh, Mario. Oh, Mario.
It was then Mother Cabrini realized how lonely such men were, how lost. She hesitated no longer and immediately went about founding a hospital of her own for Italians. The patients were at first all poor immigrants. They were nursed free, and doctors gave their services, and donations covered the cost of everything else. And Columbus Hospital grew until it became the magnificent institution it is today. And then followed for the tireless little mother the task of forming schools and opening hospitals in many far places.
Nicaragua, New Orleans,
Paris,
Chicago,
England,
Denver.
In all these places and many more, Mother Cabrini opened schools and hospitals. Time and again, this frail little woman made perilous ocean voyages. She crossed the Andes when the terrible snowstorms made the roads all but impassable. She was often ill. She contracted typhoid and yellow fever, malaria, but she never wavered. By now, she was over 60, and on a visit to Italy, she found herself failing in health and tired, very tired. And she wanted to hand over her duties to another.
Avanti. My sister. What is it? What have you there?
Cablegrams, Mother.
Cablegrams?
Yes. Oh, Mother, please don't be angry with us. Please don't think we've been disobedient.
What on earth have you been up to? Come, tell me. You all look like naughty children.
We know you wish to turn over your superiorship to someone else. Well, these cablegrams are from the sisters in all the missionary houses of the Sacred Heart all over the world. Your missionary house.
Yes?
Mother, they all want you to stay on as superior. You're the foundress. Why, we couldn't let you turn over your office to anyone else. Oh, no, Mother. We're all willing to offer the rest of our own lives to have you remain with us and in charge of us.
Such nonsense. Now what would be the good of the lot of you dying? What should I do all alone? Come, sisters. Live on and get some work done.
And that evening, the cardinal called on her.
Mother, I have asked you to come here so that you may see the decree which I have just signed. You, Mother Cabrini, as foundress of the Missionary Institute of the Sacred Heart, are to remain its superior for life.
But, Your Eminence, I am an old woman. Someone else could carry on my work so much better than I. Perhaps better than I ever have. I feel that I'm no longer capable.
Oh, so that's it. Well, then we'll put it this way. Since you tell me that you have performed your services so imperfectly, we have decided to give you more time in which to do them better.
But, Your Eminence,
Can't you see that it's sheer foolishness for anyone to take the tiller when the pilot is still in the boat?
Very well. Perhaps you're right after all. Perhaps I shouldn't be allowed to rest. I should die very soon if I stopped working. When I'm busy, I'm never ill. Directly I stop, I fall sick.
Heaven is made for people who work as you do. Courage, Mother. Keep on with your job. The spirit of Mother Cabrini is a good one.
Thereupon, the cardinal handed the little nun the decree that was never to exempt her from toil. Mother Cabrini did pilot the boat for 7 years longer, directing the work of more than 1,500 sisters and more than 50 hospitals, schools, and orphanages in many parts of the world. It was in Chicago on December the 22nd, 1917, at the age of 67, that she passed to her well-earned heavenly rest. Truly, our Lord could say of Mother Cabrini with infinite satisfaction, "This is my dear child, in whom I am well pleased."
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Young, and Frank Lovejoy in Goodbye, My Fancy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that if you had a choice of going back into the past and reliving a part of your lives, a great many of you would pick your college days. Or perhaps rather than relive them, you'd just like to return there now, be awarded an honorary degree for your present accomplishments, and maybe rekindle an old romance. That's what our heroine does in tonight's play, which is based on the stage play Goodbye, My Fancy by Fay Kanan. As our stars of this intriguing story from the Warner Brothers Studios, we have one of Hollywood's finest actresses, Barbara Stanwyck, and co-starring in their original roles, Frank Lovejoy and Robert Young, who make it, rather difficult for Barbara to make up her mind between the old romance and the new. And for romance, a young man's fancy naturally turns to lovely girls with perfect complexions. We'd like to recommend Lux Toilet Soap for that fine beauty care. There is no better guarantee for romance than a radiant complexion. Now, Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill, and Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole. Among the members of the United States Congress, few are more widely respected and certainly none is more attractive than the Honorable Agatha Reed. Miss Reed has just returned to her office, lightly battle-worn, after another harrowing day in the cause of better government.
All right, Woody, what's the mail?
Another 1,000 or so letters. Make another speech like that last one, and you'll get the post office out of the red.
What's this one?
Marion Dennis, radio interview about your book.
Oh, I've been avoiding her for weeks. All right, but not before the middle of June.
What about this invitation? It's from Good Hope College.
You know I haven't time to... Why, it's from Good Hope.
Yeah, that's what I said. Then you said...
Woody, they want to give me an honorary degree.
Well, what's so special about that? You turned down Wellesley without blinking an eye.
But you don't understand. I went to Good Hope.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, take a letter.
Shall I type it on parchment?
Special delivery to Dr. James Merrill, President, Good Hope College, Good Hope, Massachusetts. My dear Jim, I can't tell you how... No, you'd better make that... Dear Dr. Merrill, I can't tell you how happy I was to receive your gracious invitation to return to Good Hope for an honorary degree. Good Hope has always been close to me, and nothing short of a congressional crisis will keep me away. And if I may be sentimental, it would give me great pleasure to be able to stay in my old rooms. Sincerely, Agatha Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Griswold.
Is he in? Dr. Merrill in his office?
I believe he's alone, Mr. Griswold, but perhaps I...
Never mind. I'm going in. Jim, I've got to talk to you.
Good. Well, sit down, won't you?
Last night, I wrote a letter to Agatha Reed. As chairman of the Board of Trustees, I thought it would be nice to let her know how happy we all are that she accepted your invitation.
Well, that was very thoughtful.
Then 10 minutes after the letter was mailed, my wife told me.
Your wife told you what?
That she used to be Agatha Reed's classmate.
Oh, I thought you knew.
And that Agatha Reed was expelled for staying out all night.
Yes, she was.
We're giving an honorary degree to a woman who was once expelled from here? Now, look, Jim, we're going to call the whole thing off.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, Claude. I've given the announcement to the papers. And Real Magazine is sending a man up to cover the commencement.
Real Mag? Oh, that's great. If they ever find out about her being expelled, we'll all wind up on the cover. There were a dozen women to choose from, but you've got to pick a hot potato like Agatha Reed. Why?
Well, Good Hope meted out some pretty harsh punishment to her. I think it's time we told her we were sorry. What's more, she's one of the most outstanding women in the nation. A woman who's won recognition as a columnist, war correspondent, and author.
We've got to go through with it, huh?
Yes, and stop worrying.
And it's entirely in your hands, Jim. She's your baby till after commencement.
Thank you, Claude. I find the prospect very interesting.
You may as well go on home, Woody. Our train doesn't leave until midnight. You can meet me at the station. What about my warm milk?
Room service is sending it up. Maybe I should tell them to put it in a baby bottle.
Meaning what?
Oh, this trip back to the cradle. A crowded calendar, 2 important bills coming out of committee, election 4 months away, and we're off to braid a daisy chain at some college.
Now, look, Woody, I'm going to enjoy this weekend. I'm going to be sentimental. I'm going to cry. I'm going to walk barefoot down memory lane with ivy entwined in my hair. And if you don't like it, you don't have to look.
I'll bring my dark glasses.
Do that. Oh, and leave the door unlocked for room service, will you? The door's open. Just put the milk on the table, please.
Just milk today? No butter, eggs, yummy yogurt?
Matt!
That's right, Aggie. Real Magazine's favorite photographer. And yours.
Matt!
You just said that. Usual greeting after 5 years is, well, this is a surprise.
I'm sorry you caught me off guard.
I didn't think that was possible.
I see you haven't changed.
Oh, neither have you. A little more dignified, perhaps. A little more, shall we say, refined. But just as attractive as ever.
I thought you were in Europe.
Well, I got back this afternoon. I thought I'd find out about that date we had in Paris. When you didn't show up for 5 years, I began to wonder, is it on or off?
I'm sure you didn't come here to dig all that up.
You mind telling me why you didn't show up?
Well, does it matter now?
Well, of course it matters. When a woman runs out on a man, he ought to know why. Helps him the next time.
I suppose it never occurred to you that I might have been in love with someone else.
Well, it occurred to me, but I rejected it.
Really? Why?
Well, because I've kept tabs on you, Aggie. That hasn't been hard, not with a congresswoman. Congratulations. You're doing a great job.
What about before I was a congresswoman?
Well, those were my years.
And the years before that?
Oh. Well, why haven't you done something about the guy?
Maybe I will. Now, do you mind, Matt? I'm in the midst of packing. I want you to leave.
Say, did you ever get those pictures I sent you from China?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Did you like the one of yourself? The one on the Orient Express nearing Paris.
No, I didn't like it.
Why not?
Well, the one time you don't expect to be photographed is asleep in a train compartment. Besides, the occasion wasn't exactly the kind of thing I wanted recorded for posterity.
That's funny. I thought it had the makings of one of the big moments of history. Come to think of it, you did too.
Oh, Matt, please. It was fun, but war has a way of making little moments seem big at the time.
Well, that's very penetrating. May I quote you sometime?
Well, I'm sorry if I said it badly, but it's true. We were a nice snapshot, but never a family portrait.
Oh, I get it. It's subtle, but I get it.
You've got to go now. I have to catch the New Yorker at midnight.
The New Yorker?
Yes, and I haven't even started to
The
pack
New
up...
Yorker. Here I've been holding you up with idle chit-chat, and all the time we're going to be traveling companions.
You're going to be on that train?
Happy coincidence, just like the good old Orient Express.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
I know what trains do to some people. So long, Aggie. I'll see you on the New Yorker.
Western Union, please. This is Agatha Reed. I want to send a straight wire to Dr. James Merrill, Good Hope College, Good Hope, Massachusetts. Have you got that? Please don't have anyone meet train. Have decided to come by plane. Sign it, Agatha Reed. Thank you. Yes?
Room service, Miss Reed.
Come in.
Your warm milk, Miss Reed.
I've changed my mind. Just bring me a double brandy. So this is it, huh? Dear old school days. Oh, Woody, just look. Oh, this wonderful, wonderful dormitory. My old rooms, the same furniture, the same pictures, everything just the way it was. Looks fierce, doesn't it? Do you know what those girls told me? They moved all these things up from the basement just for me. Oh, I haven't cried in years. It feels wonderful.
Look, if you're such a big shot, how come nobody bothered to meet you?
Because I purposely stopped the taxi 2 blocks away. That was memory lane we walked through.
That alfalfa field is memory lane?
I'm sorry for you, Woody, if you don't have something like this to remember. Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Reed.
Oh, I'm the one who should be sorry, dear, putting you out of your rooms like this.
Oh, no. Mary Nell and I think it's the greatest honor we've ever known. It's this, Miss Reed, your book, Women in the Vanguard.
If you'll pardon me, Agatha, I'll run out and tear down some ivy for my hair. A wreath, you know.
Oh, Woody, really. And now, what about the book?
Well, Dr. Pitt said we all ought to read it.
Your political science teacher?
No, physics. In his classes, you learn about everything.
Well, it sounds as if I'd like to know him.
I was wondering if you'd autograph it for me.
I'd love to. Now, what name do I write?
Virginia. Would you make it Ginny? Ginny Merrill.
Ginny Merrill. Will your parents be here for commencement?
There's just my father. Mother died 4 years ago.
Oh. Does your father have to come very far?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, he's...
You're Jim Merrill's daughter, aren't you?
Why, yes.
Oh, I might have known. I knew your father very well. He was my favorite professor.
What was he like, Miss Reed?
Oh, he was very handsome. All the girls were in love with him.
They still are. But that's not what I meant. Was he a good teacher?
He was a wonderful teacher.
I wish he were still a teacher.
Oh? Is being president of a college so bad?
It's different.
Different?
I'd better be going, Miss Reed. Is it all right if I tell my father you're here? I'm sure he must be anxious to see you.
Perhaps I'd better walk over to his office.
Oh, no. He'll want to call on you. And thanks again, Miss Reed. Oh, excuse me.
That's all right. We just had a phone call, Real Magazine. They're covering your weekend here.
Oh, how nice.
Oh, it's better than that. They're sending Matt Cole.
Who did you say?
Matt Cole, the war photographer.
You're joking. Why should they send him here? This isn't his type of thing at all.
Yeah, but why the blood pressure?
Get Real Magazine on the phone immediately. I'll put a stop to this right now.
Why bother?
I want to bother, and don't argue.
Okay. Hello, get me New York. Yeah, Real Magazine.
I want to speak to Bronson personally.
Make that person to Mr. Bronson, will you? That's right. He owns the magazine. Is this a matter of life and death?
I asked you not to argue. Just get Bronson on the phone.
I can't. The circuits are busy.
Give me the phone. Hello? This is Agatha Reed. On that call to Real Magazine, it's most important.
This is a crisis?
I'd appreciate it if you do everything you possibly can. Come in. Jim.
Agatha, it's been a long time.
20 years.
I'm taking advantage of my position. The entire college is waiting to meet you.
I'm overcome. I mean it, Jim.
My daughter mentioned your secretary was with you.
Woody's downstairs with the telephone operator. There's an important call I'm trying to put through.
Oh, I'm glad we're alone. You're looking very well, Agatha.
Thank you, Jim.
I suppose you realize you're in for quite a weekend.
Yes, I've seen the agenda.
We start in an hour with your official reception. I can turn my back if you'd like to escape.
I wouldn't think of it. Vanity, I guess. I suppose everyone dreams of coming back for an honorary degree. It's a popular ambition, like wanting a mink coat.
Or to be president.
Yes. How does it feel?
Well, it's never dull. The faces change so often. And with so much youth around, you actually get the feeling you're preserving your own.
Well, your daughter should keep you young. She's a lovely child. No, that's wrong. She's not a child. What are we at that age, Jim? That wonderful, terrible in-between time. You've seen so many of us.
Yeah, well, tell me about yourself, Agatha. Have you been happy?
Well, I've been busy.
Yes, I've followed your career very closely.
In that case, I won't have to bring you up to date on the past 20 years.
No, only the first year. I've never quite caught up with that first year. Perhaps it's my vanity. But all these years, I've wondered what happened. Why you just disappeared.
Oh, it was very stupid of me to get caught climbing in my window at 5 a.m. I hope the girls are more expert now.
I wouldn't know. I'm not up on the statistics.
Listen, Jim, it would have made no difference to the trustees that you were the man and that we were planning to be married. I would have been kicked out anyway, only you would have been kicked out with me.
I thought we decided to take that chance.
I couldn't let you do it. They were already eyeing you for the presidency.
Well, where did you go? My letters came back. When I phoned your home, they said they didn't know where you were.
Yes, I made them promise. Once I weakened and started to write you a letter, but I never did finish it. And then later on, I read about your marriage.
Yes. Did Ginny tell you anything about her mother?
No.
She was a wonderful woman. We had a lot of things in common. That helped to balance the things we didn't have. She died 4 years ago.
Why did you feel that you had to tell me that?
I don't know exactly, I suppose.
What are you trying to say, Jim?
You came up here this weekend. Why?
Well, don't you remember? You invited me.
I carried that invitation around for 2 years before I sent it.
Well, that was silly, Jim. I answered it as soon as I got it.
Bronson's in Chicago. I just told... Oh, sorry if I interrupted.
That's quite all right. I was just leaving.
Dr. Merrill, my secretary and right arm, Miss Wood.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, Miss Reed, did I tell you it's wonderful to have you back?
Yes, you did, Dr. Merrill. But it's good to hear it again.
I'll see you at the reception. There'll be a committee calling for you at 4 o'clock. Oh, it's nice to have you here, too, Miss Wood.
Thank you. Rexy's nice looking, isn't he?
Yes, isn't he?
Looked mighty cozy just now, talking over old history exams.
Do you know what's wrong with you? You're so used to having your thumb in every Washington pie that you can't...
stop filibustering.
All right, Woody, it's so.
What so?
Just what you're thinking.
Oh.
He's the first man I ever loved.
He's what?
Maybe the only one. The truth is, I'd marry him tomorrow if he asked me.
Oh, you're kidding, aren't you?
What's the matter? Are you against marriage, too?
Well, of course not, but you're smack in the middle of an election campaign and 100 other things. Your life's too busy.
Oh, there's quite a difference between a busy life and a full one. I thought you'd be happy for me.
Well, what do you expect? I don't even know the guy.
Well, I know him. Oh, this isn't just a whim, Woody. This is something I've waited for and thought about for 20 years. Maybe the most important thing in my whole life. That's why I don't want anything to spoil it. That's why I don't want... What about the phone call?
Phone call?
Mr. Bronson, Real Magazine.
Oh, that. They're expecting him back at his hotel.
Anything I can do?
Oh, all right, Matt. Come on in. What do you think you're doing here?
My job. I'm a photographer.
You don't expect me to believe they picked you for an assignment like this, do you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I asked for it. I had a great idea for a layout. The Honorable Agatha Reed and How She Grew.
Don't try anything. I'm warning you, Matt.
Yes, ma'am.
This is my secretary, Miss Wood.
Hi.
Oh, it's a real pleasure. Would you mind directing me to the president's office?
Why?
I'm supposed to check in with the old codger.
Well, you'll probably find the old codger in the administration building.
Now, where might that be?
Woody?
Let's go, Mr. Cole.
Thanks, Woody. I wouldn't want him to get lost.
Well, if I do, I'll send up a flare.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Mr. Bronson. We've been trying all over to find you. I mean, well,
say something.
We just wanted to tell you we decided to renew our subscription. You can tell me something, Mr. Cole. Why was the Honorable so upset about you coming up here?
She thinks I'm in the employ of a foreign government.
Oh, come on, Jib. You're about as innocent as a rattlesnake.
All right. I'm here because I think she's on the verge of making a big mistake.
What kind of a mistake?
For a man, there's only one kind of mistake a woman can make. Another man.
Why should that bother you?
That shouldn't be hard for a smart girl like you to figure out.
Oh, no. Now I know who you are. You're up here to make trouble. That's who you are. But no fisticuffs when we get there. This is supposed to be a happy weekend.
When we get there? Wait a minute. Don't tell me he's the president of this seminary.
I thought you knew.
No, thanks for telling me.
You tricked me. Wild horses wouldn't have dragged that out of me.
Forget it. What am I worried about? If I can't take her away from some old Mr. Chips, I'll quit the business.
Ha!
What does that mean?
Get out that flare, Mr. Cole. You're going to need it.
Act 2 of Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole, and Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill. The faculty reception in honor of Agatha Reed is in full progress. Among those present are Matt Cole and a professor of physics named Dr. Pitt.
You care for a cup of punch, Mr. Cole?
Ah, thank you. You have to go through this every year, Dr. Pitt.
Occupational hazard. But I'm rather enjoying it.
You mean it can be worse than this?
It's just that this is my last faculty reception. Good Hope and I'll soon be going our separate ways. I haven't been exactly happy under the present management.
With Dr. Merrill?
Oh, no. Claude Griswold, our illustrious chairman of the board.
Ah.
Meanwhile, Mr. Cole, let's drink to Saturday morning.
What's with Saturday morning?
Oh, that's when I'll be asked to resign. I shall take my departure in a blaze of futile glory.
You're going to blow up the physics building?
Not exactly. But there will be an explosion of a kind.
What kind, Dr. Pitt?
That's my little secret, Mr. Cole. Oh, this punch, it's not very stimulating, is it?
Oh, you're wrong, Dr. Pitt. I feel a noticeable lift. As a matter of fact,
Is there something wrong, Mr. Cole?
Seems our guest of honor has disappeared.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Miss Reed and Dr. Merrill walk out there to the terrace just a moment ago.
Well, that should make a charming picture for the magazine. Excuse me, Dr. Pitt.
I suppose I had no right to take you out here, Agatha. But there won't be many opportunities to be alone. And there's so much I want to say.
We had the same problem 20 years ago, Jim. Until we discovered the amphitheater. Remember?
I was just about to suggest it. The usual time, the reception will be over by then.
The usual time. And thank you for remembering.
How could I ever? Oh, Mr. Cole.
I'm sorry if I startled you, Doctor, but the layout wouldn't be complete without a picture of the president and his number one graduate.
Might have been a better picture if you'd given us a little warning.
Mr. Cole specializes in catching people off guard.
Oh, there you are, Jim. Now, look, I've been working on Jeff Barnes. He's just about ready to fork over for the new library.
I'll talk to him in the morning, Claude.
Take my word for it and do it now.
But we were just...
I'll be all right, Jim. Mr. Griswold, your wife was telling me that you just gave the college a projection room and motion picture equipment.
I don't mind saying it cost me a young fortune.
Claude's one of the best friends this college ever had.
Well, I'm honored, Mr. Griswold. You see, Miss Shackelford was saying that my film will be the first to be shown.
Your film?
Oh, just something I assembled a couple of years ago to illustrate a lecture. Miss Shackelford thought it might interest some of the students.
Sounds fine, Miss Reed. Fine. Well, Jim?
Yes, of course. We mustn't let Mr. Barnes cool off.
Oh. Heavy odor of orange blossoms in the air.
You haven't wasted a minute, have you, Matt?
Merrill must be quite a guy to keep a woman like you on the hook for 20 years.
Yes, he is. Quite a guy.
Or else you must be getting tired.
Now, what does that mean?
Oh, this overwhelming desire to return to the past. Girlhood memories, old rooms in the dormitory, old furniture, old sweethearts, old hats.
You've been on war fronts for so long that a decent atmosphere is bound to seem a little incongruous.
Who are you kidding, Aggie? Take a good look around. Talk to some of the students. Talk to some of the professors. This is a lost world up here, and Merrill is the perfect president for it.
That penetrating analysis of Jim Merrill is based on one, how do you do?
Is it? You used to be a pretty good reporter, Aggie. You talked to some of the teachers. Dr. Pitt, for example. You might get an earful.
The old amphitheater, Agatha. Looks just the same, doesn't it?
Just the same.
I was late, wasn't I?
Oh, a little.
On my way, Dr. Pitt stopped me. He said you had quite a talk with him.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry. I was meddling. I had no right to.
In this case, you had every right.
What did you tell him? Is he going to resign?
No, I asked him to remain here. That's what you expected, isn't it?
Well, that's what I hoped for, but what about Mr. Griswold?
Well, I imagine there'll be some tearing of hair. But I'm sure I can manage the situation so that both sides appear to win.
Oh, Jim.
Remember the last time we were here? We were very young, very much in love.
And you proposed to me.
Agatha, if I were to ask you again, is there any chance your answer might be the same?
Oh, always on second proposal.
This time you won't run away?
No.
Well, then I can tear this up. It's the note you left for me.
You kept it.
I've never quite forgiven myself for introducing you to the beauties of Walt Whitman. Goodbye, my fancy. Farewell, dear mate. Dear love.
The note. May I have it? Thank you. Hello, my fancy.
Agatha.
Aggie?
Woody's the name.
Oh, it's you.
That's the answer I always get.
Well, I'll stick it out for a couple of hours longer. If she doesn't show up by morning, I'll leave.
Got it bad, haven't you? Look, I'm not being nosy. I think Aggie's making a mistake, too.
I don't just work for this woman. I like her. I care what happens to her.
So do I.
What was it with you and Aggie, anyway?
Well, I hadn't seen her since the day Paris was liberated. And before that, not for months. I knew I was going to ask her to marry me. I think she did, too. We made a date for that night. I rustled up 8 red roses, a bottle of champagne, and a ring. I tore the petals off the roses and sprinkled them in the doorway. I put the ring at the bottom of the glass. She'd drink the champagne, see the ring, and catch on that I was proposing. Nice idea, wasn't it?
Yes, very.
Only Aggie never showed up.
Too bad.
Well, the evening wasn't entirely wasted. I learned something that's been invaluable to me ever since. You know it only takes 3 hours for roses to turn brown around the edges?
I'm sorry, Cole.
What are you sorry about? Now that I've seen her dreamboat in action, I'm not worried. He's a memory, something she pressed in a book through the years like an old rose.
You're expecting an awful lot of her in one short weekend.
That's why I'm going to give her a little help. Right before your very eyes, I'll turn that memory into a man.
Very clever, if it works.
Oh, it'll work. Oh, you leaving?
Wouldn't you rather? I hear the approach of familiar footsteps.
Well, good evening. I was just about to put a light in the window.
I'm glad you didn't bother. I know exactly where I'm going. Good night, Matt.
Aggie, I want to talk to you.
Oh, yes, of course, about Dr. Pitt. You'll be very unhappy to hear that any difference of opinion is now a thing of the past. Dr. Pitt will remain here.
Oh, well, that's one thing in the Prexy's favor. He doesn't want to lose you. I don't blame him.
He's not going to lose me.
Then it's all set?
All set.
Well, congratulations.
You just can't take it, can you, Matt? That he could be more exciting, more desirable than you.
Well, that's right. I'm as vain as the next guy. Since you've gone in for collecting memories, here's another one. I'm sorry if I smeared your lipstick. Good night, Aggie.
Why, it's Mr. Cole. Do come in, Mr. Cole.
Good morning, Miss Shackelford.
Busy taking pictures, I suppose?
Well, that's what I wanted to see you about. I just want to be sure I'm at the right place at the right time. Now, let me see. Tomorrow is Saturday.
Oh, but tonight's the prom and the step sing at Griswold Hall.
Step sing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. They sing on the steps. Tomorrow morning, I believe Dr. Pitt mentioned something for 11 o'clock.
Oh, yes, the film showing. Miss Reed's film.
No. I don't mean that. Isn't there something else on tap?
Why, no, nothing.
Well, there must be.
Mr. Cole, there will be nothing at 11 o'clock tomorrow but Miss Reed's motion picture.
Anybody seen it yet?
No, I don't think so. Oh, yes, Dr. Pitt. It was at his suggestion that I sent for it.
Dr. Pitt? Oh, fine. Miss Shackelford, where can I find Mr. Griswold?
Mr. Griswold?
Yeah.
Well, now, I'd be glad to show you, Mr. Cole. Now, you just come with me.
I would have stopped by sooner, Agatha, but something came up. I just wanted to remind you about the prom tonight.
Jim, are you sure that's all?
No, I just couldn't wait that long to see you.
Did Griswold reach you, Jim? He phoned here some time ago.
I've just come from his house.
He asked about that film of mine. He seemed a little concerned.
Well, yes, a little. I'm terribly sorry, darling, but I forgot to ask you anything about the picture.
Do you think I would have brought anything unsuitable here?
Agatha, of course not.
Jim, I spent 5 years in Europe. I saw what happened in those countries where freedom was destroyed. That's what the film is about. Actual newsreel shots of some of the dreadful things that have happened in our time. How they burned the books, how they hanged the teachers by their feet because they dared to teach the truth. You think I want to see that happen here?
I'm not questioning it at all. It's just that these are touchy times, so Claude feels we ought to have a look at it. It's a shame Mr. Cole had to bring it up.
Cole?
Well, yes. Claude said that Cole had stopped by to take a picture. He happened to mention the film to Claude.
What did he say about it?
He praised it very highly. But when he said that Dr. Pitt had liked it, too, well, Claude got a little worried.
Oh, it's funny. It's really funny.
Darling, believe me, we'll straighten it out. I don't need to see the picture. I know it's all right. Besides, there's something the matter with my eyes.
Oh?
I can't seem to see anything but you. About the prom. Wait for me here, dear. I'll pick you up.
Yes, Jim, of course.
Ginny, Miss Reed. May I come in?
Ginny, of course. Yes. What are you trying to tell me, Ginny?
Well, some people think the president of a college has the right to make decisions on things. But he doesn't. He has to check everything with the trustees. Whatever he may feel himself just doesn't matter.
You mean they may not run the film?
My father's done wonderful things for the school. 7 new buildings in 10 years. Isn't that something to be proud of? I'm so proud.
It's all right, Ginny. It's all right.
Oh, I'm so ashamed. My father's a coward, Miss Reed. He's so afraid of losing his job, he's lost everything he ever believed in.
How do you know he isn't fighting them on this?
Because he's forgotten how to fight. Oh, Miss Reed, you just don't understand.
I want to tell you something, Ginny. Something I'm sure you don't know. I was expelled from this college.
You were... what?
Expelled because I stayed out all night with a man. We were very much in love and planning to be married, but I ran away so I wouldn't hurt his chances of becoming president. He had strength and integrity and courage. He still has. So let's not turn away from him now, just when he needs us the most.
Miss Reed. Oh, I should have known. Whenever he talked about you, he was different. And I never really gave him up. I just needed someone else to believe in him, too.
Now you'd better get dressed for the prom.
Oh, thank you, Miss Reed. Thank you.
Agatha, you look beautiful.
Thank you. And what's more, I'm all ready. Surprised?
Your arm, Miss Reed.
Oh, Jim, imagine going to a prom again.
Claude and Ellen stopped by. They thought we might as well make it a foursome.
Of course.
They're downstairs.
Oh, just like old times, isn't it, Anne?
Hello, Ellie. Good evening, Mr. Griswold.
Now, that's what I call a charming couple. Ellie, you didn't forget my pills. My stomach's murdering me.
I knew it. If you hadn't got so upset at the movie, you wouldn't have had to call that nickname. Oh?
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. Griswold. It sounds like it's all my fault.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Ag. It's just that we were late for dinner and Claude just gulped.
How did you like the movie, Mr. Griswold?
Well, it's no Abbott and Costello.
They're Claude's favorites.
Agatha, Claude realizes what you tried to accomplish with the film, and
Sure I do. But why show college kids this kind of stuff? Time enough to start worrying when they're out of college.
That's a very interesting theory of education, Mr. Griswold. Is it yours?
I leave theories to experts here like Jim. All I care about, frankly, is protecting the minds of the young people here.
You're not protecting them, Mr. Griswold. You're destroying them. A college is where the future of the world begins, and professors aren't intellectual babysitters. It's their job to bring some light into this muddled world, but you've put a stop to that. The result is the girls who graduate tomorrow aren't prepared for the world they'll have to face. Yet you're content to hand it to them and say, fight for it, die for it, but don't attempt to understand it.
Miss Reed, I think we know what's best for our school.
Claude, please, let me handle this.
There's no handling to it, Jim. And we might as well tell her now. Miss Reed, we've canceled the showing of the film.
I see. And Dr. Merrill, did he agree?
On vital issues, the president and the trustees always agree. Now, suppose we get over to the prom.
Claude, you and Ellen go ahead. I'd like to speak to Miss Reed alone.
Don't be too long. It wouldn't look well if you were late.
Oh, dear.
Forget it, Ellie. Now she knows just how we feel. When Jim turns on the old charm...
excuse me, have you seen Miss Reed?
The man from the magazine, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Miss Reed's inside, but I don't think you'd better disturb her right now. Come along, Ellie.
Thank you. I'll just wait for her here.
I know how you must feel, Agatha, but you must give me a chance to explain.
Jim, did you see the film?
Yes?
Well, do you think it's wrong for your students to see it? Be honest with me.
No.
And you didn't stand up and say that?
Agatha, I'm just asking you to try to see my position. There are times when I have to bow to...
To Claude Griswold?
You're exaggerating Claude's importance in this whole affair.
Am I? When he and not you seems to be the real judge of what should be taught at this college?
He's a businessman. He gives money, and he wants his say. It's as simple as that. Why do you look so shocked?
I'm not shocked. Just frightened. That you can stand here and say that and accept it.
Good heavens, Agatha. I have to run this school. That means getting buildings, endowments. It's part of the job. Suppose I fought Griswold on this to a showdown. It would be an heroic gesture, and I'd be out of here tomorrow.
Would you? You used to love a fight like that.
Well, things are quite different now. I have Ginny to think about.
Oh, there's no need to lie to me. I've talked to Ginny. And if you're not careful, you're going to lose her. I don't know how important that is to you, but I suspect it's very important.
What have you been telling her?
Oh, dreadful things. That you have courage, integrity. And I didn't just say it, Jim. I believed it. Stand up to Griswold. Not for me, not even for Ginny, but for yourself. All right, Jim. I know when I'm beaten. I'm going to offer you a deal, a business deal. That's more in your line.
What are you talking about?
A few minutes ago, I assured your daughter that you'd run that film tomorrow. So I'm afraid you're going to do it with or without Mr. Griswold's consent.
Is this your idea of a joke?
No. And in exchange for that small service, I'll give you my personal guarantee that the article in Real Magazine won't even hit at the colorful events leading up to my expulsion from the seat of higher learning.
I can't believe you...
Why not? You see, Jim, I'm willing to take a chance on you. I know now that you're afraid. And with a man who's afraid, it's just a question of the lesser of two evils. Whether you risk being removed from here by running the film or whether you accept the certainty of being removed after this story breaks.
You'd really do a thing like that?
Yeah. You learn all kinds of cute tricks in my work. The most important one being never to play fair unless you respect the men you're dealing with.
I'd never believed this could happen. Not after last night.
Last night was 20 years ago. Listen, they're playing the alma mater. Very appropriate, isn't it? Come along, Jim. We'll be late for the prom.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill, and Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole. It's the following morning, and the Motion Picture Theater at Good Hope College is rapidly filling with students and faculty. In front of the theater, Matt Cole has just walked over to the student advisor, Miss Shackelford.
Hi, but you look just radiant this morning, Miss Shackelford.
Why, Mr. Cole.
So you're showing the movie, huh? Sort of a flexible program you run up here, isn't it?
Oh, it's completely beyond me. Last night, Dr. Merrill tells me to cancel the film, and this morning he says to go ahead.
Dr. Merrill ordered the film shown?
Well, it's not my responsibility. Oh, I'll certainly be glad when this weekend is over. Hi.
Oh, hi. All alone, Woody? Isn't the Honorable going to show up? The film's about to begin.
Now, listen, out of focus. Merrill came through, didn't he? They're running her picture, aren't they? You know what that does to your chances.
Oh, well.
What are you so happy about?
I'm not happy. I'm sad. But you got to be philosophical about it. You take the bad with the good. You're up, you're down.
You're punch drunk. You coming in?
No, I've seen the picture. I think I'll take one last happy look at Good Hope. Might run into an old friend. You know, a man can wear himself out walking around this campus looking for someone.
What are you doing here, Matt?
What are you doing here, Agatha?
I happen to like the amphitheater.
They're showing your film.
I know.
Aren't you glad?
Yes, of course.
Well, it seems I was wrong about Merrill.
Oh, fine, but there's no need to
eat crow. Oh, I don't mind. I don't have any pride where you're concerned, Aggie. You ought to know that.
We've been all through this, Matt.
You've got nothing to say to me, huh?
It's all been said.
Yeah, but I'm stupid. I've got to have it spelled out. He's a great guy. He's everything you ever hoped for, dreamed about all these years, and you're going to marry him. Is that it?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, I'll go down and congratulate Dr. Merrill.
Matt!
You couldn't face that, could you? Because you know it's a lie. You threw away 6 years that we could have had together. 6 wonderful, beautiful years, all because of a lie, and you haven't got honesty enough to admit it. To me or to yourself. You've got to hang on to your precious ego. Well, you can have it, sister. I'm a big boy now. I got bigger and better things to do. And don't worry, I'll stay away from Merrill.
Agatha?
Come in, Jim.
You're not packing.
That's right, Jim. I'm leaving. My commencement speech is there in the wastebasket. If I had to stand up here this afternoon and say it, I'd choke on every word.
Don't you realize?
You can say I was taken ill, that I was called back to Washington, anything.
Just like 20 years ago, isn't it? Running away again.
Jim, I was wrong last night, expecting you to be the same man I remembered. And I was wrong to think I could help you win back your daughter. I can't blackmail you for the rest of your life. It's better that she know the truth now while she's young.
Would you tell Jenny that? That I ordered your film shown because if I didn't, you were going
Yes, if I had to. Yes, I'd tell her. Who is it?
It's Jenny, Miss Reed.
Come in, Jenny.
I went to your office, Father. They told me you'd come here. We just saw your picture, Miss Reed. It was wonderful. Oh, I wish you'd been there, Father. I'm sure none of us will ever forget it. It was the best graduation present you could have given the senior class. And me. I just wanted to thank you.
Jenny, don't go.
Yes?
You kissed me just now, Jenny. You haven't done that in a long time. I'm very grateful. But I can't accept it under false pretenses.
False pretenses?
Jim, no, don't.
I had the movie shown only because Miss Reed forced me to. She gave me an alternative that left me no choice. That's the truth, and I want you to know it. I haven't been much of a father for quite a while. I'm sorry, Jenny. I didn't tell you all this to hurt you.
You've forgotten a lot of things about me, haven't you? That I don't cry only when I'm sad. That I cry just as much when I'm happy. Oh, I don't care why you showed the film. I just wanted you to be honest with me and with yourself.
Oh, so this is where you all are.
Ellen, if you don't mind,
It's all right. Come in, Ellen.
Now, what is all this nonsense, Jim? Claude's terribly upset. The whole board's upset. First when they heard about the movie, and then right out of the blue, this resignation.
Resignation?
Oh, it was just beautiful, Jim. Especially that part about self-respect. It just about made me cry.
Jim, why did you do it?
I stood in back of the theater a little while ago and watched them looking at the picture. Suddenly I realized I had almost not let them see it. That's when I knew that everything you said last night was true. That I had no right to be the president of a college.
Why, Aggie, how could you have told him such a thing? Why, Jim, you should hear them all shouting back there at home about how much good you've done to this school. And what a row the students would raise if they heard about it. Wouldn't they, Jenny?
They'd raise a heck of a row, Mrs. Griswold.
Why, I'd even resign as alumni president.
Thank you, Ellen.
Oh, my goodness, Jenny, what are you doing here? Did you forget it's commencement?
I'm going, Mrs. Griswold. I always wondered why they called it commencement. Now I know.
Well, I'd better be leaving, too. I just wanted to ask you to reconsider, Jim. You won't mention this to Claude, will you? He'll like thinking it was his own idea. Very important to a man like Claude, you know. To think everything's his own idea.
I'm afraid I've been underestimating you, Ellen.
You forget. I was once a student in your history class, too. See you later, Aggie.
I'm overwhelmed, Jim. I never expected this.
Well, we're even. Neither did I.
Will you reconsider? I think it's very important to Good Hope that you stay on.
When I came in here, I wanted to tell you again how much I love you. That I didn't have much hope for it after last night. But that somehow, today, I know we're different people than we were 20 years ago. I know that a lot of things have changed. But I wouldn't want to go through the rest of my life feeling I hadn't tried. Do I have a chance?
You might have had a very good chance, Jim. Except that, well, you see, we only met today. Just now, really. And there's someone who has a few years' start on you.
Yes. He's lucky.
Thank you.
You will stay, won't you, for commencement, I mean?
Yes, I'll stay.
Thank you, Agatha.
Well, hello.
Hello.
No, I mean Agatha.
Well, where have you been?
Where have I been? Where have you been?
Straightening out my life.
Well, now I know.
What arrangements did you make for getting us out of here?
Getting us out?
By plane, Woody, tonight. You'd better phone Washington, tell them to set up that committee meeting for 10 tomorrow morning, and call Senator McElroy. Tell him he was right. I'll make a swing through the whole state before election. And, oh, yes, close your mouth. You look like a fish.
But I thought
now,
you and
get
Merrill
on the phone. I've got to change my shoes.
Hello, this is Miss Woods. Would you get me to the airport, please?
All right, Woody, where's the Honorable?
Look, Cole, would you mind telling me something? What's going on? Okay, I'll hold on. Merrill runs the film. You're philosophical, and she straightens out her life. I don't get it.
You will.
What in my black shoes? What did you do with...
Well, I thought you were on your way to bigger and better things.
I've got some news for you.
Hello?
Leave us alone, Woody.
But
I said leave us alone.
Oh, I'll call you later.
Aggie, you're not going to do it. You're not going to marry.
Really?
Now, look, I'm not asking you to fall into my arms. I wouldn't even catch you if you did. There's one thing I found out this weekend. I don't like women.
Then why all the bother?
Because I'm neat. I straighten pictures. I put the tops on toothpaste tubes. I don't like unfinished things lying around. You're not going to go through with this and throw away your life.
Aren't you being a little overconfident?
I don't think so. I'm offering you a deal. A business deal. And in exchange for such a small service, I'm giving you my personal guarantee that the article in Rio magazine won't even hit at the colorful events leading up to your expulsion from this seat of higher learning.
Why, you...
See pictures on opposite page.
So you're an eavesdropper, too, among all your other accomplishments.
You learn a lot of cute tricks in my work, too.
Well, it seems I have no choice, have I? Woody?
Yes, ma'am.
There's been a change of plans, Woody. We're leaving Good Hope tonight.
Huh?
You'd better phone Washington. They can set up a committee meeting for tomorrow at 10 and call Senator McElroy. Tell him I'll make a swing through the entire state before the election.
But you just
I know. There's been a change of plans.
Oh, a change of plans.
Miss Reed, are you ready?
Ginny?
The ceremonies are going to begin.
Well, I guess I'm ready.
Oh, your speech. Have you got your speech?
My speech? I left it on the desk. What did you do with it?
I never touched it.
I distinctly remember leaving it on
What's
the...
that in the wastebasket?
Oh.
We had no fire.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, let's go. Ginny, where are you?
One weekend. Could a woman go crazy in one weekend?
What's so crazy about changing her mind?
Changing her mind? She told me the same thing 5 minutes ago.
She what?
What are they putting the food around here anyway? Now what's got into you?
Sweetheart, don't even try to understand it. Just relax and enjoy it. Hello.
Well, what kept you? Oh, Matt, you were right. We have missed 6 wonderful years. I've been so blind. Why didn't you make me see?
Why didn't I make you... Oh, you politician, you.
And now, here's Mr. Keeley with our star.
And we want to thank them for a very exceptional show. Barbara Stanwyck, Frank Lovejoy, and Robert Young. You certainly have done a lot for education this evening, Barbara.
And just what have I done?
You've shown our audience that women can be brilliant and beautiful.
Well, all I've done is use Lux toilet soap faithfully. It's my favorite complexion care.
A perfect combination of brains and beauty care. You know, all smart women use Lux soap.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of it, Bill.
What college did you attend, Barbara?
Well, as a matter of fact, I finished school at the age of 13.
Really? What held you up?
You weren't caught climbing through the window at 5 a.m.
No, Frank. Barbara, at the age of 13, got her first job in the chorus.
That'll make you back up, Frank.
I retreat.
Hold it, Frank. Seems to me you've just finished a picture at Warner Brothers entitled Retreat something or other.
Yes, Barbara, it's a Milton Sperling production for Warner Brothers. Retreat, you should pardon the expression, hell.
We'll pardon it because it's about the courageous attitude of the Marines in Retreat Hell, an excellent picture of the Korean War.
Well, now that we're all in full retreat, why don't you tell us about next week's play, Bill?
Gladly, Barbara. Next week, we'll have a swashbuckling adventure story, Captain Horatio Hornblower. And as our stars in this recent Warner Brothers screen success, playing their original roles, the exciting team of Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo.
Well, we'll certainly look forward to that one, Bill.
Good night. You are all great.
Here's a beauty tip from one of Hollywood's loveliest young stars, that charming Lux girl, Dorothy Patrick. She says, daily active lather facials with Lux toilet soap do wonders for my skin. Make it softer, smoother, really lovelier. Why don't you try this simple care Dorothy Patrick recommends? You'll find it's easy to be Lux lovely. Lux Soap's gentle, active lather cleanses so thoroughly, quickly gives skin appealing, fresh new beauty. Put Hollywood's own beauty soap on your shopping list tomorrow. Lux Toilet Soap is as fine a complexion soap as money can buy. You'll soon discover why 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux girls.
Lux Toilet Soap Care is guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company to give your complexion a fresher, smoother, lovelier look, or your money back. Lever Brothers Company, New York, New York, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo in Captain Horatio Hornblower. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Robert Young, star of radio's Father Knows Best, has appeared through the courtesy of the Crosley Corporation. Heard in our cast tonight were Lorene Tuttle as Ellen, Joan Banks as Woody, Rhoda Williams as Ginny, Herbert Butterfield as Griswold, Howard McNear as Dr. Pitt, Gwen Delano as Miss Shackelford, and Eddie Marr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Goodbye, My Fancy has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Captain Horatio Hornblower, starring Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo.
I was worn out, dead tired. But I kept on walking through the mist. And suddenly I started hearing footsteps behind me. I turned around, and then I saw him. He was walking along slow, dragging his feet, walking as if he couldn't see. His face was all covered with blood. But I knew who it was. It was Miller, the guy I'd killed.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Dead Come Back. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by William Morwood will threaten your sanity. Its title, The Dead Come Back. About 1 o'clock in the morning, on a dark, deserted street, standing in the doorway of a gloomy brownstone house, a man with a wild expression on his face rings the bell desperately. There is no answer, and he rings again. Then...
Hey, Doc Padgett.
Why, yes.
The brain doc knows what goes on inside a guy's head.
Well, yes, I'm a psychiatrist.
I gotta talk to you.
It's very late. If you come back tomorrow during office hours...
Now, Doc. Something's been happening to me. Something that's driving me nuts.
I'm sorry, but...
Get inside.
Be careful with that.
It won't go off till I pull a trigger. Better sit down, Doc.
Very well.
Just to make sure we understand each other, I put this gun here on the desk. And my watch. We got just half an hour to get everything cleared up.
And then?
And then, I got a guy to kill.
Suppose we start at the beginning. Your name?
Lefty O'Connor.
O'Connor?
So you heard of me, huh?
I'm not sure, but the Tilson murder case.
That's right.
But as I remember
That's right. They decided I was nuts, put me away. But get this straight, Doc.
Yes?
I wasn't ever out of my head, and I ain't now.
I see.
Insanity was something that I cooked up to keep from burning. I played it up all right. Good enough to make monkeys out of the doctors and the jury. But when I got to the nut house, it was different. I didn't have to pretend no more. You know, Doc, some of them whacks act just as sane as you and me. Yeah, I was getting along fine. Till 2 nights ago, when I was called in to see the superintendent. He was a white-haired old guy, named Miller.
Sit down, Lefty. Cigarette?
Thanks, Mr. Miller.
Here you are.
What's that?
This? Just a music box. Plays when you open the lid.
That ain't just a... What are you trying to do to me?
Oh, what do you mean, Lefty? I just offered you
That's the box I kept talking about at the trial. The one old Mrs. Tilson kept her jewels in.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Lefty.
In a pig's eye. I know what you're trying to do. But I don't remember nothing. Nothing, you hear?
And why does this tune seem to disturb you, sir?
Never mind why. Turn it off.
Yes, of course. Take it easy, Lefty. I called you in here because I want to help you.
You're trying to trick me into admitting I knew what I was doing when I hit old lady.
Nothing of the kind.
Next you'll be asking me where I hid the jewels. Don't you think I know that routine?
There's no routine here, Lefty.
You're a liar, Mr. Miller. You got me in here to give me the 3rd degree, to try to break me down all over again. Well, you won't do it. Not again. I've had enough.
Lefty, put down that paperweight.
I didn't have no idea of escaping when I hit him, Doc. I was just scared. I was scared of what would happen if he kept after me. When I found a gun in his desk drawer, I began making plans fast. I brought him around. I told him exactly what he had to do. We went out, got into his car, started for the gate. Okay, Miller, it's up to you now.
I understand.
Now remember, I'll be lying back here with this gun against your spine.
Evening, Mr. Miller.
Hello, George.
Going out kind of late, aren't you, sir?
Yes. Something unexpected came up.
You wouldn't be smuggling out anyone under that rug and back, sir, huh?
I might.
Yep, looks suspicious. Just the right shape for a man. But I'll take a chance on you, sir. Okay, Charlie. Open up for the super. Okay. Open it up. Good night, Mr. Miller.
Turn the left fork here.
Ah, the Ganville Road. I was afraid of this, Lefty. The Tilson Estate's up this way, isn't it?
You're too smart for your own good, Mr. Miller. You can turn off here.
There's no road.
In under the trees.
All right. What happens now? Do we walk the rest of the way?
One of us does. Get out. You're no use to me anymore.
Let you know. Put that gun away. You can't. You fool. You won't get rid of me this way. You will.
I left him there beside his car and started walking. I don't know how long I was at it. Maybe an hour when I hit the outskirts of town. The light was kind of funny. It was different from anything I'd ever seen. It was kind of yellow. Kind of yellow mixed with a mist that was curling up. Maybe I was tired, I don't know. But suddenly I began to hear footsteps behind me. I looked around, and then I saw him. He was walking on the other side of the road, blind, as if he couldn't see where he was going. His feet were kind of dragging along. His face was covered with blood. But through the blood, I could see that it was him. Miller. I don't know what what happened then, Doc. I must have passed out. Because the next thing I knew, people, faces bending over me.
He's coming too, Tom.
Yeah. How are you feeling, chum?
Hey.
He's as white as if he'd seen a ghost.
Who are you?
I'm Ruth Mason. This is my brother, Tom.
We live right by. We heard you yell and came running out.
Did you see anyone else?
I know.
On the road?
No. You were lying right in the middle of the road till we pulled you off. What happened? Did a car hit you?
I don't remember.
Well, take his arm. Help him up, Tom.
Okay, sure.
Here we go, Mo. The name is Sims. Johnny Sims. I'm all right.
You look kind of bushed to me.
I've been walking all night. Out of a job, see, and broke.
Well, our house is right over there. You come on in and we'll fix
thanks, I gotta keep moving.
What's the rush if you're just looking for a job?
Well, Hey.
Cops coming this way.
Probably looking for that man that escaped from the state hospital.
That's right. They said that...
What? Johnny, what's the matter? You look as if you're going to faint again.
I guess I must be worse than I thought. Look, does that invite still hold?
Well, of course. Right this way. Something more, Johnny?
No, thanks, Ruth. Couldn't manage another thing. Full up.
Oh, well, then you lie right down on that sofa. That is, if Tom will get off with his paper.
Oh, sure. I was just reading some more about that guy, Lefty O'Connor, that broke out of the asylum. Seems he forced the superintendent to drive him out in a car.
Please, Tom, let's not talk about it. It gives me the creeps to think of anyone like that being loose.
Maybe he ain't so bad.
He's a murderer, Johnny. A homicidal maniac.
How do you know? Maybe the super deserved killing.
The super?
Yeah.
But the paper doesn't say anything about the super being killed.
Well, Ruth said...
I meant the old lady, Mrs. Tilson.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I must have heard. Maybe I just thought...
I'll try the radio. Maybe there's some late news on it. Though you're probably right, Johnny. The super wouldn't stand a chance.
Sure. The way I figured...
What's the matter, Johnny?
Turn that off.
What?
I said turn it off.
Why?
Johnny.
Hey, what gives?
Well, I'm sorry. I don't like radios.
Oh, it's all right, Johnny. We understand. Now suppose we show you to your room and you take a good long sleep.
I must have slept like a dead man, Doc. It was dark when I woke up. There was nobody in the house. I switched on the lamp and looked at my watch. A few minutes before midnight. Didn't have much time if I wanted to get the jewels and blow town before morning. So I started for the door, but before I reached it, it opened. And standing there, smiling, kind of sad-like, was Miller.
Hello, Lefty. Did you get the jewels?
You! It can't be you. You're dead.
I told you you wouldn't get rid of me so easily.
What do you want with me?
Nothing, Lefty. Just what I wanted before, to help you.
You're lying. You still think you can break me, get me to confess, but I'll show you. I must have hit the lights, Doc, or maybe they were never on, because suddenly the room was all dark. I struck a match. I bent down to look at Miller, make sure that he was really dead this time. And I ain't crazy, Doc. You gotta believe me. But the man lying face up on the floor was Tom Mason.
A dead man who came back. And now, a second victim, as the hands of the clock move inexorably to the witching hour. And yet another.
Murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight. To Lefty O'Connor, sitting in a psychiatrist's office with a gun in front of him, trying to convince the doctor and himself that he is sane.
My hand was shaking so much that the match went out. It was Tom, all right. Tom Mason, dead. But it was better that way than what I'd thought, because it meant that Miller hadn't come back from the grave. I'd probably just imagined I heard him talking to me. I frisked Mason, I got the keys to his car, and went out. It was a little coupe parked in the driveway. I opened the door. I was just getting in when...
Hello, Johnny.
Huh? Ruth.
You look a little better than you did before. How do you feel?
Oh, fine.
Oh, that's good. You were sleeping so soundly when I left it. Are you going somewhere?
Well, yeah. There was something I had to do, and Tom told me I could borrow his car.
Oh, all right. I'll go inside.
No, you can't go in there.
Well, what do you mean? Why not?
Well, I mean, such a swell night. How about a little drive, Ruth?
But what about your errand?
Well, that'll just take a minute. It'll be swell having you along.
Well, I don't know. I don't suppose Tom will mind.
I'm sure he won't.
Well, then, all right. I guess that's one of the wonderful things about life. You just never know when something completely unexpected will happen.
That's right, baby. You just never know.
Why so quiet, Johnny?
Huh?
You asked me to come driving with you, and I do. You don't say a thing to me.
What should I be saying?
Well, you might start by telling me something about yourself.
Like I said, I'm just a guy looking for work.
What kind of a job did you have before?
Chauffeur.
Well, that sounds interesting. Did you work around here?
Why?
I just wondered. You seem to know the roads so well.
Listen, baby, let's not talk about me. I'd rather hear about you.
Well, there's not much to tell. I'm 21, fancy-free, and I work for a living. I'm a nurse in a psychiatrist's office.
A what?
Psychiatrist. A doctor who, well, helps people who are disturbed mentally.
Like people who, see things that ain't there?
Oh, yes, he gets a lot of those kind of cases.
What does he do?
He talks to the patients, explains away the hallucination. His name is Dr. Paget, and he's really wonderful. Johnny?
Yeah?
Where are we going?
Why, baby?
We've turned off the main road. This leads past the old Tilson mansion.
What's that?
The house where that terrible murder took place about a year ago. It's all boarded up now, of course.
Yeah, that's the job Lefty O'Connor pulled,
yes.
Huh?
Yeah, he was old Mrs. Tilson's chauffeur.
What?
Chauffeur.
Quite a coincidence, ain't it?
Johnny, you're turning in the driveway.
Yeah. See, a couple of nights ago, I broke into this place to sleep. It was just an empty house to me. I didn't know anything about no murder. I left the parcel behind. I want to pick it up.
Oh, I see.
You think I had any other reason for coming here?
No, Johnny.
Sit tight, baby. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, Johnny. Well, why are you taking the keys?
Just to make sure the car stays here, and you with it.
But of course I'll stay.
You better, baby. Or it'll be just too bad. Pulled the board loose from one of the windows. Climbed into the old house. It was black as pitch inside. That musty, shut-in smell. Felt my way along the wall to the stairs. Climbed to the second floor. The old lady's room was at the head of the stairs. It wasn't so dark in there. Windows hadn't been boarded, and the moonlight was coming in. And I saw that marble fireplace with a gargoyle in the middle grinning at me. So I picked up the poker and smashed into it. And there, behind where I pushed it past a loose brick, was a paper bag containing the jewels. I looked inside to make sure that everything was safe. Moonlight sparkled on them shiners. And then, Doc, suddenly, out of nowhere it started. That music started. Stop it!
Johnny, where are you?
What? Oh! Ruth, get her to stop.
What to stop?
Mrs. Tilson, that tune.
What tune?
You mean you don't hear nothing?
Well, no, Johnny.
But you must. It's gone now.
Johnny, you're shaking all over. Johnny, what's that?
What's what?
Well, they're all over the floor. They look like diamonds, jewels.
Didn't I tell you to stay in the car? What are you doing up here?
I heard noises and you
You were
yelled.
spying on me.
No, I wasn't, Lefty.
What did you call me?
Nothing.
So you guessed it, huh? Okay. I am Lefty O'Connor, and I came back for the jewels. But that information ain't traveling far. Not with you, anyway.
What do you mean? No! Don't touch me!
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Oh!
I was rattled, Doc. The music did it. That and everything else. I left the lion there, and I picked up the jewels and beat it. Started the car fast. I just about hit the main highway when the wheels started acting funny. I stopped and got out to look. It was a flat. My luck had played out. If I took the time to change it, someone might come along, and just then I did hear a car coming. I froze, waiting for it to pass. Instead, it stopped, and...
Hi, Johnny.
Tom! Don't miss!
I got out as soon as I could. Which is the flat?
What? How did you know?
How did I know? Why, you just called me. You told me you couldn't find the tools.
I called you?
Well, yeah. Don't you remember?
No, I don't. I couldn't have.
Of course, it's none of my business, Johnny, but... Look, you've been acting awful funny. I'm beginning to think maybe you ought to go see a doctor. Someone like Doc Paget that Ruth works for.
There's nothing wrong with me. Nothing.
Okay. Get started with this, Jack. The rest of the tools are under the front seat. I'll get them.
No, wait.
Hey, what's this paper bag doing?
Give me that!
You're going in for pebble collecting, huh?
Pebbles?
Yeah, look at them.
Oh, they are pebbles. Yeah? What's happening to me? Oh.
I don't know. But I told you don't look well. Hey, where are you going? Hey, wait a minute. I told you that was a borrowed car.
Get off that round board. I say get off.
You're nuts, Johnny! You're nuts! You're crazy!
Well, there it is, Doc.
Yeah, huh?
That's his story. I kept hearing what he said. Tom. Over and over again. I'm nuts. I'm crazy. I couldn't stand it anymore. So I looked you up in the phone book and I come over.
Oh, what do you expect me to do, Lefty?
Do? You're a brain doc. I'm not nuts. I know I'm not. Why am I seeing these things? What's happening to me?
Well, it's rather difficult to make a diagnosis this quickly, but I'd say that you were suffering from hallucinations because of a sense of guilt.
Guilt? About what?
Well, it probably started with that first murder, Mrs. Tilson. And it's been preying on your mind ever since. Now, if you could extrovert that, get it out of your system.
But I did.
That's true, but not as a confession, with all that it entails. That's the only way you can achieve a complete catharsis.
Well, that's crazy.
All right. You wanted my advice, but you don't have to take it.
And you think... Okay, I did kill her. I knew all the time what I was doing. I waited for a night when there was only the two of us in the house, and then I beat her brains out with a tire iron. There, I said it, I told you.
Yes, Lefty. And I think that now I can promise you'll never be troubled by hallucinations again.
You sure, Doc?
Quite sure.
That's good. Because... Remember I said that in half an hour I was going to kill someone?
Yes.
Well, a half hour is up. And you're the man.
Am I, Lefty?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Doc, but you know too much now. You're the only one who does. So...
I wouldn't, Lefty.
Why are you sitting there like that? I shot you.
Yes, Lefty, with blanks in your gun. All right, boy.
Take it easy, Lefty. We got you covered.
No. And Mason.
Did you get it?
Uh-huh. Every
What?
word.
You're cops.
No kidding.
Then the whole thing, letting me escape and everything that happened afterwards was just a trick.
That's right.
You wanted to show I wasn't nuts, get me to confess.
Smart boy.
We made just one mistake, Lefty. Or rather, Ruth did. Following you into the Tilson mansion. She paid for that with her life. But now you're going to pay.
No.
Shut up.
Yes, Lefty, for that and for the Tilson murder. And my only regret is that rats like you can only burn once.
Moving forward, the two grim-faced men take hold of Lefty O'Connor. And Lefty knows that he has come to the end of the road. The road that began when he first heard the clock in the old Tilson mansion strike 12 for
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death's face peers out of the darkened windows of deserted houses and the clocks strike 12 for
Murder at midnight.
The part of Lefty O'Connor was played by Joseph Julian. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Myrna Loy and Cary Grant in I Love You Again with Frank McHugh. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Somewhere in the voluminous files of the Lux Radio Theater, there's a hastily scrawled memo that says, Team Myrna Loy and Cary Grant next week. I think that note was written 4 or 5 years ago. And our chance came last week when we discovered that through some happy studio miracle, Myrna was doing nothing but coaxing her flower garden to even greater glory, and the already tanned Mr. Grant was just lying on the beach tanning. A phone call to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and we had a comedy which made golden music at the box office. I Love You Again, from the story by Octopus Roy Cohn. Just imagine yourself walking into your own house with no recollection of what you'd been doing for the last 9 years. That's the situation Cary Grant faces in the role of Larry Wilson. And to complicate things a bit more, Myrna Loy, as Mrs. Wilson, is extremely doubtful of his whole behavior. We have some doubters in this audience, too, I've discovered. They want to know how I, a mere man, can speak so confidently about Lux Flakes. Between the lines of their letters, I can read, "What, my dear sir, have you ever washed in it?" Well, here's the answer. Right now, I'm probably one of the biggest customers our product has. When you're shooting a Technicolor picture like Reap the Wild Wind, you've got hundreds of brilliantly colored costumes to worry about. And in the course of a shooting schedule of about 5 months, those costumes get some pretty hard use. But we've got to keep them looking bright and fresh, and that's where Lux Flakes comes in. I know they're good business for me at Paramount. That's why I feel pretty safe in saying they're good business for you at home. Now the Lux Radio Theater curtain goes up once more, this time on I Love You Again, starring Cary Grant as Larry Wilson and Myrna Loy as Kay, with Frank McHugh as Doc. You'll meet at least one on every ocean liner. He's usually found in the ship's lounge, drinking lemonade with the boys and talking about himself. He wears black suits and stiff collars, belongs to every club in his hometown, and never forgets his rubbers. He's a first-class bore. In our case, the bore is a certain Mr. Lawrence Wilson of Habersville, PA. At the bar of an ocean liner approaching New York Harbor, he's been boring 3 tired gentlemen for almost an hour. As yet, there's no sign of a let-up.
Oh, yes, sir, gentlemen. That watch was given to me by the Habersville Chamber of Commerce. Pretty fine watch, isn't it?
Terrific.
Well, L.J. Hawkesbury himself made the presentation. L.J. is one of the biggest men in our town. Now, I can remember every word he said. He said, "It is my pleasure and privilege to present this token of our esteem to one of our first and foremost citizens, Lawrence Wilson, for his unfading energy as chairman, he said. That's what he said, of the Habersville Morals and Clean Government Committee."
Oh, fine, fine. I'll bet you're some pumpkins back there in Habersville.
Yeah, well, you know how it is. Well, gentlemen, last night out, how about having a farewell drink with me? A Dutch treat, of course.
Yes, I figured that one out.
Oh, Stuart, service, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, what'll it be, boys?
Bourbon and soda. Make mine the same.
All right, Stuart. You know mine?
Yeah, ginger ale and grape juice. Oh, come on now, Wilson. That's no drink.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, fellas, but that's all I ever take.
Hiya, man.
Hello, Ryan.
Hi, fellas. Hi, Stuart. Fill her up. Hi, Wilson. How's the old sourpuss? Hey, Stuart, give the old sourpuss a drink.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan, but I don't indulge.
I don't indulge, eh? You're too good to drink with me, eh?
I'm sorry. Good night, gentlemen.
Come back here, you.
Now, take it easy, Ryan. Mr. Wilson doesn't drink.
I know, grape juice Wilson, but tonight he does. Listen, Wilson, you've snooted me long enough on this boat. Take off that stuffed shirt. Come on, knock me down.
Mr. Ryan, you're inebriated.
Oh, so I'm inebriated, huh? I'll show you if I'm inebriated. I'll walk a straight line with anybody on this boat. With anybody on any boat. I'll even go out there on the deck and walk along the rail.
Oh, now, here, Ryan. Don't go out on deck.
Inebriated, huh?
Oh, now, come back, Ryan. Come inside.
Let me go. I'll show you.
Oh, Ryan, you fall overboard.
Let me go. Now get away from that rail.
Now, listen, Ryan, old man.
How's that? Right up on the rail.
Oh, now, come down. You're too intoxicated to realize your peril.
What's this one, Wilson? Tightrope walking. I can balance myself like a... Hey. Hey.
Oh, now be careful.
Hold me. I'm slipping.
Hey, let me go.
Help.
Oh, no, let go.
Hey.
Oh, look out. We're both falling.
Oh,
let go. Let go. Oh,
Man overboard! Man overboard! Full speed astern and the lifeboat. Lower away there. Lower away.
I saw it. I saw the whole thing. Mr. Ryan fell off the rail and Mr. Wilson jumped in to save him.
Wilson, the grape juice man. He's a hero. Well, are the passengers all right, Doctor?
I think they will be, Captain, but Mr. Wilson is still unconscious.
Unconscious?
Oh, he'll come around all right in the morning, Captain. He had a rather nasty blow on the temple.
How did that happen?
I'm not certain, but I believe when your men lowered the boat, one of your sailors hit him on the head with the oar.
That's the stuff, Wilson, old boy. Open your eyes now.
Oh, dear.
Everything's fine. Wake up, pal.
Oh, my. What happened?
How do you feel, pal? Dizzy? Look at me, pal. It's your old friend, Ryan.
Ryan? You dirty rat. Come here.
Oh, now, take it easy, pal. Take it easy.
You
Let go.
slugged me.
No, pal. Honest, it wasn't me. It was a sailor with an oar.
Huh? Sailor with a... Hey, wait a minute. This is a boat. I'm on a boat. What's the idea? Why was I taken off that train?
What train?
You know what train, you double-crossing...
Wait a minute. Look, don't you remember me? Ryan? Doc Ryan, your old shipmate?
I never saw you before in my life.
Holy smoke, you sure knocked you goofy. Why, you saved my life last night.
What do I want to do that for?
Gee, I don't know. I don't remember much, Mr. Wilson.
Huh? What's that you called me?
Mr. Wilson, your name?
Look, what's going on here? What's happened to me?
Well, you took a dive for me last night when I fell overboard. You were socked in the head.
You're a liar. I can't swim.
Look, pal, I won't be a minute. The doctor's right down the corridor.
Now, sit down. Last night I was on my way to the fight in New York.
What fight?
What fight? Don't you read the papers? The Sharky Smelling fight. Hey, I must have missed it.
I'll say you missed it by about 9 years.
Huh? 9 years? Hey, what date is this?
Here's the ship's news. April 10th, 1941.
Let me see that. 1941? It's a misprint.
No, honest, pal. That's right.
But, oh, wait a minute. It was 1932 last night.
Now, I've got to get the doctor.
Now, sit down, sir. I don't need a doctor. I need a drink.
Okay, I'll ring for you. Ginger ale and grape juice.
What? I want a drink, not a foot bath.
Well, that's what you've been drinking. Buckets of it.
What, ginger ale and grape juice? Well, there's no prohibition on these boats, is there?
There's no more prohibition. Roosevelt did away with that.
Roosevelt? Why, Teddy Roosevelt's been dead for...
No. I don't mean Teddy. I mean Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the president. Been elected 3 times.
Oh, he's president. How's he doing?
Fine. Look, Mr. Wilson, I'll go and get the...
Why'd you keep calling me Wilson? My name's George Davis.
George Davis? Hey, wait a minute. You're not the George Davis that was partners with Duke Sheldon in them con games.
Well, what if I am?
Well, gosh, don't be that way. After all, we're in the same business.
Oh, is that so? What's your racket?
Oh, I've been kind of working the boats, you know. Cards, a few tricks with the dice. Say, I get it now. You've been working this boat yourself under the name of Wilson.
Oh, what are you talking about? Last thing I remember is getting on that train in 1932 to go to the fight.
You mean you ain't got no line on yourself since then?
No, I can't. Wait a minute. Somebody slugged me on that train in the card game. Well, what's happened since then? Where have I been? Hey, there's a name for this thing.
Name for what?
Lapse of memory, lost identity. Amnesia, that's it, amnesia.
Is that what you got?
No, it's what I've had. A blow on the head can make you forget the past. You live on as someone else. Perhaps forever, unless another shock or blow brings you back to your right self. Well, you read about these things, you never figure them happening to yourself. Say, what was this Wilson like?
Oh, a novel heel. I like Davis better.
Thanks.
All Wilson did was talk about Habersville.
Habersville? Who's he?
Not he, it. It's some burg in Pennsylvania.
Never heard of it. Hey, wonder if Mr. Wilson has any money.
He should have. Wilson was the closest mug I've ever seen.
Oh, was it? Well, I think it might be a good idea to take an inventory of our Mr. Wilson's luggage.
Say, it's funny, ain't it? Here we are talking about you and a guy named Wilson, and you're both guys.
Look at this suit. I must have borrowed that from an undertaker. What's all this stuff? Hair restorers, saltine crackers, dyspepsia tablets? Look at that, a bottle of gargle. Say, I certainly took good care of Wilson.
There's a lot of papers and stuff. Boy, were you a joiner. Rotary, Elks, Owls, Community Chest, Primrose League. Wait a minute. What's it? A bank book.
Oh, no, we're getting somewhere. Give it to me. Habersville National Bank. Lawrence Wilson checking account C. $147,000.83.
$147. Let me take a look at that.
And that's the C account. That means there must be an A and B as well.
It might even go right through the alphabet.
Yeah. Say, why wouldn't it be a good idea for Mr. Wilson to pay a visit to Habersville? Just long enough to get the money, huh?
Do you think you can swing it?
Well, it's worth trying. There's a fortune in this thing. Hey, Doc, how'd you like to go in on it with me?
Do you mean it?
I'll cut you in for 25%.
I'd have done it for 10. After all, you saved my life.
Well, look, I'm going to need some money. think I'll send a radiogram to the Haversville National Bank. I'll tell them to send me $5,000 to the Whitney Hotel tomorrow morning when we land.
25% of $5,000. Oh, boy, what a cut.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. There's one thing, Doc. You've got to stick close to me. If anybody starts asking questions, if I seem to be getting into a tight spot, I'll pull a feint, and don't you forget to catch me.
Trust me, pal. I'll be a regular Florence Nightingale.
Come on, Doc. Snap it up. We go right to the hotel, see if the Haversville Bank is set that... Well.
What's the matter?
Oh, boy, get a load of that girl over there. There's a dish for you, huh? Wonder who she's waving to.
Come on. Keep your mind on your work.
Larry! Oh, Larry!
Huh? Larry?
Hey, that's you.
Oh, Larry, are you all right?
Huh? For me? Well, sure. I'm fine. How are you?
Well, Larry, the papers all said you were injured.
Oh, well, nothing serious. You know how papers are. Well, it certainly is good to see you.
Yes, I know you're surprised.
Surprise isn't the word.
Larry,
Oh, excuse me. This is Doc Ryan. Doc, this is, Yes, sir. Good old Doc Ryan.
How are you, Dr. Ryan?
Well, never better, miss. Thanks to Larry.
You know, Larry, Haversville is pretty proud of that rescue.
Oh, Haversville, eh? Well. Good old Haversville. Did you just leave there?
When I read you were hurt, I didn't know how seriously. Naturally, I had to come.
Oh, well, naturally. Well, it certainly is good to see you.
Yes, so you said.
I know. Well, it's worth repeating.
Larry, you seem so strange.
Who, me? Oh, no, that's just because you haven't seen me for a while. Before you know it, we'll be right back where we were.
Larry, what in heaven's name is the matter with you?
Nothing. Why? I'm just surprised to see you here.
Well, what's so surprising about that? Haversville would think it very proper for a wife to meet her husband.
Oh, I don't know about... Huh?
Wife?
Did she... Oh!
Larry, what is it? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing at all. I'm fine. I'm just, I'm wonderful.
Oh, no, you're not. You're sicker than you think. You need a lot of rest and quiet.
Oh, nonsense. I never felt better in my life.
I'll take you to your hotel.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Oh, now listen, Larry.
Now, go away, Doc. Go away. Can't a man speak to his own wife?
You'll find everything very satisfactory, sir. This suite is one of our very best.
Sure. Thank you very much. That's all for now.
Yes, sir.
Well, dear?
Larry, a whole suite? It isn't like you.
Oh, now the best is none too good for you, Mrs. W. Well, here we are, just us two. Cozy, isn't it?
Larry, I'd like to talk a bit if you feel up to it.
Oh, talk. Oh, talk, yes. Well, of course. Sit down, dear.
If you don't mind, I'll sit over here. I don't know quite how to begin.
Huh? Begin what?
Well, I've had a long time to think things over, and I've decided once and for all to go through with a divorce.
The divorce?
Yes.
Well, but now wait, you can't do that.
I've made up my mind, Larry.
Yes, but a divorce, why, that's awful. After all, we mustn't be too hasty about this thing.
I wouldn't call 5 years exactly hasty.
Well, some mightn't. You know, a thing like a divorce, well, it can break up a marriage.
So I've heard.
Now, what's more, very often what really seemed a good reason for a divorce isn't a good reason for a divorce at all. Now, take, for instance, if I'd, if I'd beaten you or something like that.
I'd like to see you try it.
Well, then, say I'd been running around with some woman.
You with a woman? Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Oh, well, after all, you know, sometimes a vacation can change a man a lot, the sea air and all that.
I'm afraid it'll take more than sea air to change you, Larry.
Oh, what's the matter with me? Look, let's forget the divorce and try just once more, starting from scratch, huh?
It's too late, Larry.
Nonsense, it's never too late. Why, I'll tell you what we'll do.
There's someone at the door.
Oh, that's all right, ignore it. Go away.
You might as well answer it, Larry. I'm leaving anyway.
Oh, but listen.
I'll be at the Shore Haven until tomorrow if you want to get to...
Oh, hello, Mrs. Wilson.
Why, Mrs. Wilson.
Oh, Mr. Billings, how are you?
Oh, couldn't be keener, thanks.
I was just leaving. I'll probably be seeing you, though.
I hope so.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, wait, don't go.
Goodbye, Larry.
Well, Mr. Wilson, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with you.
That's what you think.
Say, Larry, I met Mr. Billings in the lobby. He came all the way from the Haversville National Bank.
That's right.
Bank? Oh! well, Mr. Billy. How are you?
Couldn't be keener, thanks.
Shall we get right down to business?
Oh, yes, indeedy. I got your wireless, Mr. Wilson, and here's your money.
5,000?
5,000. Here you are, sir.
Well, I call that service.
Me too. Now, let me see. These 5,000 here make you 2,700 overdrawn. Yeah.
Overdrawn?
Well, when you went away, you had on deposit with us $2,800. Then we paid $500 for you on that plot of land at Marsh's subdivision. Oh, by the way, here's your deed for that.
And I owe the bank $2,700?
Oh, but the bank was only too glad to accommodate you.
Well, what about those other accounts, the B and C accounts?
Oh, those. Well, those are separate.
Oh, well, fine. Go ahead.
Well, here we are. In the C account, we have $147,083.
Look, would you repeat that, please, sort of slowly?
Oh, sure. $147,083. That's the community chest account.
Huh?
I said that's the community chest account. Naturally, all checks drawn on that have to be countersigned by Mr. Sims, Miss Breathwaite, 2 directors of the fund, and yourself.
Oh. What about the National Guard? Don't they have to sign them, too?
Well, now, in the B account, which is the Anti-Vice League Fund, we have...
The Anti-Vice League, I think I'd rather not know how much we have there.
Oh, well, just you say, Mr. Wilson. Well, I better run along. I trust I've made everything clear.
Oh, terribly clear. Give my greetings to Mr. Sims and Miss Breathwaite, will you?
Oh, I will indeed. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, my. The more I learn about Larry Wilson, the more I like termites.
Raising all that good dough for the Anti-Vice League. You certainly were a stinker.
Wasn't I? Oh. Wait a minute. Now, Larry Wilson may be a dope, but in Hampersville, he's trusted and respected, huh?
Sure. A guy that raises thousands of dollars for a chest certainly ought to be able to raise a little for himself.
Let's see. Well, it's Pennsylvania. How about oil?
There's a lot of money in oil.
Oh, we'll do it, Doc. We'll locate Duke Shelton. He specializes in oil. We'll wire him to meet us down there.
Wait a minute. What about your wife?
Huh? No. Oh, my wife. Oh, dear. She's divorcing me. I meet a girl, in 20 minutes she's divorcing me. Now, can't let her do that. I need her more than ever now.
What for?
Well, with a divorce going on, Larry Wilson couldn't sell peanuts in a town like that. Now, where's my coat?
Where you going?
To the Shore Haven to call on the little woman. Who is it?
Open this door.
What? Well, take it easy.
Open this door, I'll smash it down.
Hey, what's the idea?
Where is she? Where are you hiding her? Kay?
Hey, who are you?
You know very well who I am.
Sure? What I mean is, who do you think you are?
Where is she, Larry? Come on.
Well, where's who?
You know who. Where's Kay? She was here with you.
Oh, was that Kay?
Shut up. She's been here. I looked at the register.
How did you know?
Yes, Lawrence Wilson and wife. That's how you signed it, you dirty sneak. What do you mean by that?
Well, after all, she is my wife, isn't she?
Yes, she may be your wife, but she's engaged to me.
Holy smoke. Engaged to you? Now, wait. Why should Kay want to divorce me? Answer me that.
You know why.
Oh, do I? I mean, well, of course I do, but do you?
I'll say I do, and so does everybody who knows you. Why, it's written all over you. Kay wasn't married to you. Kate McLean. He was married to the Rotary, the Kiwanis, the Lions, and the Greater Habersville Committee. Boy, is that bigamy. Will you please get rid of your wisecracking stooge? We'll settle this thing between the two of us.
There's nothing to settle. Things and people have changed. All bets are off. From now on, it's every man for himself.
You promised Kay a divorce. I might have known you wouldn't keep your word, you dirty double-crossing.
Oh, you've been asking for this.
And you asked for this. I guess you forgot I was the amateur champ of Boonton County. Well, so long, Larry. Hi, pal. Come on now. Wake up, pal. Wake up.
Oh,
Boy, are you going to have a shiner.
Oh, well, he might at least have told me his name. Now, get me up. Where's the phone?
What for?
I'm going to call my wife. You don't think I'm going to take this lying down, do you?
You were doing pretty well just a minute ago.
I'm going to call her and take her out to dinner. And just let that guy try to interfere, that's all. A husband has some rights in this state. Champagne. Good old bubbly. Nothing like it, is there, dear? Have some more?
Thank you, I've had enough.
And if you ask me, Wilson, so have you. Who asked you? Look, darling, did you have to bring your bodyguard along with us?
Herbert and I are engaged, Larry.
Oh, yes, Herbert, and you're engaged. That's what he said this morning, didn't you, Herb?
Now, look here, Wilson. Kay and I came here tonight for only one reason. We want to know what you're going to do about the divorce.
Divorce? Oh, Kay can have the divorce.
She can?
Yes, in a month or 6 weeks. But I am opposed to this unseemly haste. Somebody might get the idea my wife didn't like me.
Oh, you can't fool me, Wilson. It's not Kay you're thinking of. It's the Chamber of Commerce.
Huh?
Of course, I might have known. 6 weeks, you said. And by an odd coincidence, that happens to be the date set for the election for president of the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, now, wait.
No wonder you ordered the best suite in town and dining here tonight at the most expensive restaurant. Everything you've done since you got off that boat. All for the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, well, not all. Honestly, Kay.
You're just afraid a divorce will hurt your chances. But I'm not going to ruin my life so you can win an election.
I should say not.
Very well, then. Unless Kay comes back to Habersville with me for 6 weeks and palms herself off as my devoted and loving wife, I'll fight the case. I would feel it my duty.
If he feels it's his duty, Herbert, we're so. We'll have to give in.
Herb, you're taking my wife. The least you can do is give me the Chamber of Commerce.
Well, all right, you win.
Thanks, Herb.
I believe this is your hotel, Wilson?
That's right. Thanks very much, Herb. Well, good night, Kay, dear.
Good night, Larry.
Kay, do you think, that is, if Herbert doesn't mind, if I kissed you goodbye?
Now, listen.
It's all right, Herbert. It doesn't mean anything.
Oh, that's right. Not a thing. I just lean this way a little, dear. Oh, go on. Lift your hat a little. Oh, that's the girl.
All right, Wilson. That's enough. I said that's enough. Now, look here, Wilson.
Say, what do you think this is? Now, cut it off. Let her go.
For heaven's sakes.
Doesn't mean a thing. Well, farewell, Kay, and don't look back. It'll be easier. So long, Herb.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of I Love You Again, starring Myrna Loy, Cary Grant, and Frank McHugh. Now I'm going to ask Lou Silvers to play a march for us. All right, Lou?
A march? You wouldn't get very far if you traveled at that rate of speed.
Well, now listen to this.
Now that's more like it.
Yes, it's 3 times as fast. And that illustrates one important fact about new Quick Lux. It's 3 times as fast. In water as cool as your hand, new Quick Lux gives you suds 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps. Not just twice as fast, 3 times as fast.
That's one reason so many women prefer Lux Flakes, Mr. Ruick.
Yes, indeed, Sally. And there are other reasons.
Of course. We know we can count on Lux for purity.
That's right, Sally. You see, some soaps contain harmful alkali which weakens fabrics and fades colors. But new Quick Lux hasn't a bit of harmful alkali. It's safe for anything safe in plain water.
And the little goes so far, it's thrifty, too.
No wonder twice as many women use Lux Flakes for stockings, underthings, sweaters, and nice dresses. Twice as many as use any other flakes, chips, or beads. Buy a big box of new Quick Lux Flakes tomorrow for your pretty washroom. It's fast, thrifty, and so gentle that it keeps things new looking longer. You'll find new Quick Lux at your grocer's in the same familiar package at no extra cost to you. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of I Love You Again, starring Myrna Loy as Kay and Cary Grant as Larry, with Frank McHugh as Doc. Larry Wilson, amnesia victim and confidence man extraordinary, is piecing together the jigsaw puzzle of a life he doesn't remember. And with a wife like Kay as one of the principal parts, he's looking forward to finishing the picture. Traveling by separate compartments, they've taken the train back home to Habersville, but to avoid gossip, they get off arm in arm with Doc Ryan, 2 steps to the rear.
Ah, Habersville. Habersville. Good old Habersville. Why, the very air smells different in Habersville.
That's the glue factory.
Oh.
Hey, Larry, look. It's a welcome committee.
Oh, for me?
Of course, you know you're a hero.
Hiya, Larry!
Well, what a great to be back.
Larry, darling, let me see you.
Huh? Oh, hello.
Oh, Larry, I'm so proud. Let me kiss you, darling.
Thanks. I got the wife for me now, scram, babe.
Oh, dear.
Hello, Mother.
Hey, darling.
Mother? Oh, Mother. Well, how are you, Mother? Doesn't she look wonderful, Kay?
My mother usually looks all right.
Your mother? Sure. Well, that's what I mean. She looks fine.
You're looking wonderful yourself. But you've changed, Larry. What is it?
Vacation, you know. Nothing like a vacation to change a man.
Larry, here's Mayor Carver.
Hello, my boy. Welcome home.
Well. Hello, Mayor Carver. How's the old chief executive?
Habersville's mighty proud of you, my boy, and here's Habersville's highest award, the key to our city.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, folks.
And now, Larry, it's my proud privilege to present a gift on behalf of the municipal band. A solid silver bugle.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Much obliged, fellas.
And now I hope you lead us all in singing the Habersville Town Song, your own brilliant composition.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, yes, of course.
Well, Larry, suppose you start us off with the fanfare on your new bugle.
Fanfare on the bugle?
That's it. Go right ahead now, son.
Get behind me quick. Well, here we go. Now, you see,
Dr. Ryan.
Larry, my poor boy.
Stand back, everybody, please. He just couldn't stand all this happiness. Get an ambulance.
Larry, are you asleep?
Oh, come in, Mother. What time is it?
It's after 10. Feel better?
Oh, I feel fine. Where's Kay?
In her room. Now, Larry, about Kay. I know the whole story, and it's ridiculous.
Yes, well, I hope you brought her to her senses, Mother.
Not yet, but I will.
Good old Mother. When?
The idea. You in this room, her over there across the hall for a whole year. I don't know how you could do such a thing.
Oh, well, neither do I.
But we're going to change all that. I've come to stay for a while. I'm taking the porch room, which should have been a nursery long ago.
Oh, Mother.
Don't argue.
Well, who's arguing?
But you can't win Kay back with a stuffed squirrel.
Huh? A stuffed what?
Those animals you're always stuffing. You've got to stop it, Larry.
I've been stuffed. Mother, believe me, I'll never stuff another animal as long as I live.
And now you better try to get some sleep.
All right. Good night, Monty.
Good night.
Hey. Okay.
Yes?
It's me, Larry.
What do you want?
Well, I'm hungry.
Well, look at the icebox.
Oh, well, all right, dear. Don't you bother. I'll get my own food. That is, if I don't faint again before I get there. Well, good night, dear.
All right, wait a minute.
Okay.
Would you like some eggs?
Well, more than anything in the world. Almost.
Well, come on down to the kitchen.
Kay? Kay, you don't know what this means to me.
Never mind the sentiment. We're going down to eggs.
Yeah, darling. More toast?
No.
Champagne?
No.
Coffee?
A little. You know, I can't get over it. The last time we had champagne in this house was 3 years ago on New Year's Eve. The boss came to dinner. And even that was a bottle my mother gave us for Christmas.
Well, I wish you'd forget about the past, Kay. The fact of the matter is, I've changed quite a bit lately.
Oh, no, not you. You couldn't change any more than one of your stuffed owls could change.
Oh, but Kay.
No, I feel awfully good. Awfully good.
You do? Oh, well, that's fine. Here, let me fill up your cup.
You know, I'm sort of sorry.
Sorry?
I'm sort of sorry I'm not in love with you anymore. Because if I were still in love with you, I'd be awfully in love with you right now.
Kay, I'd like to show you the most wonderful game of two-handed post office.
I think I'd better drink my coffee now.
Yeah, but listen, Kay, how about the post...
Listen, we'd better have an understanding. I'm in this house simply because of our agreement. To convince the general public that I'm still your wife.
Well, all right. Convince me I'm one of the public.
That strikes me as a pretty foul thing to say about the public.
Okay, you're certainly making me pay for those scrambled eggs.
You're not even eating them.
Well, I'm not hungry.
Oh, you're not?
That is, I mean,
Oh, you're not hungry. I see. You got me out of bed and spoiled my sleep, but you're not hungry.
Well, I'm not really, I guess.
You don't want to eat your nice scrambled eggs?
No, dear.
Then how would you like to wear them over your ears?
Kate!
Good night.
Hello, Mrs. Wilson. How's my patient?
Insufferable.
Hi, Larry. How'd you make out with her?
Just dandy.
Hey, what have you got in your head?
Scrambled eggs, what do you think?
I didn't know.
No. What'd you find out in town?
It's pie. The town's loaded with dough. Just right for an oil boom.
Hey, not so loud. Did you phone the hotel?
Yeah, Sheldon just got in. He's going to plant the oil tomorrow.
Good. Now what about me?
You're the manager of a big pottery works here.
What? Oh, I make pots?
Yeah. You may not have any money, but you've certainly got plenty of pots.
Oh, pots. That's just what I've always wanted, a whole lot of pots.
Welcome back, Mr. Wilson. The office hasn't been the same without you.
Oh, thank you, boys. Thank you very much. Right now, we've all got our little jobs to attend to.
That's right, boys. On the job now. Oh, say, Mr. Wilson,
Yeah?
I've got some great news. 70 hours from kiln to shipping.
Oh, fine.
Now, shall we bear down on the jigger wheel or on the pug mill?
On the bugger wheel. By all means.
Okay.
Mr. Wilson, your wife is here.
My wife? Oh, my wife, yes. Well, send her in. Outside, everybody. To your jobs, please. Hello, Kay.
Hello, Larry.
What would you like to hit me with this morning? I can recommend the inkwell. The inkwell, right there.
I'm not going to apologize. You were terribly aggravated.
Oh, well, then I'll apologize. I should have ducked.
Larry, it's the 15th.
Well, certainly it's the 15th. By all means, the 15th. That means tomorrow is the 16th.
Oh, dear.
What? Something wrong?
It's just continually amazing to me the things you can think of to keep from writing a check.
A check? Oh, yeah, the 15th, yes.
I guess we've established that all right.
Well, now, just slip my mind, Kay. All the excitement of getting home, and, well, now, let me see now. That would be how much?
You know perfectly well how much, and don't try to tell me that slipped your mind.
Well, no, certainly not. Now, well, what about $200?
What?
Well, just for the time being, of course. If you run short, just call on me.
Well, don't wake me up. Let me dream. Well, goodbye. I'm going shopping.
Oh, no. We're going shopping. You need a man's advice.
No, thanks. The last time I went shopping with you, I ended up in a cut-price Mother Hubbard.
Yes, and today you may end up in a creation by Charmaine. Come on.
Just a minute. Where did you learn about Charmaine?
I read about it on the boat.
I see. Do you know how much a Charmaine creation might cost?
About 100, 200. What's the difference?
Larry, do you mind if I just faint quietly?
Tea. Ah, yes, tea. Nothing like tea after a hard day's shopping, is there?
Just look at the rain out there. And here we sit warm and cozy. I love this place.
So do I. Now, look, you see those tea leaves? You want your fortune told?
Please.
Well, here we go. I see someone in your life. It's a man.
No.
Yes, it is. It's a tall, dashing, handsome man with a striped tie, just like mine.
Go on.
Well, isn't that enough? He's tall, he's handsome, and very dashing.
That's what puzzles me, the dashing. It's there, all right, and I don't understand it.
Oh, nothing at all.
Give me your cup. I tell fortunes, too.
All right. Well, see anybody I know?
Mm-hmm. It's a woman.
Wonderful. What does she look like?
Suppose you tell me.
Well, she's about 5'5", lovely complexion, hair just like yours.
Seriously, Larry, I'd like to know what she's like.
Who?
The woman. The one who taught you about Charmaine and dancing and being dashing.
Oh, her.
Where'd you meet her, on the boat?
Yes, sort of.
Of course, if you don't want to talk about it.
Well, now, there's really not much to talk about. I mean, nothing's really happened yet.
Oh, but it will, Larry. I'm sure of it.
Honey, if you're sure of it, that's good enough for me.
I know it's none of my business, but I've been worried that you might have changed like this, to please me and maybe patch things up. But, of course, that's out of the question. My plans are all made with Herbert.
Ah, Herbert. Should have stuffed Herbert. That's what I should have done. Herbert. Have you ever taken a good look at Herbert?
Now, listen here, Larry. Don't spoil everything.
Well, you can take a good look at him now. He's just outside the window making faces at us. Look at the poor man.
Oh, my goodness. I had a date with Herbert. He'll never forgive me standing out there in the rain, poor thing. Goodbye, Larry.
Wait. You can have it cleanly pressed. You look just as good as new.
Oh, keep quiet.
Evening, Mother dear.
Larry, listen. Herbert's been here all evening. He just left. I don't like it.
Neither do I, Mother, but what can I do?
You can go and speak to Kay about it.
Yeah. Where is she?
In her room. And if you have to, kick in the door.
Oh, Mother, you pioneer woman. See you later.
Who is it?
It's me, Larry. Open the door or I'll kick it down.
What?
Open the door. You hear me?
It is open.
Oh! Well, hello. I thought it was locked.
Well, suppose it had been.
I would have kicked it down.
What for?
Well, so I could come in.
Larry, I've just spent 2 hours straightening things out with Herbert. Don't you think you've gotten me into enough trouble for today?
No.
Sometimes you remind me of a high school boy on a street corner whistling at girls.
Well, it's romantic to whistle at the opposite sex. Birds do it. Lovebirds.
Lovebirds don't whistle. They coo.
They do, too, so whistle. Sort of a low cooing whistle like this. Gets you, doesn't it?
Not particularly.
Oh, that gets me. I once knew of a case where a female lovebird locked a male lovebird out of her nest. He stood outside and cooed for hours. Oh, it's pitiful. Poor fella. Finally lost his temper and kicked the door of the cage down. And what do you think the female lovebird did then?
Gave him a sharp peck at the base of the skull.
Not at all. She put her soft little wing around him and sighed. And laid him an egg.
Please, for heaven's sakes, leave me alone.
Oh, okay. I haven't done anything.
Oh, you haven't. You've done everything you could think of to make me miserable.
Okay, what have I done?
I suppose you didn't take me out and buy me the most expensive clothes in town.
Was that bad?
And I suppose you didn't say nice things and pay me dozens of compliments and try your best to please me. You were just as nice and sweet and kind as you could be, and you know it.
Oh, well, when you put it that way, I guess I've been a heel.
You're not getting anywhere, and I wish you'd stop it. I want you to be yourself. Your owl-stuffing, speech-making, pompous old self.
Oh, well, now, let's get this clear. You're upset because I'm acting as though I found you lovely.
Yes.
But you are lovely.
There you go again.
Oh, well, I was only...
Larry! Now, I've got something to tell you, and I don't want you to say another word.
Not a word?
Just keep quiet, understand?
Well, all right.
You said before that I was lovely, attractive to you. Well, that's not so. It's your pride, that's all. You're losing me, so suddenly I seem worth holding on to. But it isn't me. It's just the idea of ever giving up anything that ever belonged to you. You don't love me, and you never did. Public opinion is the only thing you love. Public opinion, public buildings, public positions. That's why I resent your attentions, and that's why my door is going to stay locked as long as I'm in this house. Now, if you've got anything to say, please make it short. Oh, you get out of here.
Oh, now, gosh, Kay, there's nothing to cry about. I was only...
Oh, please go away, please.
All right, Kay. I'm sorry.
Mr. DeMille returns in a moment for Act 3 of I Love You Again, starring Cary Grant, Myrna Loy, and Frank McHugh. But now, it's a lovely summer night. But Anne's not dancing. She's upstairs, all alone, packing her bags.
There, that's done. Tomorrow morning I can get away from here, thank goodness. I hate it. I've been so lonely. So awfully lonely. Darn that music.
Poor Anne. Of course she's unhappy. Planning all year for that 2 weeks vacation full of fun and dates and dances, only to have it turn out a miserable, lonely failure. Libby, what would you say to girls like Anne?
Well, there's one thing I'd like to say to Anne and to all the thousands of girls who are planning weekends and vacations now. It's just this. If you're looking forward to good times, new friends, perhaps romance, then be sure that everything you wear is fresh and sweet and dainty. For neglect of daintiness is one of the surest reasons for finding yourself left out of things. Not invited, not one of the crowd. People won't tell you what's the matter. They just leave you alone. It's cruel, but it's true. The only thing to do is never, never take chances. And after all, it's very easy to protect daintiness nowadays because new Quick Lux takes away perspiration fast. It takes only a minute or so to Lux under things every night, and then you know you won't offend. Dresses need frequent luxing, too, and that's just as easy. Any dress safe in water, you know, is safe in Lux.
I'm sure if Anne had taken Libby's advice, she would have felt something like this as she packed her bags at the end of her vacation.
There, I guess everything's packed. My, I hate to leave and say goodbye to everybody, but Bob says he won't let me say goodbye to him. Oh, it's been such a wonderful time. Just perfect.
Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of I Love You Again. There's no use arguing with Kay Wilson because her mind's made up. The door's been closed on Larry and he's shut out of her life. In his office the next morning, Larry has decided to go through with his oil swindle and call it quits.
It's a cinch, pal. Duke's got an option on all the land surrounding yours. Now, here's the map.
Mm-hmm. That my land there?
That's it, Marsh Creek.
Marsh Creek, huh? Well, what about the oil?
Duke planted it all over the place. It's oozing up through the creek to beat the band. But nobody's given it a tumble yet. Say, it might take weeks for anybody to see it out there in that jungle.
Yeah, well, we'll have to fix that somehow. Marsh Creek, huh? Have to get the yokels down there. Did you get a line on any of them?
Did I? Take a look at this. All the big income tax brackets.
Mm-hmm. Leonard Harksburg. Look at that. An income of $210,000. Edward Littlejohn, $131,000.
If we could only get a couple of these old boys to go swimming in that creek.
Yeah, swimming in oil up to their necks. How are we going to do it?
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Miss.
Is it all right for Corporal Bellinson now?
What do you mean, is it all right?
It's Thursday, you know.
Oh, that's right, so it is.
Who is Corporal Bellinson?
Oh, who is Corporal Bellinson? You tell him, Miss.
Why, he has a Ranger medallion, 2 silver stars, and a community stripe.
You don't say.
You may come in, Corporal.
Good morning, sir. Corporal Bellinson reporting to Scout Leader Wilson.
Scout Leader? Who's a scout?
What? Good morning, Corporal.
Mr. Wilson, the troop is very proud of you, sir. That rescue at sea.
Well, thank you.
It's 2 o'clock, Mr. Wilson. The troop's outside already.
Where are they going?
Well, that's up to Mr. Wilson.
Oh, he can't go this morning.
But it's Harksburg's test today, sir.
It is out of the question.
Wait. Did you say Harksburg?
Oh, yes, sir.
What, you mean, Leonard Harksburg's little boy?
Sure, Junior. He's been waiting for you to get back to take the test for first-class Ranger. And so is Little John.
Little John, well, of course, yes.
Oh, well, I've worked out a special test for today, a sort of test by water. You remember, Doc, we were just talking about the water test?
Of course, very interesting.
That's splendid, sir. But first, how about shooting the buck?
All right, I'll fade it.
Dr. Ryan.
I'm ashamed of you, Corporal. Gambling at your age.
What? This morning, Corporal, we have a new test. Brand new.
Really, sir?
Yes, indeed. The swimming test. Tell the men we're leaving in 10 minutes for Marsh Creek.
Mr. Wilson, sir.
Yes, Corporal?
We've just taken the test, sir, and I'd like to report that the whole troop is all over tar.
Tar? Well, where did you get tar on you?
In the creek, sir.
Oh, Corporal, this is terrible. Tell the troop to report to their homes. I imagine their fathers will find a way to take it off.
Troop 7, report home and get the tar washed off.
Well, come in, Mr. Harksburg. Come in, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Sit right down.
How are you, Larry?
Fine. This is Dr. Ryan. Mr. Harksburg, Doctor.
How are you?
How do you do? This is Mr. Littlejohn, Mr. Bellinson.
How do you do, sir? Glad to
Well,
see you.
gentlemen, to what do I owe this visit?
Larry, I'll come right to the point. The responsible element of this town wants to do something concrete to show our appreciation for what you've done for Haverford.
Oh, come now, gentlemen. I've done nothing.
You've done a lot, Larry.
Of course, my boy. And this is what we've decided to do. You own a piece of land here near Marsh Creek.
Yes, I believe I do.
Well, the state is building a new highway through the suburbs, and we've brought some pressure to see that it runs out through your land. We can take it off your hands at a good profit.
Well, now, that's awfully decent of you. I only paid $2,500 for that piece, you know.
Now, what would you say to a check for $10,000? A cool profit of $7,500.
Why, that's 300% of my investment. Oh, it's too much.
We feel you've got it coming to you, Larry.
Of course, my
Now,
boy.
You make me feel like a profiteer.
Not at all, not at all.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Somebody at the door.
Well, Larry, my boy, what do you say?
Well, it's a deal, gentlemen.
Splendid. I've got a check right here.
Oh, I've got the deed right here someplace.
I must see Mr. Wilson at once, sir. It's a matter of the utmost importance.
But he's busy. Can't be disturbed.
He can and will be disturbed.
Just a minute, you.
Stand aside, sir. Sorry to intrude, gentlemen. Which one of you is Mr. Wilson?
Well, I am Mr. Wilson, sir.
Thank you. My name is Sheldon, Colonel E.J. Sheldon.
Oh, well, how do you do, Colonel?
Mr. Wilson, I'll be brief. You're owner of Marsh's subdivision, I believe?
Oh, yes.
Splendid. I'm prepared to make you a handsome offer for that land, $25,000.
What? You mean that?
I am not in the habit of joking, sir.
Oh, well, Colonel Sheldon must have heard about the new road.
New road? I know of no road. I'm in the gravel business, Mr. Wilson, and your land contains valuable deposits of this substance.
Gravel on my land?
Why, it's ridiculous.
Of course it is. Larry, we'll match his offer dollar for dollar.
You will? Why, that's wonderful.
Yes, indeed.
Larry, what are you doing? Are you selling the lots you own?
No, not yet, Kay, but it looks like I will.
You know what's on the land?
Well, yes, dear. Yes, I know all about the gravel deposits.
Gravel deposits? My foot. It's oil.
Huh?
Oh, just
oil?
a wild rumor. Just a wild rumor, I'm sure.
It
These
isn't
things
a wild
start up
rumor. This is oil. Gobs of it. I just heard about it.
Colonel Sheldon, you've no right to come in and try to swindle one of our town's leading citizens.
Of course not. Permit me to inform you that I have options on all the surrounding land. I'll give you $100,000 for a half interest in your property, Mr. Wilson.
Now, look here, Colonel Sheldon.
I couldn't think of
My
it.
final offer is $200,000.
Now, wait a minute. Colonel Sheldon, suppose we buy you out.
With what?
With hard cash.
How much do you want for your offer?
I own 4 parcels. I'll take $50,000 each.
All right, it's a deal. We'll meet later tonight and sign all the papers. Yes, indeed.
That was great work, pal. A clean profit of 200,000 smackers.
Yeah. What happened to Kay?
Kay? Oh, I saw her go out a minute ago with a letter in her hand. Say, that reminds me. How did she know about the oil?
That's what I want to find out. Okay. Wait a second.
Hello, Larry.
If your arm is going my way, I'll give it a lift.
Thanks.
Well, I deduce from your lack of hat as well as the envelope in your hand that you're going to mail a letter.
Yes, to Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still so mad I could explode. Those crooks pretending to be your friends. And Herbert's no better. He acted as though I were a common thief. Thought I ought to be glad of a chance to pick a pocket legally.
Oh, so that was how you knew.
Yes, Herbert came to me. He wanted me to get the land from you. Larry, you're the only honest one in the whole crowd.
Me?
You're really too good for this town.
No, not really.
Oh, here's the mailbox. And that's that.
Exit Herbert?
Exit Herbert. I want to walk. Let's go up on top of the hill, shall we?
Delighted.
Isn't it a lovely view from here?
Yeah. Yes, certainly worth the climb.
Larry, don't tell me you've forgotten this place.
Huh? Oh, forgotten. Oh, no. How could I forget it?
It was right about here.
No. I would have said it was a little more to the left.
I think you're right. Remember what you said?
Vaguely.
You said, Kay, darling, marriage is the soundest investment 2 people can make.
Ooh. Did I say... Oh. Kay, whatever made you marry me?
Well, I felt that underneath that watch chain with all its large pins and trophies, there was another person, an exciting person, the sort of man I dreamt about marrying.
Yes, he wasn't really there, though, was he?
Oh, yes. But I didn't find him for a long time. I'm sorry I didn't find him sooner.
Oh, now, don't apologize for what you thought about me. You were right. You're still right.
I was terribly wrong. But I was afraid of falling in love with you again.
Well, if you were afraid then, you should be twice as afraid now.
I don't understand that, Larry.
Oh, darling, I hope you never will. Well, I'd better be getting back. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute. You make me sick, Larry.
Huh?
If there's anything that turns my stomach, it's a man who acts noble.
Noble?
You know darn well you love me. You're just being noble and giving me up because something's wrong. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to find out.
Oh, now, Kay, wait.
Ever since you got off that boat, you've been chasing me like an amorous goat. You've been trying your darndest to make me fall in love with you. And now you have. Now I'm going to do the chasing. And believe me, brother, before I'm through, you're going to know you've been chased. Kiss me. Well?
Oh, I know it right now.
Come on, pal. You gotta get over to Duke's room. All those big shots are gonna be there. Larry, what's the matter with you?
Doc, how'd you like to work in my pottery mill?
What's the angle?
Making pots. What do you think? A chance to eat regularly and sleep regularly. Maybe have a little home of your own with a porch and a garden.
Gee, sounds wonderful.
Well, I'm glad you like it, Doc, because that's what we're going to do.
What? You're crazy. We can't stay here after the oil deal.
You know, you're not very quick today, Doc. The oil deal is off.
Huh? What about the Duke?
Oh, yeah, there's Duke to consider. I don't think Duke cares much for home and the kiddies. He's just a wee bit mercenary.
Yeah, and he likes money, too.
However, I may as well get it over with. It may be a tough fight, but I'm not afraid. Not much, I'm not.
Don't do it, Larry. I seen you fight in one fight, and you were awful. I tell you, he'll tear you to bits. He'll cripple you. He'll chew your head off. Let me go with you, just in case.
No, thanks, Doc. This is my job. I'll phone you when it's over, if I'm able.
Larry, wait, listen. He'll be murdered. He'll be... Mrs. Wilson. Mrs. Wilson, where are you?
What do you mean the deal's off? What kind of a double cross have you and Ryan cooked up?
Well, I'm through with rackets, Duke, that's all.
You're not through with this one. Look, friend, this has been a hard winter. I haven't made a killing in months. If this is a rib, stop it, because it's not funny.
It's not a rib, Duke, and it's not a double cross. I'm staying here in Habersville with my wife.
Save your breath, pal. This Moonlight and Roses hooey don't fool me. You and that dame are up to something.
You're wrong. She doesn't know a thing about it.
Hello, darling.
What? Kay!
She don't know, huh?
Kay, what are you doing here?
It's all right, Larry. I just had a talk with Dr. Ryan. He told me everything about you.
What?
Larry, I had to let her in. I just couldn't help it.
Shut up. Kay, I want you to go home.
Nobody's going home.
Now, she's got nothing to do with this, Duke. Let her go.
My friend, I'm going to brain you.
You overgrown bull, don't you dare lay a hand on him.
Shut your trap, madam. Now, you listen to me, Wilson. If you and this Tootsie want to play house when we get the cash, okay. But this car goes right to the end of the line and nobody gets out till it gets there.
You can't give me orders, you crook.
That's right, lady. I'm a crook. What do you think he is, a Bible salesman?
I don't care if he was an axe murderer. That's all finished.
I've seen him in love before. It usually lasts 4 to 6 weeks.
That's a lie.
Lady, generally speaking, I never sock a dame. But I'm inclined to make an exception for you.
All right, Duke. You asked for it.
Ooh. Okay, pal, just slip this on for size.
Oh, how dare you! You've killed him.
I hope so.
Water. Give him water.
Oh, get the water pitcher. Oh, Larry, darling, look at me.
Here's the water.
Help! I'm drowning.
Oh, Larry, my poor darling.
Kay! But Kay, how did you get on the boat? Oh, this is all your fault, Ryan. Your drunken behavior was inexcusable.
Hey, it's coming back.
Lie still, darling. Don't talk. You'll be all right in a minute.
All right, Davis, get up and quit stalling. Davis.
Were you addressing me, sir?
What do you think?
Well, I'm afraid I don't know you.
Holy Ike, he's back again.
Wait a minute. This isn't the boat. What's happened?
Is he loony? Did I knock him goofy?
Worse.
You've ruined everything. What am I going to do with him now?
Davis. George, don't you know me? Dukey. Duke Sheldon.
Huh? Oh, Duke Sheldon? Well, I'm very flattered to meet you, Your Highness.
Oh, what'll we do?
You think of something. You sucked him.
Oh, look, pal, pull yourself together. We got a big deal on.
Oh, well, if you'll call at my office, sir, I'll be glad to show you our full line of pots.
Pots? The guy's nuts. I'm getting out of here.
Now, listen, you
Get
can't...
out of my way. I'm getting out.
Goodbye, Your Highness.
All of me out.
Come back here. You hear me? You can't get away with this.
Oh, Larry, darling.
Yes, dear?
You've forgotten everything, haven't you?
Of course not.
I mean, when he hit you, you're Lawrence Wilson again. Do you suppose if you got hit on the head again, you might be George Davis?
Hey, wait. Put down that vase.
I've got to do it, darling.
Oh, no. Listen to me.
Well?
Kay, dear, Kay.
Well? Darling.
Mr. DeMille brings news of next week's show in just a moment, and Cary Grant and Myrna Loy will return for their curtain calls. Meantime, a question for the ladies in our audience. How many years do you think women have been wearing silk stockings? Well, the answer is more than 250 years. Yes, good Queen Bess of England was presented with a pair of hand-knit black silk stockings way back in the 16th century. But today's filmy silks and nylons are a far cry from the bulky, heavy hose of Queen Elizabeth's day. Why, some of the newest nylons, for example, are so sheer you can read a newspaper through 6 layers of stockings. And now for another question. What do the people who make today's lovely stockings say about their care? Well, that's an easy question to answer. More than 90% of the hundreds of makers of silk and nylon stockings the country over, more than 90% of them recommend Lux Flakes. Now, that's expert advice, and you'll find it pays. For new Quick Lux saves the vital elasticity of your stockings, the quality that helps them to give under strain, then spring back without running. You see, if you rub sheer hosiery with a cake of soap, or if you use flakes or chips containing harmful alkali, you're weakening the fibers. Soon, a thread may break. Then you've got to run. The smooth texture, the color of your stockings may be spoiled, too. So, for stocking beauty and for longer stocking wear, always stick to gentle, new Quick Lux Flakes. They're fast, thrifty, and safe. There's enough Lux in that generous big box to do your stockings for months. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The spotlight turns to Myrna Loy and Cary Grant again. We'll just say, we loved them again, and I love you again.
I'll bet he says that to all the actors, Myrna.
I thought it was very nice. Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Well, it's been a long time since we worked together, Cary. Years, isn't it?
Yeah, 5 to be exact. Let's see, that makes our next date on Monday, 1946, doesn't it?
It'll be a Monday, all right. A Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater, but it won't be 5 years.
What, Mr. DeMille? You want us to come back right away?
Right away, Cary.
You like the performance that much?
That much and more.
Oh, well, now, why don't you save yourself a lot of bookkeeping, CB, and pay us both for both jobs right now, huh?
Maybe I'd better call you in 1946, Cary.
What's your play here next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next week, Myrna, we've scheduled one of the most exciting combinations of mystery and glamour that the screen has ever produced. The play is Algiers, and the stars are Charles Boyer and Hedy Lamarr. You'll hear You'll hear Charles Boyer as Pepe Lamoco. The same great role. The same great role he played in the Walter Wanger picture. And you'll hear Hedy Lamarr as the girl who found an irresistible attraction in the man who lived outside the law. You're all invited to sail for Algiers next Monday night, and I hope nobody will miss the boat.
Well, that sounds swell, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. An A+ for both of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Charles Boyer and Hedy Lamarr in Algiers. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Myrna Loy appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and is currently seen on the screen in their production of Love Crazy. Cary Grant has just finished making the RKO production, Before the Fact, directed by Alfred Hitchcock, and Frank McHugh is now appearing in the Warner Brothers picture, Manpower. Included in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as Duke Sheldon, Jack Arnold as Herbert, Jane Morgan as Mother, Dix Davis as Corporal Bellinson, and Ferdinand Meunier, Ralph Sedan, Earl Ross, Tyler McVeigh, and Betty Ventura. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain Up presents the stars in their choices. Boris Karloff in Hanging Judge, a play by Raymond Massey based on a novel by Bruce Hamilton. Hanging Judge.
Members of the jury, are you agreed upon your verdict?
We are.
Do you find the prisoner, Harry Gosling, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty. But we ask that the prisoner should be recommended to mercy on the ground that the murder was not premeditated.
Harry Gosling, you stand convicted of murder. Have you anything to say why a sentence of death should not be pronounced upon you according to law?
I'm not guilty. Not guilty.
Harry Gosling, you have been convicted of a foul and brutal murder. The defense which you concocted has been demonstrated to the satisfaction of the jury to be untrue. You must now prepare yourself to undergo the penalty which the law enacts for such a crime as you have committed. The recommendation which the jury have added to their verdict will be forwarded to the proper quarters where it will receive due consideration. My duty is now to pass upon you the sentence of the law. That sentence is that you be taken hence to a lawful prison and thence to a place of execution.
Why the hell don't the governor come? He said 8 o'clock.
He'll come. Take it easy, Harry.
Here he is now.
The governor.
Okay.
Well, Gosling, I brought Mr. Nottingham along. He's come straight from the Home Secretary. I'm sorry, old man.
You mean there's no reprieve, sir?
I'm afraid not. Now, you remember I warned you not to be too hopeful.
Yes, but I couldn't carry it that far. You're pulling my leg, aren't you, Mr. Nottingham?
I wish from my heart I was. But I'm afraid I can't hold out any hope now, Harry. You've got to try to be brave.
It ain't fair. I'm innocent. I never killed her. You know I told the truth, sir. And so did that swine of a judge, shaking himself on the bench. He knew I wasn't guilty. He told him to say I was, just for the kick of it. He's the real murderer, curse him. Oh, God. I hope somebody makes him pay for this, the cold devil. I hope he pays.
Mr. Justice Britton.
Sir Francis Britton is not at home.
Will he be in later this evening?
I'm afraid it out, sir. And tomorrow he's going away. If you want to see him, you'll have to wait till after the vacation, the second week in January.
Well, my business won't wait. I must see him tonight. Where can I find him?
I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to tell you that.
I think you'd better. On his account more than on my own.
I tell you I'm not at liberty. Anyway, he's at his club and you wouldn't be able to see him there.
The Adept.
Thank you. How did you know that? Anyway, he won't see you.
He'll see me, all right. Oh, yes. He'll see me.
Good evening, Judge.
Good evening, Lamprey.
Thanks. What a day it's been. I took a bit of a breather and I went down to Sandwich and played in a monthly medal at St. George's.
How did you do?
I won it, by Jove, with a rollicking 78 and a gale of wind. Anything in the paper, Sir Francis? Oh, good Lord, they've hanged that poor fellow Gosling. I thought he'd get a reprieve. Oh, I say, I'm sorry.
It's quite all right, Lamprey.
Good evening, Lamprey. Hello, Sidney. Good evening, Judge.
Evening, Sidney.
Buy me a drink, Lamprey. That ruddy market took another turn today. How's your Midland steel? Oh, we're still alive. No thanks to you lawyers. Yeah, here's Robert. What do you have, Sidney? You've got to help me to celebrate. I'm going to buy you a good dinner, too, you old pauper.
What? Oh, very well. I'll have my usual, then. A large martini, Roberts. No vegetables in it.
No, Sir George. Judge?
No, thank you, Lamprey.
Whiskey and soda, Robert. Very good, sir.
What are you celebrating, Lamprey? A hanging?
Sidney.
This club is composed of all the murdering professions. Lawyers, doctors, and actors. The latter are the most ingenious. They do it by boredom.
And how do you industrialists accomplish a lethal project?
Suicide, I should think. What the hell are you so pleased about, Lamprey?
I won the monthly medal at St. George's with a 78. Blowing like sin, too.
What did you do at the Maiden?
Well, I got my 4. But I had to get out of that horror with a sand blaster.
A sand blaster is an illegal club that should not be used in tournament play. The rules of the Royal and Ancient are quite explicit on that point.
Really, Judge?
Roberts.
Sir?
I shall be dining later.
Well, I'm damned. Oh, it's impossible. What does that desiccated, pompous old bore know about golf?
As a matter of fact, he's pretty good.
I'd like to take a sandblaster to him.
A large martini and a whiskey, sir.
Stout fellow, Roberts. Cheers, Lamprey.
Yes.
I say, old Britain doesn't mind advertising himself. He's left this paper open at a report of his oration at the carpenter's dinner last night. Just take a look.
Evening.
Evening. I say, I know you. It's Colonel Archer. I met you when we were handling that smuggling case in Hong Kong 4 years ago.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes. You're,
I'm George Sidney. Jolly good to see you, old chap. This is Miles Lamprey. A thieving lawyer, I'm afraid.
How do you do?
Archer's Commissioner of Police in Hong Kong, Lamprey.
Well, I was. I retired last year. I'm jolly glad to see you, Sidney. I've been wandering round looking for a face I knew. Our club, the Greville's, been housed by you for summer cleaning.
You came in without a guide. Stout fella. Have a drink. Lamprey here will buy it. He's just hung a chap.
Not me. I had nothing to do with it.
And won some perishing metal. And he's filthy rich.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you very much. I have to dine in Belgrave Square in 20 minutes, but...
Come along, Lamprey. Can't all those fat briefs buy a few drinks? Roberts, another double martini. Archer, my boy, you should avail yourself of one of Lamprey's rare moments of hospitality.
Well, whiskey and soda, thank you.
Same for me, Roberts, please.
Yes, sir. You don't know when Sir Francis will be returning, do you, sir?
No. Why?
Only that a person has called and wishes to see him, sir. 2 whiskies and a martini.
You can have the old goat as far as I'm concerned.
Who are you talking about?
Sir Francis Britton, the High Court judge. He tried the Midland Steel case.
Yes, damn his eyes.
What did that decision mean for Midland, Sidney?
Well, I wouldn't give Britain the satisfaction of thinking that he had hit us very hard. He hasn't as yet. But it could set the development of the steel industry of this country back 20 years. And I'll never forgive him for that. For I firmly believe that it was a venomous decision. We'll win our appeal. Oh, damn it, don't make me talk about that. Oh, that's jolly quick, Roberts.
Peyton had anticipated your wishes, Sir George.
Oh, happy for Joe. Oh, cheers, Lamprey, and here's to you, Archer.
Cheers.
How long will you be home?
Well, I'm home for good. I've just been appointed Chief of the Norfolk Constabulary, which is a comfortable progression from the Far East.
Nottingham.
Oh, how are you, Nottingham?
I'm feeling pretty grim, thank you.
Archer, this must be a unique occasion. A lawyer feels grim.
Oh, damn it, Sidney, don't try to be funny.
Nottingham, I'm your friend. This club is filled with lawyers, as is my less exclusive alternative, the House of Commons. I know too many lawyers. You alone are tolerable. You have a heart, my friend.
Don't listen to him, Nottingham.
Oh, Nottingham, this is my friend, Colonel Archer. This is an amiable and honest barrister, Keith Nottingham.
How do you do?
How do you do?
By Jove, I'm sorry, but I'm already late for dinner. I must dash along. Well, Sidney, look, here's my card. There's excellent golf at Hunstanton near my home. What do you say to a round one day soon?
Oh, fine idea. It's good to have you back home, old chap.
Good night, Sidney. Good night, Nottingham.
Good night. Good night, Archer.
Good night,
Lamprey, old boy. You know, the sort you die of a surfeit of.
Good night.
That's a splendid chap.
Yes, I agree. Oh, hand me that paper, Sidney. Roberts, whiskey and soda, please.
The same, Robert.
Another large martini, Roberts.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Britain was on his hobby horse again last night, I see. Listen to this. I will say categorically that within the memory of any living man, no person in this country has suffered the extreme penalty of the law without having richly deserved that fate. Damn his soul. He could say that when young Harry Gosling was a few hours away from the gallows. Sorry, Nottingham, I know how you feel about this case. For that matter, every case you take on. You make the best fight that could be made for him. You couldn't have done more. This was the wrong verdict, Lamprey, and I wouldn't say that if I didn't feel it deeply. Britain was trying me, not Gosling. He hates me. I believe any counsel he didn't dislike might have won.
Oh, come, Nottingham, old boy. You're not the only brief snatcher Britain's headed in for. In the Midland Steel case,
Quiet, Sidney. I read old Britain's summing up. They're always pretty clear and defined. Oh, clear, yes. It seemed to me that you were batting on a sticky wicket, old chap. I wasn't, by heaven. If ever there was a reasonable doubt to work for, I had it. Oh, God, I had it. Here's a case of an hysterical girl, baby on the way. She's trying to get him to marry her. He can't. He's no money. She stabs herself. He's watching. He's seen it. He's faced with that awful fact, the dead body. What can he do? He panics. He dumps it in the canal, poor youngster. We all know what panic is, but not Britain. He worked harder on that point than the Crown. He played it as if he were pleading. And he allowed the boy's past record to be in on the damnedest technicality. I argued those points with everything I had at the appeal and for 2 hours last night at the Home Office. West was hog-tied by advice from the bench. Britain wanted a conviction, and he got it, and he made it stick.
Lord Nottingham, I know how badly you feel, but you must admit Earl Britain knows his law, and he's pretty thorough. I believe he lives for the law. There's nothing else he cares about.
Damnation, how can you be a good lawyer without one spark of human kindness? Lamprey, I saw Gosling last night, a few hours away from the rope. You didn't. And I just failed at the Home Office. Well, he's out of it now.
Emotion and the law. A painful combination. Here's to you, Nottingham, old man. You're a stout fellow.
Oh, hell, I'll give you a toast. To confusion on the bench. As if there wasn't plenty of it now.
That was an interesting toast, Sidney. Oh. I assume you drank it alone?
No. I drank to it also, Judge. I was thinking of the late Harry Gosling.
That remark does you no credit, Nottingham, neither as to your manners nor as to your conduct as a barrister. Were it not that this is a gentleman's club, I would report you to the benches of your inn. But I make allowances for what may perhaps be termed excess of zeal. I will be pleased to forget this incident.
Sir Francis, you and I both follow the profession of the law. We have that in common. But we have little else. I do not believe that ours or any criminal law can be an unfailing pilot of justice. Mortal laws are administered by mortal men. Neither is infallible. Till the day I die, I cannot and will not leave my heart in the robing room.
Very aptly phrased, Nottingham. I confess I've never seen you enter a courtroom unequipped with that somewhat unpredictable organ. But I have not at any time claimed that the criminal law is an infallible instrument. But this I will claim, that in this country it approaches as near perfection as is humanly possible, and further, I believe that such perfection increases in direct proportion to the gravity of the issue judged. In cases of less than first importance, there may at times be excessive or even undeserved punishment, but in a capital charge, such a lapse leading to a miscarriage of justice is absolutely impossible.
Oh, I pray to God that never again will I plead a case before you. Excuse me, Sidney.
I know now why that damned statue has a bandage on. Well, I've got to go and make some more laws for you fellows to argue about. Good night, Lamprey. Put your medal under your pillow and make a wish.
Good night, Sidney.
Good night, Judge.
Good night.
Are you dining, Judge?
Yes. We could split a bottle of Montrachet.
Capital.
Excuse me, Sir Francis. There's a man waiting to see you.
Oh. Didn't he give his name?
No, sir.
I'll go in and keep a table.
I'll join you, Lamprey. Well, send him packing, Roberts. I'll not be...
Sir Francis Britton. My name is Teal. Teal.
Very good, Roberts. I will deal with this man.
Yes, sir.
What does this intrusion mean? I've never seen you before in my life.
No, of course you haven't. I've seen you, though. I saw you yesterday in your court.
Yes. A great many people visit the court, sir. I think I must ask you to go.
Oh, no, Sir Francis. You can't do that to me. I've a lot to say to you. Don't you remember the name of Teal? That's my name. And this ring. Do you remember that?
Your name is Teal?
Yes, it is. Quite a comfortable room, this, isn't it?
This is quite impossible. I must ask you to go.
I understand. Someone may come in. It's not good that I should be seen with you in your club, is it? Much better, I think, if I came to Moxton, Mr. Bainbridge.
What's that? How the devil did you know that?
That's quite a little story. But it would be better to talk to you there rather than here, wouldn't it?
As you seem to know the whereabouts of my house in Norfolk, hang by incognito, heaven knows how. You'd better come there. I suggest Friday, the day after tomorrow, at 9 o'clock in the evening. It will not be to your interest to divulge my private address or my other identity. which I use for reasons of privacy. Now, please be off.
Thank you, Sir Francis. I knew you'd see me, but it was better to come here first, wasn't it? On Friday, then, at 9 o'clock.
Where did you walk to this afternoon, dearie?
Over the marshes to the old mill and back. It's a perfect, lonely walk. Not a soul to be seen.
You just can't abide people, can you, my dear?
Oh, I come to Boxton for peace and quiet, Mary, and I will have what I want.
So you shall, my dear. There's your coffee.
Thank you, dear. Mary, has your father made any further objection to your working here?
Oh, he doesn't think much of it, but that doesn't matter. I'm grown up and I like working here. That is when you're here, Dux. Then it's fun. Besides, Dad likes the money I earn. You're quite generous, Mr. Bainbridge.
You've been a good girl and not talked to your father or anyone else about us?
What a worrier. Heavens no, why should I? I don't talk. Not about that sort of thing. That's my business. No, dearie, Dad won't give any trouble. And I'm going to give you a lovely holiday.
Ah, Mary. Get yourself a glass for some port.
Thank you, Dux. I don't mind if I do.
Ah, the peace of this place. Thank God for it. And for you, my sweet. How nicely you've kept everything. Is that the old silver tankard I got in Sutton Thorpe?
You said you wanted a shiny prize. I cleaned it up for
It's
you.
lovely. It's a good one.
I've had plenty of time to work on it. Oh, it does get lonely here, dearie. Nearly 8 weeks since you were here last.
Oh.
You must have been teaching those boys an awful lot in wherever you live.
Mary.
Oh, I don't mind where you live as long as you come back. More often, though, I should like. What's this, Freddie? A sort of paper.
Leave it alone, Mary. It's a headache powder, and I shall probably want it. I've a migraine coming on, I'm afraid.
I've never seen you take these before. Oh, I'm sorry you've got a headache.
Now, you must be going, my dear. It's nearly 9 o'clock.
Why? Have you got to work tonight? You never do down here.
Now, I've told you not to be inquisitive when I asked you to do anything. I want you to go home early tonight because I have to do some work. Now, that's all that I can tell you.
Well, I think you might have finished your rotten old work before you came down to see me. You know what I think? I think you've got a lot of girls to teach, not boys at all. Otherwise, you wouldn't send me away like this.
What a ridiculous little monkey it is. Now, run along.
Freddie, my sweet, I think I could scare that work right away.
Oh, you must go, my love. I'll tell you the truth. It isn't work, not exactly. There's a man coming here tonight, and I must see him alone. It's a confidential matter. Just a poor fellow who's out of work, and I want to help him. But tomorrow, everything will be all right, and our holiday will begin then. Now, won't you be a good girl and understand?
Well, there's a new one. Nobody ever comes here. I don't think some poor tramp who's out of work should come before me.
Well, I couldn't arrange it any other way. Oh, confound it. This migraine is really coming on. Oh, get me a glass of brandy, Mary.
All right.
Glad I had that powder. It's the last one, too. Don't tell anyone about this man who's coming here tonight. I don't want anyone to know that I can be visited here. I want to be alone with you.
Worry killed a cow. Here's your brandy, sweet. I hope you feel better soon. Careful, dearie. You're spilling the powder on the rug.
There he is now. Run along, Mary. I'll answer the door.
I'll see you in the morning then, my dear.
Go out the back way. There's a good girl.
All right. Good night.
Good evening. Good evening. In here, please.
This is a lonely room. One chair, one glass of brandy. Just as you would have it. Just as I expected when I looked at it from the outside 3 months ago.
How dare you?
Oh, yes, last spring. I followed you here from your house in London. I know your habits well, Mr. Shall I call you Mr. Bainbridge?
You will address me as Sir Francis.
Your private life as Mr. Frederick Bainbridge is well guarded, isn't it? The innkeeper tells me I'm your first visitor.
You observed my instructions?
Oh, yes. It would have done me no good to betray your innocent privacy.
You will tell me at once what you are here for.
You've made 2 mistakes so far, Sir Francis. Bad ones. I was quite sure you would. I counted on that. You didn't have me thrown out of your club. You invited me here to Moxton. Panic, wasn't it, Sir Francis? I wonder if the club steward heard me tell you my name.
Your name meant nothing to me.
It meant enough for you to bring about this meeting. The innkeeper here knows my name, too, and he'll expect me to return to the inn.
Teal, if that is your name, you will be wise to come to the point of your visit.
And then you chose to see me here alone. That's your second mistake.
You're sure that I am alone?
Oh, yes, quite sure. You've just sent your housekeeper, or whatever you call her, away, and there's no detective with a notebook hiding behind that door.
Why should I take such precautions?
Just for the reason that you have a heavy stick handy, and then, of course, there's your telephone.
Exactly.
May I sit down? My heart's not strong. Oh, no. Don't feel reassured, Sir Francis. It would be unfortunate if I died when, as you claim, you know so little about me.
These threatening remarks can point to only one thing, and I would warn you that...
The name of Teal hasn't a pleasant memory for you, has it? I haven't been out of your mind one moment for 3 days, have I?
I believe you to be an impostor. You've made some clumsy allusions to a friendship which I had for a certain Mabel Teal 30 years ago.
You remember this ring? The initials F.B. are engraved inside it. Francis Britton, Frederick Bainbridge. Strange that you should use the same alias all these years. Another mistake. But it was so long ago.
From what you know, or pretend to know, you expect some gain.
That would look very much like blackmail.
It does.
I'm right again.
And I would have you know that the law is terrible for the blackmailer, and it very properly protects the victim. I shall telephone for the police.
I shouldn't do that. There's no blackmail. I want from you exactly nothing. That confuses you, doesn't it?
What do you want? Who are you?
Panic again, Sir Francis. You don't like panic. You're very severe with those who suffer panic. When you hanged Gosling, you told the jury panic can presuppose guilt as well as innocence. You see, I quote you accurately.
That is what I said.
Could an innocent man have disposed of the girl's body in such a brutish and callous manner? Oh, how you pounced on that.
It was the action of a guilty man.
A frightened boy, Mr. Justice. You don't believe that there can be suicides when murder is suggested?
It was a cowardly crime.
I hope I may hear those words again from you, Mr. Justice.
What do you mean?
Day after day I've sat in your court in the public gallery. 4 times in 6 months I've watched you send men to the rope.
You're quite mad, aren't you?
Huh? Perhaps. And you still think you can deal with that? The madman can be safe behind bars. Oh, but I'm cleverer than you, so don't use your telephone. You'll see there isn't time.
For God's sake, who are you?
Hanging judge gets his verdict. Just the facts and no emotion. The beautiful machine. You're not used to fear, Britton. You've not felt fear for 30 years, but you did then, I know, because I have your letters. Squalid, fearful letters of a coward, written to Mabel Teal, my mother.
Your mother?
Take them. Read them, Britton. Read them. The Britton case will have its letters, too, and they'll be admissible and relevant. Read them. Read them carefully. Yes, I'm your son. Your son and Mabel Teal's.
I don't believe you. These letters are fake.
Don't bluff, Britton.
Why have you waited all these years,
My mother died a year ago. She kept her secret until the end. She was a fool. Well, that's one you didn't write. You've never seen that one before. It was written to me 1 year ago by a foolish old woman almost your age. My mother. She hadn't had it fat and easy like you. She was sick and dying when... What? Not yet. Not yet. Please, God, not yet.
What is it, man? You're ill. What can I do? Here. Drink this brandy.
Oh, it's passing. Angina. I'm prepared for that. I shan't go that way. You can't get rid of me that easily. And it's no use trying to destroy those letters.
You're sick in mind and body.
Don't try kindness. It's no part of you. I know, for I'm just like you. Just as cold and just as ruthless. It's in the family, you see.
Why have you waited a year to see me?
I wasn't ready. I've been preparing my first and only case. The Britain case. And it's a good one. I'm prosecutor and judge. And you, Mr. Justice, are in the dock. You're indicted for the crime of being without a soul. For the crime of being unloved. For the crime of being without faith. Not even in your law. Have you ever had tears in your eyes? No. The only emotion you ever had was in the writing of those letters. Emotion? Panic. You've panicked before, and you will again. I can give you that feeling you've always scorned, and I will. Stop! I hate you, Britain, because you're like me. Because you gave me life. I loathe you beyond man's belief. Oh, quick.
What?
There's a capsule in my waistcoat pocket. The right one. Give it to me. Put it in my mouth. I can't.
Here. Now drink the brandy.
Thank you. And you did it. That capsule. Poison. And you gave it to me. Damn you. That's murder. Now, what will you do? I wonder. Oh.
Teal. Stop laughing. Don't fool, man. I'll get a doctor. Teal! Dead.
Good morning, Sir George. Morning, Roberts. When Colonel Archer arrives, tell him I'm in the writing room, will you? Very good, sir.
Morning, Sidney. If it isn't Ronnie Bond. I didn't see you behind the paper. How's the old probate, admiralty, and divorce? Bust up any homes today?
No, trade's bad.
Oh, so you're having a nice, quiet time reading the murders, eh?
I am, as it happens. Did I hear you mention Colonel Archer? He'll be in this mess down in Norfolk, no doubt.
Oh? Which mess is that?
Don't you read the papers, old boy? They found Teal's body. The chap who disappeared from the pub in Moxton 3 weeks ago.
Oh, so now the fun begins. Where was it found?
In a disused well in the garden of a chap named Bainbridge.
Oh. What has Bainbridge to say about it?
Nothing. As this rag pertinently remarks, it will be recalled that when Teal was last seen at the inn, he expressed his intention of visiting Mr. Bainbridge. From this meeting, he never returned. Mr. Bainbridge is not at present in residence.
Aha.
I suspect, of course, that this is a quite unauthorized announcement. And it's not difficult to see who's been speaking out of turn. Mr. Alfred Motley, the parish clerk of Moxton, gave our correspondent a vivid description of the finding of the body. I had noticed an unpleasant smell coming from Mr. Bainbridge's garden. This aroused my suspicions, and I communicated with Inspector Vincent of the Norfolk Constabulary, who was investigating Teal's disappearance. As a result of what I told him, Inspector Vincent descended into the well, and after some difficulty came up with Teal's body. It was in a ghastly condition and had obviously been in the water several weeks.
Yes, rousing attractive, I should say.
The brickwork of the well is raised at least 2 feet above the ground, and I do not see how it would have been possible for Teal to fall in accidentally. Unfortunately, Mr. Bainbridge, who might be able to throw some light on the matter, is away.
He is in the habit of paying regular visits to Moxton, but no one knows anything of his life outside. He is believed to be a schoolmaster in Lancashire. You ask your friend Archer what he thinks about that vivid description. Ah, Francis. I didn't know you were back in town.
Oh, I had some business brought me back, and the weather wasn't too good. Morning, Sidney.
Good morning, Judge. If you'll excuse me, I've got a letter to write.
You're in Scotland, weren't you, Judge?
Yes, a walking trip, but the mist became intolerable.
Oh? My wife writes from Goldspeed that the weather was fine.
That's the East Coast. I was in the West Highlands. You must have found the papers interesting this morning, Pond, with your predilection for detective stories. There seems to be a good involved case shaping up in Norfolk.
Yes, I should imagine that it'll turn out to be a murder. Probably motivated by a blackmail attempt.
No, I don't think so. I'd say from the heart weakness that the death was from natural causes.
There's no mention here of the dead man having had a weak heart. Where did you see that?
I seem to remember something to that effect. I must say...
Besides, in the best detective fiction, heart attacks are not timed by nature to occur conveniently on the parapets of wells. You're not at your ease when you're for the defense, Francis. Try the other side, where you're on familiar ground.
When is the inquest?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. It doesn't say in this paper. Oh, yes, Friday. I say, Kent are doing well. What are you going to do for the rest of the vacation? Back to Scotland?
Oh, I rather think I'll go abroad. Where was that place you enjoyed so much 2 years ago?
Oh, Saint-Yvette. Yes, it's delightful. Very quiet and free of English people.
This fellow Bainbridge, he seems to have acquired a substantial anonymity.
Bainbridge? Oh, you're back on the Moxton case. I thought crime bored you. Yes, it seems he was rather anxious to cover himself with mystery.
Or rather, he's had mystery thrust on him. I must say, I wouldn't know how to track him down if I were the police. Of course, they'd have nothing to hold him on if they did find him, would you say?
Good Lord, I don't know. There's no autopsy report on the body, no real information of any kind. I suspect that this whole announcement of yesterday is quite unauthorized.
I dare say. Oh, good Lord, I'll be on circuit in the autumn. Now, if there is a case against Bainbridge and they catch him, it's quite likely that I'll try the case. Oh, no. Norfolk, Eastern Circuit. I shall be in the Midland. Parkinson will have it, yes. Pity. It would have been most interesting. You know, I detest the blackmailer above all. I might be able to vary my impressive list of convictions with an acquittal, and the Bradenham papers might even print an acknowledgement of my dawning humanity.
And you don't read detective stories, Francis? I shall send you 2 or 3 good Thorndikes. What about some lunch? I'm rather peckish.
It's only a little after 12, rather early for lunch, but I'll come and watch you.
I'm sorry to make you lunch so early, Sidney, but I have to be back at Scotland Yard again at 2 o'clock.
Oh, suits me equally well. What'll you have, Archer? We don't have to eat just yet.
Well, dry sherry, thank you.
Strangely enough, I think I'll have a martini, Roberts.
With no vegetables, Sir George?
Wonderful fella.
By the way, I gave this club as my whereabouts during lunchtime, and I may be rung up. I hope you'll forgive me.
Oh, but of course. Well, Archer, you're off to a tough start in your new job.
Yes, quite a difficult case. I called in Scotland Yard yesterday, but that doesn't mean I've given up the case.
I read the newspaper stuff. There's not much to go on.
That confounded statement about the body being found obviously made our quarry run to ground.
Yes.
We got in the papers in spite of the police. But it's pretty clear that we have a murder on our hands, and I'm convinced that this missing fellow Bainbridge is our man.
You fellows don't talk that way without reason. More than meets the eye. At least this eye, is there?
Very much so.
1 martini and a sherry, sir.
Oh, thanks, Roberts. Oh, may you get your man. Good health.
Cheers.
Tell me about this Bainbridge fellow.
Nobody knows much about him in the district. There was no trace of any other base or residence.
I gather he wasn't very sociable.
Definitely not, no. None of the gentry knew him personally, and only a few by sight. 1 or 2 tradesmen and the innkeeper were the only people who had any communication with him. He had a rather unsavory reputation as far as his servant was concerned. He wanted amorous acquiescence in addition to culinary skill.
100% efficiency, what? What was the cause of Teal's death?
Police surgeon reports that it definitely wasn't drowning. No water in the lungs, and the well was almost dry.
Bashed?
No, just superficial marks due to the drop. The well was about 25 feet deep. We're still waiting for the post-mortem report on the stomach.
What did you find on the body?
Only one thing of consequence, but that's quite enough to make me want to find very much Mr. Bainbridge. As this case has gone to the CID, I suppose I shouldn't do this, but... Well, I'm going to show you this squalid little dossier on friend Bainbridge. These documents were found in a sort of secret pocket sewed up in Teal's coat under the left armpit. They were in an oilskin wallet, and with the exception of the outside ones, they were not too badly spoiled. Yes, they're copies with coarse photostats. The first one's a birth certificate. Notice the names?
Francis Mabel Teal. Frederick Bainbridge.
And the date?
November 30th, 35 years ago.
About Teal's age, according to the doctor's best guess.
Yes, it looks as if the fellow was a relation of Bainbridge's. What's your Bainbridge's first name?
Frederick. This letter is June, the year before.
Sweet puss, hip hip hooray. I shall be back by the weekend after all, so prepare a little super intime and some extra kisses for your own Fredrikins who simply cannot contain his impatience. This is worse than the Channel crossing.
The next three are in the same style, but this one isn't so funny. I'll read it. It's rather illegible. Dear Mabel, this is quite disastrous. Are you absolutely sure? There must be something you can do about it. If it costs money, I might scrape together 50. The point is, it must be stopped. Write soon and tell me you've arranged something. Much love, F.
Yes, that's not a pretty letter. What's the date?
About 7 months before the birth certificate.
Clear enough. Can I see the next?
This is a week later.
My dear Mabel, I'm shocked and surprised. I must repudiate all responsibility. And so on. I think you will agree it will be undesirable for us to meet again. Sincerely, F.B. Filthy swine.
The next is the spoiled one. I'll read it. It's in another hand and no year or address. How like a woman. My dearest boy, these letters, the only ones I ever received from your father, whom I knew as Frederick Bainbridge, will explain how you came to be born. Your father is elderly, successful, and childless. Now a lot of it's gone. Chance I found out from a newspaper photo who he really was. Now, therefore, a very important... this is maddening. Your loving mother, Mabel Teal.
I suppose there's no question of it being your Bainbridge?
Not the slightest. My inspector got the specimen of his handwriting, application for a gun license, exactly the same.
Yes, well, I can see why you want to find your elusive Mr. Bainbridge. What a swine. Teal was making what might be called a collection, a shakedown, as the Americans say, I suppose.
Yes, obviously.
When did Bainbridge leave Moxton?
About a week ago, 8 days to be exact.
Was he ever questioned when Teal failed to show up at the inn?
Oh, Lord, yes, I questioned him myself. Living nearby, I went to see him with Inspector Vincent, whom I put on the disappearance of Teal.
What was this Bainbridge like?
Rather fine-looking chap. Rising 60, I think. I got the impression he was a fellow who was used to having authority, rather truculent.
How far has the chase gone?
Well, we hadn't much to go on. The departure was sudden and, of course, unknown to my men. It was the day after Vincent and I had interviewed him. We traced him to Liverpool Street Station, but we got no further than that.
No photographs in the house?
No, none.
Well, if you can catch him, we've got the complete legal staff to put him on the gibbet right here in this club. Everybody in the hanging game but the public executioner. I think we'd better have another drink before we eat, what? Oh, Judge, this is Colonel Archer. He's trying to drum up some business for you.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I am, as you see, in the inevitable bewilderment of trying to find a train in the timetable. Never a happy experience.
I believe we've met before.
Really? I don't remember. Oh, of course, yes. It was at Moxton. You're in the police, are you not? You came to see me about the disappearance of this poor vagrant, his name...
Teal.
Ah, yes, Teal. Rather an unfortunate turn to the case, I see. I can understand the Colonel's confusion, Sidney, for he met me at my Norfolk house under the name of Bainbridge, a name which I used to ensure privacy during my leisure time.
Good God.
May I complete Sir George's introduction, Colonel? I'm Sir Francis Britton, one of His Majesty's High Court judges.
I'm glad you've admitted your identity as Frederick Bainbridge. Sir Francis, well, this is very unpleasant for me, but I must ask you to accompany me to Scotland Yard for questioning.
On what matter, Colonel?
On the matter of the death of John Teal.
I believe I've given you all the information I can on that matter, Colonel Archer.
Circumstances have altered since I last saw you. We now know the man is dead.
Do you intend to charge me with homicide?
That will depend on your answers to certain questions.
Of course, I realize my position is an equivocal one. One pays dearly for the privilege of privacy, doesn't one? But at this stage, I prefer to say nothing. May I consult my solicitor, Sir Ronald Pond, who is now in the dining room?
Certainly.
Perhaps Colonel Archer would like to keep me in sight. Would you be kind enough to fetch Pond from the dining room, Sidney?
Oh, very well.
Oh, Pond, can you come in here?
This must embarrass you considerably, Colonel. It's unfortunate that we continue to meet under such tiresome circumstances.
Well, what is it? Did you want me?
Pond, I apologize for disturbing you at lunch. This gentleman is Colonel Archer, who is chief of the Norfolk Constabulary.
How do you do?
How do you do?
He wishes to question me in the matter of the death of one John Teal.
What?
Oh, my dear Pond, please curb your amazement. I quite share it. I'd like to talk to you privately, perhaps in the guest room. I'm sure Sir Ronald will be responsible for my return, Colonel. Come along, Pond.
But what on earth is all this about, Francis?
Well, I'm damned. I always knew that old goat was a wrong 'un. Well, you know your law and police standards, aren't you? You've got enough on him to charge him?
About as clear a case as could be for the murder of John Teal.
That from you is convincing. I wonder what's being concocted in the guest room. Pond's about the most slippery lawyer in this country.
Excuse me, Sir George. Colonel Archer is wanted on the phone. Inspector Vincent. I put him through here.
Oh, thank you, Roberts. I'll take it there, Archer.
Thank you. Hello. Colonel Archer here. Yes, Vincent? Yes. Yes, I see. Definitely not hot. I see, yes. Well, stay there, Vincent. I'll phone you in a few minutes. Vincent at Scotland Yard, the post-mortem shows that Teal died of cyanide poisoning.
That's complete, I should say.
Yes, complete.
I'll lay you 5-1 you can't hold Britain.
I wouldn't like that.
I'm certain that Pond is at this moment telephoning to the Home Office to get this thing hushed up. That pusillanimous ass Gilbert West is having the bee put on him, as sure as God made little apples.
Sidney, I was brought up on the dogma that the law is no respecter of persons. I know it doesn't always work that way, but it has wherever I've had any authority.
The idea of a damned High Court judge getting away with a murder for which a lesser man would hang doesn't appeal to me. But if the powers that be want it, a thick cloud can come down from above and cover up this pretty dirty affair. I wouldn't like that. Not one little bit.
There's another call for Colonel Archer, sir.
Thank you, Roberts.
Thank you. Colonel Archer here. Yes, Commissioner? What? Do nothing? Well, this is my case, and I'm going ahead. Well, I'm damned. You had the post-mortem report. Very good, General, but I do this under protest. The Home Secretary has instructed the police to do nothing in the matter of Britain's arrest until further investigations can be carried out. On no account is he to be taken to Scotland Yard.
Well, Pond worked fast, and the Home Secretary played true to form. Archer, would you like to see their game spoiled without prejudice to your position?
Indeed I would.
There's a way it can be done. Will you excuse me while I make a phone call?
Certainly.
And, as it's going to Lord Bradenham of the Daily Globe, I think I'd better make it from outside. Too many damn lawyers here, what? I'll see you at the Garrick in half an hour.
Right. For a policeman's taste, there are always too many lawyers. Anywhere.
Oh, Colonel Archer.
Ah, hello, Pond.
I think, if you've not already had them, you will shortly receive instructions from Scotland Yard regarding your conduct of the Teal matter.
I know, Pond. I've been instructed to drop our investigations in the Teal case as far as Frederick Bainbridge is concerned.
I need hardly say that I can't imagine what odd combination of circumstances has led you to follow your strange course, Colonel. I told you at our last meeting all I knew of the man Teal and his disappearance. Of course, I sympathize with you in your disappointment. But I have an idea that you will not find the case of poor Teal as triumphantly simple as you had supposed.
Probably not, sir. I want to apologize to you for I've acted in good faith. Not a quality which my profession meets with too often. Good afternoon.
Damned impudence. I'm not in the habit of accepting remarks like that from confounded police officials. I've a good mind.
I think you had best remain quiet about this, Francis. We've dodged a rather ugly situation rather neatly, I think.
Damnation, Pond, what do you mean? You talk as if there was a case against you.
Now, steady, Francis. I realize that you're innocent in this affair, but granted that you are Bainbridge, there is a case against you. How strong, we don't know. West will be here in a couple of minutes from the Home Office. Before he comes, I must be clear about one thing. When the report came out that the body had been found, why didn't you go to the police? You knew about it from our conversation before lunch. Such an action would have made your position quite secure.
Well, I'd already told Archer all I knew. When I was certain that my identity as Bainbridge could not be traced to me as Britain. I couldn't have foreseen this confounded encounter with Archer.
Yes, I see. Where were you after you left Moxton?
At home in London. Oh, it may have been an error of judgment to leave, but such mistakes aren't of necessity evidence of guilt.
They have sometimes been so interpreted from the bench, Francis.
Confound it, Pond. I'm not on trial.
We'll try to see to it that you won't be.
Tell me, Pond, how far is West prepared to go in withholding the police from further action against me?
I don't know. As I told you, his instant reaction was to stop immediate investigation. Of course, he knew nothing of the police case when I spoke to him.
Nor do we. Pond, I've made two grave mistakes. To leave Moxton was a blunder. But when I did so, the matter was merely an unexplained disappearance of a vagrant. And you can see that police curiosity would perhaps have exposed this double life of mine.
Innocent as it was.
Exactly. But my second mistake was worse. When Archer recognized me here, before I sent for you, he asked me to go with him to Scotland Yard for questioning. And I asked him then if he were charging me with the homicide of Teal.
I see. That was unfortunate. But it's inadmissible, for you'd not been charged or warned.
Quite, but I don't like it. Mine was a natural question. You and I had been discussing the case, you remember? And the circumstances seemed
I shouldn't worry about that. You said that Archer had talked to you some days after the man had disappeared. What had you told him then?
Merely a brief account of Teal's visit to me. That he was a man who'd done me a service some years ago and that I'd helped him financially in small ways several times. I described him as extremely overwrought at the time, and I think I mentioned the possibility of suicide being in his mind.
You're sure you said that?
Yes, I'm fairly certain that I said that. Of course, I knew nothing of the circumstances of his life and said that to Archer, too.
But you made the suggestion that the man might be dead?
Yes, I did.
I see.
Good morning, Bretton. Pond?
West?
Yes, all right.
I'm glad you both waited here. I didn't want you to come to the Home Office, Britton, in the circumstances. What a damn ridiculous situation this is. I've talked to General Fellers of the CID since you rang me, Pond. I may say he's as embarrassed as I am. Well, fortunately, only one or two Scotland Yard people, and Archer, of course, know of your identity as Bainbridge, Britton. In view of all the circumstances, I think I can say the case will not be pressed at this time.
You're holding off, Major?
Yes. There's no question that the police have a sort of case against you, Bainbridge.
I don't like that, West.
What is the case, Major?
Well, the main points are that the man died of cyanide poisoning.
What's that? Poison?
The Home Office analysis report came in this morning.
And some letters were found on the body.
What letters? But they couldn't have been.
Yes, a packet of letters were found sewn up in the man's coat, which, if genuine, could point to a blackmail attempt against Bainbridge. That implies a possible motive on the part of Bainbridge to get rid of the fellow.
That's not the whole case, of course.
No, there are other cumulative facts.
Not a strong case, I'd say.
Well, no, it would seem not. After all, the case may turn out to be a suicide, and the letters may be forgeries. In which case it would be appalling to subject the judge to the humiliation of clearing himself.
And what of the inquest?
On no account must you appear. Yes, I'm quite certain we're doing the right thing. I see no reason on God's earth to drag you through the mud of defending yourself, and the scandal to the bench must be avoided.
Right.
I say, excuse me, you fellows. Have you seen this in the Globe-Stop press?
What is it, Lamprey?
The missing man Bainbridge in the body in the well case has been identified as Sir Francis Britton, the High Court judge.
Good God.
In the name of heaven, how did they get hold of that?
There must have been some leakage.
It's Sidney's doing. He was here when Archer recognized me.
Sidney gave this to the press? Well, what a dastardly thing. But what is Bradenham about to print it? Why the blazes can't these press fellows mind their own business? It takes the matter right out of my hands. I'm sorry, Britton. I'm deeply sorry. I would have done anything in my power.
You mean the case is open?
I'm afraid with this publicity there'll be no holding the police.
But surely, Major.
I'm sorry, but there it is.
But it's impossible.
Pond, please. You seem to forget. I have faith in the law. I put my trust in the law of England.
Hanging judge on murder charge. Hanging judge on murder charge.
Thank you, sir. Very much.
Hanging judge on murder charge.
Take it.
I need not remind the counsel of your experience, Mr. Nottingham, that members of the jury will be greatly assisted in their task if you confine your questions to what is relevant.
I thank your lordship. I shall endeavour to be concise. Sir Francis, you admit authorship of the letters addressed to Mabel Teal, which the court has heard read?
I admit it.
Do you not consider them to be a particularly blackguardly piece of work?
I express no opinion.
Then we'll leave that to the jury to decide. You were known at Moxton as Mr. Frederick Bainbridge.
Yes.
As far as your life there was concerned, you took great pains to conceal your true identity.
That is so.
Why did you do this?
As a person whose name was fairly well known to the public, I wished to evade public interest, and particularly the attention of neighbours who, if they knew who I was, might intrude on the privacy which was the object of my retreat.
The object was not to lead a loose sort of life, which, if you were known to be one of His Majesty's judges, would result in a nationwide scandal and possibly very unpleasant consequences to yourself.
Oh, really, my lord, I must protest against my very friend's question.
Is it necessary for my friend to indulge in these gratuitous interruptions, my lord?
I find the question quite admissible, Mr. Lamprey.
I submit to your lordship, of course.
Do you wish me to repeat the question, Sir Francis?
The suggestion is insulting and entirely untrue.
The object was simply to avoid the annoying publicity that inevitably follows a prominent man.
Yes.
You were known to Mabel Teal as Frederick Bainbridge, were you not?
Yes.
Would you describe yourself as a prominent man at that stage in your career?
Hardly.
What then was the object of your alias at that time?
The motive was fundamentally the same. I wish to keep my public and private life in separate compartments. I adopted the name of Frederick Bainbridge for my private life.
For a private life which would not bear a close scrutiny.
I do not admit that.
Is it not true that you have periodically been leading a Jekyll and Hyde existence? The Hyde being represented by Mr. Frederick Bainbridge?
I do not admit that.
Have you ever done any amateur photography, Sir Francis?
No.
Or gold or silver electroplating?
No.
You are aware that in these processes and in photography, potassium cyanide is employed.
I have heard so.
You had no legitimate reason for having a supply of cyanide in your house at
No
any time?
reason at all.
Yet cyanide crystals were found on the rug in your living room.
So we have been told.
Are you suggesting that Inspector Vincent is a perjurer?
I make no suggestion. I only say that to the best of my knowledge, there was no potassium cyanide in the house while I was living there.
Turning now to the events on the night of Teal's death. Is it true that just before Teal's arrival at the house, you told the witness Mary Reddish that you were suffering from a migraine?
That is so.
And that in her presence you emptied into a glass of brandy what the witness described as a whitish powder contained in a paper packet?
I did.
What was that powder, Sir Francis?
It was a headache powder.
You were in the habit of using these powders to relieve migraine?
I've used them for many years.
How do you account for the fact that in your medicine chest there were found no powders answering to this description?
Quite simply. The powder in question was the last one. There were none left.
Quite so. The powder in question was the only one?
The last one.
While you were emptying the powder into the glass of brandy, is it true that Mary Reddish called your attention to the fact that some of the powder was spilling onto the rug?
Possibly. I have no recollection of it.
You agree it is possible that you did spill a quantity of this powder on the rug?
Of course it is possible. I just don't remember doing so.
And you cannot account for the presence on the rug of cyanide crystals?
I've already said that I cannot.
I put it to you, Sir Francis, that you can account for it. That the so-called headache powder was in fact a quantity of potassium cyanide, that you used it to prepare a fatal drink which you gave to your visitor.
I did no such thing.
That he collapsed almost immediately and that you dragged his body out into the garden and flung it into the well.
Untrue and absurd. The whole suggestion is fantastic.
Earlier in cross-examination, you denied that you were expecting Teal to visit you at Moxton.
Yes.
Subsequently, the jury heard William Roberts testify that 3 days before Teal met his death, he, Roberts, overheard part of an interview which took place at the Adelphi Club in London between yourself and a man calling himself by the name of Teal. I put it to you that you concealed this interview from the jury because you wished them to believe that the Moxton meeting was not prearranged, and that therefore you did not have the opportunity of planning to take Teal's life.
I did not take his life.
Why did you curtail your holidays, Sir Francis?
To avoid questions rising out of Teal's disappearance that might lead to a disclosure of my identity.
You realized, did you not, that the body would inevitably be found sooner or later? That Mr. Bainbridge would then come under suspicion? And that it was necessary for Sir Francis to make a clean break from his alias while there was yet time?
There was no question of suspicion.
Allowing only a decent interval to elapse after Teal's disappearance, so that you should not be immediately associated with it.
That, to an extent, is true. Though, as I have already told you, the motive was not the one that you impute to me.
You heard, no doubt, Colonel Archer testify to your having given him a very different account of the relationship between yourself and John Teal.
His evidence is true on that point. My account was a false one, given for the obvious reason that I did not wish to reveal my connection with Teal.
You repeated that account at the inquest on Teal?
I did.
You perjured yourself?
Yes.
That is the case for the Crown, my lord.
You wish to re-examine Mr. Lamprey?
No, thank you, my lord.
I hardly think that with the time remaining to us, I shall therefore adjourn until tomorrow.
Oh, good Lord, Pond, I'm tired. Thank God the Crown is finished.
What would you think Britain has on his mind to send for us?
We'll know soon enough. Here he is.
Owen.
Good evening. Evening, Sir Francis.
Well, Francis, that's all they have to say, and I don't think we've done too badly.
No, by Jove, no. A lot of circumstantial stuff and a mountain of improbability. I think you've had the worst of it.
Don't lie to me, Lamprey. It's an appallingly strong case against me, and the turns have not been in my favour.
Sit down, Francis.
It's your time to dine, isn't it? I'm sorry to disturb you like this.
Quite all right.
Everything has gone soundly against me. And the Crown will grind me to pieces with those letters.
Then why didn't you let us fight them? We had a handwriting expert.
Because the truth is that I did write them.
I doubt if Parkinson will let him go too far on that tack. Parkinson is on our side.
Parkinson is a good judge, and he will allow the Crown to use the letters to the full. I would. No. My only defense must be the truth. Now remember that, Lamprey. Teal committed suicide.
Yes, that's a defense theory, but hypothetical solutions...
It is not hypothetical. No, it is not. Teal did not leave the house alive. I saw him die.
You what? You don't know what you're saying.
He had 2 seizures. Attacks of violent pain. During the first, he took a tablet or a capsule from his left-hand pocket which seemed to relieve him. He explained that he suffered from angina pectoris. The second seizure came, more severe. He was helpless. He asked me to administer another capsule. I did so. He made me take it from his right-hand pocket and place it in his mouth. He planned it all. That was the poison. He snatched the brandy and drank it. He was dead in a few moments.
Good God.
Why haven't you told us this? You told us that he walked out of your house quietly.
I know I did. I told that to the police, and I so testified at the inquest. I perjured myself again.
But, good God, where are we now? What happened after he died?
I thought what to do for a long time. First, I wanted to phone the police, but I thought. I didn't do that. I examined the body, made sure he was dead, and then I took the letters he had shown me and burned them. And then, long afterwards, I dragged the body out to the well and dropped it in.
You didn't find the wallet with the letter?
No, I thought those I read and destroyed were the real and the only ones that he had.
Why didn't you tell the police?
Yes, great heaven, why didn't you?
Why didn't I? Can't you see? I can. You think it's incredible that a man such as I, Britain, a judge, should have done this mad thing? I've persuaded juries to send men to the gallows for such acts. Brutish and deliberate, I've called it. It is difficult to believe that an innocent man could have disposed of the girl's body in such a callous, brutish way. Yes. He was a young man. The jury believed me. They always did. I could have told them what panic does to men. I knew what it does. Panic made me write a letter once to urge a girl to have an abortion. You heard it read in court. Panic isn't a sudden horror. Not always. It can be a creeping thing. I wrote that letter over and over again. I watched Teal's body most of the night. I dropped it in the well at 4 a.m. Sometimes I had the telephone receiver in my hand. But gradually it became too late to telephone. Oh, you may not believe or understand me. Fear gave place to reason. I was Frederick Bainbridge as I stared at that body. It was Bainbridge who was in danger, not Britain. Slowly, I reasoned that if I told the police, it would be certain that Britain would be involved. Whatever mistakes I made as Bainbridge, I could still flee to the safety of my own name. That is why I followed the course of the chief killer. I believed it.
But why did you remain there at Moxton for 10 days
The longer I could delay direct suspicion of Bainbridge, the better. But after Archer's visit, I thought it best for Bainbridge to vanish.
Francis, you must know that this revelation throws our whole defense out the window.
It's the truth. Now it's only the truth.
What in God's name is my course now?
You know this means your humiliation and professional ruin, Francis.
I've already accepted both, in full measure. I've abandoned my career and my honor. I'm fighting now only to save my neck.
I'm quite aware, sir. So is Pond, of the gravity of this case. But I can't fight it when the ground is blown from under my feet. I would like to know why you waited until this moment to tell us of this fact.
How many times I've asked that question. Asked it of a quivering wretch like myself. It's a stupid question and unanswerable.
Francis, why do you tell us this now? Coming at this point, you know it must go against you. Why don't you let
My only hope is to prove that Teal died by his own intention, and I saw him die.
Pond, I don't know what to do. I have to admit perjury, and I have an admission that Britain saw him die. Not only that, he saw Teal drink the brandy with the powder. And the Crown has made a mighty play to suggest the powder was cyanide. But now I have to admit that he administered a capsule just before death.
But I didn't know what the capsule was. And what I say now is the truth. I don't believe the truth can ever convict an innocent man in this country under the law of England.
Hello, Nottingham.
Oh, there you are. I've waited for you over an hour, Sidney. I don't know what you want with me, but I hope it's not some of your backdoor nonsense.
By no means, old chap. I'm deadly serious. That's only natural. I've seen 4 days of this trial.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I haven't.
It's the wrong side of the fence for you, the Crown, isn't it? Queer experience yesterday watching you flatten Britain. A pitiable object he was.
Sidney, what is the reason for this meeting?
To put to you a leading question, old boy. Is it possible that Britain's latest fantasy disturbed you as it did me and perhaps old Parkinson?
You mean, do I believe Britain's new story of the suicide, seeing Teal die?
You think I used the right word? Fantasy?
The right word? Yes, of course I don't believe it.
Well, I can't forget Britain yesterday and that preposterous story, which I, for one, believe.
Good God. You believed Britain?
I did. What guilty man could make up that fairy tale? I put the capsule in his mouth. That was the poison I did not know. Those were his words, Nottingham, and he had to admit perjury to say them. Perjury. The lawyer's mortal sin.
But he had motive, adequate motive, and opportunity.
There's no adequate motive for murder, Nottingham. I've heard that from you. Yes, I believed him. He stuck to it while you ground him to pieces. I'm not asking you what you thought. Perhaps I know, but...
Damnation, Sidney. No man like Britain would be a panic-stricken fool.
Quoting Mr. Justice Britain makes you feel more secure, old boy. Uneasy lies the head that's for the Crown, eh? Nottingham, if you found that one of your witnesses knew something vital to the case, which had not yet come out in evidence, what would you do?
Recall him tomorrow and produce the testimony.
Regardless of the fact that what comes out might work for the defense?
I'm an officer of the court. I can withhold nothing, no matter what the result.
If you hadn't said that, I'd have gone to Parkinson. But I knew you would. Lamprey and Pond would run away from it. I know how the cyanide crystals got on the rug.
What? How?
Wait a minute. Mary, come in, will you?
Mary? Who is it?
Mary Reddish.
You're mad, Sidney, tampering with a witness. What does she know?
Yes, sir?
Now, Mary, I want you to answer the questions I ask you, just as you did when we met at Moxton. Trust me, you do, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Right now, tell Mr. Nottingham what you told me. How did the cyanide crystals get on the rug?
They spilled when I was cleaning the mug.
What mug?
The big silver mug which Sir Francis asked me to clean while he was away.
What did you clean it with?
Some stuff in a bottle that I got from Mr. Murchison, the jeweler.
And what did he tell you about it?
He said it'll shine horseshoes, but don't give it to the cat.
And what did he say was in the bottle when you went back yesterday and asked him?
He said it was a solution of 1 in 8 cyanide of...
Potassium?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell him why you wanted the cleaner?
Yes, to clean the silver mug.
And who it was for?
I said it was for me.
Why?
Because, well, they don't like it. Me being with Mr. Bainbridge.
What did you do with the bottle afterwards?
It was empty and I threw it on the rubbish heap.
Oh, your witness, Nottingham.
But why didn't you tell this to us before?
I didn't know what was in the bottle. I didn't think it was important. Then I got to thinking and I remembered about the cat. Oh, sir, this might be bad for him. Everything I've said so far has been bad for him.
Now, Miss Reddish, you may have saved Sir Francis. You've certainly done him no harm. Now go along and wait in my car. Go along, there's a good girl.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I've got a job to do, Sidney, and I'm out for a conviction.
So speaks a lawyer with a heart.
Would cyanide in solution leave traces when it evaporated a month or so later?
Too bad for the car, Nottingham, it would. I'm not a director of United Chemicals for nothing. I got our chief analyst to tell me that it would, and there's evidence that the solution was used on the cup.
Good God, it may get him off. But it could mean proof of possession of the poison. If the jury believe her, then Britain's acquitted. But if they don't, and she's about as tarnished as the mug you talk about, then Britain will hang, and perhaps she will too. I can only bring out her story in direct examination. Lamprey will leave her alone, of course, and that evidence is better for Britain coming from the prosecution, you clever swine. I'll call this jeweler. What's his name?
Murchison. He's in my car, too. If I'd been in Moxton much longer, I'd have needed a bus. Damn lawyers can't find your own evidence.
I have read to you from my notes the testimony as to the date of purchase of the fluid by the witness Reddish. Members of the jury, in your deliberations, you have arrived at a point of perplexity among yourselves. It is understandable, yes, quite understandable, in view of the additional testimony of this witness. I direct you to place no importance whatsoever upon the recalling of Reddish by the prosecution rather than by the defense. I remind you that under English law, the prosecution is mindful that all facts shall be presented to the jury, not only the facts that are adverse to the defense. That will clear for you the confusion caused by the late admission of this testimony. As to its value, I do most earnestly direct you that if you believe this witness, Mary Reddish, there can be reasonable doubt, I repeat, reasonable doubt, as to the guilt of the accused. Now you will again retire and consider your verdict.
Our job, Bowman, and it's a hard one, is to decide on the facts we've been given if we think the prisoner is guilty or not.
But the judge said beyond reasonable doubt. And that's what I have. A reasonable doubt.
Well, we've made up our minds, 11 of us, all but you.
The judge believes Mary Reddish.
It's our verdict we're handing in, not the judge's. How can you believe the word of a girl like that?
If you don't go along with us, all this trial goes for nothing.
You can't hold out any longer, Bowman. We've been at it over 3 hours now.
But if I agree with all of you, then we're hanging him. And I'm not sure.
How long are we going to wait to do our duty? Every fact's against this man. I don't care what the judge says.
Britain's had plenty of poor blokes in the dock himself and never turned a hair.
11 of us believe in a guilty verdict in spite of the judge.
You all hate Britain, that's why.
That's not true.
Of course not. The man's had a fair trial, and the facts are against him.
Hello? Yes? It's just striking midnight. I'm at the Adelphic Club and I'm leaving for Norwich now. I'll be at the jail 2 hours before the time, about 7. No, nothing. I'm quite certain there won't be a stay. I was at the Home Office just an hour ago. What? Oh, has he? Yes. Yes, I understand. Very good, Condon. I'll see you at 7. Britton has just asked to see the governor again.
Well, you're off now, eh?
Yes, I suppose so, Sidney. I'd rather drive tonight than try to sleep. Seemed on the point of rain when I came in here just now. A dreary drive out of town at the best of times, but... Well, in spite of your hospitality, Sidney, I'm not exactly at ease in this place. Good God, we got what we were after.
Speak for yourself.
I'm only a policeman. That's a simple job, but not a pleasant one now. 9 hours to go. Poor devil. Pond and Lamprey will probably be along in a minute. They won't have accomplished much for the Home Secretary.
Oh, I thought you had gone home, Nottingham.
I've been up in the library. Evening, Arthur.
Evening, I just called in to see Sidney.
It's nicer to meet you here than Norwich. Oh, Lord, I ought to go to bed, but even this hole is preferable.
I suppose they'll give him sedatives or something to see him through.
Oh, yes. The governor was with him 2 hours ago, Nottingham. He's about the same.
Have you seen him?
Yes, this morning. Condon took me to have a look at him. Confidentially, the Home Office wanted some sort of layman's opinion about his condition. Pond's been trying for a stay on mental grounds. A couple of alienists have seen him.
What is his condition?
Nothing to stop us going ahead.
Yes, Nottingham, you wanted a conviction and you got it. And you made it stick.
Oh, damn you, Sidney, I've had enough of your knight in armour.
Your words, old man, delivered right here. And here comes the defence. What has the defence accomplished, Lamprey, apart from failing to impress 12 of the usual clods?
There's nothing on God's green earth that we or you can do now, and we may as well admit it.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And the end is only hours away.
Oh, Mr. Lamprey, your clerk is waiting for you in the guest room. He's been there since 8 o'clock.
Thank you, Roberts. I'll see him. Well, my conscience is clear. I've done everything I could.
I think we can both rest easy on that score.
Oh, hell take you and your damn consciences. What lawyer ever had one?
I'm sorry to intrude, Mr. Lamprey, but I've been waiting for you some time, and I believe this letter may be of importance.
Quite right, Hodgson.
It was delivered to your chambers about 6 o'clock. An old woman brought it. Said it had to be delivered to you tonight, and I believed her. She was quite willing to give me her address.
Thank you, Hodgson. Would you mind waiting in the guest room?
Yes, sir. I apologize for intruding, gentlemen.
Britain's being a judge has been against him all along. Any bricklayer or butcher would have had a better chance.
Britain's being damned unpopular has fixed him. Well, there's no petition to worry him out this time. Let's face it, if we got a reprieve from him, there would have been an outcry. And I'm the fellow who believed he was innocent when the chips were down, which is probably more than you birds can say.
That's below the belt. All I know is we did our best for our client. A jury thought Britain murdered Teal. 3 judges of appeal thought he was fairly tried. And the public thought so, too. As for me, I don't know. He's to be hanged at 9 o'clock. As I thought, another crank letter. I've had dozens of them.
Threatening you if you got Britain off, I imagine.
Yes, most of them. Oh, but this one is for the defence. Listen to this. The Defence Council of Sir Francis Britton, whoever you may be, you will be right in your defence. The suicide theory is correct.
Fine time for encouragement.
But as you won't believe in it yourself, you will fail. Britain will panic.
For God's sake, tear the damn thing up.
No, go on.
Lies are easy at first, and bodies can be hidden. And Britain will only tell the truth when it is too late, and even the truth becomes a lie. The truth that John Teal swallowed poison before Britain's eyes.
My God, don't waste time with that gibberish.
Give it to me.
Oh, I agree with you, Pond. If we listened to every damn crank who wanted to interfere...
That letter didn't sound like a crank's.
Archer, come here. Finish this letter. You notice the signature? I'm going to telephone.
John Teal.
Good God.
That letter's before the fact. This envelope's been through the post. It's marked August the 3rd, Moxton.
Not so fast. It's probably a fake. How can we verify it?
There's enough for a stay.
Of course there is.
Good God. He has a set of fingerprints inside. And a postscript. My fingerprints are to be found in the files of the Harden Mental Home in Lancashire under the name of John Leet.
Hello, Trunks.
Who are you calling?
Oh, get me in Norwich jail. This is a police emergency.
We should ring the Home Office.
Hell take the Home Office. I'm saving him from a night's agony. No, I tell you, clear this line.
The Home Secretary is the only person who can stop this.
Hello. Is that Norwich jail? I'm Sir George Sidney. I want to speak to the governor. Tell him it's urgent. All right, get him.
If this is a fake, Sidney, it's the cruelest thing you can do.
Of course it's not a fake. And I'm the one who nearly put him on the gibbet. My God.
Teal thought of everything. If Britain was convicted, this letter was not to be delivered until the eve of the execution. It's the most fiendish thing I've ever seen.
Hello? Are you the governor? Oh, just a minute. I'll put Colonel Archer on.
Hello? Condon? This is Archer. We've just received a letter which I believe genuine and which proves Britain's innocence. Yes, I know it's a matter for the Home Secretary. We're getting him, but whatever happens, hold off. What? You can't mean it.
What is it? What?
Britain has just signed a confession.
What?
Well, hold off till you hear from the Home Office.
The prisoner of Britain, sir.
Oh, come in, Sir Francis. All right, Blake, you may close the door. Sit down, Sir Francis.
Britain, your torture's over.
Wait, Sidney.
Why has there been a stay, sir? Why have you sent for me? You have my confession. There was only one reason to leave my cell. That was to be the end. That time was yesterday.
We have good news for you.
This case is closed. Just the end remains. The law does not torture. There should be no delay.
Don't you see your friends, your solicitor and Sir George Sidney have come to tell you themselves?
Francis, a wrong has been righted. You're free.
No. It must be finished. I have had judgment.
Francis, you don't seem to understand. A letter was delivered to us yesterday, in time, thank God, written by the dead man, Teal, in which he states his intention of killing himself in your presence.
Your pardon, Britain. A free pardon.
No. A pardon. I can't bear that. That means the law was wrong.
Great God, you must believe us.
I do believe you. That is my horror.
It was suicide, just as you said, Britain. He didn't want to kill you. He wanted to torture you up to the moment of death. He was a callous, ruthless, cruel fiend.
He was my son. And he has won. He planned it. That I should betray everything I believed. By panic, lies, treachery. Be fairly tried, rightly condemned, and yet live on. I signed my confession, one final lie. That would have been my secret. It would have set the pattern right. But and now I'm condemned to live. And my living makes a mockery of the faith I held.
An innocent man's been saved from the gallows. Isn't that justice?
Better an innocent man should die than that a law be made a fake. I wish that I were dead. May I go, sir, please?
That was Hanging Judge, a play by Raymond Massey based on a novel by Bruce Hamilton, adapted for broadcasting by John Richmond. Sir Francis Bitterman was played by Boris Karloff, Sir George Sidney by Hugh Manning, Keith Nottingham by Duncan McIntyre, Miles Lamprey by Harrison Culf, Sir Ronald Pond by Robert Webber, Colonel George Archer by Richard Williams, Major Gilbert West by Norman Claridge, John Teal by T. St. John Barry, Mary Reddish by Gabrielle Blunt, Roberts by Richard Hutton. Other parts were played by Geoffrey Bond, John Casaubon, Brian Hayes, Peter Hoare, Arthur Lawrence, Stanley Mackenzie, and Tony Quinn. The recorded production was by Cleland Finn.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux toilet soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Fred McMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra in The Miracle of the Bells. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It's not often that you can see the film version of a book on the screen that's still on the bestseller list throughout the country. And it's not often that we can broadcast the screenplay of a story that's still being read in thousands, if not millions, of homes. But such is our good fortune tonight with Lasky McEwen's current film production of Russell Janney's book, The Miracle of the Bells. And we bring it to you now with three great stars, Fred McMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra, playing their original screen roles. Many of the scenes in The Miracle of the Bells were filmed on actual location in a typical Pennsylvania mining village. And from such a place, close to the setting of tonight's play, as a matter of fact, comes a letter from a good friend of this theater. She writes, "In a town where soot and smoke are almost unavoidable, it's always a problem taking care of your complexion. But with Lux soap, I've never had trouble keeping my skin looking fresh and lovely. We appreciate Lux soap as much as we enjoy your Monday evening broadcasts, and that's saying a great deal. Well, as one way of saying thanks to this kind listener, we raise our curtain on Act One of RKO's current hit release, The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valley as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. A few moments ago, an eastbound train paused momentarily in a small Pennsylvania town. One passenger got off, while from the baggage car, a coffin was quickly unloaded and placed in an awaiting hearse.
You Mr. Dunnigan?
Yes.
I'm the undertaker, Mr. Dunnigan. Nick Orloff. Might as well ride with me back to Coal Town.
Thank you.
You the husband of the deceased?
No, I'm just a friend.
Quite surprised when I got your telegram. Never had a client from Hollywood before. The name of the deceased, Mr. Dunnigan, Olga Treskovna.
That was her professional name. She was an actress.
But she come from Coal Town, huh? What was her real name?
Olga Trocky.
Trocky? Stan Trocky's kid?
That's right.
3 years ago, I gave Stan Trocky a first-class $100 funeral. You think she paid me? Not a penny, not 1 cent.
What are you stopping here for?
I ain't burying any more deadbeats until they pay up.
You mean now?
Right now.
All right, Mr. Orloff. But it was a $90 funeral, not $100. She paid you 10, she told me. Here, give me $20 change.
Oh, no. What about the extras? Flowers and 6 pallbearers at $2 apiece. I'm a respectable businessman. I never cheated nobody. When I say $100, it's $100.
My mistake, Mr. Orloff, not noticing your fine qualities. Now get us to Coal Town. It's all right, Olga. You'll be home soon. But why anyone should want to come back to this flea-bitten end of the world, I don't know. But that's what you wanted. And it's all I can do for you, kid. Ride with you and tell you that I love you. That's what's driving me crazy. that I waited till now to tell you. I love you, Olga. I guess I loved you the first time I saw your face. I'll never forget how I happened to meet you. I'd heard Tommy Elmore was rehearsing a new review. And as long as I was in the neighborhood...
No, wait a minute. Hold it. What are you dames trying to do to me? You, what's your name?
Olga Treskovna.
Well, look, Olga, I'm sorry, but I haven't time for beginners. Come back when you've learned something.
Mr. Elmore, please.
No, I'm sorry, but this show's got to go on in 4 days.
Let me try again. Please, give me another chance.
Go on, Tommy. Give the kid a break.
Huh? Who's that? Bill Dunnigan.
How are you, Tommy? Just thought I'd drop in and say hello. Hey, can you get out of here? I'll buy you a drink.
Girls, meet the world's greatest press agent. Bill, meet the world's worst chorus.
Hiya, girls.
Okay, ladies, take half an hour. If you've been watching them, Bill, you know I could use a drink.
Hey, Tommy, do me a favor, huh?
Yeah, shoot, pal.
Let the piano player work with that kid. He'll have her dancing like Pablo in no time.
You know her?
No, I just like her face. And she looks like she needs the job. Come on, Tommy, give her a break.
Okay. Freddie, see what you can do with Olga. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Now, never mind the thanks. Just learn that routine.
Oh, I will.
That's where it began, Olga. And this is where it ends. In Orloff's funeral parlor. You're back in Coal Town, baby.
Now, if you'll just sit down, Mr. Dunnigan. Well, sir, we can give her a fine funeral for $150. Of course, pallbearers will be extra.
Get them.
$2 apiece. Now, about the church. First thing for me to do is fix it up with Father Spinsky. So just make yourself comfortable, Mr. Dunnigan. Be back as soon as I see you.
What a sap I was, baby. Walking out of that theater with Tommy Elmore and not seeing you again for a whole year. And then only by accident. That tank town in Iowa, Christmas Eve. And me wondering how to kill time till my train left. I walked down Main Street, and there was your picture in the lobby with the rest of the cast. The show was over, but I took a chance you'd still be in your dressing room.
Mr. Dunnigan.
You've got a good memory.
Oh, come in. Oh, I've wanted so to see you. This is the most exciting thing that could have happened. I wanted to see you to thank you. I've never forgotten how kind you were.
Then you finally learned that dance routine, huh?
I became so good in the chorus that now I'm a great dramatic actress.
Oh?
It's not a good play, and I don't have a good part, but I love it, and I'm so grateful to you. But what are you doing in Iowa?
I'm advance man for a road show. Well, I see you're ready to leave. You got a date, huh? I just wanted to drop in and say hello.
Oh, I don't have any date, Mr. Dunnigan.
You're not going anywhere?
Just to the hotel. I suppose you're with friends. I won't keep you, Mr. Dunnigan.
The name is Bill, and you are going somewhere with me. Are you hungry?
Yes.
Wonderful. There must be some restaurant in town that's still open. Come on, let's find it. Walking with you in the snow, I felt as though I were drunk and didn't know what it was. I didn't know that I'd feel the same everywhere, every time I was with you. We finally found a Chinese restaurant. It was deserted. But old Ming Gao seemed to think we were very special customers.
You shouldn't have gone to all that trouble, Minga. But how delicious everything was.
After all, it is Christmas. And you say you are strangers here.
Who met purely by accident.
No. No accident. I believe these things are all written.
And we just follow the script, huh?
Yes, we follow. Maybe you will tell me something, young lady. Your name.
Olga Trocky, alias Olga Treskovna.
Trocky, huh? Olga, when did you first decide to be an actress?
When I was a little girl, I think. In a place called Coal Town, Little Poland.
Oh, near Wilkes-Barre.
Yes. Coal Town killed my mother. My father, too. My father was very sweet and kind. He played the accordion and sang. And he used to say to me when he had a hangover, which was most of the time, "Go away someplace, Olga, and sing and dance and act and be happy."
So you followed his advice?
Except I'm nobody. But I'll be ready when my chance comes. I think maybe in Hollywood.
Hey, not so fast, baby. What you need is a couple of years in stock. You've got a lot to learn.
I haven't time for all that, Bill. I want to get there quickly. And when I am a big star and the interviewers ask me, "How did this great success come to you, Olga Treskovna?" I'll tell them it came from Bill Dunnigan, who once said, "Give the kid a break." Well, I think we'd better go, Bill. It's late.
Yeah. Let's have the check, Ming.
No check.
Oh, no check. Come on. We ate the whole restaurant.
Please, let this humble meal be my gift to the two guests from far away.
Well, thanks, Ming. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. This is for you, Mingao. It's nothing, just a little religious medal. St. Michael, the Archangel. Will you take it, please?
I am very grateful.
St. Michael, huh? What's his specialty?
Fighting for God. He is a very gallant saint, Bill.
I will carry it and hope for your great success, Miss.
Good night, Mingao.
Well, it stopped snowing.
Yes. And look up there. Bill, look. Look up there.
Are the stars?
Yes. Do you see over there where that V-shaped cluster is? Now, just to the right of it.
Oh, yeah.
See that bright one?
Yeah?
It's mine. My star.
Yours, huh?
My father told me that star appeared for the first time the night I was born.
Well, could be.
It's there every night to remind me of where I'm going. Oh, I'm being very silly. I won't see you again for a long time, maybe. Will you accept a Christmas present from a strange lady? My star up there. I'll give you half. Yes, Bill. Half is for you.
Why didn't I say something to you then? But no, not a word. Not even where can I write you, where'll you be? Oh, no. Old Clammouth just walking along with his heart jumping and never a word. And now I'm in Nick Orloff's funeral parlor, and you in a box in the corner of the room. But it can't end like this, baby. It can't end with Dunnigan the dummy just staring at a box.
You see? That didn't take long, did it? Me and Father Spinsky got everything worked out fine. And I got hold of a singer, too. Now, let's see. I figure a blanket of roses for the coffin, and maybe a nice wreath as a sort of personal tribute from you. Oh, yeah, and the sexton of the church. I almost forgot that.
Oh, that's bad. You wouldn't want to forget any charges.
Huh? And a donation for Father Spinsky's church. Let's figure on a total of $350.
$350? Well, that's a lot more than
That ain't much for a service at St. Leo's.
At St. Leo's?
Yes, sir. Biggest church in town.
But that's the wrong church. I wanted St. Michael's. I just took for granted.
That old broken-down barn? Oh, no. You don't want your friend buried from St. Michael's.
Look, Mr. Orloff, where is St. Michael's?
Go on. Take a look at it. I ain't worried. Down the street to your left, across from the hotel. Just remember, Father Paul ain't got anything to offer. You'll be back.
So that's why I'm here, Father Paul. She wanted to be buried from your church. Now, how much do you charge? I better tell you first, she wanted a few extras.
I'm very proud that this girl wanted to be buried from St. Michael's, Mr. Dunnigan. Please put your money away.
I'm sorry, Father. I came in here like a sorehead. It's just that, well, it's a pleasure to run into a human being again. You ever hear of poverty, Father?
Oh, yes. Poverty is an old friend of St. Michael's.
Well, I'm down to my last $300. I just thought I'd better warn you. And I've got a favor to ask. Could we have her brought here? I hate the thought of Olga being left in Orloff's place.
Well, of course, she belongs here. Let me phone Orloff, and then you must tell me about Olga. I can see you must have loved her very much. Oh, Nick Orloff's a stupid and greedy man. But she'll be here.
Thank you, Father.
Now, about Olga.
Well, I'd met her only twice before I took a job in Hollywood as personal drum beater for the great Marcus Harris.
Marcus Harris?
Marcus Harris is one of the greatest motion picture producers in America. And at the moment, he was given birth to a $3 million epic called Joan of Arc. The star of the picture was a girl named Anna Klovna. But Miss Klovna proved quite a problem. She was trouble from the minute she walked into the studio. Then one morning in Harris's office...
I refuse to perform. I will not put my foot on that set again. I'm leaving, Mr. Harris.
Miss Klovna, please.
That imbecile. He's a director. He's an idiot. He wants me to be here before I'm awake. He says I must rehearse. I have played Joan in Europe. Shaw's Joan, Schiller's Joan. What have I to learn from him? From any of you?
Oh, come on, Anna. Don't act like this. You're a great artist.
Well, then I want to be treated like a great artist.
Let's go to your dressing room. Let's see if we can't talk this over, huh?
So, now you give the order, too. What do you know about art? A pushcart peddler is what you were, and what you still are. No ignorant peasant can give orders to Anna Klovna.
Now, wait a minute. We don't talk like that in America.
No. All you talk in America is money, money, money. Oh, but I am finished. I quit.
You can quit. I'm sorry you don't like me, Miss Klovna. That's all right. I'm sorry you don't like America, but that isn't all right. It's too bad you couldn't see something nice in such a wonderful place.
Wonderful. For fools, maybe. For money grabbers. For peddlers. I am an artist.
She'll calm down, Marcus. She'll be back.
I don't want her back. I like this country. I won't work with anyone who doesn't like it.
Well, you can get somebody else to play the part, then.
There's no one else available who can play Joan of Arc. It's too bad. Klovna has a great talent. Well, let's walk over to the set and give them the bad news. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We're forced to give up the picture. I'm sorry this has happened. Maybe we'll have better luck next time.
That's it, boys. Wrap it up.
Mr. Donegan. Bill.
Holy Ike, am I dreaming?
Hello, Bill.
Olga, don't tell me you're in pictures.
I was. I just lost my job. I was stand-in for Anna Klovna. You're working here, too?
Yeah. Well, look, let's get out of here where we can talk. So you a stand-in, huh?
Not much of a job for a foolish young lady who dreamed of being a star.
You know, it makes me happy just to look at you. Say, where can I meet you tonight?
Let me cook dinner for you. I've got a sort of apartment, and I've been dying to have a guest.
No guess?
No.
I'm glad. What's the address?
1461 Curzon Avenue. It's over a garage.
1461. Will it be all right if I get there about 7 o'clock?
7 is fine. Oh, Bill, how good to see you again. More coffee, Bill?
Ah, no, thanks. Just tell me the rest of it, baby.
Oh, there isn't any rest of it. I kept making the rounds of the studios, and sometimes they said, come back, and sometimes they said, don't come back. But whatever they said, it always ended the same way. No job for a new young movie star. Bill, you're not listening.
Yeah, I'm listening, baby. I'm listening to a lot of things. Olga, can you act?
But you know I can act.
How do I know?
Because I told you.
Oh, that's right, so you did.
And I'm much better now. I spend all my spare time reading plays, learning parts, and...
Yeah, you're better looking than she is, too.
Who?
Anna Klovna. You're younger, you're prettier.
Bill, what are you talking
Take
about?
it easy, baby. I'm incubating.
Bill, you don't mean Joan of Arc.
Never mind what I mean. Olga, do you know any scenes from the script?
Oh, Bill, I know the whole script.
Look, I don't want the whole script. I want one scene, one big scene.
No?
Yes, now. We've got to work fast. It's one of those things.
Yes, Bill?
Okay, you're on. The camera's rolling. Action.
It's a scene where Joan comes into the courtroom. They brought her up from the dungeon. She sees all the great English aristocrats, all the great doctors of theology. They're here to make her confess that she has lied and blasphemed. Then the bishop asks her if she considers herself in a state of grace. And she replies, if I'm not, I hope God will put me there. And if I am, I hope he'll keep me there. They want the truth, they tell her. And they ask, when did Satan first command you to slay the English? And Joan answers, the voices of my saints commanded me to fight for France. So I went into battle, and I led the battles. And what were the English doing on the soil of France? Why didn't they keep their blood at home where French swords could not spill it? No, whatever you do to me, I will not say what is not the truth. And the truth is, I'm a peasant girl, and I love my mother and father and my brothers, and I would have stayed at home. But God spoke to me through his angel Michael, and he told me to go out into the world and help my people. I went, and I fought, And if I should escape from here, I will continue to fight for them. And if I do not escape and you will burn me for what I've done, I will kneel in the fire and give God my thanks for his kindness to me and my people.
Okay, baby. Where's the phone?
Was it all right?
Yeah, it was all right. Hello. Mr. Harris, please. This is Bill Dunnigan calling. Yeah, will you please?
Bill, I don't know if you...
Hello, Marcus. This is Bill Dunnigan. Marcus, hang on to your hat. What? All right. Hang on to your pajamas, then. Look, Marcus, you don't have to shelve the picture. I found another Anna Klovna plus. She's young. She's beautiful. Can she act? Can Heibert's fiddle? Can Joe Louis fight? Can Bob Feller pitch? I'm telling you, Marcus, she's great. You've got to give her a screen test first thing in the morning. Just give me your okay, and I'll set everything up. Yeah. Sure, I've got her tied up. I give you my solemn word of honor. Yeah. Fine. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bill.
Relax, baby.
I'm going to explode.
You're going to bed.
It's like the time you came into the theater. I couldn't see you at first. Just a voice that said, give the kid a break. I don't know why I deserve anybody like you.
Yeah, I've got to get hold of Dolan and talk him into directing the test. We don't want a shot by some stooge. I'll go and see him now, and you're going to get some sleep.
How can I ever repay you, Bill?
By knocking him dead, baby. Tomorrow's the big day.
Not as big as now. Oh, Bill, thanks.
Good night, Olga.
Good night.
Now, don't worry about anything. I'll see you on the barricades at dawn, baby.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of The Miracle of the Bells. Meanwhile, greetings to Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter.
Fresh from the green grass of Wyoming, Mr. Keeley.
You mean, of course, the picture of that name, Libby.
Mm-hmm. 20th Century Fox's New Western. And wasn't I surprised to see little Peggy Cummins in the role of a hard-riding outdoor girl. She's so dainty and feminine.
Green grass of Wyoming is certainly full of action. Those harness races had me on the edge of my chair.
Especially the one with Charles Coburn at the reins.
You can always count on Charles to give a rare performance. And I think the studio has a find in young Bob Arthur.
Oh, he's most appealing as Peggy Cummins' sweetheart.
I understand Peggy made a great hit when the company was on location.
Mm-hmm. She was entertained by the governor and interviewed by all the papers. She's very lovely with her blonde hair and fresh, fair skin. How about that, John Kennedy?
Yes, she's one of Hollywood's prettiest. No wonder everyone fell in love with her. Besides, Libby, Lux girls always make a hit.
Yes, Peggy Cummins is an ardent Lux girl. She told me that during the war days in England, she used to cherish every sliver of Lux soap. Those Lux soap facials are wonderful for the skin, she said. I didn't want to neglect my complexion care a single day.
Screen stars just can't take chances with complexion beauty.
And neither should any woman. Lux facials are so easy and quick, and they really work.
Tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became lovelier in a short time.
Lux soap agrees with delicate skin. It's as fine a soap as money can buy. Fastidious women love the Lux soap perfume, too. It's such a delicate fragrance.
Another reason why fragrant white Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own beauty soap. Back now to Mr. William Keeley.
2 of The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valley as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. In the shabby old rectory of St. Michael's Church, the mild little priest, Father Paul, listens attentively as Bill Dunnigan, press agent, continues the story of Olga Traskovna.
Well, Father, the screen test was great. Olga was wonderful. And when we started shooting, she was even better. Everyone was raving about her. No gags either, real raves. I tell you, Father, you've never seen a dream come true like this one.
It sounds wonderful. Oh, that should be Mr. Orloff. Come in.
Where do you want the box?
Would you carry it into the church, please?
I got it uncrated for you.
Yes, you may keep the lumber, Mr. Orloff.
That don't pay me. There's an extra charge. $5.
Here. $5. Now beat it.
You're going to hear from Father Spinsky. Yes, sir.
I'm always happy to hear from Father Spinsky. Mr. Dunnigan, it's time for evening devotions. Would you care to come with me?
In church? Oh, I don't know, Father.
Oh, please come and see her there.
Well, for a minute.
And you haven't finished telling me about her?
Tomorrow, maybe.
Good. And if you'd like, I'll show you the cemetery. This way, Mr. Dunnigan. You know, some people object to our cemetery being way up here in the hills, Mr. Dunnigan. But at least this is one place where the coal dust doesn't blow and where the flowers are always clean. I asked a friend if she had ever heard of Olga Cheskovna, the movie actress. She said she hadn't. I told her she was very famous.
No, Father. They wouldn't let her become famous.
But why not? What happened?
Well, after 2 weeks of shooting, Marcus Harris tripled her salary. That's how good she was. But she never changed. It's quite a thing, you know, Father, to jump from nowhere into stardom. And all the time she was getting thinner and more tired. I figured she was just working too hard. Until one day in her dressing room...
Oh, what a day. I've never worked so hard in all my life. Dolan's a regular slave driver, but I love him for it. Oh, I feel as light as air.
Clara, does she have a fever?
She's awfully hot, Mr. Dunnigan.
Oh, you would be too under those lights all day. Let's have a wonderful party, Bill, when the picture's over.
Yeah, we'll do that, baby.
Poor, serious Bill. He doesn't know how gay life can be. How
Mr. Dunnigan, that bottle, please, her medicine. Here, dear, take this. Here.
What medicine is that?
Just something Dr. Jennings gave me.
Dr. Jennings?
I've been using my voice so much lately. All those long speeches. But just think, Bill. Only 3 more days and the picture will be finished.
Yeah. Well, I've got to go and see Harris. Be careful, baby. You look so tired, you frighten me. She doesn't know I've come here, Dr. Jennings. Tell me, how sick is she?
She's very sick. She's developed tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis? I see.
She needs what we call surgical rest. Should have had it long ago.
Well, if we could send her to a sanatorium now.
I've tried desperately to persuade her, but she's determined to finish this picture even if it kills her.
Yeah, I know. But she will get well.
There's always a chance, Mr. Dunnigan.
No more than that, huh? Thanks for telling me, Doctor.
And in spite of her illness, Mr. Dunnigan, she finished the picture?
Yes, Father Paul, she finished it. I was in her dressing room just before they shot the final scene. I did my best to persuade her to postpone it.
But it's just one more shot, Bill. Then it's finished. But the whole picture.
You're not well, Olga. I've talked to Marcus. He said we can shoot it tomorrow or the next day or next week.
Please, Bill. This is so important to me. Please.
We're ready, Mr. Skobner.
Coming. Come along, Bill. I want you to be there.
Sure, baby. Sure. Yes, this was the last shot, Father Paul. With Olga as Joan chained to the stake, the fire leaping up around her, and the mob hooting and jeering until Joan spoke her last words.
Oh, you who are here, I pardon you for what you do. I'm young and I do not know much of life. But I know that this little place in which I stand is not the world. There are places I've never seen where men and women are full of sweetness and hope. I speak to them out of the pain that comes. Dream on. Dream on of God and goodness. Believe in truth and justice, for the world is yours. I will not die. I will not die. When the fire burns me, my soul will remain to sing the glory of God. I will remain as a light for those in the dark. By Jesus, mercy.
The following day, Olga was dead. A few hours later in Harris's office.
So I've decided not to release the picture, gentlemen. Sometime, maybe we can remake it when we can find the proper person to play the part again.
Marcus, you can't do that.
I'm not going to release a picture with a dead girl in it, and that's final.
But Olga died to make it. She gave up her life to act in it. Where's your heart, Marcus? Do it for her.
I'm sorry, Bill, I can't. If Olga had been a girl whom the public had known and loved, I might be willing to take a chance. But this way, no. We gambled and lost. That's all, gentlemen. Bill, I'm sorry. She was a fine girl.
I'm going to take her home, Marcus. Back to Pennsylvania. That's what she wanted. I won't be coming back.
You'll be back. It's tough, but it'll pass. Everything does.
I don't think so. It can't end like this. Not for her. But that's the way it did end, Father Paul. The picture shelved, Olga's talent and beauty stuck away in a vault, buried like we're going to bury her. Those bells, Father. Church bells?
Yes, they ring every day at noon all over the world. The Angelus.
I guess I never listened. Bells? I knew there was something I'd forgotten. Olga wanted your bells rung at her funeral. I almost forgot her last request.
I'll tell the sexton.
Father, how many churches are there in Coal Town?
Why, we have 5 churches.
Do they all have bells?
Well, yes, fine bells. Mr. Dunnigan, you're not thinking
I'm thinking of a lot of things. 5 churches. Okay, I want all the bells to start ringing at 8 o'clock tonight and keep on ringing for 3 days. 3 days and 3 nights.
But why?
A brain cell moved, finally. I've been letting Olga down. I've been sitting around moaning like a beggar on a rainy day.
Mr. Dunnigan, it's going to cost money, a lot of money.
Oh, that'll be taken care of, Father.
But you told me that you
Look, Father, you've heard of St. Michael, haven't you? He was a scrapper, wasn't he?
Oh, indeed he was. He was the first warrior of heaven.
Well, then what are we worried about? He's on our side, isn't he? Come on, Father, let's get back to town.
You want this telegram to go to Hollywood, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if I can read it.
Look, just get it off, will you, please?
Mister, if I can't read it, I can't send it. Marcus Harris, Excelsior Studios, have terrific stunt to save Joan of Arc. Wire $10,000 immediately, Miners Bank and Trust Company. That's just a block down the street.
Yes, I know where it is. Just go on, all right?
You know. Must have it by noon. It will pay back $10 million gross for picture. Dunnigan in great form.
That's Dunnigan.
Oh, Dunnigan. Dunnigan in great form. Dunnigan is still world's greatest press agent. Regards, Dunnigan. Who's Dunnigan?
I am.
You don't say.
Here's $5. Now keep the change.
Oh, thanks.
And phone me at this number in Coal Town as soon as the answer comes through.
$10,000. I'll sure like to see that return message.
Yes, and so will I. But just the 2 of us, do you understand? That's why I didn't phone it in from Coal Town. There you...
Say, what's that? Them bells. Church bells. Sounds like they're coming from Coal Town.
Yeah, right on the dot, 8 o'clock.
Huh?
Sound beautiful, don't they?
Sounds like all the churches in Coal Town. Something must have happened.
That's right, partner. Something must have happened. Boys, I'm sorry I was so long getting back to the hotel, but I've been over at Nanticoke.
I'm Todd Jones, Associated Press.
Oh, yeah.
Tanner, Nanticoke Journal.
And I'm Briggs, Wilkes-Barre's son. Now, would you mind telling us what this is all about? These bells?
Yeah, this whole town is standing on its ear, and nobody seems to know why they're ringing.
Well, I'm a little surprised, gentlemen. I didn't think anyone outside of Coal Town would be interested.
This Olga Treskovna, who is she?
She's an actress. A great actress, gentlemen. She died 10 days ago in Hollywood.
A Hollywood star, huh? What pictures?
Well, as a matter of fact, she just finished Joan of Arc.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought I recognized you. You're Bill Dunnigan, aren't you?
That's right.
Bill Dunnigan, super-duper press agent. Bells, huh? This isn't a news story. It's a publicity stunt.
Now, wait a minute.
Did Marcus Harris ever hear of paid advertising?
Okay, boys. I'll admit I was trying to pull a fast one, but not for the reasons you're thinking. Hey, Al, how about a bottle of scotch and some glasses?
Sure, right away, Mr. Dunnigan.
Everything I've told you is true, as far as it went. How about listening to the whole story? At least until the bottle runs out.
The AP doesn't print publicity stories, Dunnigan.
What I want to know is who's paying for 3 days and nights of bell ringing?
I am, with the aid of 4 bad checks which I have sinfully given the trusting clergy of Coal Town, including Father Spinsky of St. Leo's. I've wired Marcus Harris for $10,000. If he sends it, fine. If he doesn't, our next session will be in the Coal Town jail.
Well, why wouldn't he send it? A gag like this?
Because when Olga died, Harris decided not to release the picture. I'm doing all this on my own. I figured that ringing the bells would be news. That with any luck, it'd cause so much talk that Harris would have to release the picture.
And what's your interest in the picture, Dunnigan?
Mine? I knew Olga. I don't want to see her talent buried. She died for it. You want to hear why she felt it was worth dying for?
Go ahead. I can't get a train for an hour.
Well, the day she finished the picture, Olga collapsed. The next morning at daybreak, the hospital sent for me.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, baby.
Bill. Bill, will you promise me something?
Sure, anything.
I want to be buried in Coal Town from St. Michael's Church.
Olga, please don't talk like that.
And I want them to ring the bell for me. They didn't ring it for my father. Don't forget, St. Michael's. Bill, the picture, is it really good?
It's wonderful. You're great in it, Olga.
I hope it's true. Because I didn't play Joan alone. A lot of people played her. People you've never seen or heard. My father and all the other poor, sad people of Coal Town.
You'd better not talk, baby.
But I want you to know and remember why I did it. Why I kept on till this happened. It's because all those poor people, the people I came from, have hopes and dreams that never get a chance. They just work and die, and all the nice things inside of them never come out. And Bill, I came out of them. When they hear me, they'll know it's their own heart speaking. And when they see my name shining in all the theaters, it'll be something of their shining. Oh, Bill, I'm so happy. I did my job.
Olga.
Chicago Times by Associated Press. Dead movie star honored by unique ceremony in Pennsylvania town.
Wilkes-Barre's son. Bells ring tribute to Pennsylvania movie star.
Bells.
Dying wish of Hollywood star fulfilled.
Do you like them, Olga? They're ringing your name, baby. Throughout the town, throughout the state, throughout the nation. Hello?
This is the desk clerk, Mr. Dunnigan. Father Spinsky is here in the lobby, sir.
Father Spinsky, eh? Has the telegraph office called me yet?
No, sir, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, tell him I'll be right down.
And I don't think you realize, Mr. Dunnigan, what a stir all this has created.
Oh, I think I have an idea, Father Spinsky.
Why, they tell me the entire nation has heard about the bells, the newspapers, radio. Anyway, as far as Coal Town is concerned, it seems everyone wants to attend services for Miss Truskovna.
That's fine, Father.
And it's obvious St. Michael's Church couldn't possibly accommodate them all.
Bill.
Oh, good morning, Father Paul.
Bill, the most unusual thing has happened. I mean, just a little while ago, over 100 people. They came to view the coffin, and they stayed for Mass. All of them in my church.
Exactly, Father Paul. I was just telling Mr. Dunnigan, your little church will be greatly overtaxed. Why, the sightseers are flooding the town already. Mr. Dunnigan, I'm sure you'll agree it would be far wiser to move Olga Traskovna to St. Leo's Church and let us conduct the service.
Perhaps it would be better, Bill.
No, Father Paul. Olga's going to be buried from St. Michael's.
I had hoped not to be forced into this position, Mr. Dunnigan. I came here to be of service, however. At Mr. Orloff's suggestion, I wired your bank regarding the check you gave me for ringing the bells of St. Leo's. They tell me the check is worthless.
Well, if you'll just give me a little time, it'll be covered, Father.
I shall phone your bank at noon. If the money is not in your account, our bells will stop ringing.
and I shall inform my fellow pastors of your swindle. Good day, Mr. Dunnigan.
Till noon, he said. 3 hours.
You know, Bill, St. Leo's is a very fine church, and Father Spinsky is really a very good man.
You mean run out in St. Michael's? No, Father. Father, how much is the fare to Nanticoke?
Why, it's 10 cents.
Well, a dollar ought to cover it then, huh?
But I don't understand, Bill.
Look, Father, don't make it too difficult, will you? I'm putting the bite on you for $1.
Oh, of course. Here.
Thanks.
Well, will that be enough?
Well, not quite. I need about 4,000 more, but I may be able to pick it up in Nanticoke. I'll see you later.
She's coming in now, Mr. Dunnigan. Yep. It's from Hollywood, all
what
right.
does it say? What does it say?
Have sent $5,000 as requested. Huh. Cut you down, didn't he?
I expected it. What else does it say?
Money is settlement in full for your unexpired contract. Never mind about saving picture. My decision still stands. Signed, Harris.
Oh, thanks. Oh, if there should be any other wires, you can phone me at the Coal Town Hotel.
Yes, sir. Going there now, are you?
Yeah, right from the bank. I've got a little session coming up with some newspaper reporters.
Yeah, that's okay. So Harris came through with the money, huh?
Yeah, but he's still not sold on releasing the picture. I need something big, boys. I've got to get him boiling over. If we could only get some new angle to hand your papers.
Well, the bells are still ringing.
Yeah, but that's no longer news breaks. We've got to cook up some fresh headlines.
Boys, you can all calm down. The party's over.
What's the matter, Tanner?
I've just seen Watson.
Who's Watson?
President of the coal mines, that's all. Biggest man in town and the maddest. The miners aren't working. They're all steamed up over the bells.
Well, Watson can't stop the bells, can he?
No, I think he can, Bill.
Well, there must be somebody more important than Watson.
Well, the governor, maybe. And there's always the president.
The governor. That's it. Any of you boys know him?
Well, I don't know the governor, Dunnigan, but I know his secretary. It's my wife's cousin.
Grab a phone, then put a call in for him. If the governor should issue a proclamation, even Watson would have to shut up.
I thought you'd like to see the newspapers, Mr. Harris. Take a look at this. Headlines, too.
Pennsylvania governor issues proclamation. All denominations to observe Starr's funeral.
Now, here's the Globe. Nationwide mourning accorded Olga. And you know what the Journal says?
Never mind. I've never seen a campaign like this in all my born days. Too bad it's all for nothing.
For nothing?
I just this minute hung up the phone. Genevieve James is available. She wants to do Joan of Arc.
Well, that is news, isn't it?
You know, Dolan, I was almost hoping we could go ahead as Dunnigan wanted. But naturally, this changes everything. We'll remake the picture with Genevieve James. I'll get a telegram off to Dunnigan right away.
And what's that telegram, Bill? From Hollywood, isn't it?
Yeah, it's from Hollywood.
Marcus Harris?
No, it's another studio. They want to hire me. They think I'm pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get some sleep. Coming up?
No, I think I'll go for a walk. Good night, boys. And thanks for a swell fight.
Good night. Anytime.
Well, baby, the bells are still ringing. And your star up there is still shining. But I didn't do so good, baby. They're going to remake the picture. So you can quit shining. It's no dice. I've let you down. Way down.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of The Miracle of the Bells. Our guest tonight, Paramount starlet Jean Ruth, is just 20 years old and already an accomplished actress and dancer. I understand, Jean, you've spent almost as many years in the theater as you have birthdays.
Yes, Mr. Keeley. Both of my parents have been in show business nearly all their lives, so I was literally raised in the theater.
And now you're well on your way to a movie career. Does the picture business come up to your expectations?
It's even more fascinating than I'd hoped for. Take last Wednesday night's premiere of The Emperor Waltz.
It was such fun seeing all those famous stars. And the picture. I got a special thrill out of that because I saw so much of the actual filming.
And besides, Bing Crosby has one of his most romantic roles in The Emperor Waltz.
Wasn't he terrific? I loved those scenes where he sang to Joan Fontaine.
Well, evidently Joan loved them, too, because every time Bing sang to her, she literally wilted into his arms.
I saw you, Mr. Kennedy, at the premiere. You were applauding like mad.
Oh, I had a wonderful time, all right. Remember that scene where Bing and Joan are in the canoe?
Oh, that was beautiful. And in Technicolor, Joan looked simply dazzling.
That brilliant sunlight was a test for any star's complexion. Try this fine white soap. You'll enjoy its rich, creamy lather, its delicate flower-like perfume. Here's your producer, Mr. Keeley.
Our curtain rises on the third act of The Miracle of the Bell, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valley as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. Marcus Harris, the producer, has decided to remake Joan of Arc, and Bill Dunnigan's frantic efforts to bring Olga before the world have failed. But in Coal Town, the bells still ring out, and in the humble little church of St. Michael, the funeral service is about to begin. Never before has the church been so crowded, and outside, great throngs struggle to get in. Then, suddenly, within the church, a strange sound is heard, a rumble almost like a distant earthquake. Transfixed, the people stare before them, for the holy statues around the altar are moving. The statue of St. Michael, the statue of Mary are turning, until now they face the coffin of Olga Treskovna.
They're moving. The statues, look at them, they're moving.
The statues are turning. They're turning toward her.
They're looking at her coffin. It's a miracle. A miracle. They're looking at her coffin. They're looking at her.
Excuse me. Excuse me, please. You're the sexton, aren't you? Where is he? Where's Father Paul?
He went down there, Mr. Dunnigan. Down to the basement.
Father Paul. Father Paul.
I'm here, Bill.
Father Paul, I saw it. I was in the back of the church when it happened. I saw the statues turn.
Yes, I know, Bill. That's why I came down here.
Look, Father Paul, I started this thing. I started the bells ringing as a gag to get them to release Olga's picture. But I didn't do that upstairs, so help me, I had nothing to do with it.
I know, Bill, I know.
The statues turned by themselves. They turned and looked at Olga.
Look, Bill, look at this post. You see, the ground is broken around this post.
What?
The ground, Bill, it's broken, and all the way across to the base of the other post. The statues are directly above these posts, and the posts support the statues, Bill.
Are you trying to knock out the miracle?
There wasn't any miracle. You see, there are a lot of old mine shafts under here, and the earth isn't too solid. The movement of the two posts made the statues turn, Bill.
That's it, huh?
Yes. I rushed down here because I was worried about the flooring of the church. All those people up there, why, our floor isn't used to such crowds.
What are you going to do, Father Paul?
Why, I'm going to tell them the truth.
You know the truth?
Yes, Bill.
Father, wait.
I must tell them, Bill. It's my duty.
It's your duty to take the light out of their faces, is it, Father? I saw them when it happened. I saw those poor, bitter faces shining as if someone had turned a light on inside them. And I heard them praying and giving thanks. And now you're going up and tell them it was nothing but a couple of basement pillars and a piece of broken ground.
Bill, you don't seem to understand.
Look, Father, I'm not thinking of putting over a movie now. Whoever turned those statues wasn't trying to sell a picture for Marcus Harris. I tell you, Father, God was trying to say, life's all right. It's not as bad as it seems. And I'm up here watching and trying to help. And even if he didn't say it, Father, can't you see it's in their hearts now? It'll go out all over the world. And if God doesn't speak like that out of heaven, he'll be speaking out of people's hearts. And what's the difference where he speaks from? Your job isn't to hide his word, is it?
No, Bill, it isn't to hide his word.
The saints came to Joan of Arc because she wanted to help someone. The people of France. Olga wanted to help someone just as much. The people of Coal Town. Give her the chance, Father Paul.
Come with me, Bill. We'll go up now. My dear friends, something strange and wonderful has happened. The faces of the Blessed Virgin and St. Michael have turned to look on one who lies among us in a coffin. I will not speak of what has made the statues turn. Others will tell you the answer to that later. I speak to you of no other miracle than the miracle of the Olga Trakis of the world, of those who live and dream only to bring heaven into our lives, even if it is no more than a smile of fellowship or a moment of beauty. Olga died for this, for the beauty and the tired and lonely hearts of her people. Let us pray for her. In nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, in Joiber altare Dei.
On you, Mr. Harris, but something tremendous has happened. There's a mob of newspaper reporters out there, and they want you to...
What's happened? What are you talking about?
The miracle, Mr. Harris.
What miracle?
In Coal Town. A miracle has happened to Olga Treskovna.
I won't hear such bunk. It's sacrilegious. And if Dunnigan thinks
It isn't Dunnigan. Two huge statues at the altar turned to look at Olga in her coffin.
What do you mean it isn't Dunnigan? Do you think for one moment the Almighty is interested in selling my movies? And you believe it?
The whole country believes it, Mr. Harris.
This time Dunnigan's gone a little too far. When a press agent starts fooling the people about religion, I'm through with him.
But the statues turned, Marcus. Hundreds of people saw them turn.
Then he paid somebody to have them turned.
Don't you believe in miracles, Marcus? You just made a picture about one. Joan of Arc.
Yes, I believe in miracles. I was brought up to believe in God and in miracles. But I won't stand for press agent miracles. Reporters, huh? Fine. I'll tell them Bill Dunnigan's the biggest faker in America.
I've turned on your radio, Mr. Harris. Can you listen in for just a moment? They're talking about it on the radio.
Turn it up, Eddie. All right, Marcus. Listen.
Here will be that of the distinguished correspondent Lawrence Hunter here in Coal Town to report on this amazing happening.
The whole country is asking, did a miracle happen in Coal Town? But here, nobody asked that question. Every man, woman, and child believes that the grace of God has touched them. To them, a miracle has happened. Something so wondrous that it has torn the bitterness and the doubts from the hearts of the people and brought them back to God. Whether this is a miracle or not is up to the church authorities to decide. But I do know this. When Olga Treskovna was brought home, a wonderful thing happened. And everyone here is convinced that somehow divine providence is blessing Coal Town and the people in it.
What a day this has been, Bill. What a wonderful day. Look at those telegrams on my desk. How am I ever going to answer them all? And tomorrow there'll be more.
You don't answer them, Father Paul. You get a secretary. She answers them.
Oh, no. They were written to me. Look, we are being given a new organ by Mr. Watson. Others are giving us a new roof, stained glass windows. And look, Bill, all this money for the poor. And the world has come to St. Michael's to pray. I must thank you, Bill.
Thank me? Isn't that a little funny coming from you?
You mean you still believe in the miracle?
I've been standing in the church most of the day, Father. I haven't tried to plant one line of newspaper copy. Do you remember when I told you how I couldn't tell Olga what I felt? Well, this is the second time in my life that I've been dumb. I can't tell the world about it. That's why I know it's real. Because I'm no good at selling anything that's real. Well, I guess I'm through here.
Through? Oh, no, Bill.
No, Bill, you're just beginning.
Marcus.
Bill, I'm happy to see you.
Hello, Marcus. Hello, Dolan. Father, this is Mr. Harris and Mr. Dolan, straight from Hollywood.
By special plane.
I'm very glad to know you.
Father, Bill, I'm a man who knows when he's licked. You win. You, Bill, and Father Paul, St. Michael, Olga, and a couple of statues. I've decided to release the picture as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Marcus.
We're going to put Olga Treskovna in pictures in every city in the country. And I'll tell you what she's going to do. Olga's going to build a hospital for Coal Town, the best that money can buy. A clinic for her people, for the study of this disease from which she died, so that someday there will be no such disease, and people won't be dying from it, because Olga Treskovna died for them, worked and died for them.
This is a great thing you're doing, Mr. Harris. It's beyond anything any of us has dreamed.
Maybe. I I don't know how all this started, but in my religion, when something happens that makes the world a little better than it was before, we know that God has had something to do with it. And we don't ask questions.
In my religion, too, Mr. Harris.
And Bill, when they hear me, they'll know it's their own heart speaking. And when they see my name shining in all the theaters, it'll be something of their shining. I'm so happy, Bill. I did my job.
I can't imagine a better Memorial Day tribute to our audience than The Miracle of the Bells. And our thanks go now to the stars who made tonight's play such an unforgettable event. Fred McMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra. Fred, you just got back in time from the Chicago premiere of the picture.
That's right, Bill. Frank and I both were there.
And I understand it was a sellout.
Yes, Mr. Keeley, which was mighty gratifying since the proceeds went to the National Cancer Drive.
And where were you, Valley, during all this?
Working at the studio? But I wish I could have been there.
Well, at least we had you for the radio premiere. And it's a great pleasure having you back so soon again on Lux.
Well, it's a pleasure for me, Mr. Keeley. I love radio.
And I'd say radio loves you, and so do I.
Tell us, Alida, you've been in this country such a short time. How did you learn to speak English so well?
Oh, I have a good voice coach. And I go to movies a lot.
Go to movies, huh? I wish I could have studied English that way.
Say, if you don't watch out, Alida, you're going to have a lot of English students playing hooky.
Well, I'm sure, Valley, many actresses could learn a lot by seeing your excellent performance in the role of Mrs. Paradine in David O. Selznick's production, The Paradine Case.
Yeah, that was really a thrilling picture you made with Gregory Peck, Alida.
Yes, and I like those typical Alfred Hitchcock touches. You all ought to be proud of it, you all.
And I'm not surprised, Valley, at the success of your American pictures after your many, many screen hits in Italy. But tell me, do the screen stars of Italy depend on Lux soap as they do in this country?
Well, every actress knows how important a good soap is to her complexion, Mr. Keeley.
Mr. Keeley, what's Lux presenting next week?
Next Monday night, we bring our audience a spine-thrilling story of the West with Columbia Pictures' current hit, Relentless. And our stars are Robert Young in his original exciting screen role and the lovely Claire Trevor for romantic interest.
A mighty exciting picture, Bill.
Yes, and as its title implies, an action-packed story of the chase in which an innocent man relentlessly pursues the murderer of whose crime he's accused.
That ought to keep the audience in plenty of suspense, Bill. We'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thanks for brightening our holiday. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Young and Claire Trevor in Relentless. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Today, thousands of alert young women who are high school or college graduates are choosing the career of nursing. The student nurse receives invaluable education that can qualify her for a score of useful, profitable jobs. If you can qualify for the career of student nurse, go to your nearest hospital tomorrow for full information. Fred McMurray will soon be seen in the Nasser production, Innocent Affair. Frank Sinatra appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Irving Berlin's Technicolor musical, Easter Parade, starring Judy Garland and Fred Astaire. Heard in our cast tonight were William Johnstone as Marcus Harris, Herbert Butterfield as Orloff, and Veronica Pataki as Klovna. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Relentless with Robert Young and Claire Trevor. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for Johnny Dollar.
Don Wilkins, Johnny. Tri-Mutual Limited.
Oh, hi, Don. Thanks for the Christmas present.
Well, just don't take out the cork near an open flame.
Yeah.
Say, do you know anything about a guy named Mel Priker?
Nothing good about him. Why?
Got himself killed last night. Murdered.
Priker was born to be murdered.
Maybe so, but not at our expense. We're holding a $100,000 policy on him.
Wow. Who's the beneficiary?
His partner, Nick Shern.
Nick Shern. You picked a fine pair of rats.
Yeah, I know that now. The New York police are holding Shern, but they've got no evidence. Go down there and check it out for us, Johnny. If Nick did the killing, we're off the hook.
Any witnesses?
One, apparently, the hat check girl in that nightclub of theirs.
What's her story?
I wish I knew. She's disappeared. We've got to find her, Johnny, before some of Nick's hoodlums find her.
Don, maybe they already have.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office Tri-Mutual Insurance Limited, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an account of expenditures during my investigation of the Nick Shern matter. Item 1, 2280, transportation to New York, tips and incidentals, and taxi fare to the office of Lieutenant Ed Rafferty, Homicide Division, the man in charge of the case.
Oh, hiya, Johnny. How have you been?
Not bad, Ed. How's the homicide business?
Terrible. As you look at that teletype, shoplifting. 5 complaints right in a row. The week before Christmas, that's all we get. Shoplifters.
Mel Priker wasn't shoplifting.
Oh, you working on it, Johnny?
Yeah, the insurance angle. Nick Shern's the beneficiary. $100,000 policy.
Well, you got a tough one, boy. Shern killed him all right, but I don't think we're going to be able to stick him. Come on in the office. Hey, you know what that kid of mine wants for Christmas?
Marilyn Monroe?
Oh, next year, Johnny. He's only 10, you know. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
No, he wants a motorbike. Can you tie that? 10 years old, and he says he needs a motorbike. Have a chair.
Okay. Well, look, I know a factory representative here who'll make you a good deal on one, Ed.
Oh, now, forget it, Johnny. No, I was 14 before I even had a pair of roller skates. And then I had to buy them myself. Yeah, kids are spoiled today. That's the half of what's wrong with them. There's the file on the case. What little we've got.
Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, how'd it happen, Ed?
You mean, how do I think it happened?
That's good enough for me.
Mel Priker and Nick Shern were both in the rackets for years, as you probably know.
Yeah, I've heard rumors.
Well, a while back, they teamed up and opened a string of supper clubs. That's where Priker got it, in their main club, the Ches Colette.
Strictly legitimate, huh?
Well, more or less, I guess. They could afford to be. The dough they were making and arguing over, according to the word around.
That's the reason for the killing, the way you see it.
Sure. Nick figured if half was good, all the take would be twice as good.
And the insurance on top of it.
You're a fast one, Johnny. Anyhow, several people heard the shots about 2:30 in the morning, it was, right after the club closed, but none of them bothered to report it. The clean-up crew came in at 3 and found Priker's body. He was lying in his office, shot twice, gun on the floor beside him, no prints. It was his own gun, and it was kept there in his desk.
Where was Nick Shern?
Well, we picked him up an hour later at another one of their clubs. The manager was with him, and, Benny Stark. Now, he used
Benny, yeah, I know. Trigger man for Nick's mob in the old days. 15 years overdue for hanging.
That's our Benny. Anyhow, they both swear that Nick was there from 1:30 on.
Uh-huh. What about a paraffin test, Ed?
Positive, clear to the elbow, and you can throw it out the window.
What do you mean?
Earlier that evening, Nick spent 2 hours at a shooting gallery uptown, firing a pistol.
Ooh, smart, huh? He really planned for it.
He really did. If without a witness, we haven't got a chance.
I understand there was a witness. Some girl who was mixed up in it.
Easy, Johnny. You're talking to a Rafferty.
So the girl's Irish.
Miss Kathleen O'Dare. Old country, back 3 generations. County Kildare.
Then naturally she's as innocent as a newborn babe.
Naturally.
Then how does she figure?
Well, a taxi driver who knows her said that he saw her leave the club 5 minutes after the shots. She denied it, said that she left at closing time. Well, now, in my book, she was lying.
Scared to talk, huh?
Paralyzed. And with plenty of reason. You know Shern's reputation.
Well, what about the cab driver?
Now, I changed his story. He said it might have been some other girl he saw.
Oh, no, don't tell me, Ed. Let me guess.
That's right. His name's O'Toole.
Yeah.
And I forgot to mention that Kathleen's pretty.
Naturally.
Anyhow, I let her go. I had to. And when I went around to talk to her this morning, she'd flown the coop.
Any chance some of Nick's boys grabbed her?
I don't think so. It looked more like she came home, packed in a hurry, took her kid, and blew.
Kid?
8-year-old daughter.
Irish and a mother, too. I was on sacred ground.
Oh, I was fingering me gun. No, seriously, Johnny. Would you find her? She may be able to break Nick's alibi, and it's our only chance.
And it might be her only chance. Nick Sheeran's not the boy to leave a loose end lying around.
I know. I've got 30 men checking bus depots, airlines.
And no luck, huh?
In this mess at this time of year, I'm a hard-boiled cop, Johnny. I've got no Christmas spirit. I'm glad it only comes once per annum.
Well, there's not very much to go on, that's for sure. I'll see what I can turn up, Ed. Check with you later.
All right, that's fine. Oh, by the way, Johnny.
Yeah?
About that friend of yours.
What friend?
The guy with the motorbikes. How would I be getting in touch with him?
Oh, yeah. His name's Ralph Sterner. He's in the phone book office in the Mackley building. Hard-boiled cop.
Well, the kid's only young ones.
Yeah, sure.
Now, you find that O'Dare girl. Find her, keep her alive, and get her to talk.
How long have I got to find her?
What do you mean?
Nick Sheeran. How much longer can you hold him?
Johnny, he was turned loose an hour ago.
So that was it. A lot of maybes, a lot of questions, and a lot of pressure. A job to be done and done fast. Find one Kathleen O'Dare, former hat check girl at the Chez Colette. Keep Nick Sheeran's hoodlums away from her, and persuade her to talk. And 3 to 1, Nick was looking for her, too. He was free now, on the loose, and he might be anywhere. Only the way it turned out, he wasn't just anywhere. He was in one particular place.
Johnny.
Parked right smack in front of the precinct station.
Over here, Johnny.
He was sitting in the back seat of a sedan, and his trigger man, Benny Stark, was at the wheel.
Been there a long time, hasn't it, Johnny?
About 5 years, as I remember it, Nick. It was that warehouse robbery over in Queens when you got away with $40,000 worth of furs.
You've forgotten. I was acquitted on that one.
Oh, yeah, I know. After they pulled the only witness out of the East River, his feet in a bucket of cement.
Just coincidence. I never seen him before.
You've seen Miss O'Dare before.
Sure I have. She works for me. She's a good kid, Johnny.
So I hear.
Well, I wouldn't harm a hair on that girl's head.
She'll be relieved when I tell her that.
Get in. I want to talk to you.
No. Sorry, Nick. I like it fine just the way it is. In the car, I'd be outnumbered.
You got me all wrong, Johnny. I don't play that way anymore.
What about Benny? Has he reformed, too?
Well, if that's what... Benny, go take a walk.
Yeah, boss, but...
I said go take a walk.
Okay.
Get in, Johnny.
What's on your mind, Nick?
You working on this case?
Yeah, I'm on it. Why?
That's what I figured. I was talking to my lawyer in there and saw you go to Rafferty's office. I guess the insurance company's going to try to welch on that claim.
It's your party, Nick. You talk.
I got a better idea.
What's that?
You know, it's real nice out in Las Vegas this time of year, Johnny. A man could have a lot of fun out there for the next month with maybe $10,000 to play with.
What man are you talking about?
You.
I don't have $10,000.
You will. 30 minutes from now, if you say the word.
Oh, Nick, you're lucky we're not standing out there on the sidewalk. In a car seat, I haven't got room to swing.
Still a fool, huh?
I don't know. Why don't you write me about it? You'll have plenty of time. Up there in the death cell.
Suppose I didn't make any claim on that policy. And you wouldn't have any reason to stay on the case.
No sale, Nick. $100,000 is a lot of money. I'd want to find out why you didn't make a claim.
You know why. You're out to pin this on me, and so are the cops. A man with a record hasn't got a chance.
You should have thought of that before you killed Mel Pryker.
Want to know something, Johnny? I didn't kill him.
Well, I'm betting you did.
What do you care who killed him? You're not shedding any tears over it.
No, but I'd sure hate to see you get away with it. And I'd hate it even more if anything happened to that girl.
Kathy O'Dare? Now, what could happen to her?
She just might fall in the river. She probably thinks she's safe as long as she hides from the police and refuses to talk. She doesn't know you very well.
You had me all wrong, Johnny.
You know, you hear a lot about peace on earth, goodwill toward men around this time of year. Well, I don't have much goodwill toward the kind of rat you are. And I figured there'd be more peace on earth if you weren't on it. Push me, and maybe that's what'll happen.
Well, Well, at least that's fair warning.
Yeah, it's fair warning. I'm going to tag you for this, Nick. You can count on it. Expense account item 2, $2.40. Taxi to the East Side rooming house of Kathy O'Dare. I didn't have much hope of turning up anything. Ed Rafferty and his men had already been through the place inch by inch. But it was the only starting point I had. The landlady was out, and a uniformed policeman led me into Kathy's flat. I spent an hour and a half and got nowhere. I went through her mail, bills, advertisements, casual notes from men she'd met at the club. But nothing personal, not even a postcard. There were no pictures, photographs of Kathy or her daughter anywhere in the flat. She made a clean sweep, then left in a hurry. And obviously, she didn't mean to be found. But I had to find her, and fast. It was dusk when I left. The street lamps were on, and the colored Christmas lights in the windows along the block. Snow was falling in big, soft, gentle flakes, and there was a holiday feeling in the air. It was neither the time nor the setting for murder.
Make contributions, son? Give a little something to help the poor?
Oh, sure. How's it going this year, Santa?
Oh, it's better than usual, but it just seems there's never enough to go around, no matter how... Well, bless you, son. Thank you kindly.
Don't mention it. Good luck, Pop.
Thank you, son.
Well, the city ought to clean the streets better.
I've been waiting for you.
Sorry, Benny. It's not my day for punks.
Get some friends who want to talk to you. Start walking, Johnny, down the alley.
It's dark down there.
Start walking. This ain't just my hand in my pocket.
It better be, Benny, with 2 cops standing up there on the porch watching.
What are you talking about? There ain't no cops.
I smashed him in the mouth and knocked him flat, followed it up and kicked his gun. I got it. He rolled over, came to his feet, and rushed me. I was hoping he would.
He have that coming, son?
He had it coming.
Well, he sure did get it.
Yeah. Hey, you know something, Pop? I think Benny wants to make a contribution to help the poor.
Well, he ain't saying no.
Oh, he's a good boy, at the moment at least. Here you go. That ought to help some.
3, 4, $500.
Put it where it'll do the most good.
Well, Merry Christmas, son. Happy New Year.
Yeah, same to you, Pop, and many more of them. Hey, taxi!
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the next Shern matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, an old lady with a broken arm, a shivering girl, and bullets in the snow. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Mrs. Gottler speaking.
Gottler?
I'm Kathleen O'Dare's landlady.
Oh, yeah.
And it's word you wanted to talk to me.
That's right. I'm trying to find Miss O'Dare. Do you know where she is?
You a friend of hers?
I think I will be once I meet her. I'm an insurance investigator. I want to help her.
That's what the other one said.
What do you mean? What other one?
Fella that come up here a while ago, short, mean-faced, shifty-eyed.
Benny Stark? Was that his name?
He didn't say, Mr. Dollar. I guess he was too busy.
Busy? Doing what?
Breaking my good right arm.
I'll be right over.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, New York City, to the Home Office, Tri-Mutual Insurance Limited, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Nick Shern matter. Expense account continued. Item 5, $2.30. Taxi to Mrs. Gottler's rooming house, the place Kathy O'Dare had called home until she disappeared.
Come in. Get your hands up.
Mrs. Gottler.
That I,
Well, look, I'm Johnny Dollar. I talked to you on the phone. It's all right. You can put that gun down.
Well, I guess it's you all right. I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar, but I've only got one good arm left, and I'm aiming to keep it. Pull up a chair.
Thanks. Oh, kind of rough boy, huh?
I'd have showed him who was rough if I could have got a hold of my gun. I'd have blasted him, Christmas week or not. I'd have blasted him, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, I know how you feel.
And me with all these presents to wrap. How can you wrap presents with one arm? Bad as being a paper hanger.
Well, I'll be glad to help out, Mrs. Gottler. I won't guarantee what they'll look
well,
like.
Well, I sure do appreciate it, and don't worry about their looks. I got to get them wrapped, that's all. Oh, let's see now. This paper goes on that one.
Oh, all right.
It's a water muffler for my nephew over in Brooklyn. You know them terrible winters they have over there.
Oh, yeah, they're frightful. Of course, it may be better this year. The Dodgers won the pennant.
Nothing but luck. It won't happen next year.
You never know. Hey, tell me something, Mrs. Gottler. How come Benny worked you over? Why did he break your arm?
Here. Stick this card on it as soon as you get the ribbon tied.
Oh, okay.
No time of year like Christmas, Well, he wanted to know where Kathy went. When I said I didn't know, he jumped onto me. Said I was lying. If I could have got hold of that gun...
Where did she go, by the way?
You aiming to break my other arm, Mr. Dollar?
With all these packages to wrap? Here, hold your finger on that knot.
Tie it tight now. Them postmen in Brooklyn are always busting things open.
Yeah, no. There. Well, that's one down. Where did you say she went?
Oh, I didn't. No, this one I'll deliver myself, so it don't need to be wrapped so careful.
All righty.
Kathy lit out of here in the middle of the night. You think I'd sit up 24 hours a day spying on my roomers?
You might, if the roomer happened to be one of your special favorites.
Who told you that?
What's the difference? She was, wasn't she?
Kathy was everybody's favorite. Anybody that ever met her. Oh, you'll meet them as make remarks about a girl that works in a nightclub. But I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Dollar. Kathleen O'Dare is as fine a lady as you'd ever care to find.
And I would care to find her.
Well, good luck to you, then. And if you do, let me know where she is.
You helped her pack, didn't you?
Now, how did you know that?
Here. That's about as good as I can get it. Be careful when you deliver it, though. It's not tied very tight. I didn't know, Mrs. Gottler. I was guessing, but it figured. Kathy was scared half to death when she packed up and left here. All she had on her mind was to run and hide. She wouldn't have thought of stripping that flat, taking out every bit of personal identification. Somebody had to help her. Now, where'd she go?
I don't know.
Look, you don't get the idea. I'm on her side. She's up against a rough deal and doesn't even know it. You've had a sample of the way those boys play, and that was only a sample. With Kathy, it'll be a whole lot worse. They're looking for her, and sooner or later they'll find her. Her only chance is for me to get to her first, so you...
I'm not lying, Mr. Dollar. I don't know where she went, and that's the truth to help me. I tried to get her to tell me, but she wouldn't. She said if I knew it would be dangerous for me. I helped her pack, yes, but I don't know where she was going.
Well, that's sad, I guess. I don't know where to turn next. She apparently didn't have any other close friends. I don't even know what she looks like. I've never even seen a picture of her. I was hoping you
Well, if that'll do you any good, I've got one right here in my sewing basket.
One what?
A picture. What did you think? She gave it to me about a year ago. But she'd never had many taken, but here it is.
Thanks.
Real pretty girl, don't you think so?
Yeah, she's lovely. Well, at least I'll be able to When was this taken, Mrs. Gottler?
Now, how should I know? 3 or 4 years ago, I guess, before she come here to the city.
This photographer's address, the name of the town, is that where she came from? Branbury, Michigan?
Why, yes, that's her hometown, Branbury. I'd forgotten the name of it. And she was just talking about it a week or so ago. She wanted to go home for Christmas, but she said she couldn't see. Mr. Dollar, do you think she might?
Maybe. It's the most likely place a scared girl would run to, home. Anyway, it's worth a chance. Mrs. Gottler, I love you.
Why, Mr. Dollar. Why, Mr. Dollar.
Expense account item 6, $88.35. Hotel and incidentals in New York and transportation to Branbury, Michigan. Branbury turned out to be a lumber village, half hidden among the pine-covered hills. It was a little bigger than a wide spot in the road, but not much bigger. A foot of new snow had fallen within the past 24 hours. A fluffy white blanket lay softly on the trees and the housetops and filled the deep hollows in the frozen ground. Men in bright red flannel shirts drove horse-drawn logging sleds through the forest trails, and their shouts sounded sharp and clear, a crystalline tinkle in the icy air. Branbury looked like the place where Christmas was invented. It was beautiful. And very quiet when it came to putting out information. I found it out first when I tried the local telephone operator.
Number, please.
I just checked in here at the hotel, operator. There doesn't seem to be a phone book, so...
People steal them, that's why. Traveling people going through.
Oh, souvenir hunters, I suppose.
How's that?
Look, I wanted to call the O'Dares. Could you put...
Not O'Dares. There ain't but one. That's old Mike.
Oh, and that's the one I want to call. Would you mind ringing him?
Won't do no good. He ain't there. He's slabbing up at number 4 mill today.
Well, actually, it's his daughter I want to talk to. Yeah, that's right, Kathleen. Do you know her?
Just growed up with her, is all.
Oh, well, would you mind...
You a friend of hers?
No, I've never met her,
Where
but...
you from?
I came here from New York,
What's
but
your name?
Johnny Dollar. Now, will you please ring
She
Kathleen
don't
and...
live here. She lives in New York City.
I know where she lives.
And what give you the idea she'd be up here?
I'm psychic.
You're what?
Look, where can I get in touch with her?
I wouldn't know anything about it, Mr. Dollar, and I can't give out that kind of information. You better go on back to New York and write her a letter.
Let me talk to your supervisor.
Supervisor? Well, I'm all there is, so I guess that's me. Start talking.
Forget it.
You're welcome.
I got the same kind of runaround from the hotel proprietor. As soon as I mentioned Kathy, he suddenly forgot his own name, age, and the time of day. One thing's sure, this town took care of its own. I wondered if the law in Branbury would take the same attitude. I decided I'd better go find out. As it happened, I didn't have far to go. On the sidewalk in front of the hotel, the law came to me.
Just a second there, mister.
Hmm?
I'd like to have a little talk with you, if you don't mind.
All right. It's quite a change to find somebody here who wants to talk.
I understand you just got in from New York. Here on business?
Look, you know why I'm here, but now everybody in town knows.
Got any identification on you?
Yeah. Have you?
My name's Martin, Dan Martin. I'm the deputy sheriff in charge of this part of the county.
Oh, then you're just the man I was looking for.
Is that so?
I'm Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator. I'm looking for a girl named Kathleen O'Dare. Do you know where she is?
What do you want with her?
I'm working on a murder case. She's a witness.
Is there any kind of a charge against her?
No, I just want to talk to her.
What makes you think she's here?
Are you a friend of hers, Mr. Martin?
I've been in love with Kathy since we went to grade school. I'd be willing to die for her. Does that answer your question?
All right, let me put it this way. You think you're helping her by hiding her out. All of you think so. But you're wrong. You're helping her right into her grave.
Kathy doesn't figure it that way.
She's scared. She doesn't know what she thinks. I know these boys who are after her. They don't play kid games. And sooner or later, they're going to find her. So if you love her and if you know where she is, you better take me to her before it's too late.
I don't know. I don't know what it is Kathy's mixed up in. I didn't want to ask her. But I know it isn't the police she's afraid of. And I don't think it's you.
No, at the time she ran out, I wasn't even in the picture. I'm on her side, too, Mr. Martin, and I've got to see her.
Go talk to her father, old Mike. See what he thinks. He's not at home right now.
Yeah, I know. He's out at number 4 mill. How do I get there?
The county pickup truck is parked down the block.
The tire chains bit into the packed snow and pushed the 4 miles of logging road behind us. It was late afternoon, and the sun had dropped behind the timbered slopes, throwing a pale sheet of cold yellow against the western sky. Here and there, a few scattered lights were coming on. in the windows of the village, in the bunkhouses of the lumber camps. Bright white sparks against the darkening shadows. Emptiness, loneliness, and somewhere in it a frightened girl in hiding. A girl who'd run away from the city of 100 million lights and from an unsolved murder. Mike O'Dare was winding up a job working at the big slabbing saw, and I stood by and waited for him to finish.
Be right with you, Mr. Dollar. This is the last one.
Okay.
Well, that's the last of it now till after Christmas. Yeah, I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right, Mr. O'Dare. My name is Johnny.
Never mind. I know all about you. Dan Martin phoned. Said you was on your way out. Mr. Dollar, the answer is no.
I see.
I've thought it over since Dan called. Before I'd have anything happen to Kathy, I'd rather see 10 murderers going home.
Now, look, hiding out won't help. As long as Nick Shern is free, Kathy's in danger.
He can't hurt her if he can't find her.
I found her, Mr. O'Dare.
Just by luck. There's not one chance in a million of... Sounds like a car. Ooh, the tarnation would drive out here this time of the evening.
We walked over to the big doors. The car had stopped about 20 yards away. A man got out and turned toward us. I was standing under the dock light, so he recognized me before I got a good look at him. He jumped back in the car and went for his gun. Benny Stark. Get back, Mr. O'Dare. It was too dark to get a decent shot. I tried once more and missed, and the car disappeared behind the trees.
Mr. Dollar, who was it? Was that one of them?
That's right, Mike. They found her.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Nick Shern matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a lonely vigil in the snow. A killer prowls the night. And a lovely lady vanishes. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dan Martin here. I was up the street when you
Listen,
called.
Sheriff, they've traced Kathy O'Dare here to your nice little town of Branbury.
Who has?
Nick Shern's boys. One of them, a trigger man named Benny Stark, came out to the sawmill hill a few minutes ago. I traded a couple of shots with him, but he got away in a car.
Did he head north or back toward town?
Toward town, I think. You can't see the turnoff from here.
All right, Dollar. You're packing a gun. Will you take the pickup truck and block that turnoff? Hold it until I can get somebody out there to relieve you?
Right. How many deputies you got?
Deputies?
Uh-oh. What about volunteers?
Is this Benny Stark the man Kathy's afraid of?
He's one of them.
Then I'll have volunteers. 20 men within a half hour, armed with deer rifles. And every one of them a dead shot.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Branbury, Michigan, to the Home Office, Tri-Mutual Insurance Limited, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Nick Shern matter. Expense account continued. Item 8, $3.60 for 2 packs of cigarettes and a pint of Applejack, borrowed from the foreman's locker at the sawmill. I figured these as standard equipment for holding down a roadblock at 10 degrees above zero. And Mike O'Dare agreed with me 100%.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. They can make it out of corn, rye, barley, make it out of gold if they want to. But they'll never come up with anything better than what they make out of apples. Here, have a short one, Johnny.
No, thanks. I'll save it for later.
Well, I'll just, It's got the taste of Indian summer in it. You ought to see this country around that time of year, Johnny. Breaks your heart, it's so beautiful.
Well, it's beautiful now with the snow on. And it would be more so if there wasn't a killer running loose in it.
Johnny, I want to ask you something about my daughter. And I want you to answer me honest.
All right.
It's no use trying to fool you. She's here, all right.
I know.
But she hasn't told me what it was that happened in New York. What she ran away from. And somehow I figured it was just as well not to ask her.
Your sheriff, Dan Martin, said practically the same thing.
Dan's been in love with Kathy since he was 12 years old. He's a good man. Solid.
So I figured.
Anyway, she was scared. Scared half to death. And she'd come home for help, so we tried to help her.
What was it you wanted to ask me, Mr. O'Dare?
You mentioned a murder case, Johnny. You didn't give any of the details, just said that Kathy was a witness. Is she mixed up in this murder?
And you wanted an honest answer. All right, I'm not sure.
I see.
That's why I wanted to talk to her, get her story, the truth. I realized from the start she might be guilty. I don't think so, but it's a possibility. You may as well know about it.
I guess you realize it wouldn't make any difference. Not to me or to Dan.
Oh, yeah, I figured. In other words, you're with me as long as I'm trying to protect her. But you'll fight me if I find reason to think she's guilty.
That's about it, Johnny.
Well, at least we know where we stand. And I hope it won't come to...
What's the matter?
Car coming. Light on the trees there at the bend.
Yeah. Do you suppose maybe...
Probably not, but you can't tell. Better get behind the truck just in case. You'll have to shift into low to edge past us. Let me get that spotlight on.
I guess I'll just have another quick one. That wind cuts right through your bones.
It's a dark-colored sedan. It might be him.
Funny. I'd been hoping for 2 months that Kathy'd come home for Christmas. And I didn't figure I'd be out here in the woods, hiding behind a truck, waiting to shoot it out with somebody that wanted to kill her.
It's a crazy world. Keep your head down, Mr. O'Dare.
Yeah.
Just the driver by himself, wearing a dark hat. I don't know.
You know, that kind of looks like...
Huh?
Why, golly, it is.
What?
That's Ted Perkins, all right. No doubt about it.
All right, you better wave him out past. He probably thinks we need help.
It's all right, Ted. It's Mike O'Dare. Go ahead. We don't need anything. Yeah, well, all right. Thanks anyway. Well, there's one thing about people around here. They mind their own business and don't ask no questions.
And they don't answer them often either. How's that Applejack holding out? Two long hours went past. Only 3 cars came out from the village. And each time a long moment of tension while we waited to identify the occupants. But all of them were townspeople. Benny didn't show. One truck came down the logging road from the back hills loaded with dwarf spruce and fir. Peace on earth, goodwill toward men. We were waiting for an assassin, but the truck only carried Christmas trees. The night was crystal clear with bright stars hanging low in the blackness, but it kept turning colder and colder. Until even the Applejack didn't help much. And the wind, too, changed gradually and blew fitful and gusty and strange.
It's going to storm. Come a blizzard, maybe. Not tonight. Tomorrow sometime or tomorrow night. I know this country. Know the signs.
There's an odd feeling in the air, all right.
There's an even odder one in my leg. Log rolled over on it, putting it 6 years ago. Bothers me some in the winter. It's a lot worse, though, right before a storm.
Well, that's kind of a handy thing to have.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, I guess. Like one time when Kathy was little. When her ma was still alive. God rest her soul. We had a big measles epidemic here in Branbury, and every night Kathy used to add a line to her prayers. She'd say, "And please let me catch the measles so I can stay out of school like the other kids." Now she's wanted as a witness in a murder case. And somebody's prowling out there in the dark trying to find her and kill her. Little Kathy, who never harmed anybody in her whole life. Some things just don't make sense, Johnny.
Some things never have. There was another time once when men like Benny were prowling in the dark, trying to find a little child and kill him. And he hadn't harmed anybody either. That was nearly 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, so it was. I like you, Johnny. Kathy'll like you, too, and little Jill. Oh, now there's a pair for you. That kid looks more like her mother did at her age.
Another car coming, Mr. O'Dare.
Yeah, so there is. And this just might be the one.
Maybe.
I sure wish that Applejack hadn't run out.
But it was only a couple of men Deputy Martin had sent out from town to relieve us and take over. Big men, calm and quiet, wearing plaid mackinaws and heavy-laced boots and carrying Winchester 94s over their arms. They told us Benny Stark had been seen. He'd come up from the west, driven onto one of the roadblocks unexpectedly. In a flurry of shots, he'd broken through. The men couldn't understand his persistence. They thought he'd run for it, get out of the area once his presence was known. I didn't bother to explain, to put him straight, but I knew Benny had never run, not now. He was a trigger man, a professional killer with a reputation at stake. And he had his orders to silence Kathy O'Dare. A half hour later, we were back in town, turning into the main street around the village square. Strings of colored lights on a tall pine in the center of the square blinked and sparkled as they swayed in the wind. Around 100 cars and trucks were parked in the street and in the lot behind the town hall. And the sound of singing drifted out from inside.
They're practicing carols and things for the big doings on Christmas Eve. Ain't it beautiful?
The men at the roadblock had given a description of Benny's car and the license number. It was just barely possible.
Got something in mind, Johnny?
Yeah, let's take a look through those parked cars.
I don't know. If it was me, I sure wouldn't be hanging around here. I'd stick to the tall timber.
Yeah, but you're not a city boy, Mike. Tall timber is foreign soil to Benny. He's only comfortable when he's close to a crowd.
He the fellow that's supposed to have done that murder?
No, it was the man he works for, a cafe owner, ex-gangster, a man named Nick Shern. Let's check that lot around at the side. I don't think he'd show here in front.
He'd be taking a big chance showing anywhere. In a town this size, people know each other.
It's his job to take chances. And he probably doesn't realize... Wait a minute. That sedan against the building with the side window broken.
7, 8, 2, 1. That's his car, Johnny.
Yeah, wait here. I eased my gun out of the holster and started toward the car. There were no lights in the lot, only the soft glow reflected from the packed snow underfoot. And the car itself stood in the dark shadows next to the building. I couldn't see whether anyone was in it or not. The singing seemed to swell louder as I approached. I moved slowly, watching for any sudden movement. The car was empty. It was time, past time, to talk to Kathy O'Dare. And with the pressure tightening, the danger close to home now, her father was ready to take me to her. We drove over to Dan Martin's house, where it turned out Kathy and her daughter were staying. Dan's mother had been looking after her. Dan was there when we arrived, busy on the phone.
Yeah, I know the car all right. The one Jed bought last spring down in Bay City. 7392. Where was it parked? All right, keep an eye out, Charlie. So long. Benny Stark has stole himself another car.
Huh?
Took Jed Wharton's station wagon.
Well, what for? That was a better one he had.
Charlie says the steering gear was sprung. I guess it happened when he crashed that roadblock.
Well, how's Kathy and the young'un?
Oh, fine. They're asleep upstairs. Mom's next door helping Mrs. Barton stuff a turkey.
Johnny, you figure it could wait till morning.
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Dare. I've got to talk to her tonight.
All right. I'll go wake her up.
Mr. Dollar, no matter what she's done, Don't hurt her any more than you have to.
As far as I know at the moment, Dan, all she's guilty of is withholding information. And most people would have done the same thing. Nick Shern's a rough boy to tangle with. She was scared, that's all. Lost her head.
She never did belong in a city. She belongs right here in Branbury. This is her kind of life.
Why did she leave?
Well, we argued one day, and she said she'd show me. So she ran off and married that fellow. He treated her bad. Finally left her. But she was too proud to come back. She wouldn't have come back now if she hadn't have been so scared.
Well, maybe it'll work out now.
She ought to stay. Her kid ought to grow up here. Learn the outdoors and the woods like Kathy used to know it. Why, she roamed through those hills like a young Indian. Knew every trail in that forest. Every timber camp and trapper's cabin from here to the ridge. I remember one time the two of us were up toward...
Dan!
What's the matter?
What is it, Mr. O'Dare?
You said Jill and Kathy were asleep upstairs. Ain't that what you said, Dan?
Of course that's what I... Mike.
What's happened?
They're not up there. They're not up there or anywhere else in the house. They're gone.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Nick Shern matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a little girl who believes in Santa Claus, a big girl who believes in very little, and both of them facing death. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar?
Mike O'Dare, Johnny. Any sign of Kathy?
No, the boys at the highway turnoff haven't seen her or Benny, either one. Not a soul out that way in the last hour.
What about there at the sawmill?
Nothing, Mike. No fresh tracks on the logging road, no sign of her. And the worst thing is it's starting to snow again.
Yeah, here in town, too. Dan Martin just phoned. No luck. She hasn't shown up at any of the roadblocks. She's around somewhere, and we've got to find her.
We will, Mike.
And it's got to be fast, Johnny. There's a blizzard coming up, and that gunman Benny Stark is around, too. Maybe he's already found her. Maybe he even took her from the house, her and Jill both. Maybe she didn't get scared and run. Maybe it was him. Maybe he snuck
Mike,
in and...
stop it. That kind of thinking's not going to help any.
Well, what is going to help?
I don't know, but I've got a half-baked idea, and I may be right. Stay there at the house. I'm coming back to pick you up. And one thing you can do while you're waiting.
What, Johnny?
Pray.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Branbury, Michigan, to the Home Office, Tri-Mutual Insurance Limited, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Nick Shern matter. Or more important, find Kathy O'Dare. Item 12 on expense account, $4.90. A tank full of gas for the county pickup I'd borrowed from Deputy Sheriff Dan Martin. The falling snow was thickening now, and the wind was rising and steadying in the northwest. The night had all the makings of a blizzard. And wherever Kathy and her daughter had gone, we had to find them before it hit. It was 10:14 p.m. when I pulled up at the side porch of the Adair house, and Kathy's father came hurrying out to the truck, leaving the door open behind him and buttoning his heavy mackinaw as he ran. Any news, Mike?
Not a thing.
All right, get in. Shut the door.
Yeah, we'll get a foot of snow before morning, with a zero wind behind it.
Now, listen, Mike. I think we can forget any idea that Benny found her and got her out of the house. In that case, she wouldn't have taken your car. He's already got one.
I know. I thought of that.
And he wouldn't have given her time to dress herself in jail the way she did, with heavy clothes and snow boots. And she wouldn't have taken the rifle.
Then what has happened?
She knew I'd be there to talk to her sometime this evening. I think she lost her nerve, couldn't face it, decided to run again.
Maybe so, but where, Johnny?
That's what I want you to tell me.
What?
No, I don't mean you knew what she was going to do and where she was going to go or
then
help
how
her
do you think I can tell you?
Look, Kathy knew about the roadblocks Dan Martin set up to trap Benny Stark, knew where they were. So if she didn't want to be seen, then naturally she'd avoid them.
She couldn't. Not if she wanted to get away, take the highway to Flint or Detroit. She'd have to pass one of them at least.
But she hasn't passed any of them, so she's still in this area. And I don't think she ever meant to leave it.
But then...
Dan Martin said Kathy used to spend a lot of time in the woods when she was growing up. He said she knew every back trail in these hills, logging camps, trappers' cabins.
She did. She used to worry the dickens out of me the way she...
Yeah. Now, where would she go, Mike, if she wanted to hide out back in the hills somewhere?
There's a lot of places. Chippewa Canyon's one. 3 or 4 timber camps abandoned in the winter. Some cabins along the... No, she couldn't make it. There's a roadblock before you get to the turnout there.
It's got to be someplace she could reach without being seen.
Well, there's Barker's Flats. Oh, but that's 12 miles of a foot trail. She wouldn't try it in this weather, not with Jill along anyway. Then there's Lake Pine. No, it's over the other way. Pine Lake Road.
Where's that?
Runs northwest of town. Not much better than a wagon road. Dan didn't put a block on it because it dead ends at the lake about 5 miles out.
What's out there?
Nothing at the lake, but you can go on up Pine Creek about 4 miles on foot, and there's some cabins. Maybe a waste of time, Johnny.
Let's get going. Expense account, item 13, $6.90. 1 dry cell electric lantern, an extra pair of batteries picked up at the Branbury Hardware Company on the way through town. The falling snow, driven by a bitter cold wind, formed a dense curtain in front of our headlights. And from the turnoff all the way up the narrow, twisting road to Pine Lake, I had to keep the truck in second gear. There were car tracks in the road, all right, several of them. But they were covered now by the new blanket of snow. And it was impossible to tell whether they'd been made earlier tonight or a week ago.
The road ends a couple of yards past this next turn.
And we'll soon know.
There's 4 or 5 side turnoffs. Clearance where you can park. We'll have to check all of them, I guess.
All right.
That draw there on the right. That break there in the trees, that's where the Pine Creek Trail starts.
Well, we'll swing in it. Mike, I guess we won't have to check those turnoffs.
Huh?
Is that your car over there under the trees?
Yeah. That's it.
I left Mike waiting in the cab while I went over to look inside the car. It was empty, abandoned. And there was no note, no clue of any kind to tell where Kathy had gone. I raised the hood and felt the motor block, ice cold. The car had been here for some time. I flashed the lantern on the ground and followed the faint tracks made by 2 pairs of snow boots. They entered the deep draw that led back into the hills, the start of the Pine Creek Trail. I snapped off the lantern and stumbled through the snow back to the truck.
What'd you find, Johnny?
It's them, all right. They've headed up the trail. I found tracks in the snow.
Well, then we'd better get started
No,
out there.
wait. I'll go after them, Mike. You take the truck, go into town, find Dan Martin. Bring help as fast as you can. That storm's getting worse.
No, you don't. I know the risk. Starting up that trail with a blizzard coming on. And if you think you're going to protect me by sending
Knock
me
it
on...
off, Mike. There's no time, and you're wrong. I'm not protecting you. I'm protecting myself.
What do you mean?
That bum leg of yours. I don't want you on my hands, too, along with the girls.
All right, Johnny. I'll go after Dan.
And hurry, Mike. I'm depending on you.
Yeah. Good luck, Johnny.
See you, Mike. I stood there in the snow watching the headlights of the truck move away. Finally, they swung around the bend and disappeared. And I suddenly felt more alone than I ever had in my life. I'd gotten rid of Mike deliberately, sent him away on purpose, because I hadn't told him everything. I could see no point in tearing his heart out. There was another car parked on beyond Kathy's, nearly hidden by the trees. Jed Wharton's station wagon. The car that had been stolen by a killer named Benny Stark. It took me half an hour to cover the first mile, and the storm kept getting worse. The beam of the lantern penetrated a bare 30 feet ahead of me before it was smothered out in the white blackness of the night. After a few hundred yards, the tracks I was trying to follow had nearly disappeared, snowed over and blotted out. I gave up looking for them and stuck to old Mike's description of the trail, following the left bank of the frozen creek. The drifts were deeper down along the creek bottoms, and the going was rougher. But I didn't dare leave it to look for better footing. It was my only landmark. The trail itself was buried. And any man who lost his way tonight and wandered off into one of those side gullies would wander straight to his death. An hour passed. Then an hour and a half, or 2 hours maybe. I lost all track of time and distance. The wind cut through my clothes, and the numbing cold crept into me deeper and deeper. Gradually, the walking, stumbling, breathing, even thinking became automatic and without feeling. The world itself seemed to narrow down to a tiny circle close around me. And all beyond was chaos, blackness, and roaring storm. I tripped over fallen logs and floundered back to my feet, dropped my lantern and recovered it, broke through the crusted drifts and struggled for footing, and kept on moving. In the weird nightmare of the blizzard, I could hardly recognize reality when I came face to face with it. When the beam from my lantern touched him, crouching by a tree a few yards away, I could barely accept him as being real. He'd been watching my light as I approached, waiting for me. It was Benny Stark with his gun leveled and aimed. Don't be a fool, Benny. Drop that gun! A curtain of snow swept between us then, blotting out the sight of him, and I was grateful. I turned and stumbled on into the storm, moving in pitch darkness now, except for the ghostly glow from the snow-covered ground. The second shot had smashed my lantern. I had nothing left to go by but instinct and luck, and they weren't enough. Within 15 minutes, I was hopelessly lost. That's when I started hearing the music. Miles from no place where there couldn't be any music, except inside my head. The cold and fatigue were finally doing their work. I knew the signs. The next step was to start wandering in circles, smaller and smaller ones, and the last step, to drop exhausted and go peacefully to sleep. Peacefully and permanently. But the sound kept growing louder, and I moved in the direction it seemed to be coming from. It couldn't be just illusions. It had to be real. Hello! Hello there! Then suddenly, only a few yards away, a brilliant blaze of light exploded from the darkness. And it seemed that a golden-haired girl was standing in the middle of it. And for a moment, my sanity tottered.
Who's out there?
My golden vision was wearing blue jeans and a flannel shirt and was holding a rifle. She looked exactly like the photograph I'd seen of Kathy O'Dare. And the blaze of light came from an open cabin door.
Who is it? Speak up or I'll shoot.
Oh, thank heaven. Hold it, Miss Dare. It's Johnny Dollar.
Are you getting warm now?
I don't think I'll ever get warm again.
You will if you don't move away from the stove a little. The back of your shirt is starting to smoke.
Yeah, I thought I was beginning to feel something. How's the firewood?
There's plenty. And plenty of food.
And a radio. If I hadn't heard that music, I'd have blundered right on past this cabin.
Oh, we've got everything. We can hold out for a month if we have to. And I hope we have to.
What about your daughter? Is she all right?
Sure. She's fine. It's a picnic for her. A camping trip. She's sound asleep back there in the lean-to. Dreaming about Santa Claus, I suppose. I wish I could. How did you find me, Mr. Dollar?
A hunch. guesswork. I was born under a lucky star.
I wasn't.
Oh, I don't know. I think you've been pretty lucky, considering everything. More so than your landlady back in New York.
Mrs. Grottler? What do you mean?
Betty Stark went to see her. Tried to find out where you were. When she wouldn't tell him, he broke her arm.
Oh, no. Oh, the poor woman.
Oh, it's a rough game, Miss O'Dare, trying to play it cozy with a mobster like Nick Shern. You know, of course, that he sent Benny here to find you.
You'll have a hard time finding me in this place.
He did find you.
What?
Maybe he followed you from the house or saw you drive through town. Anyway, I ran into him back down the trailerways.
I thought I heard shooting a while ago.
You did. He tried to ambush me. He thought he had the drop, and he wouldn't give up. I had to kill him.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Nick Shern matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the showdown. Victory, and then disaster. When a visitor to the little town of Branbury turns out to be death. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar? Spell it.
Johnny-Dollar.
That's not right. You forgot to capitalize.
Hey, you're right, honey. Let me hear you spell your name.
Okay. Capital J-I-L-L, Jill. Capital O, apostrophe.
Apostrophe.
I never can say that. Capital D-A-R-E, O'Dare. Of course, my last name's actually something else. I forget. But my mother says I'm really an O'Dare.
Not the least doubt about it. I could see it in a minute.
I like you, Johnny Dollar.
And I kind of like you, too, Jill O'Dare.
You think my mother's pretty?
I think she's lovely.
Then why don't you get married to her so I can have a daddy?
Well, that's, it's certainly something to think about. And, not a bad idea. Now, be quiet before you wake her up.
I'm already awake, and with a plot like that being hatched, I think I'd better stay awake. Is there coffee, Johnny?
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location a small cabin in the timber outside Branbury, Michigan, to the Home Office Tri-Mutual Insurance Limited, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Nick Shern matter. Expense account, final page. Item 15, $1 million for a certain feeling. I realize, of course, that the amount of this item is somewhat unusual and may be cause for mild criticism by your accounting department. unless the accompanying report includes an adequate and detailed explanation. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary correspondence and delay, I'm attaching said explanation herewith. Here's your coffee, Kathy.
Thanks. How long did I sleep, Johnny?
Oh, a couple of hours. It's around 4 in the morning.
The storm hasn't let up at all, has it?
Oh, it's worse, if anything.
Jill, honey, it's 4 o'clock in the morning and your eyes are just about to fall out. Now, you go back there and go to sleep.
Do I have to, Mommy?
You have to. Run along now.
Mr. Johnny Dollar and me were having a lot of fun till you woke up.
Well, that's life, sweetie. Night now.
Good night, Jill.
Night.
Proud of her?
I'm crazy about her. That's what you mean.
She's a great little girl.
She's the only thing I ever did in my whole life that turned out right.
That bad, huh?
Johnny, it's no good. I know why you're here. I know what you expect from me, and the answer's no.
You're jumping the gun. I haven't asked you anything.
You will. You haven't done all this for nothing. You're going to ask me to come back to New York and testify against Nick Shern.
I might ask you to tell the truth. Is that just another way of wording it?
I didn't see anything, hear anything. I don't know anything about it, and I have nothing to say.
So Nick Shern gets away with another murder.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
And sooner or later, of course, he'll kill you, too. He sent Benny Stark out to do it, and Benny missed. But he's got other boys, or he might even handle the job himself.
Why? By now he ought to know that I'm not going to tell.
But there's always that chance you might change your mind. And Nick's a gambler, but he likes the odds on his side. He doesn't take chances. Whenever he can, he stacks the deck.
I wish I could help you, Johnny. But I don't know anything about it. I left before it happened.
How long have you worked for Nick Shern? Known him?
2 years. I'm not wide-eyed about him, Johnny. I've heard what he's been, what he may even still be, a gangster, hoodlum, racketeer, but that's none of my business. The club was legitimate, and my job there was on the level, and he never got out of line once.
And no doubt he's always been kind to his mother and loves dogs and children.
I wouldn't know, except children. He's crazy about them. He was always buying something for Jill, asking about her.
And he also shot and killed Mel Pryker.
I couldn't say.
I see. Well, you're letting a lot of people down. People here in Branbury that you grew up with, people that love you. Your father, Dan Martin.
What have they got to do with it?
You know, it's a great country up here. I'd like to spend more time in it. And it's big country, big and beautiful and dangerous. Like that blizzard outside there. It's not the kind of country that turns out cowards.
Cowards?
Your father said something yesterday. That some people belong in cities and some don't. And that you're one of the second kind. He was right. The city's made a coward of you.
You don't understand.
And they know it. Old Mike, Dan, all of them. Of course, they'll never mention it. But you're letting them down, and they know it. And you know it, Kathy.
They don't have a daughter to think of.
It's not her fear we're talking about. It's yours.
All right, I'm scared. I've got reason to be. It's easy for you to talk. You don't know what fear is, what it can do to you.
I don't.
It can push you and drive you and make you do things you hate yourself for.
And it can destroy you.
How would you know? How would any of them know? Who haven't felt it, who haven't been there.
Kathy, you're not alone. We've all been there. It's not the fear that's important. It's the courage you bring up to fight it.
I've tried. I've nearly gone crazy trying to think it out. But it always comes back to one thing. Jill. She's what counts. Nothing else matters.
And if you love her, teach her to grow up without fear. Sacrifice anything if you have to, even your life, but teach her courage. There's nothing greater you could do for her. It's all right, Kathy. It's all right. It's all right.
I knew what was right, Johnny. I knew all the time.
Sure. Of course you did. All you needed was a little push. Want to tell me about it now?
I was there at the club that night. When it happened, I stayed after closing. I had some presents for Jill, and I wanted to wrap them before I took them home. Nick and Mel Pryker were upstairs in the office.
Nick was there?
Yes. I could hear them arguing. They didn't know I'd stayed, and then...
Go on.
I heard Mel yell out. He said, "No, Nick, no." And then I heard the shots.
Yes?
I didn't even think. I ran up to the office. Mel was lying on the floor, and Nick was standing there with a gun. He told me to get out and to keep quiet if I wanted to keep on living.
That's it, huh?
Yes.
Will you make a statement to the police, testify at the trial?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Will you help me, Johnny? Will you stand by me?
You know I will.
You've got to, because I'm scared. I'll be scared all the way, but I'll do it if you'll help me.
I'll help you, Kathy, all the way. Why don't you curl up here and get some sleep? Come on.
Maybe now I can sleep.
It's going to be all right.
Thanks, Johnny, for giving me the push.
Oh, sure, honey.
You know something, Johnny? I'm with Jill. I like you, too.
She went to sleep with her face against my chest. And after a while, little Jill came tiptoeing in and curled up on the other side. And I sat there holding them both, thinking and waiting for the dawn. So that's what I mean about a $1 million feeling. True, it wasn't my little girl, or my big girl either. But for the moment at least, well, that item still goes. I'll still tag that feeling at $1 million. And I was sorry when the storm was over and a rescue party came out from town. Because I felt I'd had one moment in a lifetime that I'd never find again.
Good King Wenceslas looked down on the feast of Stephen when the snow lay round about.
The big event of the year in Branbury was the Christmas Eve show in the town hall. There was music and a pageant and singing, and everybody took part in it, from the youngest kid in town to the toughest old grizzled lumberjack from the back hills. Jill was in the children's chorus, and old Mike was to operate the spotlight, so they went on ahead. I took Kathy. And since she wasn't quite ready to face people yet, we made a point of getting there late. I didn't care when we got there, as long as I was with her. We slipped in quietly and took seats at the back of the room. The string group from the high school orchestra was playing, and no one noticed us. Not even old Mike, Kathy's father, who was working the spotlights.
I hope Jill does all right. She hasn't had any time to practice with
Oh,
us.
she'll do all right. We'd been there about 10 minutes when somebody else came in and slid into the one seat between us and the door. I didn't look around until I felt Kathy stiffen beside me.
Oh, no.
It was Nick Shern.
Nobody gets excited now or makes any sudden moves. We just sit here quiet like.
He slid his hand over to feel inside my coat, under my arm.
Now backing around, huh? Perfect.
I'd left my gun at Kathy's house. Old Mike had been dubious about it, but with Benny dead, I'd seen no reason to carry it. And after all, it was Christmas Eve.
All right, now we're going to ease out of here now without attracting no attention from anybody.
You're crazy, Nick. You're crazy.
Shut up. And just don't forget one thing, darling. I'm not holding this gun on you. It's aimed right at the middle of Kathy's back. Let's go.
Johnny.
No choice, Kathy. Come on. The back of the room was dark. Nobody paid any attention. Somebody was always leaving or coming back in.
Come on. I got a car over at the side here.
Johnny?
Watch it, dollar.
We'll be right back, Mike. Just gonna get some air.
All right, Johnny. But don't go running out before I give you your present.
Huh?
Here. And don't uncork that until you're ready for some serious business.
All right, Thanks, Mike. Thanks a lot.
Don't mention it. Good luck, Johnny.
Yeah, come on, let's get away from here.
Johnny, he's going
Take it easy, Kathy.
Me!
Now what?
Oh, no. Jill, go back.
I want to see Uncle Nick. Why'd you tell me you were coming here to hear me sing, Uncle Nick?
Well, listen.
Pick me up. Please, Uncle Nick. Take your hands out of your pocket and pick me up.
Look, Jill, you run along now. Who's that?
Dan Martin. He's a deputy sheriff, and he's a dead shot. Better do like she says, Nick. Take your hand out of your pocket and pick her up.
Uncle Nick?
All right, reach in my pocket, Johnny, and take my gun.
Later, Kathy and I walked around outside. We could still hear the children's chorus singing inside.
Jill saved our lives tonight.
No, she saved Nick's life.
What do you mean?
That present your father gave me, up there at the spotlights, he could see what was happening, and he thought real fast. That present was a gun.
Then you...
I had Nick covered from the time we stepped off the porch.
I'm glad he didn't move. I'm glad it happened like it did.
Yeah, so am I.
I thought we'd never see those stars up there again.
You kept hold of yourself, Kathy. You showed a lot of courage.
No. But maybe I can learn to show it. I was just thinking, Johnny, looking at the stars up there. There was fear in the world then, 2,000 years ago. And he had courage.
Expense account, item 16, $230.40, incidentals in Branbury, and transportation for 2 adults and 1 child, Branbury to New York. Expense account total, $486.20. End of account, end of report. Remarks? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to all of you, from all of us here on the program. And God bless you. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Virginia Gregg, Peggy Weber, Don Diamond, Ben Wright, Jack Crucian, Barney Phillips, Sam Edwards, and Ken Christie. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, sir.
Sure thing.
That's right. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Sold American.
You said it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Here's what Mr. Percy W. Joyner, tobacco auctioneer of Lewisburg, North Carolina, said.
I've seen tobacco sold all over the South, and at market after market, I've watched Lucky Strike buy the milder, better tasting tobacco, the kind that makes a better cigarette. I've smoked Lucky's for 12 years.
Yes, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Sold American.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday was the annual running of the Hollywood Park Gold Cup race. So let's go back to Friday, the night before the big event, and show you what happened. Jack is at his home in Beverly Hills.
Now, let's see. What do you think of Texas Sandman, Rochester?
He stands a pretty good chance, boss.
Yeah. How about Surdy?
A mighty good horse.
Uh-huh. Well, what do you think of Ligero Honey?
I wouldn't bet on that nag if Admiral Halsey was riding.
It's a shame that It's a shame that Busher is out of the race. She would have been the heavy favorite.
Uh-huh.
Gee, she'd have been a cinch.
Wait a minute, boss. In horse racing, there's no such thing as a cinch. Remember what happened to me last year when I bet on a cinch?
Didn't he win?
Win. He came in last. When he finally did finish, he was disqualified for not having a jockey.
Oh, you mean the jockey was thrown off?
No, he starved to death.
Well, let's look at the racing form again. I don't know. I still like that long shot, Ligero Honey.
Oh, no, boss. You take Texas Sandman. He's by Shifting Sands II out of Swamp Queen.
Oh, you mean his mother and father? I still like Ligero Honey.
But, boss, take a horse like Surdy. He's by Mio de Arezzo out of Risky Miss.
Oh. What about Ligero Honey?
He's an orphan.
Well, so is Barbara Stanwyck, and she's doing all right. Believe me.
Barbara Stanwyck?
Yes. She won the Daily Double Indemnity. Say, that's a good one, isn't it? Double Indemnity. Oh, boy. That was good. I wish Miss Livingston and Mr. Harris were here to hear that one.
Yeah, I wish it was anybody but me.
Never mind. Come in. Gosh, I don't know. There's so many good horses in this race. There's Paper Boy, Bull Ray, Best Effort, Challenge Me.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Jack. I don't see that here.
Jack, I said hello.
Oh, hello, Mary. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to pick a horse in the big race tomorrow.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't go to the races. You're such a hard loser.
I am not.
Go on. Last year when you went to the track, you had a vial of poison strapped to your leg.
Vial of poison. You're so clever. Say, Rochester, here's a horse.
Oh, say, Jack, I got a letter from Mama. She said she heard last week's program and thought it was great.
She did? Good.
She thought Ingrid Bergman was wonderful the way she played Gaslight.
Well, she was.
And Papa said you were swell as Charles Boyer.
Good. What did Mama say to that?
Nothing. She just gave Papa some black coffee and put him to bed.
Well, your mother wouldn't even like me if I was good. Now, here's a horse called Shuffle that... You know, Mary, I never saw anyone like your mother. She hates me, and I do everything in the world for her. I remember her on Christmas, her birthday, Mother's Day. What about that ocean trip I offered her to go to Europe?
A fine offer. You told her to join the wax.
Well, if she couldn't pass her physical, it's not my fault. Let's see, Challenge Me, Sickles' Choice. That's a good one. I'll tell you another thing, Mary. If your mother doesn't change her attitude toward me, I'm going to stop sending her my old slacks. Now, let's see. Sickles' Choice, Challenge Me.
Now, Jack, Mama...
Wait a minute. Let me see. I wonder how much weight she carries.
240 pounds.
I'm not talking about your mother. Anyway, if she'd taken some of that off, she would have passed her physical. Let's see. Sickles' Choice. Come in. Next time you write a letter to your mother, tell her the... Well, hiya, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Larry. How's married life?
Oh, fine, except that my wife can't cook very well.
What do you mean?
Well, we had some people over for dinner 2 weeks ago, and I don't think the meal agreed with them.
Why, what'd they say?
Nothing. They're still sitting there.
Let's see. Sickles' Choice is a good...
Mr. Benny, are we going to rehearse for the program?
As soon as the rest of them get here.
Then I'll go in by the piano and rehearse my song, Navajo Trail.
Okay. Sickles' Choice, Challenge Me. Corbett's writing Georgie Drum. Peterson's on Texas Sandman.
Every day along about evening,
when the sunlight's beginning to fail, I ride through the slumbering shadows along the Navajo Trail. When it's night and crickets are calling and coyotes are making a wail, I dream by a smoldering fire along the Navajo Trail. I love to lie and listen to the music when the wind is strumming a sagebrush guitar. When over yonder hill the moon is climbing, you'll always find me wishing on a star. Well, what do you know? It's morning already. There's the dawning so silver and pale. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail.
Rochester, I've gone over this racing form 5 times, and I think you're right. It looks like Texas Sandman all the way.
Now you're talking, boss.
That settles it. Texas Sandman. I'm going out there tomorrow and put $2 right on his nose. That's what I'm going to do. You can give me your $1 now, Rochester. Hand it over.
Okay.
If the world comes to an end tomorrow, it's okay with me. I've seen everything.
What'd you say, Mary?
Nothing.
Now, Rochester, when I go to the track tomorrow, I'm going to wear my brown tweed suit. Is it pressed?
Yes, sir.
Good. By the way, I found out about you wearing my gray suit Wednesday night when I was out.
Me?
Yes, I found out all about it. Now, admit it. You did wear it, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Doggone, that parrot's been talking again.
It has not.
I'm sick and tired of the way that bird spies on me.
Rochester, my parrot doesn't spy on you.
Then how come his returned address is the house on 92nd Street?
Never mind that. Now, Rochester, the rest of the gang will be here soon. We're going to rehearse in the library. So be sure there are plenty of chairs in there.
Okay. Doggone that parrot. He tells the boss everything he sees. I wonder how long you'd have to cook a parrot before it's tender. Doggone, I'd like to hit him over the head with his own drumstick. Well, I'd better go and get the library fixed up. Kind of dusty in here. Guess I'd better... Just look at him sitting in that cage watching me. I'd better get busy or he'll rat on me.
Hello.
I won't pay any attention to him.
Hey, Rochester.
I better move these chairs over here.
Hey, Rochester.
Child, quiet, blab 'em out. One of these days...
Rochester!
Yes, boss?
Answer the door.
Answer the door.
You better be quiet, Polly. Don't you tell me what to do. You know I've been around here longer than you have, and if you keep that up, I'm going to...
Shut
up. Okay.
Oh, hello, Rochester.
Hiya, Roch.
Hello, gentlemen. It's Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson, boss.
Oh, come on in, fellas. Come on, Mary. Everybody's here. We better start rehearsing.
Okay.
Hello, Don, Phil. Say, you boys are a little late.
It's my fault, Jackson. I started playing with my little daughter, and I forgot all about the time.
Oh, that's all right, Phil.
Say, Phil, I saw your little daughter the other day, and that baby is sure growing. She looks just like Alice.
You ain't kidding, Mary. Last night she put on Alice's high-heeled shoes and one of her long dresses, and I couldn't tell them apart.
Honest?
Yeah, after dinner I threw Alice in the crib and took the kid to the Palladium.
Phil, you know that didn't happen.
Well, it was the kid or the nurse. Somebody went with me.
Now, let's forget it and start the rehearsal. You know, we got to rehearse Danny Kaye's show. We're all on Danny Kaye's show this week.
Say, Jack, I wish that last week you'd have let me be Charles Boyer in that sketch with Ingrid Bergman.
Oh, fine. Pate Boyer.
No, I'm serious, Jack. Listen.
Ingrid, my darling, I love you. And if you love me like I love thee, do not simply say oui, oui. Whisper LSMFT.
Don.
Lucky Strike is wonderful
Look,
because
Don.
they are so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Don.
Let me take you in my arms and press you close.
Don, you're hurting me. Now, come on, we're late. Let's get on with the rehearsal.
Yeah, let's get started.
All right, kids, now here's the rehearsal. Now, Phil's band picks up right after the commercial. All right, hit it, Phil.
Can it be the breeze that fills the trees with rare and magic perfume? Oh, no, it isn't the breeze. It's Jackson time. La, da, da, da.
That's it. Now... Then after Don's introduction, I say thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And say, Mary, did you have a good time at the races yesterday? Well, go ahead, Mary. You got the next line.
Oh, Jack, I don't want to do that corny joke. It's awful.
It is not awful. I wrote it myself.
Well, just listen to the way it sounds. You say, did you have a good time at the races, Mary? And then I have to say, well, yes, except the horse I bet on was so slow the jockey had to get off and bush her.
Did you get it, Phil?
Yeah, I got it all over me.
Well, I like the gag, and it stays in.
Well, then everything that Fred Allen says about you is right.
I don't care what Allen says. I heard his program last week. It was nothing to rave about.
I don't know. Everyone I talked to thought that his second program was even better than his first.
Well, that's fine. Maybe if he keeps on improving, he can take the place of Tokyo Rose. Now, let's not talk any more about Boston's half-baked bean. We got to get on with this. Oh, there's the phone. We can never finish a rehearsal. Hello?
Hello, is my daddy there?
Your dad? Oh, is this Phil Harris's little girl?
Yes, and I want to talk to Hotshot.
Hotshot? Is that what your mommy called your daddy?
No, that's what he calls himself.
No.
Yes, Hotshot Harris with the heavenly hair.
Oh, no. Well, just a second, honey. I'll call your daddy. Hey, Hotshot, you want it on the phone?
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, hello, baby. Is there anything wrong?
Yes, Daddy, I just came back from the candy store.
Oh, well, what did you buy?
Nothing. They told me the check you gave me is no good.
What do they mean, no good? I made that check out properly, and I signed it, too.
I know, Daddy, but you put your X on the wrong line.
Oh, well, I'll straighten it out when I get home. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Goodbye, Hotshot.
Nothing wrong, is there, Phil?
No, let's get on with the rehearsal.
Okay. Now, Mary, you had the last line, and as soon as we...
Hiya, Benny. Hello, everybody. Thought I'd drop in to see if I can get any ideas for a couple of publicity stories.
Oh, hello, Steve. Sit down. We're rehearsing.
Go right ahead. Just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
Thanks, Steve. Now, Mary, let's forget the Busher joke and go on with...
Say, Benny, I got a publicity campaign mapped out for you that's a dilly. I'm going to give you a new build-up. I'm going to play down Benny the comedian and play up Benny the glamour boy.
Me? Glamour boy?
Why, certainly. Your name should be in the gossip columns every day, tied up with a lot of dames. You know, the romantic angle.
But, Steve, I'm almost 37. But, huh?
Nobody let that get out of this room.
But, Steve...
Yes, Benny the romantic angle. That's it. I'll get everything fixed up. Tomorrow night, you're going out with Lana Turner.
But will Lana Turner go out with me?
Why, sure. We're going to wrap a towel around your head and call you Turhan Benet.
Now, wait a minute.
When I get through with this campaign, Benny will be as famous as hot dogs or apple pie. Jack Benny will be the delight of the Bobby Sox Brigade. Jack Benny will be the...
Polly, sit down.
Just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
I'm sorry, Steve. That was my parrot.
Oh, well, I got to get going anyway now, so I'll see you a little later. So long.
So long.
Say, Benny, don't let that 37 get out of this room. From now on, you're 25.
Oh, Steve, how can I look like 25?
What you haven't got in the flesh, I can get out of a jar. So long.
Steve, what happened?
You're 37 again. I dropped the jar.
Well, I'm glad he's gone. Now, come on, kids. Let's finish the rehearsal. Gosh, that was the most tiring rehearsal I ever went through. So many interruptions. I hope I get a good night's sleep. Gee, this bed feels good.
Well, I might as well take my shoes off.
This little piggy went to market. This little pig... Oh, I guess I'm too old for that. I was 25 for a few minutes there. Say, I wonder if... Where's the mirror? Say, I don't look so bad with this towel around my head. I'm the chic of Araby. Lana's love belongs to me.
I better turn out the light and get to bed.
Gee, I hope I do well at the track tomorrow. I think Rochester was right. Texas Sandman looks like a good bet.
Of course, there's so many good horses in that race, you can't tell.
Are you with it? That's a good show bet. 30. Sickles' choice.
Jack, have you placed your bet yet?
Yes, Mary. I bet $85,000 on Challenge Me. And just to insure it, I bet $2 on Texas Sandman to show. I got a hunch Challenge Me is the horse. Who you betting on, Mary?
I put $50,000 on Rinso White.
Better be careful, Mary. A whole week's salary.
Oh, Jack, look, Jack, there's a horse in this race called Buck Benny.
Where? Oh, yes, Buck Benny, named after me.
Hey, Jackson, who you betting on the 56th race?
Well, I'm thinking of Gypsy Rose Lee.
So am I, but who you betting on?
Well, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next race, Texas Sandman will run with blinkers and a whip.
I must mark that down.
Sickles' Choice will run with blinkers and a whip.
I must make a note of that, too.
Buck Benny will run with glasses and a cane.
Mary, how do you spell cane?
WLXTYGR.
Isn't there an E in it? Or something? Hey, Mary, look, the horses are passing us now on the way to the track.
Yeah, and look at poor Busher. She can't be in the race because of a lame leg.
Yeah, isn't that a shame? I'm going over and give her a lump of sugar. Hello, Busher, old girl. You hurt your little footsie, didn't you, girlie? I'm so sorry you're not in the race. How do you feel, Busher?
Lousy.
Well, that's a shame. Say, Busher, didn't I see you somewhere this summer? Wasn't it at Santa Anita?
No. Don't you remember? We met at Cary Grant's swimming pool.
Oh, yeah. Say, Busher, I put $85,000 on Challenge Me. What do you think of his chances?
With me out, they've all got a chance.
I guess so. Well, goodbye, Busher. I'll see you at Claudette's on New Year's. Gee, I'm sorry she hurt her foot there.
The horses are all at the starting gate. Steady. Steady now. And they're off.
Boy, look at them go.
It's Valdine off and going to the front. Valdine is second. Second, Valdine is Joyce. Third, Valdine is Loud. Fourth, Valdine is Kinsel is fifth. And in sixth place is Herman Valdina.
Come on, Challenge Me.
And they hit the halfway mark. It's Seabiscuit by a length. El Lobo is second and Greenberg's on third.
Gosh, he's been there so long.
Challenge Me is fourth, Bull Ray is fifth, and here comes Mildred Pierce.
Mildred Pierce?
Loving her is like shaking hands with the devil.
You're not kidding.
They're all in the bunches. They're turning for home. So while they're all gathered together, I want to say a few words. Horses, do you ever suffer from a frail tail? Do you develop grit on your bit? Do you get bloats from your oats? You do? Then why not try sympathy soothing?
Gee, I didn't know that was good for horses, too.
They're coming down the home stretch. It's Gaslight leading by 2 lengths. Mary's mother is second.
Gee, Mary didn't tell me she was running today.
Autocrat is third. Hot Dog is fourth, and Upton is coming through on the outside.
Gee!
And Chelsea is coming up from behind.
Come on, Challenge Me! Come on!
Boss, wake up!
Come on,
me. Get in there. Get in there.
Boss, you're dreaming. Wake up.
Come on, challenge. Huh? What?
You've been dreaming, boss.
I've been... Oh, yes. And gosh, what a dream that was. Oh, Rochester. Rochester, quick.
What?
Give me a sleeping pill. I gotta find out who won. Hurry, will you? Ladies and gentlemen, we say the war is over, but that's only true in one sense. Because the front line has now been moved into our hospitals where thousands of men are still fighting for their lives. Doctors and nurses are so greatly overworked that nurses, aides, and everyone else who can work in a hospital in any capacity are urged to help now. Ask your local hospital how you can best serve. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend L.A. Speed Riggs.
Independent tobacco experts know it takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette.
LSMFT.
That's right. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
LSMFT.
You bet. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Yes, fine tobacco means a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Hey, Jack, I still don't want to do that joke about Busher. I think it's terrible.
Well, that's all right, Mary. I don't want to hurt Busher's feelings anyway. She told me she feels awful.
What?
Busher told me that... Oh, never mind. Good night, folks. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Midweek Theatre. We present Murray Ney and Barbara Cooper in The Weather for Murder by Philip Levine.
Oh, Miss Pierce.
Just coming, Mr. Rayton. Won't be a moment. Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Rayton. Something else you'd like?
Just my bill, please. Time I was back in the shop.
Busy, are you?
I've a pile of prescriptions that high.
In July? Wouldn't have thought you'd be overworked this time of year.
Warm weather brings its quota of complaints, too. You'd be surprised.
Let's see, was a coffee and,
A toasted bun. I promised myself I'd lay off the starch, but whenever I come in here, my resolutions fly out of the window. Still, this little place is like an oasis in the desert. I don't know what we'd do without you.
That'll be 10pence.
Cheap at half the price. See you at tea?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rayton.
Say, miss, what's happened to my order?
I didn't take it, did I?
No, it's the other lady, the short, thin one.
Oh, dear.
Waiting about 10 minutes now.
Oh, coffee, was it?
No, a pot of tea and a round of toast.
Oh, I expect it's on its way. I'll go and hurry it up. Millie, have you seen my sister?
Oh, isn't she in the shop, Miss Sarah?
Well, if she was, I'd hardly come out of the kitchen, would I?
Oh, here. Isn't there a typing machine upstairs?
Very probably. Now, I want a pot of tea and a round of toast. And be quick about it.
Right, Mum.
Elsie? 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 Oh, Elsie.
Oh, did you call, Sarah?
Did I call? I've been shouting myself silly for the past 2 minutes.
Really? I was concentrating.
What on earth are you doing?
I had a sudden inspiration. The most brilliant idea.
Oh, surely it would have kept till later. You know we're rushed off our feet between 10 and 11. It's bad enough for the two of us. I can hardly cope on my own.
This is the most ingenious idea, Sarah. A whodunit, and it's set in one of those laundrettes. You know, where people take their laundry.
Well, I'm afraid I can't stop and chatter now.
Yes, but Sarah...
Later, dear, later. Now leave that and come along down.
Oh, good morning, Sergeant Foster.
Oh, hello, Miss Elsie.
Very pleasant out this morning, isn't it?
Not that it make much difference to me. Stuck away in a miserable office. Wish I was back on the beat sometime.
Oh, but it's much more fun investigating, isn't it?
The only investigating I done this week is to check on one dented mudguard and 2 lost cats.
Oh, you know, I was hoping you'd drop in this morning. There
Was you?
something I wanted to ask you.
Picking my brains again, eh? What are you scribbling this time?
Scribbling? I'm busily writing, if that's what you mean.
Another thriller?
I suppose you'd call it that.
I'd have thought romantic novels would have been more in your line.
Oh, I don't know. Some of our most successful thriller writers are women. Agatha Christie, Dorothy Sayers.
Is that how you see yourself, eh? Another Agatha Christie?
Oh, it's a trifle ambitious, I agree. But even she had to start somewhere.
All right. What is it this time?
Well, I've set my story in a laundrette, and I wondered, would heat destroy a fingerprint?
Direct heat, certainly.
Oh.
Now, mild heat might preserve it. But if there's any moisture about, or steam or anything like that, they disappear.
Oh, would they?
Afraid so.
Oh, what a pity. That's ruined everything. I shan't be able to use that after all.
Oh, sorry about that. But you know what I could use right now? A nice, strong cup of tea. Think you might oblige?
Oh, certainly, Sergeant. I'll bring it directly.
Oh, Millie, is the roast in the oven?
Yes, ma'am.
It's cream of celery today. You haven't forgotten?
Oh, no, Miss Sarah. Cream of celery, roast of curry, date pudding, and cheese to follow.
That's right. Oh, how are we off for curry powder?
Well, enough for today, but you'll need to order some more. Are you off shopping, Sarah?
Just going. But I'll be back for the first of the lunches. Oh, have you typed up the menu?
Yes, I've got them here.
Fine. Put them round the tables. It reminds me, I must see if Mallards have got that sample in yet.
What sample is that?
The plastic tablecloth.
Oh, surely not, Sarah.
And what's the objection?
I simply loathe plastic.
Oh, well, that's no argument. They're highly practical.
I dare say, but must everything be practical? Oh, Sarah, customers prefer good old-fashioned cloth, linen. They're more homely.
That may be, but very impractical. Do you know what our laundry bill is each week? It runs into pounds.
Well, then, let's put up our prices.
Oh, they're quite high enough already. Elsie, you may not realize it, but we barely make ends meet.
Well, why don't we put in a few more tables?
Oh, my dear, if we put in another table or chair, there wouldn't be room to move.
But didn't you say something about enlarging the place?
Yes, I intend to. If I can acquire that small plot next door.
Oh, yes. The one that belongs to Mr. Everett.
Mm-hmm.
Have you spoken to him yet?
No, but I shall at the first opportunity.
He usually comes in about 11, though he hasn't been in this morning.
Well, if he does, for heaven's sake, don't you say anything. It needs a tactful approach.
Yeah.
And let's face it, you've no head for business. So I think you'll agree it's best left to me.
Oh, yes, indeed, Sarah. I'd be quite hopeless.
Good. Well, you set out those menus. You've put on the correct date, haven't you?
Yes, the 16th of July.
Fine. Then when you've done that, I should have your coffee. Oh, don't leave the shop, will you?
Oh, no, sir.
I'll see you shortly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Sarah. Good morning, Mrs. Clark.
Morning, Miss Elsie. Oh, I forgot the donuts when I was in earlier. They haven't all gone, have they?
Oh, no, there's half a dozen left.
Well, I take them then. Oh, my, it's been such a morning in the post office. I ran out of 7 8 insurance stamps.
Good morning, Elsie.
Oh, hello, Mr. Everett. If you'll find yourself a table, I shan't keep you long.
Thank you. There's no hurry.
That'll be 1 6.
Oh, yes. That's it, then. Well, thank you so much. Morning, Mr. Everett.
Good morning, Mrs. Clark.
The usual, Mr. Everett.
Please. Well, I seem to have missed the rush.
Yes, we were frightfully busy earlier on. I was just about to have my coffee, too.
Oh, well, join me if you like.
Oh, may I? Anything with your coffee?
Just a plain bun, I think.
Right. I shan't be a jiffy. Yours is half and half, if I remember rightly.
Yes. No milk for you?
No, I prefer mine black. They say black coffee keeps the mind alert and clear. And that's very essential if one's doing creative work, don't you think?
Oh, very. How's the writing coming along?
Oh, not too badly. But it's so difficult finding new ideas. Oh, excuse me, just a moment. There's the postman.
It's for you, Miss Pierce.
Oh, is it?
One parcel, but no need to sign.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Oh, dear.
Another rejection? Well, never mind. There are a great many other publishers.
No, I'm afraid there aren't. I've exhausted them all. Oh, well, into the wastepaper basket, I suppose.
Tell me, what was it about?
Oh, I'd hate to bore
But
you.
you'll never bore me, Elsie. On the contrary. Now then, come along.
Oh, well, it was about a private detective in Soho.
Do you know any private detectives?
No, I don't.
Have you ever been to Soho?
No, but I've seen pictures and read books.
Ah, but that's the trouble, you see. Surely it's best to write from your own experience.
Possibly. But I could hardly write about Frockstein, could I?
Oh, why not? You know Frockstein.
Oh, it's so dull and boring, and this tea shop wouldn't make a very exciting background for a thriller.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. At least you'd know the people. A murder isn't limited to any particular background or class.
Mm-hmm.
I bet there isn't a person anywhere who hasn't thought of murdering someone at some time.
Oh, not you, surely, Mr. Everett.
Oh, you'd be surprised. And whilst I remember, I wish you'd call me Victor.
Oh, well, as long as Mrs. Everett won't object.
Oh, why should she? Now, if you would take my advice, Elsie, you'll start your next novel nearer home.
I'll try. I must say I'm getting a little tired of rejection slips. I meant to ask you before, what happened to your dog?
My dog?
Yes, Dandy, wasn't that his name? Such a lovely Labrador with the best coat I've ever seen.
I'm afraid I had to get rid of him.
Oh, not destroy.
No, I had to find him a new home.
Oh, however could you part with him?
But it wasn't through choice. Nora, Mrs. Everett, felt there wasn't room for him in the cottage.
Oh.
We've one or two fine pieces, and, well, he was rather a large dog.
Oh, what a pity.
Yes, someone has to give and take in marriage.
I suppose so. And anyway, you've still got your dahlias.
Well, no, I haven't, actually.
Oh, haven't you? But I thought you had a wonderful collection.
I did, but Nora doesn't care for dahlias. She says they attract black fly, so we've switched to a herbaceous border.
Oh, sad.
No, not really. I must say those black fly were a bit of a nuisance.
But in spite of them, I heard that one year you took almost every prize at the county show.
Oh, that's quite right, I did. Before you and your sister came here, before I remarried, several summers ago. Odd, when I think back now. Just Dandy and I. My dahlias, black fly and all.
Your wife's from London, isn't she?
Yes, though we first met on a cruise. It's funny how that happened. My first holiday in years. She was a science teacher, you know. You wouldn't think it to look at her, but she's terribly bright. Good brain. Used to teach in the secondary modern. Well, we seemed to get thrown together on the cruise. Mm-hmm. We were never out of each other's company.
Oh.
And when I got back, I found I missed her. I wrote, and then out of the blue, she turned up here. And, well, that was that. Not terribly romantic, is it?
Oh.
Won't give you much copy, I'm afraid.
Well, didn't your wife find it very quiet here in Frockstein?
Well, at first, Nora was all for moving back to town. Then suddenly she changed her mind. I think it was the cottage.
And I'm not surprised at that. It's adorable. Though I only know it from the outside, and I love that beautiful bay window.
Yes, that's the lounge.
Oh, is it? It looks rather like an inn with that, what do you call it, bubble glass?
Bullion glass. It's genuine, too. Not this mass-produced stuff.
Yes.
It's a bit warm in the summer, but I must say I find it delightful. The only thing is, one has to be careful with the furniture or the sun can blister the varnish.
I can't imagine a lovelier cottage for retirement, Mr. Everett.
Victor.
Oh, yes.
I'm not completely retired, you know. Not by a long chalk. I'm still on the boards of several companies.
Are you?
Yes, Harmsworth, Mutual Investments, not forgetting McCowan's.
What, the big London store?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I'll be driving up to a board meeting tomorrow. You wouldn't be going up to town, would you?
Me?
I thought perhaps I could give you a lift and we might have a bite of lunch together.
Oh, thank you. Oh, but I rarely go up to town.
Oh, well, some other time.
Yes.
Here's your sister. Well, time I was off. I'll take my bill, if I may.
Good morning, Mr. Everett.
Hello.
I'm glad I caught you. I wondered if I might have a word with you.
Certainly.
Here, Elsie, give these groceries to Millie, will you?
Oh, yes, Clara, yes.
Well, now, Mr. Everett, I hope I'm not holding you up.
No, of course not. What can I do for you?
To come straight to the point, it's about that small vacant plot next door. I understand from my solicitors that it belongs to you.
Yes, I bought it some years ago. It was part of the old Lingfield estate.
Well, my sister and I were thinking of enlarging the shop. We're rather cramped here, as you can see.
Well, if you're thinking of making an offer, don't make it to me.
I'm sorry.
I made over a few properties to my wife at the time of our marriage, and I have a feeling that's among them.
Oh, I see.
Well, there's no harm in your having a word with her. I'll tell you what. I'll mention it to her when I get back and ask her to telephone you.
Would you? I'd be most grateful.
But knowing my wife, I better warn you. She'll drive a hard bargain.
Oh, Millie?
Yes, Miss Sarah?
Are the new gateau iced?
Yes, I'm just going to put the walnuts on.
Oh, answer that, Elsie, would you?
Oh, yes, Sarah.
Millie, you did check that delivery yesterday.
Twice.
Well, then where's the curry powder?
In the cupboard.
Oh, I've told you a dozen times, Millie. Spices go on the shelf by the stove.
Oh.
Elsie, that wasn't Mrs. Everett by any chance?
No, Sarah. It was Mrs. Clark from the post office. She asked me to put aside a jam sponge.
Oh, I think Mr. Everett forgot to speak to her.
Oh, Sarah, if he promised, then I'm sure he will. He's a frightfully nice man. Such perfect manners.
But easily led. Fancy handing property to his wife just like that.
No, that shows how considerate he is. I admire him for it. I think Mrs. Everett's a very fortunate woman.
Well, you're not the only one. From what I hear, there were quite a few broken hearts in Froxteen when the banns went up. Isn't that right, Millie?
Oh, yes, ma'am. There were dozens who had their eye on him. Well, a cottage and a car and pots of money. Oh, I wouldn't have said no to him myself. Still, he hasn't done bad for himself, has he? I mean, she's very smart and not at all bad looking. Got pots herself, I expect.
Oh, a shop, Elsie.
Oh, right, Sarah.
Oh, that smells like the stove.
Oh, ma'am.
Yeah, Millie, take the cloth or you'll burn your fingers.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Everett.
Good morning. I'll take a wholemeal loaf and a small gateau.
Certainly.
Is that all you've got? Chocolate. The one I had the other day was rather sickly. Haven't you anything else?
Oh, we've a new line. Walnut cream. I'm sure you'd like that.
May I see one?
Oh, Millie's just topping them with walnuts.
Well, I've got a lot to do this morning. How long will they be?
Oh, 5 minutes, no more.
Oh, well, if I've got to hang about, I'll stop for a coffee.
Oh, yes, do. I shan't keep you waiting long. Sarah, Mrs. Everett's just come in. She's staying for coffee.
Really?
Yes, but would you believe it, Sarah? She said our chocolate gateau was sickly.
Oh, what nonsense. We've never had any complaints before.
I know. I almost gave her a piece of my mind.
I hope you didn't.
Oh, no, of course not. I persuaded her to try one of the walnut creams. Are the walnut creams ready yet, Millie?
Almost. I'll be through in a jiffy.
Well, then, I'd better take in her coffee
No,
anytime.
no. I'll serve her. It'll be a good opportunity to talk to her about next door.
Oh, yes, Sarah.
Black or white, Mrs. Everett?
Just a dash. That's fine.
Oh, there's no sugar bowl. Just a moment.
Don't bother. I take saccharin.
Of course. I should have remembered by now. Anything else for you?
No, not just now. Though I'm glad you brought the coffee in, Miss Pierce. It saves me telephoning. My husband mentioned you'd been inquiring about the plot next door.
Oh, yes. As he may have told you, we're anxious to enlarge our premises.
Business is flourishing, is it?
Not exactly, but, well, as you can see, we're rather limited for space. In our busy times, it becomes rather chaotic.
I see. Well, what sort of figure had you in mind?
I'm not very sure. Judging from what we gave for these premises, I suppose the land must be worth about 300.
300? Oh, Miss Pierce, you're way behind the times.
Oh?
In the past year, prices have simply soared.
Have they?
Well, don't you read your newspapers? Building land's at a premium. Yours isn't the first inquiry I've had. Oh, no, I'm afraid I couldn't let that plot go under 1,200.
1,200? But that's exorbitant.
Well, I don't think there's much point in our discussing the matter further, do you? So if my gateau's ready, I'll settle the bill and then I must fly. I have a very busy day ahead of me.
Oh, the heat. Elsie, if you're on your way to the kitchen, put on the other fan, will you? It's terribly close.
I intended to, Sarah. Put on the other fan, Millie.
All right, ma'am.
And 2 pots of tea, 1 china, and an egg on toast.
Oh, isn't it too warm? I'm sweltering.
Well, we've got both fans on now. I should open the window fully.
Must be the hottest day we've had this summer.
Have you got that ham sandwich for Sergeant Foster?
Yes, here it is.
with mustard. Oh, and that round of cinnamon toast.
Oh, thank you, Millie. Your sandwich with mustard, Sergeant.
Ah, thanks, Miss Elsie.
I expect that uniform's a trifle warm this weather.
Oh, you can say that again. Still, I suppose I should be thankful I ain't on traffic duty. I wouldn't fancy that with the thermometer touching 80.
Is it as high as that?
Yes, a sudden eye ridge sweeping in from the Azores.
Oh, is that what it is?
That your telephone?
Yes.
Answer that, would you, Millie?
Yes, ma'am. It's all right. Millie's taken it.
Oh, you know, I could do with an issue of Tropical Kit.
Oh, I'm sure you'll feel refreshed once you've had your tea. Sergeant, I meant to tell you, I've given up writing stories about private detectives. I'm going to concentrate on something nearer home, from my own experience.
Well, that should be interesting.
Yes.
Sergeant Fox.
Yes, what is it, Millie?
There's a phone just now.
No, just take it easy and catch your breath.
But that was your constable. He's had an urgent call. The Everett's cottage is on fire.
What?
Oh, no. He sent for the brigade, but there's a terrible blaze.
Quick, let's have me helmet.
I'm afraid there's little we can do, Sergeant. It's like a raging furnace in there. Just burn itself out.
Are you sure there's no one inside?
Well, my men couldn't get within 10 yards of the place. We can only pray and hope.
How do you think it started?
Your guess is as good as mine. That old timber construction's a menace. Once it's alight, there's no holding it.
Some blaze.
We're lucky it's isolated. At least there's no damage to surrounding property.
You'll have to watch that garden shed.
Oh, not to worry. My men have got their eye on that. Oh, I see we got ourselves an audience.
Yeah, it's half the village turned over looking at it.
I wish they'd keep their distance. They're getting a bit close to that fence.
You leave them to me, I'll handle them. All right now, folks. Now, keep well back to that fence. Come along back now, please. Come along back.
Sergeant, what a pity about that lovely cottage.
Why, Miss Elsie, what are you doing down here?
I never could resist the fire.
Well, I must say, you won't see an oven like this in a hurry. That roof will be in any minute.
Is Mrs. Everett safe?
We're keeping our fingers crossed.
She was in the shop this morning.
Was she? What about her husband?
He's gone up to London for a board meeting. He mentioned something yesterday.
Where was this meeting, did he say?
Yes, he's the director of McCowan.
Oh, that's helpful. I'll try and get him on the floor right away. Now, do keep away from that fence, please.
And so, finally, gentlemen, I have no hesitation in saying that we can look forward to a highly profitable and satisfactory year.
Oh, Mr. Everett.
Yes, Miss Brown?
There's a telephone call for you.
Well, I can't be disturbed now.
It's the police sergeant from Proxine. He says it's extremely urgent.
Oh? All right. I'll take it. Where is it?
Next door in the outer office.
Would you excuse me a moment, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Yes, of course, Everett.
Hello? Oh, I shan't give you a moment, Sergeant. He's just coming. Oh, here you are, sir.
Thank you. Hello? Yes, speaking. Please come to the point. I'm in the middle of a board meeting. What? When did this happen? I see. But is my wife all right? Well, if she returns before I get there, tell her I'm on my way back. Yes. Yes, I should be there by 6. It was good of you to call, Sergeant. Thank you. Miss Brown.
Yes, sir?
Get me a brandy, would you?
Certainly, sir. The usual with soda.
No. Make it a double. A neat.
Honestly, Elsie, I don't understand people at all. They only have to hear the word fire and they start behaving like a bunch of schoolchildren.
It's just natural curiosity.
Well, I can't see anything natural about it. It's morbid, if you ask me. I've never seen such a stampede. You, Millie? But the place emptied itself so quickly, you'd have thought the tea shop was on fire.
Well, you should have come too, Sarah. It was still burning when I left. Oh, poor Mr. Everett. He will be upset.
Well, I hope he had the good sense to be insured.
But that'll hardly compensate for the loss of such a charming cottage. And all the inconvenience, Sarah. I mean, where will the Everetts live?
Well, they'll have to find a hotel.
And to think of all their beautiful antique furniture.
It'll be replaced if it's insured.
Oh, but it's not the same.
Be practical. One chair's the same as another.
But they've lost everything. Except the garden shed.
It's about time Millie was back. I'll have something to say to her, gallivanting off without so much as a by your leave.
Oh, if she is now.
And about time.
Sorry, Mom, but the most terrible things happened.
Oh?
The fireman found a body in the cottage.
Oh, dear.
It's Mrs. Everett, there's no doubt. Oh, to think she was only in here this morning.
Now, use your handkerchief, Millie, for goodness sake. Are they certain it was Mrs. Everett?
Yes, I heard the fireman say. Oh, how dreadful. Oh, it was terrible now. I had a police car there, and she was all covered in a sheet.
Oh, dear. All right, Millie. Now, just pull yourself together. Get the tea things washed up, and then you can go off.
Right, now. Oh, poor Mr. Everett.
Oh, yes. Poor man. But people get over these things like everything else.
Still, we could offer to help.
Help? In what way?
Well, Sarah, it's an awful thought that the poor man will have to stay alone in some ghastly hotel room. Couldn't we offer to put him up for a day or two?
Well, I suppose we could.
Oh, we've a spare room, Sarah, and it wouldn't be much bother. He could eat down here. Oh, surely it's the least we could do.
I'm sorry to have brought you down here, sir, but it wasn't necessary for identification purposes.
I understand, Sergeant.
Oh, there's a deed box in my office. I'm afraid that's all that was salvaged.
Thank you. Well, I suppose I'd better look round for a room of some sort.
No need to worry, sir. Miss Pierce and the tea room said they'd be happy to put you up.
Really? I don't know whether I could bother them.
Oh, they'd be only too pleased. They'll be much more comfortable there than an hotel. And we shall need you for the inquest.
Now, Doctor, you examined the remains of the deceased?
Yes.
Would you state your opinion as to the cause of death?
Shock, following multiple burns to the chest and abdomen. I should perhaps add it was not possible to conduct a normal postmortem beyond a routine examination of the throat and lungs.
Due to the extensive burns?
Yes, though after reading the fire officer's report and noting the position in which the deceased was found, I'm of the opinion that Mrs. Everett was asleep in a chair when the flames enveloped her.
Thank you, Doctor. Go on, Victor Everett.
Victor Everett.
I swear by Almighty God to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Do take a seat, Mr. Everett.
Thank you.
You are Victor Everett, formerly of Hillside Cottage, Meadows Lane, Froxtein.
Yes.
On what occasion did you last see your wife?
On the morning of the 17th of July, at about 10:30. I was due at a board meeting in London that afternoon, but I thought I'd go up a little earlier. My wife had some shopping to do, and we left the house together, as I say, around 10:30.
And later that day at approximately 6:15 p.m., you identified the body of a woman at the Froxtein police station as that of your wife.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Everett, although we shall be calling an expert witness in a few moments, have you any comments to make at this stage as to the cause of the fire?
No, I'm afraid I haven't. We didn't have gas in the house. My wife preferred electricity. And the entire cottage was rewired by the board about 18 months ago, shortly after my wife and I were married.
Was your wife in the habit of smoking?
No.
Were there any inflammable materials stored in the house?
None at all, as far as I know. I've a bottle of Sinners and some methylated spirits, but they're kept in the garden shed, well away from the house.
So you can offer no explanation as to the cause of the fire?
I'm afraid I can't.
Well, thank you, Mr. Everett. You may step down. Call Mr. R.A. Jenkins, County Fire Officer.
Mr. R.A. Jenkins, County Fire Officer. I swear by Almighty God to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
You are Ronald Arthur Jenkins, Fire Officer of this county.
Yes, sir.
And on the afternoon of the 17th of July, you examined the debris and what remained of the residence known as Hillside Cottage, Meadows Lane, Froxtein.
I did.
And did you reach any conclusion concerning the origin of this fire?
I did, sir.
Will you state these conclusions to the court?
Certainly, sir. I have had extensive experience in locating what is known as the seat of the fire. That is its point of origin. And I am of the opinion that the fire commenced in the region of the lounge window.
How exactly?
Well, the afternoon of the 17th was extremely hot. Temperatures were in the 80s. The lounge window contained bullion glass. Now, due to several factors, the angle of the sun, the bubble in the glass, the sun's rays were concentrated onto the curtain, rather like a child playing with a magnifying glass. I should say the temperature reached might have been in the neighborhood of 200 to 230 degrees centigrade. Sufficient to ignite a curtain made of cotton or similar fiber.
Were they of cotton?
I can't say. They were completely destroyed in the fire, though the residue suggested they might have been.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. You've been most helpful. In the case of Honora Everett, aged 42, who died in the fire at Hillside Cottage, Broxdean, we've heard the evidence of her husband, also the police pathologist, and the county fire officer. And from their evidence, it appears that this fire was the accidental outcome of the combination of a number of elements.
Come in.
Oh, I hope I'm not disturbing you, Mr. Everett.
Of course not.
I brought you a few flowers from the garden. Help cheer up the room.
I saw you cutting them, but I didn't realize they were for me. Dahlias, too. Oh, thank you.
Are you quite comfortable?
Oh, very. I really can't thank you and your sister enough. You've been so very kind.
Oh, not at all.
Though I don't think I should stay here much longer. I've been here over a week.
Oh, you're not any trouble. And it's quite a change having a man about the house.
Well, I'm negotiating for another cottage, but these things do take a little time.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you're welcome to stay till everything's settled.
Thank you. How's the writing coming along?
Oh, well, I've been thinking about what you said. Finding a subject nearer home.
Yes.
And to tell you the truth, I did get an idea, but, well, on reflection, I thought it might be in bad taste.
Ah, now, that immediately makes my ears prick up. Tell me more.
Must I?
Come now. It surely can't be as bad as all that.
You might change your mind if I tell you.
Well, you try me.
Well, if you must know, it came to me during the inquest.
The inquest?
On your wife.
Please, do go on.
Well, I don't know how to say it, but I thought it might be an idea to start my story with a fire in the village.
Well, it's been done rather often.
Yes, I suppose it has. I haven't really worked it out in detail. I thought I'd talk it over with Sergeant Foster when he drops in for tea. And unless, of course, you feel or you object.
But why on earth should I? No, do go ahead. Though, personally, I should have looked for something a little more original.
Have you seen the Gazette, Sergeant Foster?
What's that?
There's a picture of you and Mr. Everett leaving the coroner's court.
Oh, is there? Oh, those reporters, they just can't leave well alone, can they?
Mr. Everett's turned away slightly, but it's a very good likeness of you.
Let's see. Good grief, that's an insult, if ever there was one. Take it away. Oh, by the way, I noticed you at the inquest, Miss Elsie, scribbling away in your notebook.
Did you? Yes. You see, finding myself in a coroner's court amidst tragedy, as you might say, I had a sudden inspiration.
Oh, not for another thriller.
Why, yes. Surely it's best to write from your own experience.
Now, you watch your step. That sort of thing can upset people, you know, and you could find yourself with a libel suit.
Oh, no, my village would be entirely fictitious, Sergeant. I was going to call it Ledborough or something far removed. I shouldn't think of causing anyone offence.
Well, who's your choice for a victim?
Well, I had in mind an attractive middle-aged woman.
I say. That's pushing coincidence a bit too far, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes, I see what you mean. Oh, well, she could be young, I suppose. It doesn't really matter.
What about method? Given that any thought?
Well, to be honest, the thing that sparked me off, forgive the pun, was the idea of the bullion glass. But instead of it being an accident, in my book, the fire's caused deliberately.
Sounds a bit far-fetched to me.
As I dare say it is. Oh, but I was hoping you'd be some help, not put a damper on it.
You must be realistic, Miss Elsie. Now, sit down a minute.
Oh, yes.
Now, perfect murder requires, among other things, perfect timing.
Yes.
And no murderer would ever leave things to chance. What happened at Hillside Cottage depended on quite a few things outside anyone's control. Now, for one thing, the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Then Mrs. Everett being alone and dropping off like that. And as the fire expert said, the choice of curtains.
Yes, you have a point there.
Mind you, I suppose there is such a thing as dramatic license. I suppose your murderer could have kept his eye on the weather reports. We're just waiting for a scorcher. But with our climate, he might have had to wait half a lifetime. And then to make sure the victim did drop off, you could always slip her a couple of sleeping tablets.
Yes, Sergeant, yes, but wouldn't that show at the autopsy?
Depend on what's left of the victim. In the case of fire, it's unlikely. Then regarding the curtains...
Oh.
I suppose one could persuade the victim to buy cotton. Well, that's stretching imagination a bit, don't you think?
Yes, doesn't sound very convincing. And anyway, even if the murderer did go to all that trouble, how on earth would I catch him out?
The husband, you mean?
Yes, how would I solve it?
Well, that's your little problem, isn't it? I'm no writer. Although, for what it's worth, in my experience, criminals invariably have to lie somewhere along the way. And the trouble with liars is they have such bad memories. Sooner or later, they'll drop a clanger. So when you settle down at your typewriter, I'd bear that in mind if I was you.
Yes.
Oh, forgive me, Elsie. I didn't realize you were in here.
Oh, do come in.
Oh, thank you.
The pot's still warm. Would you like a cup?
Oh, thanks. No, don't you get up. I'll see to it. Would you like a second one?
Oh,
It'd give me pleasure to serve you for a change.
thank you. Sarah's at a club committee meeting.
Oh, Mother?
She can't sit still for a moment. Always doing something. Been like that all her life, even as a child.
It must get rather lonely for you.
Oh, I'm used to it.
I'm afraid that's one thing I've never got used to. Loneliness. I'm a person who needs companionship. Here you are.
Thank you. You must miss her dreadfully.
Hmm? Who?
Your wife.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I'm sorry. That was tactless of me.
Oh, not at all. One can't grieve forever, can one? No point in moping. There comes a time when one must face reality.
Oh, I imagined you were something of a sentimentalist.
Oh, now, Elsie. I know you will hate the cliché, but never judge a book by its cover. Throughout my professional life, I've learned to adapt myself to the situation. It's the only way.
I'm different. I've never been willing to accept second best. That's probably why I've remained an old spinster.
Not old.
Oh, come now. As you said, one must face reality.
Perhaps. But it still puzzles me why somebody hadn't snapped you up long ago.
Oh, forgive me. Would you like a piece of cake? It's chocolate.
Yes, I think I will. Oh, hey, no, not too large a slice.
It's our own, you know.
Yes, I've had your gâteau on several occasions. They're excellent. But the one I'm really partial to is that new one of yours. What do you call it? Walnut cream.
Yes, that's one of Sarah's creations. Walnut cream, did you say?
Yes. Even Nora was aghast when I asked for a second helping. Oh, don't look so surprised. I have a very sweet tooth. I'm sure you must have noticed.
Yes, of course.
Oh, what is it? Are you all right?
I'm sorry. I hope you won't think I'm being rude, but I've a slight headache. I think I'll have an early night.
Elsie? Oh, in bed already?
Yes, I was feeling rather tired.
Oh, well, then I won't disturb you.
No, don't go, Sarah.
Hmm?
Did the meeting go well?
Very. The bazaar's to be held on the 25th. I've promised them one or two things.
Oh, I should give them a sponge or a gâteau.
I probably will.
That new one of yours. Walnut cream is very popular.
Yes, I'm feeling rather proud of that.
You know, I suddenly realized the very first one went to Mrs. Everett.
Oh, did it? Oh, yes, you're right. I remember now. The day of the fire.
And if Mr. Everett drove to London at 10:20, he couldn't have had any of it.
Well, he's made up for it. He had several portions of tea yesterday.
Oh, did he? Yes, but what I mean was...
Now, you lie back and I'll straighten your pillow. There. If you're feeling tired, this is no time to chat.
Your tea cake, Mr. Rayton.
You'll be the ruin of me, Elsie. Here you're looking a trifle pale this morning. Had a bad night?
I didn't sleep too well.
You ought to try a nightcap. Or maybe you need a tonic. Come across to the shop. I'll fix you up.
Oh, no. I don't think it's anything to worry about.
Well, whatever else you take, don't let me see you with a prescription for sleeping tablets. Although I sell them, I don't approve of them. It's a bad habit to get into.
No, I've never taken any.
Well, I shouldn't start. Confidentially, if you knew the number of people who take sleeping tablets, you'd have a fit. In this village, too.
Really?
Mrs. Turner from the Manor.
No.
Bert Parker at the pub. Oh, Mrs. Denton. Mr. Everett. Charlie
Mr.
Miller.
Everett, did you say?
Yes, I thought that would shake you. But I filled a prescription for him not a fortnight ago.
Millie, have you seen Mr. Everett?
Yes, he went out early.
Where to? Did he say?
He's gone along to the cottage, I think.
What, Hillside Cottage?
I expect so. Fancy going back there. Gives me the creeps every time I walk by.
Look, Millie, I'm going out for a little while. If my sister wants me, tell her I'll be back within the hour.
Who's that? Oh, it's you, Elsie. Oh, you did startle me for a moment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Everett.
Oh, what are you doing out here?
Oh, just taking a stroll.
Hmm?
I noticed the shed door was slightly ajar, and I thought someone had broken in.
No, it's been under lock and key since the fire. I came by for a few tools.
What have you got there?
Hmm?
In your hand?
Oh, this tin, you mean? Just some sodium chlorate. Your path could do with weeding. I thought it'd make myself useful. You don't mind my helping out in the garden?
No. I'm sure Sarah will be most grateful.
Yes, but what about you? I was hoping I'd save you a few back-breaking jobs.
Oh, well, thank you.
Elsie, I have a confession to make to you.
You... confession?
Yes. Trouble is, where to begin?
Is it about your wife?
I can see no one can keep things hidden from you. The truth is, we didn't get on very well. During the past 6 months, it became almost unbearable. It was as much as I could do to sit in the same room with her. Oh, I escaped whenever I could. You know, your little tea room was a haven to me. Oh, the fire was a shocking, dreadful thing to have happened, but if I'm to be honest, I'm not unhappy. Far from it.
Why are you telling me this?
Because with everyone offering their condolences, it's been a great strain having to keep up this pretense. I needed to tell someone. Who better than you?
Oh. You were up rather early this morning, weren't you?
Always been an early riser.
Oh, didn't you sleep well?
On the contrary, never better.
Sarah came in rather late. I thought she may have disturbed you.
No, I'm a very heavy sleeper.
Have you always been like that?
Yes, since I can remember. I'm one of those people who drops off the moment their head touches the feather.
Oh, Mrs. Clark, you haven't by any chance seen Sergeant Foster, have you?
No, hasn't he been in?
Not yet.
Oh, he's probably over at the county court. I think he'd be in later on. I can't see him missing the roast. Oh, by the way, Miss Elsie, is Mr. Everett still with you?
Yes.
You know, my husband and I offered to put him up, but you got in first. So I don't doubt he's comfortable there. Not much trouble, neither is he.
Oh, none at all.
Awful thing to have happened when you come to think of it. Such a nice man, so considerate to her, although she was a bit of a so-and-so.
Yes.
You know, I've never known a man worry about his wife's health and comfort as much as he did.
Really?
Yes. You know, she was very susceptible to rheumatism, as Mrs. Everett.
No.
Oh, well, nothing serious, but he'd never take any chances with her. Now, this would take a lot of believing, but do you know, he used to ring me up at the post office daily to put him through to London for the weather report. Never missed a day throughout the summer, just in case of rain. Now, wasn't that considerate?
Yes. Very.
Oh, my gracious goodness, look at the time. I'll have a queue of customers at the counter, I'll bet. Oh, yes, Sergeant Foster, now.
Hello, Mrs. Clark.
Oh, I can't stop just off the way, Sarge.
Is the roast still on, Miss Elsie?
Yes, yes, it is. I'm so glad
well, a
you've come
generous
in.
portion for an hungry copper. Then maybe we'll talk. Go on at the double, I'm famished.
Oh,
Have you finished, Sergeant?
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Lovely bit of beef.
Glad you enjoyed it. Elsie's bringing the coffee.
Why, you seem to be your last customer. Hope I ain't holding you up.
No, we won't start serving tea till about 3.
Your coffee, Sergeant.
Thank you, Miss Elsie.
Oh, Elsie, while I remember, as it's half day tomorrow, I promised to help with the bazaar. Will you be going out?
I don't think so. Why?
Well, that new mixer should be arriving. I'd like someone here to take delivery.
I'll be in,
Fine.
Sarah.
Then I can let Millie go off.
Well, Miss Elsie, you found a solution to your fire story yet?
Yes and no. You remember that lie you spoke about?
Uh-huh.
Well, I had an idea about that. In my story, the wife purchases a cake on the day of the fire, after the husband was supposed to have gone up to town. It was a new kind of cake, but the husband at some later date remarks on its flavour. Now, that would prove he was at the house at the time of the fire, wouldn't it?
Not bad. Well, it might be difficult to convince a jury.
But if one could prove he got a prescription for sleeping tablets, though he was a sound sleeper...
Possessing sleeping tablets doesn't mean he administered them.
But if one also had a witness to prove he made daily inquiries about the weather, on the pretense of his wife's rheumatism...
You still have to prove criminal intent. I mean, that merely sounds like the action of a considerate husband. You need something more definite than that. Now, I don't want to encroach upon your territory.
Oh, no, please do.
And I think some of these ideas are jolly good, but you know where the weakness lies, don't you?
No.
Those curtains. You see, cottons vary so. I mean, and no matter how odd it was, you could never be certain they'd catch a light.
Unless one experimented.
Still a bit risky. Now, what's needed is some really inflammable material. Say a piece of loose weave, cellulose net.
Loose weave net?
Well, after all, I mean, it's pretty commonplace. If it was hung in front of the other curtains, no one would give it a second glance. And it wouldn't leave any trace.
Yes, that's certainly an idea.
And then to be double sure, it'd need impregnating with something highly inflammable. Not petrol or anything like that, but something odorless. Now, let me see. An ideal thing would be sodium chlorate.
Sodium chlorate?
Yes, it's used in weed killers. You can buy it neat without prescription. I bet there's a tin in almost every other garden shed.
Yes.
Oh, I can see I've given you something to think about, eh? So I'll take my leave now. Oh, just one other thing. What about motive?
Motive?
Well, one doesn't usually commit murder without rhyme or reason. Is the husband hard up?
No, I imagined him being quite well off.
Well, then, if it's not revenge or fear, that leaves you with the other woman.
The other woman?
Well, you know the sort of thing. The sympathetic friend in the background. Somebody he can escape to when the wife gets too much for him.
Would a man really commit murder for another woman?
Would he? You're joking, ain't you? Well, what better motive than the eternal triangle? Why, sometimes the other woman doesn't even know it's happening. The husband waits until the wife's dead and buried before he drops a hint.
Really?
Oh, I see. I made you blush. Oh, well, I hope I haven't been too forward.
No, of course not.
Well, it's time I was moving. I hope the book goes well. But if it sells, I shall expect my 10%. Afternoon, Miss Sarah.
Oh, good afternoon, Sergeant Foster. Oh, Elsie.
I'm just going out. I'm going to get my coat, sir. I'm going across to the draper's.
What for?
Well, the sun bothers me when I'm at the typewriter. I thought I'd get a few yards of net curtaining.
Net? Well, that's not terribly practical. Why don't you get some casement glass?
No, Sarah. I'd rather have the net.
Afternoon, Miss Pierce. Something I can get you?
Yes, Mr. Potter. I want a few yards of loose weave cellulose net.
Nothing like knowing what you mean or what you want, is there?
Have you such a thing?
I'm afraid we don't carry a very large selection of net curtaining. Funnily enough, you're the second one who's asked for loose weave in the past month.
Oh? Well, forgive me for being curious, but I'd hate to have the same curtains as my next-door neighbour who asked for the net. Can you remember?
No, not offhand. My new girl, Connie, was serving. Connie?
Did you call, Mr. Potter?
Here a minute.
Yes, Mr. Potter?
That inquiry you had for loose weave net, who asked for it?
Loose weave net?
I was in the stockroom at the time.
How long ago?
Oh, 3 or 4 weeks.
It was the first week I was here. I didn't know whether I was coming or going.
Well, I remember I told you to tell the customer to try a theatrical place, Harrington's of Retford. They usually stock loose weave.
Yes, I remember that. But I can't remember the customer. Oh, never mind. What was the place you mentioned, Harrington?
That's about the nearest, bar going up to London.
Sarah.
You didn't have any luck, I see.
No, I shall be going into Retford tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow? But you were going to take delivery of the mixer.
Oh, was I? Oh, dear. And I've already bought my ticket.
Oh, well, you might have told me. I've already given Millie the afternoon off.
Perhaps she'll stay if you ask her.
Oh, really, Elsie? You are the limit.
Yes. Can I help you?
I wonder if you can.
Harringtons are renowned for their selection, madam. What are you doing? Gilbert and Sullivan? Or would it be a play?
I beg your pardon?
What costumes are you looking for?
Oh, no. No, it's material I want.
Over here, madam. Taffeta, rayon, damask, nylon, silk, satin. You carry over 5,000 lines.
5,000? Well, no, actually, all I require is some net.
Net? What kind of net?
Loose weave. Do you stop such things?
Of course, madam. This is what you had in mind, madam?
Well, I'm not terribly sure. You see, I believe a friend of mine bought some here, and I'd rather like to get the same. It looks very nice in their window.
I'm sure. When did they purchase it?
Oh, within the last month or so, I think. But I don't suppose you can remember all your customers.
On the contrary, madam, we have records of every transaction. Of course, most of our customers are trade or professional. But I suppose I could look among the retail receipts.
Oh, would you? That would be most kind of you.
A moment, I'll just get the receipt book here. We are. And what was the name?
My name?
No, madam, not your name, your friend.
Oh, I see, yes. Everett.
Everett. Yes.
You found it?
I believe so. I haven't the original letter, but as you can see, the receipt is addressed to V. Everett.
V?
Yes. Is that your friend?
What? Oh, yes. Well, on second thoughts, I don't think this is quite right for me. I'll leave it if you don't mind.
As you wish.
Good afternoon, Miss Pierce. Looking for Sergeant Foster?
Oh, yes. Yes, Constable, I was. Is he about?
Oh, you just missed him, but he should be back shortly. Can I take a message?
No, but I would like a word with him as soon as possible. Perhaps you'd tell him I called.
Oh, certainly. I'll put a note on his desk right away.
Oh, Miss you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, dear, I do wish you wouldn't creep about like that. What are you doing up here?
The laundry came. I put yours in your room. This is for Mr. Everett.
Is he in?
No, he went out after lunch. The mixer arrived.
Did it?
Oh, it isn't half smashing, all red and white with ever so many gadgets. Well, I'd better get rid of Mr. Everett's laundry, I suppose.
No, I'll put it in his room.
Oh,
Millie.
right, Ma'am.
Oh, thank you. You can go off now.
Oh, thank you, Ma'am. See you tomorrow.
Mr. Everett? Mr. Everett? Oh. Now I wonder. A deed box. Oh, it's open. Oh!
Elsie, what are you doing? That deed box was in the drawer when I left.
I suppose you've destroyed the receipt.
Receipt? What receipt?
Don't pretend. You know very well. The receipt from Harrington's for the cellulose net. You've gone quite pale, Mr. Everett. It's always something of a shock to be found out, isn't it?
Found out?
Is that all you can say? Not that I want to listen.
No, please.
Kindly let me pass, Mr. Everett.
No.
I asked you to let me pass.
Elsie, please, I must talk to you.
I see no point.
Look, I can guess what you must be thinking. You imagine that...
Imagine? Really? Do you deny that you lied to the police and the coroner about the time you drove up to London?
No.
Or that you obtained a prescription for sleeping tablets when you sleep perfectly well without them?
You obviously know, so how can I deny it?
Or that for weeks you inquired daily about the weather?
That's perfectly true.
And that you purchased 6 yards of loose weave netting and impregnated it with weed killer to make it more inflammable?
That I do deny.
But I saw you with the tin of sodium chloride.
But I didn't purchase it.
Your name was on the receipt for the
No,
net.
I can...
Don't deny it. I saw it with my own eyes.
Look, I don't blame you for what you're thinking.
That's most kind
If
of you.
only you'll listen to me, just for a few moments. Look, I'll move away from the door. It's unlocked. You're free to leave whenever you like. But just a few minutes of your time, that's all I ask. Please.
All right.
Thank you. Well, you remember I told you that Nora and I didn't get on very well together?
Yes?
Well, that was something of an understatement. The marriage was a terrible mistake. I'd have left her, but frankly, I couldn't bear the thought of a divorce and all the scandal. And if you ask why she stayed, I can tell you in one word. Money.
But I thought she was quite well off.
Oh, believe me, when I married her, I wasn't concerned one way or another. But she deliberately lied to me about her income. The fact is, she hadn't a penny. There's little doubt why she married me. You were quite right. On the day of the fire, I was at the cottage for lunch.
Then why did you...
All in good time. After lunch, Nora went across to the hatch to pour out the coffee. There was a mirror facing the table, and as I looked up, I saw her drop some tablets into one of the cups. I imagined it was her saccharin, but as she turned, I realized that my cup was the one with the tablets.
She'd handed you the wrong cup.
So I thought. I suppose I could have said something, but it would only have led to an argument. Nora was never one to admit a mistake.
Then what did you do?
Well, there was no dessert, and she asked me if I'd like some gatto, the walnut cream. I said yes, and while she was cutting it, I swapped the coffee cups.
She didn't notice?
No. She suggested we take our coffee into the lounge. It was rather close in there, I remember. I wanted to get off to my board meeting, but Nora insisted I rested for a few minutes. We both sat there without a word, when suddenly she dropped off. I was very grateful and crept out and left for London. During the drive, I reached for my handkerchief and found a small tube in my pocket.
What tube?
Nora's sleeping tablet.
Mr. Rayton said he supplied them to you?
He did. Nora rowed with everyone, including the local GP. Phenobarbital's on prescription, so I had to pretend they were for me. It was the same with the weather report. She got a sudden mania about her health. If I didn't check, she wouldn't step out of the house.
But what were the sleeping tablets doing in your pocket?
You may well ask. I'd seen them on her dressing table earlier on. It was full. But now, 3 tablets were missing.
What?
I didn't know what to think. Then after the board meeting, I received the message from Sergeant Foster. He didn't mention Nora, but during the drive back, I felt uneasy. It suddenly struck me that Nora might still have been in the cottage. Understand, I was confused. Supposing those sleeping tablets were meant for me. She drugged my coffee and planted the tablets in my pocket to look as though I'd taken them myself. And the fire wasn't just an accident. I realized that if traces of phenobarbital were found in Nora's stomach, it might prove very embarrassing, to say the least. That's why I lied about the time. Everything was destroyed in the fire except that old deed box. Nora used to keep odd bits of correspondence in it. I didn't look through it until after the inquest. I knew about the sodium chlorate, but it wasn't until I found this that I was certain Nora had tried to murder me.
Murder you?
Yes. Look at this.
What is it?
It's a brief note from Harrington's confirming her order for the cellulose net.
But the receipt was marked out to you, V. Everett.
Her name was Venora. I called her Nora for short.
Venora? But then, why didn't you go to the police?
Well, what purpose would it serve? Another inquest, more questions, reporters? Besides, I'd have had to admit I lied about having lunch at the cottage. And after all, if I could lie about one thing, I could lie about the tablets, the weather reports, and even that order for the net.
Yes.
I'll make no bones about it, Elsie. I was afraid. I don't say I would have been found guilty, but there was always that possibility.
Yes.
There is still, if you go to the police. But that's up to you. I shan't stop you. You're free to leave whenever you like. Come in.
Oh, yes, Millie. What is it?
Sergeant Foster's on the phone, ma'am. Said you left a message for him.
Oh, yes. Well, look, Millie, apologize for me, would you? Tell him it wasn't frightfully important. I'll call him back later.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I believe you, Mr. Everett.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I still think you were very foolish to lie to the police, and if you'll take my advice, you'll dispose of that weed killer.
I have.
But keep that note from Harrington's. It proves you're innocent. And if my novel's published, someone may put two and two together.
But surely you're not going to...
Oh, don't worry. I'll change the names. Besides, everyone's bound to say it's far-fetched, but I'm sure it'll sell.
I've no doubt. Well, thank you again, Elsie. And if there's anything I can do for you at any time, you won't hesitate to ask, will you?
Well, just watch over my dailies, that's all. And, there is just one other little thing.
Yes?
Please don't think I insist by any means. I'd hate you to feel that, but my sister's terribly anxious to acquire that little plot next door.
Oh, she can have it.
Oh, no, we'll pay the market price, Mr. Everett.
Please, Elsie. Not Mr. Everett.
Oh.
Victor.
Now, Elsie, I need your signature.
Yes.
Here,
yes.
Here, and here.
Yes. Terribly exciting, isn't it?
Fine. Now, this can go straight off to the solicitors. And the builders should be able to start early next month.
Oh, I'm so pleased. I can't tell you.
It wasn't easy. Mr. Everett was a hard nut to crack. I had to fight every inch of the way.
Did you?
But finally, I got him down to 200.
How clever of you.
It's a good job one of us has a head for business.
Oh, it certainly is. I have to hand it to you, Sarah. Oh, you're the practical one. You are really dear.
That was The Weather for Murder by Philip Levine, in which you heard Marie Ney as Elsie Pierce and Barbara Cooper as Sarah Pierce. Mr. Rayton was played by Derek Blomfield, Millie by Peggy Butt, Sergeant Foster Julian Summers, Mrs. Clark Vivian Chesterton, Mr. Everett Derek Birch, Mrs. Everett Stella Tanner, Miss Brown Zibba Mays, Coroner John Brining, Mr. Jenkins William Edel, Mr. Potter Louis Stringer, Connie Angela Piper, and the costumier Donald McKilly.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir?
I'll have a vegetable salad with cottage cheese, some toasted crackers, and a bottle of cold Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yes, sir. Finest beer served anywhere.
From Hollywood, Pabst Blue Ribbon, finest beer served anywhere, proudly presents Screen Directors Playhouse, production Fort Apache, director John Ford, stars John Wayne, Ward Bond. Hollywood Screen Directors present a footnote to valor, Fort Apache, starring John Wayne and Ward Bond, and introduced by the director of the film, John Ford. Ever since the infant days of motion pictures, a kind of violent chain reaction has been exploding in Hollywood. The source of this rather awesome force is our guest screen director tonight. His explosions have taken the form of such brilliantly directed films as The Informer, Stagecoach, How Green Was My Valley, and tonight's story, Fort Apache. Ladies and gentlemen, the director, Mr. John Ford.
Thank you. I don't know if I'd call Fort Apache an explosion. If I were translating it into sound, I'd say it was a bugle call, brave and distant and a little sad. An echo of the cavalry regiments that galloped to meet adventure on our western plains. Now here's our film story for the first time on the air, starring John Wayne in his original role of Captain York and Ward Bond as Colonel Thursday. Fort Apache.
of Fort Apache, of the regiment, the officers and men who manned her. How they lived, how some of them died. Fort Apache was the last frontier, a tiny cavalry outpost in the heart of Indian-infested country. My name is Captain Kirby York. I'd been through enough Indian campaigning to have a healthy respect for the Apache, both as a fighter and as a man. Colonel Owen Thursday, the new commanding officer, was a career man out of headquarters in Washington, with a lot of strange ideas about frontier discipline, military science, and the lowly savage Indian.
Gentlemen, I have been ordered to assume command of Fort Apache and to aid the Indian agent Meacham in putting down the uprising caused by the Apache chief, Cochise. While some of our regiments are leading well-publicized campaigns against the great Indian nations, we are asked merely to ward off a few cowardly Digger Indians.
The Apaches, sir, are hardly Digger Indians.
You would scarcely compare them with the Sioux, Captain York.
No, Colonel, I wouldn't. The Sioux raided into Apache territory once. You could follow the Sioux retreat by the bones of their dead.
We'll discuss that some other time, Captain. The immediate point is that Cochise and his Apaches have left the reservation. Our orders are to get them back.
Sir, no troop or squadron or regiment can keep an Apache on a reservation unless he wants to stay there. 5 years ago, we made a treaty with Cochise, and his Apache stayed on the reservation in peace.
For how long, Captain?
Until the Indian agent, Meacham, was sent out by the Indian ring. He cheated them, degraded them, until they couldn't take it anymore.
Cochise broke his treaty.
Yes, rather than stay here and see his nation wiped out.
The political aspects of the situation do not concern me, Captain York. We have a military job to do, which I am sure we will accomplish with glory.
This is hardly a country for glory, Colonel, but I wish you luck, sir.
Any questions?
No questions, sir. For some reason, the few Apaches who had remained on the reservation were extremely quiet. This was unusual. It worried me. But evidently it didn't worry Colonel Thursday, for about a week later I was detailed to escort his daughter out riding for an inspection of the mesa.
Come on, Captain.
Stop, Miss Thursday.
Well, I beat you.
Shouldn't have raced ahead that way, Miss Thursday.
Why not?
This is Indian country, and I'm responsible for you.
Oh, I'm not afraid. Oh, look, Captain, down there.
Smoke.
Is it an Indian signal?
No, not a signal. That's where our telegraph wires run through to Fort Grant.
Oh.
I've got to ride down this slope and find out. Can you get back alone?
Alone? No, I'm going with you.
Hit it. Easy now. Let him have his head.
It's a wagon burning.
Yeah, it's the one we sent out on the patrol, the telegraph line. Don't look. Stay here.
But the men.
They're dead. Apaches.
Oh.
Come on, let's get out of here. We've got to get back to the fort. Colonel Thursday, sir.
Now what, Captain York?
Repair wagon. Burned.
And the troopers?
Spread eagled on the wheels. Roasted.
Oh, no. Where'd it happen?
Near Blue Mesa, sir. They cut the telegraph wires.
Captain Collingwood, hand me that map. Yes, sir. Now, show me the place, York.
Here, sir. On this low spot between the hills.
Captain York, send out a wagon of detail to repair the wires and bring back the bodies.
Yes, sir. Sergeant Mulcahy.
Yes, sir.
Assemble a platoon from Company A.
A platoon? I said a detail, Captain. An officer and 4 men.
But those Apaches may still be around, Colonel.
I am running a command, not a debating society. Captain York, you will personally take the detail and leave at once.
Very good, sir.
If I know Apaches, Colonel, you're sending those men to a certain death.
I know what I am doing, Collingwood. And now you assemble a platoon immediately.
You mean the platoon is going to trail a wagon?
Correct, at a striking distance. Surely, Collingwood, even you have heard of the trap as a military weapon.
Yes, sir.
I don't like this, Captain. Send us out like this alone.
Neither do I.
What do you think, sir? You think the devils will be waiting for us?
Can't tell. Apaches are tricky. Take it easy now. The wire break's just around this bend.
Right. Oh, right there. Mother of mercy. 2 of our own lads burned alive. Why, you devils, you murderers!
Quiet, Mulcahy. They've been back. They've stripped off the men's shoes.
The barbarians. I'll make them play with my own hands.
All right, men, quick. Get out those blankets and that wire and work fast. I know Apaches. They'll be back.
Pete.
Yeah, we're going.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Get up on that pole and fix that wire break.
All right, we're going.
I'll take care of our men myself.
I'm going up that rock and have a look. They're around here. I can feel it.
Any sign of them?
Nothing yet, but hurry it up. They know we're here.
Down! Get down! Get down off that pole, man! Come on, let's get out of here. Put the wire break. It's not fixed yet. You haven't got a chance. All right, men. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. There must be 100 of them. The outlaws, man. We're like clay pigeons out here in the open. Faster, we gotta outrun them. It's our only chance. Those are devils. Return fire. They'll not take us alive. What kind of trap did the blasted colonel bring us into anyhow? Listen. Look at the dust. The column. It's the truth. It's the regiment. Glory be! Colonel Thursday and the regiment.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse production of Fort Apache, starring John Wayne and Ward Bond, and introduced by the director of the film, Mr. John Ford. You are in Atlantic City. The boardwalk is crowded with strollers. You, foot-weary and breathless from a marathon walk, pause to wipe the perspiration from your forehead. The salt air is cooling, but somehow it doesn't satisfy your thirst. There must be a place nearby where you can... Wait a second. What's that little blue sign in the cafe window? Oh, brother. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Yes, during these hot August days, you're just one of millions of men all over America to whom that Pabst Blue Ribbon sign means welcome relief. For Pabst Blue Ribbon does something more than quench your thirst. It gives you taste. Blue Ribbon taste. The kind of taste you can't get anywhere else in the world except in that Pabst Blue Ribbon bottle. And, fortunately, you can get that Blue Ribbon bottle all over the world. Yes, you hear it everywhere. In Atlantic City and Appleton and Ann Arbor and Atlanta. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served. Anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Now, back to our Screen Directors Playhouse production of Fort Apache, starring John Wayne and Ward Bond.
What was left of Diablo's raiding party after the battle, we took back to the reservation at Claw Springs. But that didn't solve the problem. They were just a handful. There were still Cochise in the entire Apache nation across the Rio Bravo in Mexico. But right here at Claw Springs was the root of the trouble. The unscrupulous Indian agent, Meacham.
Mr. York, how good to see you.
Captain York Meacham.
Oh, yes, of course. You soldier boys and your titles.
And this is Colonel Thursday.
Ah, another exile in the wilderness.
Mr. Meacham, a band of Indians left this reservation.
Yes, the ungrateful dogs. I treat them well.
Meacham, you drove Cochise and the Apaches off this reservation by starving and degrading them.
Why,
Giving them whiskey instead of beef. trinkets instead of blankets.
But
Cochise did the only thing a decent man could do. He left and took his people with him across the Rio Bravo into Mexico.
Why, he broke his treaty, and I demand you soldier boys bring him back by force if necessary.
Any demands you wish to make, Mr. Meacham, will be made through official channels.
Well, I only...
Captain York, what's in those boxes?
They're marked books, sir. More likely cheap whiskey.
No, he's lying.
Open them and see, Captain.
Mulcahy.
Right, sir.
You're the colonel.
Here, what are you doing? You have no right to...
Oh, it's a miracle, sir. The books have turned into whiskey in a barrel.
I have a government license to keep a medicinal supply of...
What should we do with the books, Colonel?
Destroy them. Mulcahy.
Yes, sir.
And what about these Winchester rifles, sir?
Destroy them, too.
No, you can't. This is private property. You have no right
Meacham, you're a blackguard, a liar, a hypocrite, and the stench in the nostrils of an honest man. If it were in my power, I'd hang you from the nearest tree and leave your carcass for the buzzards. But as a representative of the United States government, you are entitled to the protection of my command. But that is all. Good day, sir.
You sent for me, Colonel?
Sit down, Captain York.
Yes, sir.
Now, about this Cochise. We've got to bring him back. In 6 campaigns, he's outgeneraled us, outfought us, and outrun us.
That's just the point. There aren't enough troops in the territory to make him come back. But one man, a man he trusts, might persuade him. Cochise knows me.
You're a fool, Captain. Assuming you found Cochise, his men would cut you to pieces.
Well, that's possible, sir, but I've never lied to Cochise, and if you'll assure him decent treatment for his people...
A carbine against his spine might be more persuasive.
Oh, I'd have to go unarmed, sir.
Have you forgotten what happened to the men on the repair wagon?
Well, I can't fight my way to Cochise. Other men have tried that.
If we could manage to get him back to United States soil... Well, you have my permission, Captain. How many men will you need?
1, sir. Sergeant Beaufort. He knows the country. He was born in Mexico. I'd like to leave at once, sir.
Proceed, Captain, and take your sergeant. I hope you make it.
3 days, Sergeant Beaufort, and we haven't seen a sign of an Apache.
See, but they have seen us.
You can be sure of that.
Captain, look. Look over against that hill.
A signal mirror. Another one answering from this side. Yeah, they're here, all right, and we're between them. Come on, Beaufort, smile.
It's too late to do anything else.
They must be camped right above us.
That is not always right above it. Look up. Look up on the rocks.
Holy smokes. Covered with Apaches.
On both sides of the pass, thousands of them.
Looks like they were expecting us. Keep smiling, Beaufort. We're going in.
Captain, look at those rifles they're carrying.
Winchester 7-shot repeaters. Our friend Meacham.
Looks like every chief in the tribe is here.
Eyes straight ahead, Beaufort.
Is that him?
That's Cochise in front. This is close enough.
Good luck, sir.
Buenas tardes, Cochise. We come in peace.
Buenas tardes, friend.
Captain York, you got back.
Well?
Cochise has crossed the river, Colonel. He's coming in with all these people. He wants to talk peace.
He's back on American soil?
Yes, sir.
Good. Captain, the regiment moves out at dawn.
The regiment? But I promised Cochise we'd meet him alone, unarmed. You and me and Meacham.
Why, Meacham?
He insists Meacham be present.
Very well. You will prepare your troops to march at dawn.
But Cochise will think I've tricked him.
Exactly. We have tricked him. We've tricked him into returning to American soil, and I intend to see that he stays here.
Colonel, I gave Cochise my word.
Your word to a breech-clouded savage? To an illiterate, uncivilized murderer and treaty breaker? There is no question of honor, sir, between an American officer and Cochise.
There is to me, Colonel. You can't send out the regiment.
Captain York, so long as you are in my command, you will obey my orders. The regiment will march at dawn. Is this approximately where you were to meet Cochise, Captain York?
Just about.
Halt the troops.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Captain, I propose to deploy our men, sending 2 troops to the north and 1 to the east.
The Apaches, sir, are neither north nor east, and they're not in their encampment. If you'd been watching the dust swirls to the south, as most of us were, you'd know they're over there, just coming over the ridge. That's Cochise now, sir. They're about 4 to our 1, most of them with Winchester rifles. Do we talk, Colonel, or fight?
You seem easily impressed by numbers, Captain. However, I'll honor your word to Cochise. Where's Mr. Meacham? Meacham!
Here, sir.
Mr. Meacham, we are riding out to talk with Cochise.
Oh, he's not the kind you can talk to, Colonel. I warned
you. You will accompany us, Mr. Meacham. Come on, Captain. Hup!
Hup!
Take over, York.
I have the honor, illustrious chief, of presenting the commander of our regiment, Colonel Thursday. We have come to talk.
The Apaches are a great nation. Proud, never conquered. But it's not good for a nation always to fight. Young men die, old ones hungry. So I bring my people to a reservation. Then this man come make trouble.
He means you, Meacham.
He lied.
The evil man who make my people bad. He's worse than war. He starved my children.
No.
He killed my people.
No, it's not true.
Send him away and we will talk peace. If not, there will be more war.
Are you threatening us?
Colonel, don't interrupt. It's an insult.
And for each of us you kill, 10 white men will die.
Silence! I did not come here to be threatened. Cochise, I find you without honor. That government which I represent orders you to return to the reservation by dawn, or we will attack.
It's getting light, Colonel. What do you think?
I think they've had their chance. Now it's time they had their lesson. Hand me your binoculars, Captain.
Yes, sir.
I don't see them. Not a one down in the pass.
They're there, sir, but not down in the pass, up on the rim rock.
How can you know that?
Because if I were Cochise, that's where I'd take up my position.
What about that dust cloud at the far end of the pass?
It's an Apache trick, sir. Women and children dragging mesquite to make us ride through that narrow pass into an ambush.
Very ingenious, Captain. You make me suspect that your Cochise studied under Alexander the Great, at least. Gentlemen, mount your troops. We charge through the pass in a column of 4s.
Mounted in 4s? Colonel, that'd be suicide. I tell you, they're up in those rocks on either side of the pass. It's an ambush.
Captain York, there is no room in this regiment for a coward. You will remain on the ridge in safety with the supply wagons.
Yes, sir. A charge in 4s? Thursday was insane. I took Sergeant Mulcahy with me and wheeled the wagons back up onto the ridge.
Roll them back!
The regiment started forward at the half gallop. The faces of the men set and grim.
There they go, Captain. The finest lads I ever soldiered.
First the A Company, down into the pass. They didn't have a chance, but they kept charging through. C Company, C Company, horses, men, racing, shooting, tumbling crazily as they fell screaming.
Captain, look! Colonel Thursday's been hit!
Keep me covered, Mulcahy! Colonel Thursday.
York, hug me on your horse.
Here. Follow me, Colonel.
I'm dug in on the ridge top.
No, Captain. Your saber. I must rejoin my command.
There is no command. It's wiped out. We're all that's left of it, don't you understand? Us and the wagons on the ridge.
Then back to your ridge, Captain. We'll charge in force.
Come back! Come back! Come back! Hurry, Captain, over here! Thanks, Mulcahy. Don't quick! You'll draw their fire.
What difference does it make? Wiped out. Wiped out. Every man.
The devils. The murdering devils.
It's all over.
No. Here they come.
The whole Apache nation.
They've got a rifle apiece and 40 rounds, Captain.
No, wait.
Make 'em count. Every one for the men that's gone.
No, Sergeant. Hold your fire.
They've stopped. Cochise is riding out to us.
Here. Take my gun.
But, Captain...
I gave Cochise my word. I'll meet him unarmed.
White Colonel say Cochise without honor. White Colonel dead. I give you your flag.
For a moment, Cochise stared at me. Then he wheeled his horse, and like a great wind, the Apaches rode away. Yes, he gave us back our flag. The regimental guidon we'd carried into battle. Now the regiment of Fort Apache has been reformed. Names are all changed. Those others haven't been forgotten because they haven't died. They're living right out there. Tomorrow when we take to the field, they'll be riding with us. Collingwood, O'Rourke, Mulcahy, Beaufort, yes, and Thursday. Their names may change and their faces, but they're the regiment and the regular army, now and 50 years from now.
You have just heard the last act of Fort Apache. In a moment, our stars, John Wayne and Ward Bond, and screen director John Ford will return to the microphone. Out here in Hollywood, they sell maps to sightseers that show where the movie stars live. Now, if you could only step inside those homes instead of just driving by, you would find that most of the picture people lead normal, everyday lives, just like you and me. On these hot summer weekends, for instance, the chances are you'd find them out in the backyard under a shady tree with their neighbors and friends, playing gin rummy, or just chatting over bottles of cold Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Everything in perfect taste. Blue Ribbon taste. And it's that Blue Ribbon taste that makes this internationally famous beer so popular here in Hollywood. We happen to have a movie star here in the studio who I think will verify that statement. The star of our radio program, Mr. John Wayne. John, is it true that Pabst Blue Ribbon is a big favorite in Hollywood?
Well, offhand, I'd say it's quite popular.
What do you mean, offhand?
I mean, I have no way of knowing except that I see Pabst Blue Ribbon served in a lot of Hollywood homes.
Well, do you serve it in your own home?
I sure do. It's a good beer. Now, how about a word from the director of Fort Apache, if Ward Bond will bring Pappy over here?
What do you mean, bring Pappy over here? That's the trouble with you actors. Just because I'm a director, you think I'm afraid of a microphone.
Well, Pappy?
Well, I am, and that's why I'm going to say good night and get out of here.
There speaks one of the world's greatest directors.
Come on, Pappy.
Good night, folks.
Good night.
Come on.
And good night to you, John Wayne, Ward Bond, and John Ford. Don't forget, tomorrow is the beginning of another weekend. 2 whole days to relax and have fun. You'll be planning picnics and backyard barbecues. Just be sure there's plenty of Pabst Blue Ribbon cooling in your icebox. Tomorrow morning, ask your dealer for a case. In cans or bottles, Pabst Blue Ribbon is the finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Next week on Screen Directors Playhouse, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents Jezebel, starring Betty Davis. Fort Apache was presented through the courtesy of Argosy Pictures, producers of Mighty Joe Young. John Wayne will be seen shortly as the star of the John Ford Argosy production, She Wore a Yellow Ribbon. Ward Bond will soon be seen in Paramount's new Bing Crosby picture, Riding High. John Ford is currently directing the 20th Century Fox production, Front and Center, starring Dan Daly and Colleen Townsend. Included in tonight's cast were Sharon Douglas, Paul McVeigh, Tony Barrett, Eddie Fields, Pat McGeehan, Lou Merrill, and Don Stanley. Fort Apache was adapted for radio by Warren Lewis, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Screen Directors Playhouse was produced by Howard Wiley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. Listen again next week when Pabst Blue Ribbon presents
Screen Directors Playhouse, production Jezebel, director William Wyler, star Betty Davis.
Screen Directors Playhouse is brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Newark, New Jersey, and Peoria, Illinois, and sent your way with the best wishes of the Pabst Blue Ribbon dealers from coast to coast. James Wallington speaking.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. Miss Elizabeth Bennet, a play from Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice by A.A. Milne, newly adapted for radio by Peggy Wells. Miss Elizabeth Bennet.
Oh, what a blessing it is, girls, to have occupation, to be all occupied together like this.
How pretty the quilt will look when we have all done our squares, Mamma.
That's a good girl, Mary. I always say there's no accomplishment like good needlework for attracting a husband. Jane, I think you are our best needlewoman.
Thank you, Mom. Jane, you will attract the best husband. But you'll be sure to do that, even if you meet a man so rash as to choose his wife for goodness or for beauty. Beauty of character must not be confounded with beauty of face, Lizzie. Beauty I have read, by which I mean beauty of face.
My Aunt Norris said that I should be married first because I have the liveliest disposition. Didn't she, Kitty?
Yes, Mom. She said that you should be the first to get married.
Don't talk all at once. Have a little compassion on my nerves, I beg you. Now, if you've not all started talking at once, I was to tell you my great news, which is what made me say what I did about attracting a husband. But, of course, if none of you wishes to hear...
Has one of the officers made an offer for Lydia?
Silly Elizabeth. Lydia's only 15. No, this is not one of the officers. This is Mr. Bingley of Netherfield Park.
Netherfield Park?
Netherfield Park. What do you think of that, girl? Oh, my dear Mr. Bennet. You see, girls, just as I'm telling you the great news, here comes your father, all ready to hear it. My dear Mr. Bennet, have you heard the great news I was just telling your daughters as you came in?
Have I, Lydia?
Mamma hasn't told us yet, sir.
Then I haven't, my dear. What is it?
Lady Lucas tells me that Netherfield is really taken at last by a handsome young man of large fortune from the north of England. He came down last week.
See him? Is he very handsome? What did you say his name was, Mum?
Bingley. A single man of good fortune. 4,000 a year, they say. Oh, what a fine thing for our girls, Miss Bennet. A he sees them, he will fall in love with one of them, and therefore you must visit him as soon as possible.
Why should I visit him? A man so eager to fall in love must not waste his time asking me what I think of the weather.
Oh, Mr. Bennett.
No, you and the girls may go, or you may send them by themselves.
Indeed, you must go, Mr. Bennett. Would it be impossible for us to visit him if you do not?
You are over-scrupulous, my dear. Mr. Bingley will be very glad to see you, and I will send a letter by you to assure him of my hearty consent to his marrying whichever he likes of the girls.
Very well, then. If you're determined to neglect your daughters, I shall not say another word. How you can want to see Charlotte Lucas queening it at Netherfield Park is more than I can understand. Sir William and Lady Lucas are determined to go merely on that account, and Charlotte not a day less than 27 and not half as handsome as Jane, to say nothing of the others.
Mary.
Sir?
You shall tell us. You are a young lady of deep reflection and read great books and make extracts. Would Miss Lucas be a suitable wife for a lively young man of little intelligence, but with an amiable desire to please?
Well,
No matter. I have decided that he shall have Jane.
He'll never even see Jane since we are not to visit.
He shall marry her by proxy.
How do you know, sir, that he has an amiable desire to please?
All lively young men of little intelligence desire to please, Lizzie. It is perhaps generous in me to describe as amiable what is but a form of vanity.
Vanity takes many forms.
That, Mary, is exactly what it takes.
But, sir...
Yes, Lizzie.
Not all young men are lively, nor of little intelligence.
Nor all young women as quick as Elizabeth.
Oh, my word, I don't know what you're all talking about.
When did you call on Mr. Bingley, sir, this morning?
What's that? Your father visited at Netherfield Park? But you said he would do no such thing.
Yes, Mamma, but because he had done it.
My dear Mr. Bennet, oh, do you hear that, girls? Your father has called at Netherfield. Oh, how good it was of you, my dear Mr. Bennet. But I knew I should persuade you at last. I was sure you loved your girls too well to neglect such an acquaintance for them.
Did you like him, sir?
Which, Jane?
Which? Oh, Mr. Bingley, to be sure.
I thought perhaps you meant Mr. Darcy.
What? Is there another man at Netherfield Park?
A friend of Mr. Bingley, sir?
More than that, Lizzie. Guide, philosopher, and friend. But mostly guide. Darcy says this, Darcy says that. So does Mr. Bingley.
Did you see him? Is he gentlemanlike?
Mr. Darcy has 10,000 a year. One could hardly be more gentlemanlike than that.
10,000? Young, handsome. He has an estate, of course. 10,000 a year. Oh, he has an estate somewhere. You may be
My
sure.
dear, we must restrain ourselves. While it is now definitely settled that Bingley is to be one of my sons-in-law, I am sorry to say that we cannot count on Mr. Darcy as another. However, with Bingley and a sprinkling of officers, I shall do quite well. We must be careful what further commitments we make, or we shall become congested. Besides, I'm expecting an addition to our family party.
An addition?
A gentleman, at least I hope so, and a stranger.
Has he a name, sir, or does he travel anonymously?
He has a name, Lizzie, but your mother has asked me so repeatedly not to mention it in her hearing that I forbore to do so.
Not that odious man. Coming to stay.
That one.
Who is he, Ma'am? It's your cousin, Mr. Collins, to whom the estate is entailed, who, as soon as your father is dead, can turn us all out of this house just whenever he pleases.
Let us look on the bright side, my dear. Let us flatter ourselves that I may survive you all.
I think it's cruel to settle in the state away from a family of daughters in favor of a man whom nobody cares anything about.
It is certainly a most iniquitous affair, and nothing can clear Mr. Collins of the guilt of inheriting Longbourn. However, as a clergyman, he's now sorry for it and has written to tell me so.
Oh, a clergyman? Then he cannot ever be an officer. I must say I like an officer better than a clergyman.
Does he say anything about the entail?
He apologizes for it and proposes to make amends.
Why does he apologize? It is not his fault, and we cannot suppose he would help it if he could.
Probably he will ask for one of the girls. That's what he means by making amends, you may be sure.
That is what I meant by warning you against congestion. We have only Elizabeth Free.
Free to make my own choice, sir.
Yes, that's right, my dear. We must be sensible about it. A clergyman is only a clergyman after all, and if this Mr. Darcy has 10,000 a year, you did say 10,000, Mr. Bennet.
What I forgot to say is that Mr. Darcy is apparently earmarked for Miss Bingley, which makes the extent of his fortune of less importance to us.
Miss Bingley, indeed. Bingley has a sister?
It was so arranged before I had any say in the matter. I only called upon him yesterday.
Yesterday? You called yesterday? Oh, then you may returned the call here today. He may be here at any moment. Oh, my dear, I think you should not be here when he returns the call. It would have a forward appearance. But, well, I think, Jane, if you stayed, that would be natural. My eldest daughter.
I think we should all go, Mom. It would have a worse appearance if one were to seem to have singled herself out for Mr. Bingley. Dear Jane, as if any man could think that of you. Or think it the less if you were surrounded by sisters whom he had forgotten as soon as he set eyes on you.
I'm sure I have no wish to see him. He is not an officer, and I think very little of a man who is not an officer, I assure you.
I must say, I think an officer in his coat looks uncommonly handsome.
Did I tell you, Ma'am, that the new officer is named Wickham? Oh, how very nice, yes.
Kitty and Lydia must be two of the silliest girls in the country. I have suspected it some time, but I am now convinced.
Oh, well, you must not expect such girls to have the sense of their father and mother. When they get to our age, I dare say they will not think about officers any more than we do.
I assure you, my dear, that even before I reached my present age, I was never one for officers.
Give me your attention a moment, Mr. Bennet. Would you not say that the table would have a better appearance to the left?
What?
Yes. Yes, I'm right. It has a quality to the left there. Pray help me to move it, Mr. Bennet.
For whom do we refurnish? Mr. Collins? Surely tomorrow would be soon enough. He's not due for 2 weeks.
For Mr. Bingley, to be sure. He may be promised at any moment.
You are exciting yourself unnecessarily, my dear. He will not be upon us until you give him the invitation. He lacks sense, but his manners are good.
My dear Mr. Bennet, permit me to know the correct conduct of a young man newly arrived in the neighborhood. As soon as he has returned your visit, I shall ask him to dinner, and he will then be able to dance with the girls at the next assembly ball. But it's plain that he must return your visit first. Oh, well, credit me with some knowledge of good manners, I beg you.
Your knowledge is only lacking in one particular.
What's that?
Mr. Bingley returned my visit this morning.
Oh.
I must have you dance. I hate to see you standing about by yourself in this stupid manner. You had much better dance than hide in this alcove.
I shall not dance, Bingley. You know how I detest it, unless I'm particularly acquainted with my partner. At such an assembly as this, it would be insupportable. Your sister is engaged, and there is not another woman in the ballroom I could bear to stand up with.
Well, Darcy, I would not be as fastidious as you for a kingdom. Upon my honor, I never met with so many pleasant girls in my life, and most of them uncommonly pretty.
You are dancing with the only handsome girl in the room, Charles.
Ah, that's the most profound thing you have ever said in your life. Is she not a beautiful creature? Her eyes, her hair, her expression, her smile. Oh, but I must have you dance. Indeed, it was Miss Jane Bennet herself who sent me to persuade you.
You had much better go back to her and enjoy her smiles. You are wasting your time with me as you would not be with her.
Well, that's true. Oh, but now look. There is one of her sisters sitting on the sofa just around the corner, who is very pretty, and when I dined with them seemed very agreeable. Do let me introduce you.
Which do you mean?
There.
Ah, yes. I had seen her. She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me, and I'm in no humor for young ladies who are slighted by other men.
Slighted?
Left over after they have chosen.
Oh, have it your own way. You are an unaccommodating dog, or would be if I were not too polite to say so. Thank heaven I can enjoy myself in any company.
I thank heaven.
Mr. Darcy, allow me to introduce myself. Sir William Lucas of Lucas Lodge. You may have heard of me at St. James's. What a charming amusement for young people this is, Mr. Darcy. There's nothing like dancing, after all. I consider it as one of the first refinements of polished society. Do you not agree with me?
Certainly, sir. It has the advantage also of being in vogue among the less polished societies. Every savage can dance, and would agree with you that there is nothing like it.
Very true, sir. Very true. Ah, my dear Miss Eliza, why are you not dancing?
Because I do not wish to, sir.
Nonsense, nonsense. Come along. Mr. Darcy, you must allow me to present to you this young lady, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, as a very desirable partner. You cannot refuse to dance, I'm sure, when so much beauty is before you.
Overwhelmed as he obviously is by my beauty, Mr. Darcy may find it difficult to refuse, but fortunately I have nothing to overwhelm me. Indeed, Sir William, I have not the least intention of dancing.
May I beg to be allowed the honor of your hand?
No, Mr. Darcy, you may not beg it. Let the refusal seem to come from yourself rather than from me, and your pride will be saved.
As you please.
Come, Mr. Liza, you excel so much in the dance. It is cruel to deny me the happiness of seeing you. And though this gentleman dislikes the amusement in general, he can have no objection, I'm sure, to obliging us for 1/2 hour.
Mr. Darcy, sir, is like me, in that we only care about dancing with our friends. Indeed, we go so far sometimes as to refuse to meet a stranger until we are already acquainted with him.
If you never meet a stranger until you become acquainted with him, how do you become acquainted with him?
That is a secret known only to Mr. Darcy and myself. He has my permission to reveal it to you. Your servant, sir.
Charming young lady. A great friend of my daughter Charlotte's. Very high-spirited, do you not think, Mr. Darcy? Just so. Here is Miss Bingley approaching. A delightful young lady who has the honor of your friendship. Indeed, if rumor speaks true, of something more than friendship.
Believe me, Sir William, rumor says anything which comes into its head.
Well, you'll forgive me if I leave you. I promised my wife to make up a 4 quadrille.
By all means.
Thank you.
Yes, the subject is your reverie, Mr. Darcy.
I should imagine not, Miss Bingley.
You are considering how insupportable it would be to pass many evenings in this manner. Such society. Oh, how heartily I agree with you. I was never more annoyed. The insipidity and yet the noise, the nothingness and yet the self-importance of all these people. Oh, what would I give to hear your strictures on them?
You are wrong. My mind was much more agreeably engaged. I have been meditating on the very great pleasure which a pair of fine eyes in the face of a pretty woman can bestow.
Dare I guess the name of the lady who has inspired such reflection?
I am sure you dare, but I am equally sure your guess would be astray.
And you shall tell me.
Miss Elizabeth Bennet.
Miss Elizabeth Bennet, indeed. How long has she been such a favorite? And when, pray, am I to wish you joy?
I knew you would be wishing me joy. There is nothing travels so quick as a lady's imagination.
Have you met your future mother-in-law yet?
Future mother-in-law?
Mrs. Bennet. A charming woman. Such tact, such qualities, such good manners.
Amongst so many future mothers-in-law, I shall not notice her.
They have an aunt at Meryton, positively married to an attorney, and an uncle in trade. Oh, tell me you are not serious.
Serious? In what? In admiring Miss Elizabeth Bennet's eyes. That is all I engage myself to do. It is you who would make other engagements for me.
Oh, I was only teasing you. You know what is due to your position.
I hope I shall always be sensible of that. It is not myself, but your brother whom you have need to be anxious.
Charles? Oh, you mean Jane Bennet. That means nothing.
You are the last person who should say so. He admires her eyes, her hair, her expression, and her smile. He is almost married to her already.
You will not allow it. Oh, promise me.
If Charles comes to me for my advice, you know what it will be, and I can promise you to give it to him. But we're a long way from that yet. You overrate the easiness of falling in love. He has as little real feeling for her as she for him.
Or is you for Miss Eliza, or she for you?
Miss Elizabeth Bennet has every reason to dislike me, and I have no reason to be anything but indifferent to her dislike. Yet I still think that she has fine eyes, Miss Bingley.
Mr. Bingley is just what a young man ought to be, Lizzie. Sensible, good-humored, lively. And I never saw such happy manners. So much ease with such perfect good breeding. Well, he certainly is very agreeable, and I give you leave to like him. You have liked many a stupider person. Oh, dear Lizzie. Oh, Jane, you are a great deal too apt to like people. You never see a fault in anybody. I never heard you speak ill of a human being in my life.
I would wish not to be hasty in censuring anyone, but I always speak what I think.
I know you do, and it is that which makes me wonder, with your good sense, to be so honestly blind to the nonsense of others. And so you like Miss Bingley, too?
She's very pleasing when you converse with her, and I think we shall find her a charming neighbor.
You will, Jane.
She tells me that Mr. Darcy never speaks much unless among his intimate acquaintance. With them, he is remarkably agreeable.
It seems, then, that we shall never know how remarkably agreeable Mr. Darcy is.
He is proud, to be sure, but one cannot wonder that so very fine a young man, with family, fortune, everything in his favor, should think highly of himself.
I could easily forgive his pride if he had not mortified mine.
It was remiss in him to have said what he did of my Lizzie, and foolish in him to think it. But he did not know you were sitting so close.
He knew I was there, but did not know I had 2 ears.
He did not mean it to be heard, I'm sure. He is much too gentlemanlike.
Then that at least was unkind in him. For you have now made it clear that even to be tolerable to Mr. Darcy is a compliment of which he should have allowed me the benefit.
Lizzie, you will not show Mr. Darcy that you do not think well of him?
Dear Jane, he would not believe it possible if I did show him.
Beautifully, Miss Elizabeth.
I was just about to say the same of you, Mr. Wickham, but it is too late now. You will never believe that I was not paying you a return for your own compliment.
Tell me, how long has Mr. Darcy been in the neighborhood?
Darcy has come with Mr. Bingley, who has but just taken Netherfield. He is said to be a man of large property in Derbyshire.
Pemberley, yes.
Oh, you know Mr. Darcy?
To my sorrow, alas.
But how strange.
He is a friend of yours? I would not say anything against a friend of yours.
I have spoken 20 words with him. We were as rude to each other as if we'd been the oldest of friends.
I must not put you against him. His father was one of the best men that ever breathed.
That leaves me neither for nor against the son.
Let's talk of something else. The subject is inexpressibly painful to me.
No, Mr. Wickham. You have chosen the subject, and in duty both to yourself and to him, you must go on with it. Even if my sense of justice allowed otherwise, my curiosity would protest. It keeps wondering what connection there can be between a landowner in Derbyshire and an officer in Hertfordshire, and how Mr. Darcy's villainy can possibly exceed that which he's already shown by finding me not beautiful enough to dance with.
The connection is easily explained. My father had the care of the Pemberley estate. Old Mr. Darcy was my godfather and brought me up as his own son. He intended me for the church, and when he died, bequeathed me the next presentation of the best living in his gift. I can never do justice to his kindness. He meant to provide for me amply. He always told me that he should, and he thought that he had done so. Oh, forgive me burdening you with all this, but your sympathy means so much to me.
But I don't understand what has happened. How could the will be disregarded? Why are you not...
There was just that informality in the terms of the bequest.
Informality? But if the intention was clear...
No man of honor could have doubted the intention.
You mean that Mr. Darcy did doubt it?
He chose to.
But on what grounds? It seems monstrous.
I can only suppose from jealousy. It was his father's attachment to me that worked on him. He had not the temper to bear the sort of competition in which we stood, the sort of preference which was so often given me.
But to treat you like that, to disregard his father's dying wishes, he deserves to be publicly disgraced.
Some day he will be, but it shall not be by me. Till I can forget his father, I can never expose him. And now let us talk of your beautiful dancing. Indeed, dear Miss Elizabeth, you dance entrancing.
I trust I do not disturb you, sir.
You must consider yourself quite at liberty to come and go as you please in this house, Mr. Collins. If you have not yet presented your humble respects to your patroness, Lady Catherine, and would wish to indite a letter...
That is very kind of you, sir. Very considerate and obliging. But I've already given myself the pleasure thrice since my arrival under your hospitable roof. Lady Catherine is condescending enough to take an interest even in the humblest of mankind.
That is extremely handsome of her.
She has even condescended to advise me to marry as soon as possible.
Ah. Has she chosen the lady who is to be so honored, or does she leave you a certain discretion in the matter?
In her gracious way, she said that, provided she approves the choice, I may marry whomsoever I please.
Nothing could be more gracious than that.
No, indeed. My dear sir, there is a serious matter upon which I must consult you. Indeed, it was for that purpose that I've sought you out this morning. No doubt Mrs. Bennet has informed you of my object of carrying out my patroness's instructions to marry, and by choosing one of your daughters to make amends for the injustice which I seem to be doing them by inheriting Longbourn.
Well, very handsome of you. Had her ladyship fixed upon any particular daughter, or was the matter left open?
Naturally, it was felt that the rights of Miss Jane as the eldest should be respected. Indeed, you can hardly have failed to notice the marked attentions which I've been paying her these last 2 days.
In the press of other matters, I had failed to notice it.
It did not, however, escape the notice of Mrs. Bennet,
who mentioned in the kindest, most delicate way that her eldest daughter was likely to be soon engaged to a Mr. Bingley. It is in these circumstances, sir, that I'm hoping for your interest with your fair daughter, Elizabeth, when I solicit for the honor of a private audience with her in the course of the day.
Your mind is made up on this matter.
I conceive it to be a duty both...
I mean on this question of a private audience. You would not allow me to be unobtrusively present in a corner somewhere with my back to you? No, I suppose not. Pity. Well...
Oh, my dear Mr. Collins, Lizzie and I were wondering where you were.
As always, my dear, you arrive on the moment. Mr. Collins has something, as I suspect, much to say to Elizabeth.
To Elizabeth? Oh, my dear Mr. Collins. Yes, certainly, my dear Mr. Collins. I'm sure Lizzie will be very happy, won't you, my dear? Come, Mr. Bennet. I want you to give me your advice on the hanging of a mirror in the hall. It has been on my mind these 2 days.
Dear ma'am, sir, do not go. I beg you will not go. Mr. Collins can have nothing to say to me that anybody may not hear.
Have no fears, Lizzie. I shall insist on hearing afterwards just what he did say. But the question of this mirror, which has been on your mother's mind these 2 days...
Lizzie, I insist upon your staying and hearing Mr. Collins.
As you will, ma'am.
That's a good girl. Come, Mr. Bennet.
Yes, my dear.
I think
to the mirror.
Pray be seated, Miss Elizabeth.
Thank you, sir. I prefer to stand.
I should feel more comfortable if you were seated.
And I less. Please say what you have to say.
Very well. Miss Elizabeth, my attentions to you these last 2 days have been too marked to be mistaken. Indeed, as soon as I entered the house, I singled you out as the companion of my future life.
But
My reasons for marrying are, first, that I think it the right thing for every clergyman to set the example of matrimony in his parish. Secondly, I am convinced it will add greatly to my happiness. And thirdly, that it is the recommendation of the very noble lady whom I have the honor of calling patroness. Let me remark parenthetically that the notice and kindness of Lady Catherine de Bourgh are not the least of the advantages it is in my power to offer.
But, Mr. Collins...
Wait, please.
I beg your pardon, sir. I thought you had finished.
So much for my general intention in favor of matrimony. It remains to be told why my views were directed towards this house of Longbourn. The fact is that, being to inherit this estate after the death of your honored father, I resolved to choose a wife from among his daughters, that the loss to them might be as little possible when the melancholy event takes place. And now, nothing remains but to assure you, in the most animated language, of the violence of my affections. To fortune, I'm indifferent, and shall make no demand of that nature on your father, since I'm well aware that £1,000 in the 4%, which will not be yours till after your mother's decease, is all that you ever may be entitled to. However long delayed your small inheritance may be, no ungenerous reproach shall pass my lips after we are married.
You are a little hasty, sir. You assume an answer which you have not yet allowed me to give. Let me give it without further loss of time. Accept my thanks for the compliment you pay me. Believe that I am very sensible of the honor of your proposals, but understand that it is impossible for me to do otherwise than decline them.
Believe me, my dear Miss Elizabeth, your modesty, so far from doing you any disservice, rather adds to your other perfections.
This is not modesty, sir. It is, as I prefer to think, common sense. I am perfectly serious in my refusal. You could not make me happy, and I'm convinced that I'm the last woman in the world who could make you so. Nay, were your friend Lady Catherine to know me, I am persuaded that she would find me in every respect ill-qualified for the situation. I thank you for your offer, which now leaves you free to take possession of Longbourn whenever it falls, without any self-reproach. In return, I wish you very, very happy, and by refusing your hand, do all in my power to prevent your being otherwise. The matter may be considered, therefore, as finally settled.
My dear cousin, since my hand does not appear to me unworthy of your acceptance, I can only attribute your rejection of it to your desire to increase my love by suspense, according to the usual practice of elegant females.
Really, I do not know whether to laugh or to cry at you, for we seem to have no words with which to communicate with each other. If my no means yes, then what means no? I shall send my father to you. He shall speak for me. At least you will not mistake his behavior for the affectation and coquetry of an elegant female. Oh, excuse me, Mum.
Oh, what's this? What's this? Can I believe my eyes? The way this is flung past me, and you standing there alone, Mr. Collins? Has Elizabeth dared to refuse you?
My dear madam, there is no reason for alarm. It is only such a refusal as must naturally flow from her bashful modesty and delicacy of character.
Bashful acceptance could flow just as easily. And if it comes to that, I'm not sure that Lizzie is so bashful. Had it been Jane or Mary now. But depend upon it, Mr. Collins, she shall be brought to reason. She's a very headstrong, foolish girl and doesn't know her own interest. But I will make her know it.
Pardon me for interrupting, madam. But if she is really headstrong and foolish, she would not be a very desirable wife for a man in my situation, who seeks for happiness from the marriage state. Liable to such defects of temper, she could not contribute much to my felicity.
Oh, sir, you quite misunderstand me. Lizzie is only headstrong in such matters as these. In everything else, she is a model of good nature. Indeed, it's well known in the neighborhood how good... Now, here she is with her father. Oh, Mr. Bennett, you're wanted immediately. We're all in an uproar. Lizzie vows she will not have Mr. Collins, and Mr. Collins vows that if she will not, then he will change his mind and not have her.
In that case, who wants me?
Well, of course you will speak to Lizzie. Tell her that you insist on her marrying him.
Doubtless, sir, you will wish to give a father's counsel and reproof to Miss Elizabeth in private. I will take my leave.
Very well. Well, Lizzie, I understand that Mr. Collins has made you an offer of marriage. Is this true?
Yes, sir.
Very well. And this offer of marriage you have refused.
Yes, sir.
We now come to the point. Your mother insists upon your accepting it. Is it not so, Mrs. Bennett?
Yes, or I will never see her again.
An unhappy alternative is before you, Elizabeth. From this day, you must be a stranger to one of your parents. Your mother will never see you again if you do not marry Mr. Collins, and I will never see you again if you do.
Oh, Mr. Bennett, how dare you?
Oh, sir, who could have heard him?
Oh, yes, this is all, but all is not lost. Mary?
Tomorrow, Mr. Bingley?
For 3 days only, Miss Jane. 3 short days. Oh, Miss Jane, what a chance I have missed.
Yes?
Yeah, I ought to have said 3 long days. 3 long days away from you, Miss Jane. I am the biggest fool at compliments. I think of them just too late.
But why do you go to London, sir, if you're so anxious to get back?
It is some idea of Darcy's. He will have me accompany him. I know what you are thinking.
Indeed you do not.
No. You are thinking, who is this man Darcy that Bingley should be at his beck and call?
I assure you I thought no such thing.
Miss Bennet, you are in error. I think nothing of this man Darcy. It is true that he has an intimidating appearance, but your humble servant is not to be intimidated. The truth is that I go to London to look after Mr. Darcy, to keep the poor fellow out of mischief. Miss Jane, shall I give a ball when I come back? And will you come to it? And will you dance with me?
Oh, sir, I can think of nothing more delightful than that you should.
Then that is enough. The matter is settled, and Darcy may go to bed if he chooses before it begins.
It is Mr. Darcy, is it not, whom I have the honor of addressing?
My name is Darcy, sir.
I am the Reverend William Collins, rector of Hunsford, near Westerham, Kent. Thanks to the gracious patronage of your esteemed aunt, the Lady Catherine de Bourgh. It is in my power to assure you that her ladyship was well yesterday se'nnight.
I will ask you to be so kind when next you see her ladyship as to assure her that I also am well.
I shall make it my first and humble duty, sir. I leave my cousins at Longbourn on the Saturday in time for the usual Sunday duties of a clergyman.
Your cousins at Longbourn? You are related to the Bennets?
Indeed, yes. For the estate is entailed to me. It was indeed this fact which turned my thoughts in the direction of Longbourn. It seemed to me that I should best satisfy the delicacy of my feelings with regard to the entail and carry out her ladyship's instructions to marry by making an offer for Miss Jane Bennet. And with this purpose
I regret, sir, that I must postpone acquaintance with your matrimonial projects until another season. Good evening.
Indeed, yes, sir. It's time I return to my partner, Miss Charlotte Lucas, daughter of Sir William. Your servant, sir. Your very humble servant.
Your servant.
Oh, Mr. Darcy. Have you seen my daughter Jane? Oh, now I see her for myself, and just as I might have expected on Mr. Bingley's arm as usual. Such a charming young man, is he not? I declare I don't know when I've met a more perfect gentleman, and so devoted to Jane. Lady Lucas said to me only yesterday when I said how hard it was that if anything happened to Mr. Bennet, we could all be turned out of Longbourn at a moment's notice. She said, you will find it just as comfortable as Netherfield. And of course I had to own that I knew what she meant, and indeed it may be any day now.
Mr. Bennet is not thinking of dying immediately.
Now, Mr. Darcy, how you do take me up? I meant only that Mr. Bingley would be asking for my daughter Jane's hand.
I see.
Of course, I won't say that with her looks she might not have done better, but I'm not one to stand in the way of my daughter.
I love her, Darcy. Upon my soul, I do. Jane is the loveliest creature I ever set eyes upon. She is good, she is amiable, she is clever. By which I mean clever enough for me. And in short, she has everything which I should want a young woman to have.
Including a mother.
Why, what's the matter with her mother?
No, Charles.
Well, I'm not asking her to live with me.
You do not need to. She has already invited herself.
Come, Darcy, you have no right to say that.
Every right. She was telling me so herself just now.
But she was going to live with me.
In so many words. But you do not know, perhaps, that Longbourn is entailed away from the daughters, so that when Mr. Bennet dies, Mrs. Bennet and her family must find some new home. As, for instance, Netherfield.
Do you know all these things?
People confide in me, Charles. I can tell you, for instance, that Mr. Collins, you know Mr. Collins, is Miss Bennet's cousin, is next in the entail, and has come to Longbourn in order to marry her.
That fellow married Jane?
It is his design.
Not hers.
Her mother's. To marry her to you, or to him, or to another. Provided she marries somebody who can support them all.
I will not believe it of her. Jane never could marry that parson fellow. If her mother is going to force her into the marriage, then it is my duty to save her from it.
You have a duty to yourself also. To your sister, to your friends. But, Charles, you cannot marry into this family. I say nothing of that inferiority of position, the tradesman uncle, the attorney, the whole social background of Miss Bennet's connections. And now this parson fellow. But you must have seen for yourself the total want of propriety so uniformly betrayed by the mother and the three younger sisters. How can you live with that?
And what of my own want of propriety if I draw back now? Except for the actual words, I have as good as offered myself to Miss Bennet. And I swear to you, Darcy, as good as being accepted.
No. That is where you are wrong. I have watched Miss Jane with you. Her look, her manners, her open, cheerful behavior, placid, unruffled, just as it has been in the company of any other man. That is not love, Charles. I pledge you my word.
It is true. I know no reason why she should love me. I'm a very ordinary fellow, not brilliant like you. I think how well we are getting on together, and all the time I'm getting on well with myself, and she is looking on kindly and smiling sweetly, and thinking perhaps of some other man. Well, what do you want me to do?
Come to London with me tomorrow.
I was coming, I told Jane.
And stay with me.
3 short days, I said. We had a joke about that. I had a joke.
Stay with me until...
Until she has married this parson fellow or somebody. Somebody who hasn't got a friend to stand over him and... Oh, no, I didn't mean that. You're a good friend, Darcy, and I expect you're right. But, damn me, it isn't friendly to be always in the right.
I talked about the dance, and you ought to make some kind of remark about the size of the room or the number of couples.
Whatever you wish me to say shall be said, Miss Elizabeth.
Very well. That will do for the present. Perhaps by and by I may observe that private dances are pleasanter than public ones, but now we may sit here and be silent for a little.
Do you talk by rule, then, when you are dancing?
Sometimes. One must speak a little, you know. It would look odd to be entirely silent for half an hour together. And yet, for the advantage of some, conversation ought to be arranged, so that they may have as little trouble as possible.
Are you consulting your own feelings in the present case, or gratifying mine?
Both. But I have always seen a great similarity in the turn of our minds. We are each of an unsocial, taciturn disposition, unwilling to speak until we can say something that will amaze the whole room and be handed down to posterity as a proverb.
That is never a striking resemblance of your own character. How near it may be to mine, I cannot say. You think it a faithful portrait, undoubtedly.
No, I must not decide on my own performance.
Nor I on my own picture. So if I'm to praise your skill as a painter, you must exercise it on someone else. Let us say Mr. Bingley. Give me Bingley in a line.
It would be a great responsibility to be married to him.
You seem to have studied his character sufficiently well.
Is there anything else one half so amusing as studying other people?
The country, I imagine, supplies few subjects worthy of your talent. In a country neighborhood, you move in a very confined and unvarying society.
Yes, but people themselves alter so much that there's something new to be observed in them forever.
Let us hope, then, that you have a long life in front of you. For it certainly seems as if it will be an amusing one. Will your husband also alter from day to day? Or will he be the one constant in your ever-changing world?
Constant in affection, I hope. But equally, I hope that each day will reveal some new attribute in him to deepen my affection.
And to serve you as a source of amusement.
If he loves me, he will not mind my laughing at him occasionally.
The wisest and best of men. Nay, the wisest and best of their actions may be rendered ridiculous by a person whose first object in life is a joke.
Certainly there are such people, but I hope I'm not one of them. I hope I never ridicule what is wise and good. Follies and nonsense, whims and inconsistencies do divert me, I own, and I laugh at them whenever I can. Have you none of them yourself?
It has been the study of my life to avoid those weaknesses which expose one to ridicule.
Such as pride and vanity.
Vanity is a weakness indeed, but pride. Where there is a real superiority of mind, pride will always be kept under good regulation.
If pride is to be a virtue, then I must acquit you of every fault.
I have faults enough. My temper is too little yielding. I cannot forget the follies and vices of others so soon as I ought. My good opinion once lost is lost forever.
That is a failing indeed. Implacable resentment is a shade in a character, but you have chosen your fault well. I cannot laugh at it. You are safe from me. I cannot laugh at a man whose habit is to hate everybody.
And yours to misunderstand them willfully.
I would not do that. Indeed, I would not. You say that your good opinion once lost is lost forever. You are very cautious before you let it be forfeited.
I am.
And never allow yourself to be blinded by prejudice.
I have not.
Those who never change their opinion ought to be secure of judging properly first.
Are you at work upon my character again?
No. I do not get on with it at all. I hear such different accounts of you as puzzle me exceedingly.
That may well be. And I would beg you, therefore, to put my portrait by, for there is reason to fear that at the moment the picture would reflect no credit on either of us.
You refer to Mr. Wickham, do you not?
Only in as far as you were referring to Mr. Wickham.
We have all found him very charming.
So I suppose. Mr. Wickham is blessed with such happy manners as must ensure his making friends. Whether he be equally capable of retaining them is less certain.
He has been so unlucky as to lose your friendship, and in a manner which he is likely to suffer from all his life.
He seems to have gained yours in its place, which would be compensation enough for any man.
Oh, you are hateful.
I meant it sincerely. For the first time in my life, I envy him.
Can you defend your conduct to him?
To my friends, yes. But they do not require it of me.
Oh,
come. Let us dance.
That I'm of the opinion that a ball of this nature, given by respectable people, can have any evil tendency. Or that I hold dancing to be incompatible with the duty of a clergyman.
Indeed,
I do not mean, however, to assert that we can be here justified in devoting too much of our time to dancing. For there are other things to be attended to.
Indeed,
the rector of such a parish as her ladyship has bestowed upon me has much to do. In the first place,
I am sure you must be very busy, Mr. Collins. I have always thought that a clergyman's work must be so interesting. I've always thought that to be married to a clergyman must be so interesting.
Yes,
she would find so much in her husband's work to interest her. I feel that if she were really interested, she could be of so much help to him in his work.
It is true, as you say, Miss Charlotte, that a clergyman's wife could add very greatly to his happiness and to the proper discharge of his duties. Nor do I reckon the notice and kindness of Lady Catherine de Bourgh as among the least of the advantages which it is in my power to offer the lady on whom I bestow my affection.
Oh, indeed, no, Mr. Collins. I cannot think that any young woman could willfully refuse such a privilege.
That is as may be. Certainly in no young woman of intelligent and modest disposition could the sense of her ladyship's condescension fail to excite feelings of awe and gratitude. Miss Charlotte, my attentions have been too marked to be mistaken. Almost as soon as I entered Hertfordshire, I singled you out as the companion of my future life.
Oh,
it remains only to assure you in the most animated language of the violence of my affection. To fortune, I'm perfectly indifferent, knowing that your father, Sir William...
And now, Elizabeth, my dear, we can have a real talk undisturbed by men. Mr. Collins will be showing my father the garden for half an hour yet. It is his chief pride. Indeed, he spends most of his time working in it, I'm thankful to say. I encourage it as much as possible, of course. The exercise is so helpful for him.
You speak like a happy married woman, Charlotte.
Naturally, my dear. Well, now, I want all your news. I cannot tell you how glad I am to have you at Hunsford, to have somebody to talk with again. I mean a woman, of course, someone to gossip with.
I am very glad to come, dear Charlotte. It was so good in Sir William to bring me with him to Kent.
Oh, I had to have you. He would know none of the gossip, and I must have it all. Now, tell me, what should I have first? Jane. Jane, for sure. Jane and Mr. Bingley. Is anything settled?
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately? But you were also...
It is settled that she will never see him again.
But how can that be? My mother wrote that he had not come back to Netherfield, but is not Jane in London? I'm sure she told me Jane was in London.
These 3 months at my Aunt Gardner's.
And Mr. Bingley is not called upon?
No.
Perhaps he does not know she is there.
His sister knows. Jane and she have met.
Then what keeps him away?
Or shall we say who keeps him away?
I never did like that Miss Bingley.
Nor I, Charlotte. Nor anybody, so far as I could discover, save my dear Jane, who likes everybody. But I do not think Mr. Bingley would take orders from his sister.
Then who is the villain? Mr. Darcy?
I can only suppose so. I cannot know for sure.
Oh, did you know that the villain is in our midst at this moment?
Mr. Darcy?
How? Where? He is staying at Rosings. You know that he is Lady Catherine's nephew.
I had forgotten.
We have not spoken with him yet. He's only just come. But we are sure to be asked in after dinner one night while you are here. You would not mind seeing him again?
Of course I shall not mind. We despise each other in the politest way. I am never so happy as when telling him that I hate him, and he never so courteous as when showing his indifference.
What of Lydia? Has none of our officers asked for her?
Not yet. But I am troubled about her, Charlotte. She's so young and flighty. And now it seems the regiment is to move to Brighton, and nothing will please Lydia but that she must go too. Mrs. Forster, the Colonel's wife, you remember, has asked her to stay with them.
And what does Mr. Bennet say?
He says that Lydia will never be easy until she has exposed herself in some public place or other, and that we can never expect her to do it with so little expense or inconvenience to her family as at Brighton.
Poor Eliza. All the troubles of the family seem to be yours. Oh, well, my dear...
Charlotte!
Why, Mr. Collins!
Quick!
What is the matter?
Come along, this instant.
William, whatever is it?
Look out of the window.
Come, Charlotte.
What can it be, Lizzie? I must go out and see.
Well, is that all? I expected at least that the pigs were got into the garden, and here is nothing but Lady Catherine and her daughter.
That is not Lady Catherine. It is Mrs. Jenkinson and her young charge, Mr. Berg.
Not even Lady Catherine?
No.
So that is the daughter.
They say she's to marry Mr. Darcy, and that is what he's come to Rosings for.
I like her appearance. She looks sickly and cross. She will make him a very proper wife. And she is rude, too, to keep Charlotte standing out in the wind. Yes, she will do for Darcy very well.
Well, it was a most pretty compliment that Mr. Berg should drive past on the very day of our arrival. But of course, one expects such courtesies from the elegantly bred.
Charlotte is looking very well, Sir William.
Yes. Mr. Collins tells me that they go up to Rosings regularly, twice every week.
All the same, I still think that she is looking very well.
Well, what do you think, Miss Elizabeth? What do you think has happened? I have a surprise for you. I confess that it even surprises myself. It's even more than I could have hoped for.
I am all eagerness to hear, Mr. Collins.
We are to dine. The whole party is asked to dine at Rosings tomorrow.
Well.
Who could have imagined we should have received such an invitation? To dine there. An invitation, moreover, including the whole party. So immediately after your arrival. Do you know, Miss Elizabeth, there are 143 windows of varying sizes in Rosings.
I shall take your word for it, sir, and admire them all.
Mr. Collins.
Ah, my dear, I was just telling my cousin about the windows at Rosings.
Oh, yes, that reminds me. Have you seen that very pretty view of the hall from the long meadow, Papa?
At the moment of the appearance of the lady...
No, I do not mean that view from the arbor, but there is another very pretty glimpse of it. Do take my father, Mr. Collins. The light would be falling on the windows now in a very pretty way. That was what made me think of it.
Oh, very well, then. No doubt you've still much to show my fair cousin within the house.
Oh, I have so many things to show her, Mr. Collins, that you can safely leave it to me.
Then shall we come, Sir William?
By all means.
He's made yourself quite at home, Miss Elizabeth. We lack the magnificence of Rosings, but in our humble
indeed. I shall give you 3 guesses.
I dare not.
Well, then, Mrs. Jenkinson said something, which I do not think Mr. Collins heard, for he was complimenting Mr. Berg upon her looks at the time.
Very plain, is she not?
Very. And so I stayed behind and took a peep from the corner of the road, and it is true, Mr. Darcy and his cousin Colonel Fitzwilliam are riding over to call upon us.
And from the end of the long meadow, you cannot see them riding up?
And from the end of the long meadow is a very pretty glimpse of roses. Oh, I also thought, Eliza, that if I took Mr. Darcy into the garden, then you could exert your charms on Colonel Fitzwilliam, who looked on Sunday as if he could fall in love very easily.
Oh, Charlotte, dear, don't be silly.
He is the younger son of an earl.
Oh, then my charms will be wasted on him. It is my £50 a year he will be after.
Would it were 55? They will be coming at any moment.
I will hear the clatter of their horses' hoofs. I must be at the gate to welcome them. I must fly. Oh, mention to Colonel Fitzwilliam that I had £10 on my last birthday from my Uncle Gardiner, and may count on it again.
Mr. Collins, what are you doing with my counters? I do humbly beg your ladyship to forgive me, but it was to save your ladyship's labour of counting them. Did you win that last game? I'm afraid It looks as if you are not a very good card player, Sir William.
Oh, perhaps I am a little out of practice, your ladyship.
Mrs. Collins, you shall take Sir William's place. And Sir William, you will take
Miss Bennet.
Very.
The windows give it a good proportion.
Yes, Mr. Darcy. Chicks, are they not?
What a muse. Is it something that I had said? But I was forgetting. We had decided that you were to go through life being amused.
No, please. I was not smiling at you. I assure you, sir, I would never do that. It was just something my cousin had said. What is 27 from 143?
The answer is 116, but why?
Mr. Collins told me yesterday that there were 143 windows at Rosings, and I promised to admire them all. I have now only 116 left. That is, if I am right to count the conservatory as one.
I should like you to see the big west window at Pemberley.
Is it open to the public on Wednesdays?
Do you know Derbyshire at all?
I know it very well, for I have an aunt, Mrs. Gardiner, who was born there, and never tires of recounting its beauties.
She does not live there now.
She lives in London. She and my uncle are to take me with them to the lakes in July. But if we are to pass through her beloved Derbyshire, as I suppose we must, I do not see how we are ever to get there.
If you are in the neighborhood of Pemberley, I hope you will consider it worth a visit. I shall be away myself, but my housekeeper will show you everything you wish to see.
Your invitation is doubly kind, sir, and I thank you.
What is it you are saying? What is it you are talking of, Miss Bennet?
I was talking of my aunt, madam.
Come over here, please.
Yes, madam.
You have 3 younger sisters, have you not, Miss Bennet?
Yes, ma'am.
Are any of them out?
Yes, ma'am, all.
Oh, what? All 5 of you out at once? Very odd. The younger ones out before the elder are married. Your younger sisters must be very young.
Yes, my youngest is not 16. Perhaps she is full young to be much in company. But really, ma'am, I think it would be very hard upon younger sisters that they should not have their share of society, because the elder may not have the means or the inclination to marry early.
Upon my word, you give your opinion very decidedly for so young a person. Pray, what is your age?
With 3 younger sisters grown up, your ladyship can hardly expect me to own it.
Since you cannot be more than 20, I see no reason why you should conceal your age.
I will admit to 20, ma'am.
Mr. Collins, are you at my counters again? Really, this is astonishing.
I see my cousin has wandered off, Miss Bennet.
Our conversation was interrupted, Colonel Fitzwilliam.
You do not play cards.
I play with my sisters at home, but it is a different game. We are laughing all the time.
Yes.
Are you and Mr. Darcy in Kent for long?
It is for him to say. I am to go with him to Pemberley, but he will arrange the when as he pleases. I am at his disposal for so long as he wants me.
I wonder he does not marry to secure a lasting convenience of that kind. Oh, true, he has Mr. Bingley. Do you know Mr. Bingley?
Oh, yes. A very pleasant fellow. Great friend of Darcy's.
Yes, Mr. Darcy takes a prodigious deal of care of him.
From something my cousin was telling me, Bingley has every reason to be extremely indebted to him.
Oh?
Naturally, no names were mentioned, because if it were to get round to the lady's family, it would be most unpleasant.
You may depend upon my not mentioning it, but
It was only that he had just saved a friend from a most disastrous marriage. From the way he spoke, I was sure that he meant Bingley.
I see. Did Mr. Darcy give you his reasons for this interference?
I understood there were some very strong objections to the lady.
And what arts did he use to separate them?
He did not talk to me of his own arts. He only told me of the result.
I see. Colonel Fitzwilliam, Mr. Darcy's conduct does not suit my feelings. Pray excuse me. Mr. Darcy.
I understood you were to be at Rosings this evening.
I was not feeling well, so my cousins went without me.
Yes, they told me. You are better.
Thank you. It was just a headache. It is gone now.
I came over to Hunsford to inquire and to say goodbye. I am to leave early tomorrow.
It was kind of you to call.
Thank you.
You have been in Kent 3 weeks, have you not? I expect you will be glad to get back to Derbyshire, or is it to London that you go?
Yes. No.
Oh.
My plans are uncertain.
Oh.
It is no use. I struggle and struggle in vain. You have caught me. I cannot escape.
Mr. Darcy.
I cannot do without the light in your eyes, the sound of your voice. They go with me everywhere. In vain have I struggled to escape them. I love you.
This is impossible.
No, I know how ridiculous I'm making myself. To be doing the very thing against which I have so often warned others. To be opposing my inclination to all that propriety and common sense recommend. To degrade myself for mine own rank and station at the summons of a lovely face and a lively mind. But you are worth the sacrifice, Elizabeth. All these days since I have been at Rosings, I have been trying to find some fault in you which would bring me back to my senses and convince me of the impossibility, the unseemliness of such a marriage. In vain I watched you, in vain I struggled. Well, so be it. I love you. I must marry you. Miss Bennet, I ask you to be my wife.
Oh. Mr. Darcy, at least I can thank you for asking, for admitting the right of choice even to one in my inferior position. Other gratitude than this I cannot show. I am sorry to give pain to anyone, but in this case it has been most unconsciously done and should not last long. The propriety and common sense, which so nearly restrained you from a declaration, will easily console you now that I have rejected it.
Rejected?
Astonishing as it must seem to you, rejected.
And is this all that you have to say to me? Am I to be allowed to ask why, with so little endeavor at civility, you refuse my offer?
I might as well ask why, with so evident a design of insulting me, you chose to tell me that you like me against your will, against your reason, even against your character. Does not this give me some excuse for anger? But I have other provocations. Do you think that any consideration would tempt me to accept the man who has been the means of ruining, perhaps forever, the happiness of a most beloved sister?
I understand. It is for your sister Jane that you are so indignant.
Can you deny that it was you who had so hurt her?
I admit that I did everything in my power to separate my friend from your sister, and that I rejoiced in my success. To him, I have been kinder than to myself.
But it is not only on this that my dislike is founded. You defend yourself as a true friend of Mr. Bingley's, but in what respect have you been a true friend of Mr. Wickham's?
Well, I remember, you have always taken a great interest in Mr. Wickham.
Who that knows what his misfortunes have been can help feeling an interest in him.
His misfortunes?
You have reduced him to poverty, and now you treat the mention of his misfortunes with contempt and ridicule. Shame on you, Mr. Darcy.
And that is your opinion of me. I thank you for explaining so fully. My faults are heavy indeed. But perhaps they would have been overlooked if I had not hurt your pride by an honest confession of the scruples which had restrained me from speaking before. Can you expect me to rejoice in the inferiority of your connections? To congratulate myself after meeting your mother and your younger sisters on the hope of marrying into your family?
Mr. Darcy, from the first moment of my acquaintance with you, your ill manners, your arrogance, your conceit, your disdain for the feelings of others had formed my opinion of you. And I had not known you 2 weeks before I knew that you were the last man in the world whom I could ever be prevailed on to marry.
I thank you. I now understand your feelings perfectly, and have only to be ashamed of what mine own have been. Forgive me for taking up all of your time, but I would like to say this. Whatever we have thought of each other in the past, or think at this moment, at least I have never doubted your intelligence, nor you my pride. In as far as that pride is the arrogance you condemn, I shall not defend it. But there is a pride, Miss Bennet, which one takes in one's honor and one's good name. Apart from your dislike of me, you have brought 2 accusations against me. This is the last occasion on which we shall meet. My last opportunity, therefore, to say in defense of my honor that which I have decided now requires to be said.
I shall listen to anything you wish to say.
First, then, in respect of your sister Jane and Bingley. I have given my reasons for thinking such a marriage unsuitable, but I will ask you to believe that never for one moment did I suppose that your sister's heart was seriously touched. I have seen them together often, and I can only say that her serenity deceived me. Had I known, I should have regretted the marriage equally for my friend, but I should not have opposed it.
Thank you, sir. My mind is in no condition for argument on the subject, but I shall remember what you have said.
That is all I ask.
And the other?
The other is a much more serious accusation. I do not propose to make a long story of Mr. Wickham, but here are the plain, dull facts on which you have put so attractive a gloss. The story of himself is true thus far, that he lived at Pemberley, the son of my father's steward, that my father, attracted by his engaging manners, held a high opinion of him, and that hoping that the church would be his profession, had intended to provide for him. My own opinion of him was not so high. Mr. Wickham is, in fact, a man of vicious character, entitled to no woman's respect.
I do not believe it. It is your jealousy which makes you say so.
My father died 5 years ago, leaving Mr. Wickham a legacy of £1,000. He also recommended to me in his will that a valuable living should be given to him as soon as it should become vacant. Within 6 months, Mr. Wickham came to me and said that he had decided not to go into the church. At his own suggestion, he resigned all claims on the living and accepted in return £3,000. That ended the matter and seemed to end our connection. He took his money to London, where he lived, as I heard, a life of idleness and dissipation. 3 years later, the living became vacant, and he then had the impudence to claim it on the grounds that my father had always intended it for him. You will not be surprised that I refused his claim.
It is just your story against his. I do not believe it.
I have now to tell you something which I had hoped never to speak of again. I do not need to ask from you a pledge of absolute secrecy. My deeply loved sister was left to the guardianship of Colonel Fitzwilliam and myself. A year ago, she was taken from school and sent for her health's sake to the sea in the companionship of a lady whom we supposed we could trust. Mr. Wickham, who had, of course, known her as a child at Pemberley, learnt of this and followed her. His charms persuaded her to believe herself in love with him and to consent to an elopement. Unknown to him, however, she had written me a farewell letter, and I arrived just in time to prevent it. My sister was but 15, which must be her excuse. Mr. Wickham's excuse was that she had a fortune of £30,000, and that he could think of no more complete way of being revenged upon me.
Horrible! Horrible! I will not believe it.
As an executor of my father's will, no less than as my cousin and intimate friend, Colonel Fitzwilliam is in equal possession of all these facts. If your abhorrence of me should make my word valueless, you cannot be prevented by the same cause from confiding in him. That is all I wish to say.
Mr. Darcy, I cannot think now. All that you have said is just so many words, which I shall remember later.
Perhaps we may both be able to profit by remembering later what the other has said. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
God bless you, Elizabeth. Miss Elizabeth!
Darcy, here at Pemberley? Oh, no.
It is you. I thought I could not be deceived. I saw you through the trees sitting on this seat. Welcome to Pemberley.
They told us at the house that you would not be here until tomorrow, Mr. Darcy, and we asked in the village,
My
too.
friends will not arrive until tomorrow, but I had suddenly to come in advance of them on some business with my steward.
I am with my uncle and Aunt Gardiner. They have just left me to walk on a little. My aunt was born near Pemberley.
I remember. You once told me.
We thought you were away as the grounds were open to the public. Even so, I did not want... But my aunt was so anxious to come. I could not very
I
well...
also remember that I once invited you to come.
Yes, but that was before.
I hope very much, now that you are here, that you will let me show you something of my home. You are tired, perhaps?
I am a little tired. We have been seeing so much.
Miss Bennett, I have always wished for you to meet my sister. Will you?
Oh, but I have always wondered what she is like. I have heard...
Well, now you shall discover for yourself. I hope that you will love her. I am sure that she will love you. And so now, if you will present me to Mrs. Gardner, we can make what arrangements for meeting will best suit her.
You are being very kind, sir.
Kind to myself. Let me give you an arm if you are tired.
Thank you.
Have you remarked on the extraordinary beauty of the day?
It has been wonderfully fine all the week.
Ah. I had not noticed it before.
Is your mother still having hysterics, Jane?
She's still upstairs, sir. She does not leave her room. Oh, how could Lydia?
Lydia's capacity of disgracing herself and her family has never been under question. All that was uncertain was the opportunity.
Don't you think, sir, that perhaps they have got married?
Can you think, Jane, of any reason why a man like Wickham should want to marry a penniless girl like Lydia, if we don't bribe him to do it?
In her letter, she said they were to go to Gretna Green.
Doubtless Wickham told her they were to go to Gretna Green.
Then do you suppose them to be in London?
Where else can they be so well hidden?
Oh, it is difficult to sit and wait and be able to do nothing.
Difficult for you, Jane, but to me this waiting is but a breathing space between bursts of activity. You forget how at the first news I hurried off to Brighton. It is true that I learned nothing of their plans by this, but nobody can say that I was inactive. Now, so soon as your uncle and aunt have brought Lizzie back from Derbyshire, I shall be up and away with them to London. You've not heard from Elizabeth since you wrote to tell her?
Well, they will be here as soon as a letter. They would start at once. They should be here tonight.
Lizzie is a good girl. She will not reproach me.
She will reproach herself, as I do.
You? In all this business, the two people who have nothing with which to reproach themselves are you and Lizzie.
Lizzie and I knew Mr. Wickham's true character. Mr. Darcy had told her. And we had wondered whether to make it known, but thought it kinder, since Mr. Wickham was leaving the neighborhood, to say nothing. If only we had spoken.
If you had spoken, you would only have made Wickham more attractive. Handsome, charming, and a villain. Who could resist him?
Poor Jane. How you must have suffered through all this.
Oh, I've longed for you, dear Lizzie, just to be alone with you again.
My loving thoughts were in advance of me all through that miserable journey yesterday, hurrying to get to you.
You told me you'd met Mr. Darcy again. Did you see him before you left? Did he know?
He knew. He came upon me as I was reading your dreadful letter. Oh, Jane.
You told him?
He found me crying.
Even he would be kind at such a time.
Even he. It seems that I must defend him. To think that I should have to defend anyone against Jane.
I only meant that...
I have been wrong about him. He has been kindness itself to all three of us, all the time that we were at Pemberley.
I see. Did you know that Netherfield was to be opened again?
Did you not know that I had seen Mr. Bingley again at Pemberley?
You saw him? How was he?
Well, and looking forward to coming back to Netherfield. Perhaps to meeting somebody again.
It is not possible that anybody could want to know us now. To be connected with a family so disgraced.
Not now, no.
Miss Elizabeth Bennet?
Lady Catherine.
Ah. And I suppose you are Miss Jane Bennet.
Yes, this is my sister, Jane. Jane, this is Lady Catherine de Bourgh, of whom you have heard. Your ladyship.
Yes. You both have the looks. That is what catches a man.
Were you wishing to see my mother, Lady Catherine?
I wish to see your sister. Alone.
Jane, dear, I do not know what Lady Catherine has come to say, but I think I'd better hear it.
Of course. Pray excuse me.
You can be at no loss, Miss Bennet, to understand the reason of my journey here.
Your own conscience must tell you why I come.
You are mistaken, madam. I cannot account for it at all.
Then I will be frank with you. A report of a most alarming nature has reached me from Pemberley. I was told that not only was your sister Jane likely to be advantageously married, but that you, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, would shortly be united to my own nephew, Mr. Darcy. But though I know it to be a scandalous falsehood, I instantly resolved upon setting off from this place, that I might make my sentiments known to you.
With what object, if you knew it to be untrue?
To insist upon having such a scandalous report publicly contradicted.
Your coming to Longbourn to see me and my family will surely be regarded as confirmation of it, if indeed such a report is in existence.
Miss Bennet, I insist upon being satisfied. Has my nephew made you an offer of marriage?
Your ladyship has declared it to be impossible.
Impossible, while he remained in his right senses. But you may have drawn him from his duty by your arts and allurement.
If I had, I should naturally be the last person to confess it.
Miss Bennet, do you know who I am? I am not accustomed to being treated like this. As Mr. Darcy's nearest relation, I have the right to know his most private concern.
But not the right to know mine. Nor does your manner of asking induce me to grant it to you as a favor.
Then let me tell you this. Mr. Darcy is engaged to my daughter. Now, what have you to say?
Only this, that if he is so, you can have no reason to suppose he will make an offer to me.
The engagement between them is of a peculiar kind. The union was planned while they were in their cradles, by his mother and hers. It was always our dearest wish. And is that wish, that resolve, now to be shattered by the intrusion of a young woman of inferior birth and of no social importance?
Lady Catherine, if Mr. Darcy does not regard an engagement planned for him in his cradle as binding upon him 25 years later, how can you possibly suppose that I, who was not even alive then, shall regard it as binding upon me?
Miss Bennet, you will make me lose my temper directly. I am not used to being answered back in this way.
Nor I to being told by a stranger whose hand I may accept in marriage.
Tell me once for all, are you engaged to Mr. Darcy?
I am not.
And will you promise me never to enter into such an engagement?
I will make no promise of the kind.
Wait. To all the objections I have urged, I have yet another. I know of your youngest sister's elopement with Wickham.
You know?
With suitable expressions of horror and disgust, Mr. Collins has informed me of what, no doubt, is the common talk of this village. Is such a girl to be my nephew's sister? Would you disgrace him forever?
You can have now nothing further to say. You have insulted me in every possible method. I must beg you to leave.
Very well. You refuse to obey the claims of beauty, honor, and gratitude. You are determined to ruin Mr. Darcy in the opinion of all his friends and make him the contempt of the world. Very well. I shall now know how to act.
I, however, am still a little uncertain. Would your ladyship wish me to ring, or would you prefer to leave with as little ceremony as you arrived?
I take no leave of you, Miss Bennet. I send no compliments to your mother. You deserve no such attention. I am most seriously displeased.
Oh. I thought I'd die with laughing, didn't you, Wickham?
Very funny. But don't make so much noise. There's a good girl. I don't want to be turned out of my lodging. Yes?
Good afternoon.
Lord, it's the great Mr. Darcy.
The great Mr. Darcy in person. Well, well, well. And how comes the great Mr. Darcy to be honouring our humble London abode?
I wish to speak to you on business, Wickham.
Speak on, Darcy. Open your heart to us.
I would prefer to speak to you alone.
But I'm not sure that I want to speak to you at all, Darcy. Either alone or in company.
I think it will be to your advantage.
My advantage, eh? Very well. Lydia, you can go and look at yourself in your mirror for 5 minutes. It will amuse you.
You won't let him try to get you away from me.
Run along, there's a good girl. You shall hear all about it afterwards.
Now, mind, that's a promise.
A pretty creature, say, for a month or two. What do you think?
You are not married to her.
Married? Don't be reasonable. I want a rich wife, Darcy. I nearly got one once, only somebody interfered.
You are in debt, I imagine.
Damnably so.
To what extent?
London, Brighton, Merton, say £3,000.
You are resigning your commission?
Let us say that my commission is resigning me.
It is possible that you might achieve that rich wife if you do not set your hopes too high.
And what do you suggest, Mr. Darcy, at a nice, comfortable height?
Miss Lydia Bennett.
With £1,000 due on her mother's death. That's your first real joke, Darcy. With practice, you'll be quite entertaining.
Miss Lydia Bennett, with £2,000 on her wedding day, with all her husband's debts paid, and with a commission purchased for him in another regiment, in another part of the country where he can make a fresh start.
Ah, we are going to talk business then.
Well,
is this an offer from Mr. Bennett?
On behalf of Mr. Bennett.
I see. It would be useful to know just why you have this great interest in my matrimonial affairs.
You may take it, if you will, that I feel responsible for you.
I'm delighted to hear it. Well, when your sense of responsibility is just a little more pronounced, say to the extent of another £5,000 or so, then you may come to me again.
The terms are, as I have said, £2,000 settled on your wife, a commission purchased for you, and your debt paid to a limit of £3,000, but not beyond.
My dear Darcy, do you think I'm a fool?
I am giving you an opportunity to prove that you are not. Perhaps you would like a day or two in which to consult your creditors. They will certainly wish to consult you. I shall be in London until the end of the week. You know where to find me.
Here, Darcy. Damn that fellow. Damn.
Has he gone? What did he want?
Come and sit on my knee. Let's have a look at you. Oh, well. How would you like to get married?
Oh, Lord, I suppose we ought to someday. Oh, Wickham, I've just thought. When I'm married, I shall go in before my elder sisters. I can chaperone them and get them husbands. Oh, won't that be fun? Let's get married at once. It's a delightful thing, to be sure, girls, to have a daughter well married. And now that Mr. Bingley has come amongst us again and may be here at any moment, perhaps I shall have another daughter married. Then, Lizzie, that'll only leave you and Mary, and you, Kitty. And if you take Mr. Collins, as I always wanted you to...
Riding up now, Mamma.
Mr. Bingley riding up now? Oh, Jane must be told at once.
There's a gentleman with him.
Oh?
Look, it looks like the man that Lydia was telling me about that used to be here before. Mr. what's his name? The very proud man.
Mr. Darcy. Oh, well, any friend of Mr. Bingley's will always be welcome, but I must say I hate the very sight of him. Jane! Jane! Make haste and hurry down! No, wait! I'll come here.
Kitty, if Wickham be not gone to the village yet, tell him that Mr. Darcy has come. He will not want to meet him.
Lord, Lizzie, how silly you are. All that is over long ago. They're the greatest of friends now, and it was Mr. Darcy bought him his commission, and Mr. Darcy...
Bad child, it was my Uncle Gardiner.
It was Darcy, because he was at the church when they were married and stood with Wickham and signed the register, because Lydia...
Oh, Lord, I promised Lydia I wouldn't say a word, because she promised Wickham, and Wickham promised Darcy, and Darcy made my Uncle Gardiner promise him. So now you must promise me... And then with as little delay as possible, the whole world will know. Well, I'm glad you told me, even if you had no right to. But Darcy, is it possible?
Well, Lizzie, look who I have brought. Isn't that a pleasant surprise? Mr. Bingley come to see us again.
Yes.
Oh, and Mr. Darcy. Yes. I suppose you've heard, Mr. Bingley, that I've had one of my daughters married recently.
Indeed, madam.
Yes, and perhaps you saw it, Mr. Darcy.
I did, madam, and I congratulate you.
It is a delightful thing, to be sure, to have a daughter well married, but it's hard to lose a loving child. They go down to Newcastle, a place quite northward, it seems, where Mr. Wickham's regiment is stationed, for he has now gone into the regulars.
Yes, madam. And is Miss Bennett quite well?
My daughter Jane? Oh, I think I saw my daughter Jane in the small parlour. Kitty, take Mr. Bingley to the small blue parlour and see if your sister Jane is there.
Yes, Mamma.
And then come up to my room. I have something I wish you to help me at.
Yes, Mamma.
Lead the way, Kitty, to the blue or the pink or to any other coloured parlour. I shall be there behind you.
It's odd, is it not, Mr. Darcy, that I should have my youngest daughter married before my eldest? One would naturally expect it to happen the other way round, the eldest before the youngest.
I am sure, madam, that the eldest will not be long in following her sister's example.
Ah, that is as may be. Jane's heart is not easily won. She did have a partiality for a young man last winter, but the feeling wore off.
I hope, madam, that that does not refer to my friend Bingley, seeing that he has come today to lay himself at the feet of Miss Bennet. in the hope that she has not entirely forgotten him.
Lay himself at... Kitty! Kitty! I want you, my dear.
Is it true, Mr. Darcy, that Mr. Bingley has come to ask for Jane?
To judge from his impatience on the way here, he has already asked for her.
Dear Jane, to know that you will be happy at last. That is almost happiness enough.
You make me ashamed that I have postponed it for so long.
Mr. Darcy, I have just heard what I was not intended to hear, but I cannot keep silence. Let me thank you again and again for your noble generosity to my sister Lydia, nay, to all of us.
How did you know? I did not mean you to know.
It was Kitty whose thoughtlessness betrayed you, but it did not tell me all that I wanted to hear. It was you who found them, you who made him marry her, your money which paid his debt.
Please.
How you must have hated it, pleading with him. What mortifications must you have borne for us. And now there's nothing to say but thank you.
If you will thank me, let it be for yourself alone. All that I did was what I thought you would like me to do. Elizabeth, you are too generous to trifle with me. If your feelings are still what they were, tell me, and I shall trouble you no more. Mine are unchanged.